long-lasting pain for
Joel is not a fucking beloved character.
Literally every death that happens after the first game is
Winnie the
Joel's
Pooh
fault.
is a
It's time
beloved
to
character.
finally forgive Ryan Johnson and start embracing him as one pretty damn good writer.
Grab him like a little clown boy.
But how did it make you feel?
Famed Bilbo Baggins once said, "It's about content."
I'm doing my part. Is this guy supposed to be Alfred?
Ray Skywalker.
I feel like my brain just snapped in half.
Ahoy, matey!
Then I'll drink it, then I'll eat it, then I'll chew it, then I'll poop.
Arguably,
Why was I raping Bilbo?
the nipple.
you've never made a logical decision in your life. Never.
So is the message nobody should be on meds? Are they always a negative?
I think the world is better off for Daenerys.
Joker has a problem with black women.
You can't overload.
I hate it, I hate it, I hate
Left it in the fridge and now it's gone.
The lore.
In my subjective opinion,
I think men are ruining Star Wars.
Oh, it's a little black one.
Epic celestial boge.
Oh, that's Goliath.
1.2 pirates.
Most people do not know what a Y-wing is.
What a shitty fucking point.
He's evolved.
There you are playing the PvP in your World War II shooter, and all of a sudden, you're a Nazi.
Men are fucking horrible. Men ruin everything. Men should
we need to make Germany great again.
Based on my superior logic.
There's no arguments being made here.
you're so titanically ugly.
That Asian bitch.
Objectivity.
Get to look at
A
women.
review is nothing more than a description of an experience.
Dr. Farm right.
Eating rhino is not at all common. You have boring taste. I don't want to be friends. No one seems to actually know what a plot hole is.
Hello there, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello, all my N-words.
And I'm Rags.
I promise that I will watch The Lord of the Rings by EFAP 100, which essentially gives me a year.
Hello there.
Hi.
We did it.
We made it. We did it. They said it couldn't be done. They said it wasn't possible.
Everyone told us. No way you could get to 100 episodes. All of the people said it. Every guest.
It's hard to believe that we are the longest running podcast in human history.
Yeah.
All of them. All the history. This is it.
Most of them stop at episode 99.
Apex Link.
You know, it's just one of those things. Yeah, someone said nice transition. You know what? I thought so too. Doesn't it? It's just so smooth. Right now you think we might even be pre-recorded. Well, we're not.
We're not. This is all live. We don't know what to say. We don't know what to do.
Nope.
We're lost. We're confused. We don't know what's going on. We're winging it. It's our signature move is that we're always prepared to improvise.
Absolutely. Which is gonna be EFAP 100 in a nutshell, I imagine. Gosh, the audience is so excited.
I'm excited.
We gotta be able to do stuff. Things have gotta happen.
And they gotta keep happening for 30 hours.
You say that as if that's the goal, but it kind of is, you know. Ultimately, if we don't make it to 30 hours, at least we'll have fun. That's the okay, everybody, because everyone's like, oh, you gotta beat the last one because it was 29, I believe, which means if we
It's
get
not
30...
a contest with ourselves.
No.
Okay.
Racist. That's what that is. Disgusting. Well, yeah. I mean, who knows what'll happen? Chat's going so fast. How do you expect me to read it? You're also mean. So. Oh, we never, you know, one of the things we planned to do for EFAP 99 was literally cover nothing and just chat about like EFAP. It's you know, a long way. It's been a while. It's like we could just do that for this intro, you know, this intro to EFAP 100. Be like, oh look, we did it. Because well, I mean, it's been a while. August 22nd, 2018 is when we started. Do you remember that shit? Remember that day? It was an interesting day.
No,
it was rain.
I don't.
Oh. But more of a
It's
joke.
probably because we don't know when. It's hard to tell when it specifically began. I guess.
Hello.
Because we didn't get the Oh, it's metal.
Yes.
That's me.
Hard to believe that he's going to be here with us in this call for 30 hours, like he promised he would.
That's it?
Yeah, just the 30. Might extend it to 300, depending on how everything feels.
Well, lucky for you, my internet got fixed today, so I'm all good to go.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it was here this morning, and it's actually kind of a funny story. There was
Your internet arrived this morning. A man knocked on the door, and
like, hey.
it was in this little box, and I had to open it up, and the internet just filled the room. Just
I was like, I can feel it in my veins.
Like Pandora's box.
That doesn't make sense. How do you feel that in your veins?
Comcast's box.
So apparently someone was connected to my internet connection on the switch on the outside. So either some technician fucked up, or someone was just stealing my internet for a bit.
Well, did they get you anything good?
I don't know.
Oh.
You check it out, it's like, oh my god, this is some good porn, jeez.
My Origin account got hacked once, and they bought some games, and but it was with like their own money. It was where then I got the account back, and I got to keep the games. So, you know, thanks, random Russian person.
Weird of them, but kind. Hello, Shad. How do you do?
Hi.
I am wonderful, and how are all you massives?
I'm good.
Refreshing start to a wonderful day, I'm sure. You recently saw the super meme, right? What'd you think?
Oh my goodness, that was next level. I was in awe. That was amazing.
Whoa.
Whoa.
It's funny, you guys, with the new meme with Fringy and stuff, I'm pretty sure I whip that as an Aussie thing now and then. So if I end up doing it, you got to call me out.
Oh no! If Shad, if you decline something in any way, shape, or form, or deny
But
something,
now, like, oh no, I don't know.
That was the worst
I tried not to do it. I'm all self-conscious, guys.
He doesn't want to fuck up saying no as an Australian.
No, guys, no. I'll do it for my country. No.
Fringy would be proud.
Nailed it.
Like, you did good. You did good.
Thank you, guys. It means a lot. Oh, it's good to be back.
It feels weird. It's just like we did it. It's achieved. We've achieved the thing. Now we can rest. It's like, wait, no, we got a whole show. It's like, oh fuck, okay. So yeah, all kinds of things to cover. We that wonderful backlog, as I often reference, is just hanging out as it does. And I was thinking, since last year we covered. Well, I say last year as if it was like this just always happens. This is the first of the, anniversaries from the start of them, of these long ass streams. But yeah, well, we covered Jim Sterling first. Mel, were you there for that? I think so.
Remind me, what was that about?
It was about how VR goggles are privilege goggles. I don't know if you were there.
I don't think if I was there for the EFAP, but we did watch that video at some point. I know of that video.
Shocking. That video was like, what the fuck are you doing?
Very topical because I got my VR set this week.
Well, too bad. If you could rewind by a year, you can go and cover it.
I've been trapping myself in the VR. It's good.
Yes.
It's good stuff. Showing my privilege to everybody. It's fucking fantastic.
But good old Jim had a video out recently that I saw and I was like, oh my god, this is interesting. He's got something to say on the thing with Abby in The Last of Us 2, and I think, Shad, you have familiarity with such things, yes?
Somewhat. Yeah, like, because I did I tried to do some research on golf clubs, and I uncovered some disturbing things in the process, and I have heard of some disfigured monster that has been wielding golf clubs and killing off beloved, individuals and people, which I think is just atrocious.
We've been told that no one beloved was killed by a golf club.
No one beloved.
No one beloved? Okay.
No one beloved.
I mean,
That's what we've been told.
It's like we're joking around. We're just like, wait, have you heard about that, Shad? That certain YouTubers are upset at the idea that Joel is loved as a character. They're like, no, he's not. That's ridiculous. And it's like, I feel like feel like if someone's gonna be able to tell you whether or not they love a thing, it's gonna be them.
That seems to be the running trend. It's like, you will like this, and if you don't like it, and in this case, no, you don't like it.
Well,
if you do like it,
we're supposed to be the ones that do that. We're supposed to be the naughty lads who say, hey, no feelings allowed. But they like will openly be like, you do not feel this way. You're like, oh.
Yeah, but we're constantly hated for the things that the people who hate us say. It's an odd world.
Yeah.
Da, 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 da,
But a wonderful world nonetheless. Let's see about. Yeah, I think things are all right. We're gonna let me set up this watch together. We're gonna jump right into it. You know, instead of don't want to be delaying people. You realize once we cover one video, we'll be through most of the stream anyway. So we gotta be quick with this shit. We're gonna be like, hey.
Wow, so it's a 5-minute video. Sick.
Oh, if only, right? And yeah, I guess chat. I know everyone keeps saying Wolf cameo. No so the thumbnail was made by a fan who had no idea what was happening in this stream, so he's on the front of it. Okay, like that wasn't like that. You
have to do what the thumbnail says.
It goes the same for literally like anything, be it the Blessed Pipeman, Mr. Tonald. Or things will go the way they go. No promises for anything, because you know how everything can fall apart suddenly. It wasn't planned that Shad would be here. He just burst in. He paid
what do you mean it wasn't
our
planned?
managers, and
you just went. You didn't want me here, Mauler?
He forced himself in. Rags was in
He said he couldn't come in, and he said no.
No, I'm coming in anyway. See, that's the thing. You can use that sound and attach it to anything that kind of ends that way, and go further with it.
So like when you're cooking with dough,
and we'll see what I can do with
tic-tac-toe, 3 in a row.
Oh, guys, you got it all, and then you say exactly, we got it.
Lightning McQueen.
McQueen. I don't think
Citizen Kane.
Oh, Citizen Kane. We watched that recently, didn't we?
Yeah, we did.
Oh, really?
We didn't tell anyone. I alluded to it because I was feeling the room, which is really just me kind of asking you if we needed to talk about it. But yeah, we saw Citizen Kane and it was pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
I liked it.
I hadn't seen it since I was a young man, because I remember my sister had to watch it for her media studies, and I was in the room just like, this is old. Look at it. It's so ugly and old. Boo.
Back in 1941, I watched it as a young man.
It's the black and white. It's about old
pretty
people.
Good. I would recommend people give it a look.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's pretty good.
Hot take, it's pretty good. I don't know if that's a hot take in this world.
Are we allowed to say that it's okay? Is that one of the opinions we're allowed to have about the cinema?
I feel like we're dealing with a movie that is pretty well liked, you know, or at least by the correct people, you know, the intellectuals. They think it's good. So
yeah,
we'll be alright.
You're definitely not allowed to not like it.
So I think with that, should be able to get this video started, unless there's anything any of you guys wanted to talk about.
Cum yum.
Ew. Shad is right there.
Sorry.
A little giggle was with
Had
it.
to go there.
My bad.
Okay, giggles.
Does Australian Santa go ho ho ho? Oh my god, what the fuck am I looking at?
Oh, so
what the fuck is this?
Oh, once again, Watch Together have changed the fucking tism, so now I gotta change it for the screen. Well, you know.
Oh my god.
At the same time, I can inform you as to this character. It is Jim Sterling's like sort of affluent ruler of royalty character. That the idea with the character is whenever someone says, say for example, something really snooty about video games and elitist or something, he'll read the quote out as this person.
So hang on, Is it racist if a white person does whiteface?
I don't think so. That's totally fine. Same if
Oh,
a black
wait.
person does blackface, right? That's also cool.
But do we know if Jim is white?
Oh yes.
Well, I
sure?
think just white people are
You
just
sure?
racist, so it doesn't. I mean, the whiteface is pretty relevant.
What if he was wearing whiteface this whole time?
Do we know what gender he is portraying himself as?
I believe a male.
Okay.
I guess he's supposed to be role playing as some super highfalutin French monarch, royalty type.
Well. If he's not a highfalutin French monarch, that's just French monarch appropriation, racist.
And it's appropriation. And
I mean, if you're gonna act something, you need to be that thing. Otherwise, what are all the French monarch actors gonna do?
I feel like they wouldn't think it's very funny themselves.
No. It would be
It's
all
terrible.
of the upsets, but either way.
I'm offended.
I feel like, I feel like I have a duty to be offended on behalf of the other people who sort of kind of look like me.
This is called the muscles of the apocalypse. So, who knows what the subject will be
Abby's
about?
arms are fucking insane.
No, they're no.
I'm at a loss. I'm just here for the ride, I guess.
It's too hot. Justin, it's too hot. My face is melting away. My face is melting away. Like the wicked witch of the west. Ah!
Also, I have no idea if that's copyright or not, because he doesn't do monetization,
Well, I mean,
so...
yeah, if you want to skip to... It's kind of long, so...
Oh no, I think this is going to be... He does, like, short ones. And... I'm muted, by the way, so... We're fine.
I've noticed that Fall Guys is a very good game, and I know that some brands have noticed it's not only good, but also
I heard
quite
it's
popular,
terrible.
and unlike Fortnite...
It's 50-50.
Never heard of it.
Some of the games on it work, some of them really don't. Jay's video sums it up pretty perfectly.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's the... I don't know what else to say about that. He likes Fall Guys a lot, though. He wants, I think he wants to have, like, his own little Jim Sterling Fallout dude in there. Also, the idea of... could you imagine? Look at that Walmart.
I figure what a lot of people probably want to do is once they get off their 8-hour shift at Walmart, they want to go home and play Fall Guys and not have to take off their uniform. They want to proudly sport the Walmart vest wherever they go, because working at Walmart isn't just a job, it's a lifestyle.
Absolutely.
Like where they got on the train late, they want to get in on the ground floor. The brands are thirsty for Fall Guys. And I want in. I mean, it's not even for promotion or money or anything. I just really like attention. So can we have... I mean, it would appeal to, 0.3% of your player base. And the rest of them, the ones who hate me, you don't even have to tell them it's me. Anyway, do you remember The Last of Us Part 2?
Yeah, I couldn't
that game
have
that came out like 10,000 years ago. Well, some people haven't forgotten. Well, there's a particular aspect of the game they haven't forgotten and haven't forgiven.
I think there's a lot of parts of that game that people haven't forgotten. I feel like you're already on the wrong track here.
Oh, hey,
there's
Theo.
just that one thing people can't get out of their heads.
Theo, say hello, you
Because
nerd.
you see...
I just said hello.
You gotta do it louder,
hello.
Say it
otherwise
again.
I can't hear you.
Hello.
Hello out there.
Pass the test.
Hello.
You've not missed anything yet. We're about to discover the subject matter of the video. He was just doing a Fall Guys ad at first.
Oh boy. I've got a few
bastard.
guesses from the title.
There are muscles in The Last of Us Part 2.
To be fair, it does make sense to me why he would be afraid of the idea of muscles.
Look,
I'm still confused on what the video's about.
well,
Because he's morbidly obese.
we're starting with...
I thought it was Fall Guys for a second, but I
no, well, that
guess
was
not.
he just likes Fall Guys. So
That's fair.
we're opening with people are afraid of like this comes back. Hasn't there been like a few statements about this in different properties where the directors or producers or writers or whatever, they're afraid of the women being strong. It's like, you chill out, like.
Yeah, that's definitely it. We're afraid of strong women,
just want to take it to the nth degree in the opposite direction straight. And this is where I mean, like, first of all, if you want to convince anybody, like, good start. We're afraid of her. Okay.
Tell me how I feel.
That's a good way
Always
to do it.
endearing to hear.
Lady muscles. And some of the comments I've been receiving whenever I've talked about this wonderful little topic have been so incredible they could only be delivered to you.
Wow,
by,
actual
Georgie.
comments that I've got.
Literally, he could make these up, and I'd believe him because you get comments.
It's anything.
Anything.
It's the internet.
Yeah,
So,
it's the internet.
Is this the case where he's gonna find, sift through the comments to find the one or two utterly outrageous ones, and then present them as the majority of the feedback?
This is the thing, you can fucking find anything. You can find someone in my Star Wars video section talking about their gardening. Like, it'll be there.
Yeah.
Someone.
For any statement, there is some idiot talking about it in YouTube comments. For any statement that exists.
I wonder if you can find someone saying, I fear strong women. If you can just get that one.
Aristocrat. The character design of Abby sucks, and a majority of gamers agree.
I mean, what do they mean by character design?
Yeah.
It's probably her personality, the construction of her journey,
'Cause I would say-
the way that she's a fucking walking flesh tank.
Oh, characters. Talking about just like her appearance, right? Like,
Well, character design, couldn't that be aesthetic or writing?
I see it used primarily with reference to like physical traits.
In that
like
case,
visuals.
well, I mean, before he gets onto it, I'll just say, like, the hypermuscle Abby is, like, problem 206 on my list for The Last of Us 2. Like, yeah, it's annoying and stupid and silly, but, like, whatever. I'm more distracted by all the other issues. Yeah, like, a lot of people, I think, may have focused too hard on it, because it may have distracted from the actual issues, or the bigger issues in the game, rather.
Because, like, I think this is a fair categorization at this point of people really hate Abby,
Yes.
right?
Oh, yeah,
So
people despise Abby.
they are going in to find everything about Abby that one could possibly hate or dislike or pick apart in any sense, because
And I
that's what
think
you
it's-
do when you don't like something in media.
And when it's an aesthetic thing, it's really easy to hone in on because it's so unmissable.
Yeah, it's kind of the first thing
she's
you
kind of
see.
huge.
Yeah,
It's like really hard to
slaps
not
you in the
instantly
face.
see her and be like, holy shit, that is a huge person.
Well, that's I mean, because I didn't know a lot about a lot of this, and you can see it in my playthrough. When I first see her, I'm just like, whoa, okay, nice, I guess. And then once you spend more time and see more of, because there's several points in the game where they're like enormous. Because sometimes they look a little better, and then there's some promotional art. She doesn't even look like she has hyper muscle arms. Some of them look kind of normal. It's kind of weird. But then you're like, wait, this is a post-apocalypse. How are you doing this? And obviously all the natural questions start to flow in. But I guess we'll let him get to those himself.
I don't think it's...
Oh, sorry, what?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I don't think it's just about the arms either, because it's how they've framed the entire design of her character. Because in the traditional sense, she doesn't, when you first see her, she doesn't look like, the conventional figure that a woman has. And like, you can have really muscular women that look like, the conventional type that, you can have a muscly girl that looks really hot, is basically. And they certainly didn't go that way with it. So I don't think saying guys have a problem with girls with muscles, that's not true. It's also the way it's executed is kind of what I'm getting at here.
I mean, a lot of people reference Sarah Connor. She goes through her ordeal in Terminator 1, and then by 2 we see that she's been training and exercising muscle-tisms all over the place. And she's bound by real life, so she can't look like she can't get Arnie muscles. Like, I don't even know that it's possible. She would have to do some crazy stuff to be able to pull it off. Not that Abby has Arnie muscles exactly, but they're certainly of a size that makes everyone go like, wait, what? Oh, wow, okay. Jeez.
Yeah, there's an element of realism because it's just a biological fact that women have more difficulty putting on muscle mass than men. And
Sexist.
so I know, isn't that a horrible thing to say? But this is the thing.
Homophobe.
I know I'm banished now for saying reality. But if you had a guy in a post-apocalyptic setting who was just as jacked, you wouldn't question it nearly as much because men can put on muscle mass a lot easier. But when you have a girl, it's just like, oh, it's not out of the realm of possibility, but it's very exceptional. And it raises the question, as in, okay, how is that? Because usually for that level of muscle mass to be achieved in the real world, there are some exceptional conditions or supplements that need to be taken.
I would
You
still
have to,
call bullshit
yourself to it.
if we saw an Arnold Schwarzenegger type in The Last of Us 2. I'd be like, come on, how? What's going on there?
Like, even scenario, there's not enough nutrition, I would say.
Even if there were, I would call it like they're fucking wasting it. Like you're building a body that enormous. You're probably eating 3 people's meals per day. Like, what are you doing?
And it takes a lot to maintain that as well.
That's a lot
having
of
to
big
spend a lot of the
advantages.
time A in the gym and B resting that isn't, doing things that are necessary to have a community survive and expand necessarily.
Crying and whining you do will change that. Yeah. Sorry that I don't like unattractive people.
What's weird is that these are the least snooty comments on the internet I could imagine.
Yeah, I was waiting for. I was expecting something a little bit more scathing than these. These are very meh.
Yeah, these seem to be extremely mundane comments. Certainly nothing that I would associate with elitism.
Yeah, and it's also making me wonder, to what level could you fault someone for not finding something attractive?
Look at this man.
Hey. This is pinnacle humanity, okay? We worked hard to get here.
People. I don't like muscular woman.
What the hell is wrong with that statement?
What's wrong with that? I don't like muscular women. It's a turnoff.
What's wrong with that?
I don't know. Maybe some people have bought into the lie that beauty comes in every size.
Well, but this person's clearly making it a personal preference, which is totally fine. I don't understand.
What's wrong with this?
I just want to take the conversation further and say, okay, then what's your point? But of course, we're talking about random YouTube comments from random people that he's regurgitating, so fucking who cares?
It's a turn-off. Those arms are realistic. On a man! Sure, women can bulk up like this, but in reality it's far less common than having large breasts.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
the case. Can confirm I've been outside, so I can. Sounds about right.
Some of this stuff I'm just like, all right then.
That's okay, but
some of these things is like him trying to repeat fairly normal comments and, in a dumb way, but it's like, the sun shines with light during the day. How silly is that? Like,
this is the thing. Not only could he have found worse comments, it's like, I guarantee you there's worse comments than this. There's gotta be.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Like, really cruel things, rather than sort of, like, weird, like, mean is the most you could say about some of these, but most of them, the people saying them just sound like they're like, yeah, this is what I like, this is what I don't like. You're like, alright then.
Whatever. I was never in the target demographic for this game. Clearly not aimed at men who...
Okay, so when they say, that something wasn't meant for you, which is something I hear every once in a while, this game wasn't meant for you, this movie wasn't meant for you, this thing wasn't meant for you. So when somebody says, oh, I guess this game wasn't meant for me, now that's elitist? It's generally not elitist to say something wasn't meant for you. Or is it? I don't know. What are the rules?
The famous quote from Brie Larson. This movie wasn't made for you.
Yeah,
You're like, okay.
It apparently wasn't made for Fringy or Jay Longbone either.
No.
That movie wasn't made for anybody.
No.
That movie was made for the one person who just happened to have an Oprah Winfrey connection.
I can't believe she was in that movie. So, Wrinkle in Time, everyone, go watch it. It's
No, don't.
It's a roller coaster.
Men who like feminine women. Royston
I decide what is.
They individuals do decide.
Yeah, that is. Yeah.
Well,
I mean, if you want to be super anal and say people don't really decide what they find attractive, but
Right.
I think we know what you mean. But yeah, everyone gets to say what they do and do not find attractive.
Of course, the
I'm
individual.
telling you, man.
Yeah, I don't understand.
Once the shoe's on the other foot, they totally abandon all of the stances that they have in a fucking heartbeat.
Sexy. Oh!
All right, I'm sorry about that.
Jeez. He's trying so hard to make these comments sound dumb. Like, really, really hard. When a lot of, it's just people's opinions.
How do you get the alcohol?
I
20
just
minutes in.
I can't really do anything with any of this.
Yeah, of course
Yeah,
not. That's
I'm sure we'll get into
dumb.
the content any minute now.
I'm sure. Ooh! Ooh, yeah!
Again, sorry.
You got any
Alright.
more?
I did not need to see Jim Sterling having a orgasm.
May I have another?
Do some people, I guess some people really find that hilarious.
What do you mean?
Well,
it is
I think
hilarious.
I think he's trying to do a Macho Man Randy Savage impression here because he's into wrestling, but it doesn't fit at all.
Jim Sterling
I
does
mean-
ooze virility.
Over the top characterization can absolutely work when you pull it off and apply it in the right way. Just look at Monty Python, but he's really missing a mark because he's
But
repeating
Chad,
comments.
don't you know? More yelling means more funny.
Aha.
Ghostbusters told us that.
Oh yes.
Oh boy.
You're gonna hit play and he's gonna do it again, isn't he?
Yeah.
Please stop yelling at me.
The things
Oh my
that
God.
gamers decide to be upset about will never not be fascinating. When I talk about the ways in which games are deliberately designed to manipulate and prey upon people, I'm told I'm beating a dead horse, even though
All right, to be fair, Last of Us 2 is one of the most manipulative games I've ever seen.
Oh,
so
you mean
maybe that should be
marketing-wise?
something. Yeah.
You talking about marketing wise?
No, not marketing wise. It like emotionally,
Oh.
So
structurally.
they try and get you to like Abby.
Well, I mean, I would say both, right? 'Cause-
He likes dogs, people.
I mean, it's absolutely false advertising.
What they did, they probably would have done it for The Force Awakens if they could have. Like, say when Rey met Luke, she saw him on the thing, then they went inside and talked for about 1 minute, and then the credits happened. We would have seen, like, it's the equivalent of showing that at different shots, and like half the trailer is just shots of Luke, and then Luke grabbing the lightsaber when it flies through the air, and just artificially throwing him in places, and I feel like people wouldn't have put up with that for Star Wars. It would have been big enough that it would have caused a huge controversy.
Yeah. And
Last
the
of Us
fact that
2
it's
is
a
pretty good,
movie, I feel like movies are still kind of more. I think more people would have gotten upset about it. Gamers have a tendency to be very forgiving with a lot
Well,
of stuff.
I hadn't even seen when people were referencing it. I was just like, like, what did they do exactly? And when I was shown it, I was like, whoa, this is oof. That's big. That's big oof. Some tism.
literally nothing's been done about the problem.
Also, yeah, I don't mind Jim Sterling, quote unquote, beating a dead horse with loot boxes. I feel like we need people constantly banging that drum.
Yeah.
Because
agreed.
it's the only thing stopping them from getting way, way worse. Because there was the thing with Battlefront.
Gotta stop buying them.
Battlefront 2, right? That was like a huge moment where everyone was like, oh, okay, we caught, the hand has gone really far down the cookie jar now, and you can't even get it out, so everyone got pissed.
Have you guys seen where the new Marvel game is heading? The Avengers one with the prep work for all the microtransactions they're gonna sink into that thing?
Yeah, and the
Marvel game, the new one.
and all that's the one that has the pre-order bonuses for like your internet service provider.
Yeah,
and stuff.
Horizon special skins.
Yes, I get
My-
the fucking Comcast DLC bundle for free as long
You
as
get
I
it.
sign up for a 1-year plan with Comcast.
Get that sick ass Comcast skins. Like, fuck yeah, Mom, I need a Comcast thing.
It's fine because the game looks meh at best. So
Yeah.
Well, I mean, have you
Well, that's
played
because you didn't get the unlimited collector's Comcast
jeez.
edition bundle service.
That's I've said it before.
You have to
that's
elevate your game.
we go way too. Why would they even like? Oh, the idea that you're like my team's Verizon. It's like, oh no, Iron Man, fire the Verizon laser.
you almost feel the boardroom full of out of touch old people in suits like coming out of it.
It's the
I mean,
exact
it's only
type of thing.
acceptable to root and attach yourself to corporations when they play a sport.
Yeah.
We haven't normally gone to ISPs yet, but it's nice that, we're branching out as consumers.
That DLC is the exact type of thing that someone would make in a parody video to mock the concept of DLC. And it's real life. We're through the looking glass now. It's unbelievable.
Is there even, because I haven't seen The Boys in a while now, is there like a superhero that has ads on their suit? Because that's just, you need that now. They need to do it in Season 2. At least.
Booster Gold is the classic one, is from DC Universe.
Yeah,
that's like the superhero that always promotes and has, sponsorships and things.
Green Lantern, but he just puts ads everywhere. Like everywhere.
Well, he like shines them at people, the ad.
Yeah.
Eventually, superhero characters are just going to turn into like NASCAR, cars where they're just covered in nothing but logos and ads. Everything from Giddy Up 409 to Drano to Scrubbing Bubbles.
People are referencing Mystery Men. I watched that like a year ago or so. Yeah. Yes, Mystery Men has it. This is the thing. They need to do it in Boys Season 2 now because they're actually... Life imitating art is too late. You have to actually catch up with life. You've made fun of it enough. It's like, oh shit.
Oh, I'm looking forward to Boys Season 2.
Yes, sir. I hope it's as good as the first or even better.
Of predatory monetization. In fact, it's only gotten worse, but I'm the one beating a dead horse. When I discuss the issue of very real men in very real life,
Hello, Upper Bend.
Howdy.
Alarms.
Hello.
Assuming. Hey. When was the last time you were on EFAP? Like, it was in the 20s or 30s?
I have no idea why I'm on the EFAP trailers at all, because I was barely on EFAP.
Well, you've left an impression. On people.
I don't necessarily tell like the artists that I get to make them exactly who should be on what. They get to decide it. Maybe you just made an impression.
Yeah, when I saw the trailer for EFAP, the moment when I saw my old head and my old avatar, and I was like that meme with Leo on Once Upon a Time in Hollywood pointing at the screen. That's me right there.
Oh, did you see the super meme, the big one? The one.
Yeah, I saw that. The one with the end game. Yeah, I saw that.
That was pretty insane, wasn't it? We don't. Well, yeah. So everyone in chat who doesn't know about that, you will eventually through Moolah, you'll find out about it. But if you go to efap.me and look for the I can't remember what it's. Let me find out what it's called. Because seriously, holy shit, it's basically a meme that all the people you know made. Where is it? Christmas versus Halloween? No, that's not it. Meme videos. EFAP 100 collab meme. Yeah. Made by Meme Repository, Creamy Sheev, Zed, E-Man Gameplay, Spook, Amusing Moose, Plague Creations, Grith Phoenix, Source Rex, that's the Spooderman guy. Lil Potato, Thor's Hammer Goga, Omega Ridley, and Samuel Kim. Apparently that's for music credits.
Kim?
So it's findable on there. We may have recorded a reaction to it already, and you'll see it eventually. That shit is mind-blowing. It's a meme.
You know your show is good when you have a database of memes.
The meme quality is like Hollywood level.
Yeah, the meme's so good you have an entire website on it. No, your meme can't even compare.
Yeah, they're trying to keep up. All right. Wait. So you got the link to the watch together, I assume.
Yep.
Sweet.
Using their positions of power and authority to mentally and physically harm others, I'm shouted down for being too political. Seriously.
Well, no, that's different.
Well, why would it be considered political?
If you're talking about
movie,
I know you're one of those weird fucking people who think everything's political, but talking about loot boxes, that's not what people. If you just talked about loot boxes, people wouldn't say you're being too political.
I've never heard of someone call that political.
People say you're being too political.
Yeah, he really leans into the anti-capitalism stuff lately that I've been noticing.
Yeah.
But when he's just defending the consumer, he does a good job. But
absolutely, yeah. This is why Jim Sterling's like a hit and miss content creator, but like this isn't a new thing. He really always has. He's always like he takes sometimes he goes really far with And he pisses people off with ratings every once in a while as well. He gave he gave Senua's Sacrifice a 1.
He gave it a 1. That was my game of that year. I adored Senua's Sacrifice. Hellblade.
Do you remember though? His logic
good.
was there was a game-breaking bug and it got ironed out.
He encountered an astronomically rare bug. And he's like, the game's 1 out of 10. I'm a professional game reviewer. I'm so fucking good at this. I'm gonna mock elitist people.
Yeah. It's a weird one, but like I said, I've never heard of someone say like, "Stop shitting on loot boxes and microtransactions. You're getting all political." I'd be like, "What?"
Yeah, he's trying to lump it all together, and he wants to mock people who say, "Please don't get political. I just want to play video games."
And which, you know, it bleeds all over the place. The degrees.
I'm in that camp.
You know, we like.
Yeah, I mean, I'm like, fucking, I don't want to hear about politics. I hear about them everywhere.
Yeah.
I want to play video.
Just want to play my video games.
Just want to grill.
But by the clammy wet hands of God, so help us all. When it comes to a woman in a mushroom zombie video game having big up...
Look at them veins.
Holy shit, it's insane.
Well, see, but, like, the reason it happened, I assume, is because her gameplay is very punchy. She, like, beats the shit out of zombies. And, you know, I'll admit, I think Angry Joe said this too, it can be pretty fun. Like, you just fucking Hulk out and just beat the shit out of not only people, but zombies too, obviously both. And so how do you justify that in a game that's supposed to be grounded and realistic? It's like, well, let's give her fucking bulky-ass arms, let's do it. It's like, can we make that a thing in universe? It's like, ooh, that'll be tough. And they do give an attempt, but it's not enough. And I think Jim will go over it. We'll talk about it as it comes up.
Arms, it'll be an outrage that burns for months on end. Abby in The Last of Us Part 2 is proving to be one of the most controversial videos.
See, her arms there kind of look like almost normal.
They don't
Isn't
look
that like a
bad.
promo image or something?
Well, see,
This
this
was
is
from like the first trailer, I think.
Yeah, this is what I mean. It really depends on which part you're talking. Like if you, because something that he does, I saw him do it on Twitter, is he'll throw up like the most normal looking photo of her arms and be like, people are complaining about this, and it's like, well, no, other stuff.
Wait, scratch that. Abby in The Last of Us Part 2 is proving to be one of the most non-controversial video game characters.
Also,
controversial?
I feel
Dude,
like
this game is extremely controversial.
Well, this is what I mean.
People fucking hate it.
He'd have to be disingenuous as hell to pretend that this is what people are talking about as a whole about Last of Us 2. It's like,
Again, it's
come
problem number 206.
So the screen that we have right here, right? If you were to show this picture to a person who knew nothing about the game or anything, and you showed them that picture, what gender would they think they're looking at? I'm just throwing that out there. What would be their first impression?
I think you'd get a toss-up of answers.
I think so too. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not a feminine woman. It comes across as a feminine. It comes across as a man with a feminine face in some aspects.
If I was putting money on it, or like, you know, gonna kill me, and I have to choose one of the answers, I'd probably go with girl. I'd be like, I think I'd be more likely to stake my life on girl than.
See, if I was seeing this for the first time, I would think, all right, those are arms with some muscle on them, so I would then naturally equate the bulges at the chest as pecs, and I would probably say, it's a guy with a bit of a, narrow jaw. That like. And so if Jim is wondering why a lot of guys don't find Abby attractive, that's exactly why.
Well, he's already covered it. There was a literal comment that was just like, it's not. I'm not into that.
Not into that.
Oh my god.
And I'm not saying everyone. I'm saying just most guys, because there is actually a conventional beauty standard. In fact, you could even call it an objective standard that most guys, not everyone, I'm saying, but most guys generally find attractive. And it's actually, there are biological roots to it.
Standard.
Shaped hips is what I'm talking about.
It's
there's
common.
a golden ratio and stuff.
Really common.
Yeah. And so
I think that's called the patriarchy.
How dare them.
Like I said, I would just I would be pushed into saying, maybe it's because I've played the game that it's harder for me to like say exactly what I'd say first impression, but it'd just be like, yeah, that's a really fit girl apparently. Like she's and if you like post-apocalypse, I'd be like, oh, okay. It's like I said, there's more shots where I had a picture of it before, but her arm is like twice the size of what it looks like right now in some shots, and it's just like, holy fuck, how did you do it?
Of all time. To ordinary human beings with some sort of purpose in life, or at least more than one hobby, Abby is a protagonist in a video game. To the gamers TM, you know the ones I mean, she represents the downfall of the gaming medium.
Well, hang on. The gaming medium is falling down because of Abby?
It's certainly not because of her character appearance.
If somebody wanted to make the comment,
the story
like,
of the game for the most part, and how shitty it is.
And if they were to point to all the examples that we've discovered for sure over the past like 2+, well, since we talk about what is the genesis of it, and Terminator Genesis is often the genesis of it, but there's a couple of other further examples. But like, if someone was like, yeah, this is just indicative of the downfall of writing, I wouldn't actually. I'd be okay with that. I'd be like, yeah. I think
I'd say this is definitely part of the rot. People wanting a theme and not making it work actually in the material.
I mean, it's staggering how many properties have been destroyed under the guise of, but the themes though. It's like, wow.
I don't think they even wanted the theme though, because I think he wanted to do something different than just a revenge story. But I don't know, man. I don't know what it was going for because it's such a jumbled mess.
I mean,
I don't know what it wanted.
Been over the theme itself, just fighting itself. So the cycles of violence. That's what I was going for. Okay.
Yes, but no.
Make of the rest of it what you will.
Also, I don't recall anybody wanting to play as Abby.
No, that's probably why they kept her out of all the trailers.
That's why they lied to you, yes.
The playtesters were probably like, this is garbage and painful and boring, or a lot of them were, and then they were like, ooh. Which, by the way,
she's a force protagonist.
Not cool, okay? I don't know how else to say it. Not cool.
I don't know if Jim's made a video about that, but you'd expect him to, but I feel like this is a game that he can attack.
Well, I think it was Smiler who mentioned, remember the Battlefield, which was the controversial Battlefield again? 5?
Battlefield 5.
Yeah,
the last one, which they have stopped supporting, by the way. I've been playing Battlefield 1 a lot recently. There's been an uptick in servers just in the last couple of weeks as I've gone back to it. I've seen more and more servers kind of popping up for it. And Battlefield 4 is still swinging with people. Like, everyone's just gone back to the good Battlefield.
Yeah, Battlefield 4 was fucking awesome. It's awesome.
Was that the Battlefield that got, wasn't there one that got, like, super fixed over time? Like, it launched a bit tismy, and they added loads of shit.
Battlefield 4, yeah.
Yeah, that's 4,
right?
4 launched really badly, but eventually became insanely good, where it is now. Though I just got burned out on it. I have, like, 1,600 plus hours in Battlefield 4, so I can't really go back to it, so I play Battlefield 1 now, because it's just different. It's great.
Is anyone still playing Bad Company 2?
I do not know.
Yes, the real Battlefield.
Oh, shit.
Battlefield Bad Company 2 is good stuff.
We got to ask the question, Rex. Well, Chad, have you answered this yet? The Christmas versus Halloween?
Nice segue.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, what question?
It just came to me.
What question is this?
Which is better, Christmas or Halloween? I already know what your answer's going to be.
Well, I mean, that question is rather odd, because it's plain to see beyond any doubt that Halloween is the retarded inbred cousin, simping beta cuck to the alpha Chad that is Christmas.
Wow.
Halloween is the festering pussy boil on the otherwise pristine shining ass of Christmas. Halloween is shepherd's pie made with crap, where Christmas is the glorious spaghetti bolognese. Halloween is Captain Marvel, where Christmas is the Don. I would rather be tied to a pole and have a horde of rats eat off my balls while having Cardi B's music injected into my ears, interspersed with Brie Larson giving me a lecture on my toxic masculinity, with Movie Bob doing a striptease in front of me, than only get Halloween in lieu of Christmas. Words cannot express the exalted, wondrous glory that is the greatest holiday of all time, space, and existence, which is Christmas. Peace on earth and goodwill to men, bitches.
I like Halloween, though.
So, I agree. So I like Christmas.
Rags is
I mean,
like,
I'm
how
with you
much
on
of
the
that do I
Christmas.
agree with?
Christmas is definitely the best holiday.
Good.
I do like Halloween though.
I mean, yeah, what did Halloween do to you, Shaq?
Yeah, I feel like Halloween really. You saw a really
hit
scary
pieces for
costume as a
newspaper
kid, and it stuck
articles
with
Did
you.
you? Was that saved? How did you do that so well?
We're streaming this.
This is not pre-recorded.
Wow, that's pretty. Yeah, I think you got something. You got it out for Halloween. I don't know. I mean, hate it or love it. I mean, it is still free candy.
Yeah.
Well, it's because people are trying to have Halloween challenge Christmas, and if something challenges Christmas,
Oh yeah, I know. The fucking audacity. But
I know
it's a clear winner from the get-go, but yeah, people still do it.
Rags, and I can't hold back.
Right then. Apabed, which one do you think is better?
Well, I'm glad
which
we
one
asked
gives
Chad
me more anime
first.
titties?
Which one has more anime titties? That's a good question, actually.
Oh, Christmas.
Is that true? I don't know.
Christmas? Really?
Yeah.
No. I'd say it's Halloween.
Why?
Yeah.
Yay.
Why? Explain yourself.
Stop asking
Why?
people why every time.
He demands to know.
I mean, I don't know. It's very simple. My
don't even
standard's very
know.
simple. Which one gives me more anime titties?
How do you know that Halloween's the one that does that?
Oh, I don't know.
You know we have an internet. The amount never changes. It just goes more and more as time goes on.
Yeah, but Christmas is a very wholesome day, though. Halloween is very crazy and wild.
What's wrong with wholesome breasts?
There's nothing wrong with wholesome.
breath
There's
instead
nothing
of
wrong with
spooky
being
breath.
wholesome.
Where am I? Oh boy.
I think we should disqualify this answer.
No.
So the question
why,
becomes,
though?
I
what
feel
do you
like he's not
prefer,
prepared
Christmas?
to-
And then it just ends.
But why though? Because you don't like Christmas. Because you don't like me picking
Wow.
Halloween.
Damn.
No, I like Halloween. Halloween's great.
Yay.
No, I like both.
I like
just
both
yeah,
too.
I like both
Christmas,
too, but I
Christmas
just-
is all right. I'll tussle Christmas's hair. Good job.
I mean, like all Halloween, you try.
Oh, I'm holding back.
That,
Holding
that,
back.
that 5-hour period, that one
meme-
night that often happens on a school night that people kind of sort of care about you a little bit.
The meme for like EFAP
Aw.
200 will be this hyper animated like war between Christmas and Halloween. So anyway, back to Jimson.
AWs have taken over video games by erasing attractive women and replacing them with attractive women. She is, in their perpetually
What?
self-martyring worldview, yet another example of...
Look, if we're gonna
I
go
don't
as
know
far
if
as
I'd
saying
call her
it's
attractive.
if Eye and the Beholder sort of shit, then because all he's doing is the same in the reverse, right? If he has
Yeah.
an issue with.
And I don't think people.
Can we like? I don't care. Can we move on to the actual problems? You know what I mean? Like,
I don't really care to touch that with a barge pole.
it's like, is
Yeah, I don't care.
Abby conventionally attractive or not? I'm like, why is this? Why
I
are
don't
you?
think so. No.
Cares?
It's just so stupid that they all boil it down to the looks of the characters, even though that's not the problem
Well,
at all.
He would
Like,
argue that he's been drawn into it by these trolls, and I'd be like, so what are you doing then? Like,
Yeah.
why don't you refocus the conversation? You're like, no, I got several comments that said, yeah, I don't like it when women look like that myself, and he's like, oh.
And he's like, oh, I have to defend those massive muscular women by saying that they are actually very beautiful or something. I don't
Which
know.
again, he's totally fine to find, but it's like, it's so weird. What is? Because I know this video gets to other topics, but it's just like, all right.
Yeah, I think it does play. It plays a role. The appearance of the character. It's not going to be the thing that will break like the movie, because if Abby was a truly enjoyable character and the gameplay was fine, people would probably still enjoy it and things. But it does play a part. I mean, one of the reasons why Tomb Raider was so popular, early back in the day, is that it had a really hot main character, and so those things can actually attract a wider audience at times, because when a guy or a girl, when you're playing a video game, if you get to watch someone attractive doing all the cool stuff, that can be an extra enjoyable thing that you can enjoy out of it. But it won't be, like I said, it's not the thing that destroys it either. If it's still a good game, people can enjoy playing a really ugly character and have a great game as well. There's been plenty of examples of that.
It would be interesting if the writing was almost like airtight and the payoffs were the kind of things that the audience wanted, and still the game was half Abby and she looked exactly the same. I wonder what people would be saying.
It
I
probably
don't
would.
think there would be nearly as much.
Yeah,
about
barely
this.
mention it.
I mean, most people say that Fat Geralt is hyper hot, so you know.
He is hot. He's a fucking daddy, man.
That's
I want
what
him
I'm
to
saying.
hunt me into a garage door.
He's a bear. So like, what's going on there? What's going on?
I think it's just because he punished the shit out
He's
of
the hero in the story. That's why.
He is.
Okay.
Real gamers, straight little white boys, are being ignored.
Oh boy,
that's
that's
great.
racist. Just saying.
My bisexual ass that has a huge problem with Abby's gargantuan monster arms.
Yeah, but you are white, and that's the problem.
Yeah, I don't know.
You see, he can literally target you for your sexuality and your race, and it's totally fine. Like,
Yeah,
okay.
I think that lesbian black women just need to fucking chill out, you know.
Yeah, I wonder.
Can't say that.
So interesting how it works.
In favour of the non-real gamers, anyone who isn't a straight little white boy. In short, Abby
that's
is
us.
the
Yeah.
final
He went there.
That's
What?
us. You know that thing that we always say.
Your appearance there compared to.
That's what I mean. Her arms are so much bigger than that in many portions of the game.
It's weird.
Aerith Gaines, bro! A huge portion of the controversy
Why
is
use Aerith when Tifa has more games?
Tifa's the one with the black hair, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes,
she's hotter.
Tifa's the one that actually punch people and have
Yeah, she's
actual
way
games.
more attractive than Aerith. I
Aerith's
haven't
the
even
magic
played the
girl.
fucking games. I just seen the pictures. That's all I need.
I look at their pictures.
I look at them pictures.
hasn't
'cause
played the
this was
17.
asked on a super chat.
What?
This is asked. Someone has asked me if I think Tifa or Aerith is more attractive.
Uh-huh.
It was clearly Tifa.
You agree, Appa, or do you think not?
Yeah. At least we can
Yeah.
be on the same page on that, Rags.
Yeah.
Yeah. Aerith is super basic looking and
Wait, well, you've done a wrong, probably. I don't know.
that's
Jim
alright.
Sterling's gonna make a video.
Alright.
rooted in something so utterly pitifully simple. They don't like that a non-conventionally attractive woman dared to be a playable character.
Non-conventional? Say ugly.
Whoa.
Hey, say ugly.
Well, no,
Did he admit
because
that?
he
Did
just
he
said
admit
that.
Yeah, he said it.
No,
He
he
just
said
called her
it,
ugly.
so wait a minute.
It's like
Non-conventionally attractive. Yeah, ugly.
It's so obvious that he couldn't even dance around it. He just
Dude, I am
went out. and said it.
I'm fine with sticking to the idea like if he says like, oh, just like you're being absurd, she's just not conventionally attractive, I'd be like, okay, that's fine. If that's the categorization you want to go with, I'm fine with it, but I'm just surprised that he said it. I thought he was fighting that throughout this video, but okay.
I know that
are
seems to be the categorization that the comments he was reading out was saying, that they didn't find her attractive. Like,
I don't think anyone would care if they didn't already hate Abby.
Yeah, I don't think they would either. I think they'd just be like,
it's
yeah,
that
she's
simple.
really strangely
But
ripped for
in
some
addition-
weird reason.
I think they would have liked her more, on top of that, if she was more conventionally hot.
I mean, you know,
Yeah,
That out.
I mean, with all
Sure,
things being equal.
It's just think about it. Did anything happen earlier in the game that would have made players biased against her? Can you guys think of anything?
Well, certainly not by design, because that would be really an odd design choice.
Yeah, like it's not like they
I think
did
they
it to
it
make
that
you
difficult
hate
for
her
themselves for no reason.
and then had her play fetch to make you like. And that's not something they did, right? No, that's a different
Talking
game.
about that time she talked to Owen, is that what you're referring?
Yes, the time she talked to Owen on the boat where Peepo had to save me.
Oh, jeez.
in a mainstream video game. And that is literally it for the vast majority of them. Oh, they'll dress it up. The whinging little lads who are still, weeks after launch, trying to invalidate Abby.
Not this person just shared it. Yeah, just share the screenshot then. Crop it out. What's the issue with that?
Also, I need context. Was this person... Hang on, I'll let him go a bit further before I make this point, because there's a larger point to be made about this discuss. Because I hate this framing. Like, the discussions we've been having about The Last of Us on any EFAP, the majority, like 99.9% of it has nothing to do with her muscles. Like, there's so much to talk about in terms of stupid.
I just don't care about her muscles, seriously. there's plenty more I would much rather talk about with regards to the game.
Although, could I ask a question on there? Because we are kind of all talking about the whole Abby appearance thing. I haven't played it, but I've heard a lot of the commentaries and things. And I know I don't plan to play it either. But you guys, though, you know, Mauler, you have, right?
Yes.
Does the game seem to try and push a message or a thing that is almost subliminally telling the player that they should be attracted to Abby? Because there is a sex scene.
They do have the sex scene. That's the thing that comes to mind.
They do have the
first.
sex scene, yes.
The sex scene is super fucking awkward.
Yes.
If their attempt was to make me more
seen...
attracted to her, they have not done that. The sex scene doesn't help.
It's also completely unnecessary, the sex scene. Like, and you might be like, well, what's a necessary sex scene? And I'm like, well, we could talk about that, but like certainly not the one we had in the...
It's just really uncomfortable.
It's really weird. It was really, really weird.
I have not seen a single reaction to that scene that's positive. Every single reaction has been like
same as most video games.
Dude, I
scenes.
think
They're just really uncomfortable.
I think most people who love the game would still be like, all right, that was okay. I don't know about that. Okay.
I feel bad for all the console gamers who have to put everything on speakers.
That's when their parents come in the room to ask, are they winning?
I don't know. I think the console gamers might win on this one because they're no wait, all of the people who play The Last of Us 2 are console. Never mind.
People got the worst.
What I was going for was the fact that it looked worse on console, so maybe they came out ahead because it wasn't as high definition and clear.
I just like,
but,
did you
yeah.
ever see the meme where it's like, are you winning, son? There's just a little peepo on a chair and he turns around, it's that scene. Dad,
no, I'm losing horribly.
The reason why I ask is that there has been a kind of a big push in recent years of almost shaming guys for liking attractive women, right? And so that's what I wonder. I suspect that there might be an even stronger backlash to Abby's appearance that might not have even existed, say, if a character that looked like Abby appeared in, say, the 80s or 90s, but a stronger backlash now where it seems like it's an additional almost dogpiling on the things like, no, you're not allowed to be attracted to conventionally attractive women. We're going to throw this in your face and you will like her. And here's a sex scene just to show you that you should like this. And
it's weird because when you look at like Sarah Connor and Ripley, they're not hot. You know, they're kind of like, yeah, especially Ripley. Ripley's she's not ugly. She's not attractive. She's just very average looking, you know? And she's one of the most beloved female characters in media of all time.
I think they have the potential to be hot though. So like if they put makeup on and other things like that.
Yeah, the potential to be hot. But if you need makeup to be hot, then I don't know. But it's like no one cares. You know, no one ever talks about how hot Ripley is.
Oh, I've heard it. There's a lot of guys that, think
okay,
Ripley's
well,
hot.
they're weird, but it's not generally her physical attractiveness that people are like, yeah, man, she's so awesome and amazing and one of the greatest female characters.
On a scale of 1 to 10, Rags, on a scale of 1 to 10, what would you rate Ripley?
Well, probably around a 5. It's average looking, you know.
I would happily rate higher than that myself.
Yeah, I think if I'm being critical, a 7, but for some guys, I reckon she reaches a 9 or 10. But
yeah, I think she's a very comfortable middle road, fairly just average looking person in terms of attractiveness.
Well, that's the interesting thing. There's so much personal preference that comes into when you're in this kind of ballpark. If you have a girl that's healthy and fit, then they usually have the potential to reach a 9 or a 10 for anyone, depending on those preferences. And for other people, they could very well be a 5.
I will say her character is like 11 out of 10, which probably helps boost it quite a bit.
Oh yeah, absolutely, undoubtedly.
She's great. Just put it out there. Ripley's awesome.
She is great. We watched Aliens not long ago. Good stuff.
So throwing that question back to you, Mauler, do you is that element in the game? Like, is there almost a preachy undertone of saying you should feel bad for being attracted to conventionally attractive women and you should be attracted to this?
Being completely honest, I didn't necessarily get that sense. Most of the girls are much more conventional compared to Abby. I think Abby's like the only one that's like Schwarzenegger sort of thing.
Is the only sex scene with her in it, or is there other ones?
Yes,
'Cause
I don't think there is any. Oh no, wait, there is. You see the beginning and end of the one with Ellie and Dina.
They fade to black there, but why didn't they?
Why didn't they fade
That's
to black?
interesting. So why did they fade to black? It's like,
I don't know.
so for those, yeah, that's what I think. For those people who feel like this is there is a preachy undertone, I think there's a stronger backlash against her appearance because of that very reason. They don't want to feel preached to or shamed, and that might be, yeah, an explanation of the larger backlash. Just thoughts I'm having about it.
As a character, we'll try to tell you it's not about something so surface level, but it is. People hate Abby because she's reasonably muscular.
Okay.
Oh, fuck.
Okay.
Off.
All right.
Really? Insane.
All right.
I am of the last person on the face of the planet to tell me what's reasonably muscular.
Also, but I was gonna say, like, people hate it because I'm like, careful. There's like essays on why Abby is hateable. Like, if someone said first point, her muscles, I'd be like, you're not being honest. Like, that's not even close to why people fucking despise this character. Why would you despise somebody for having muscles? Like, that's not even. That's a weird point compared to their character.
Because some people want muscles and they can't get them, and they don't want to put the effort necessary into it, so they're jealous of the fact somebody else actually went through the work and the time and the effort. That might be a reason.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how much of a problem is Abby's muscles for the rest of you?
1. I mean, it's just like this. It's weird. Definitely not in the top aspects. It's just one of the things on the pile.
See, honestly, for me, the muscles actually, that's not a thing. It's if I was to, rate it on a physical attractive thing, it would be the lack of chest and the lack of figure and the lack of hips. You can have, a girl who has muscles on them, and if you give them a figure and stuff like that, a lot of guys are still going to find them very hot. And so it's not the muscles. I generally don't think that.
Yeah, if I was going to be transformed into a lady, in the witch who was casting the spell, because that's the scenario that I'm inventing for this. Right? They're like, oh, witch, what body would you like, little dearie? Little, like, and she'd cackle and everything, and I'd be like, not Abby. For starters, just so we're clear, I did show her a picture of Abby. He's like, not this. We want to not have this.
So her having muscles, how is it detrimental to the mechanics or the story? I'd be like, well, it's to enable her to be Hulk Smash in her gameplay, which I think is a tad inappropriate for a game that's so grounded.
She needs to be as huge as she is to Hulk Smash.
Also,
well, they just have her be. Well, you could have had her be a male character and had her be Hulk Smash.
Well, yeah, I don't see why you couldn't just had her be.
My brain would have accepted it a lot easier.
The Doctor's son, like, you could have just had that.
Yeah, or you have her be a skinny, scrawny chick, and she's mostly stealth, and maybe she's like, her crafting stuff is different because of her background. Like, her father was, while he was saving zebras, he taught her all sorts of cool different things that, she could craft with stuff that maybe Ellie couldn't, and you can make the gameplay different because of that. Or Hulk Smash,
This is the thing, the gameplay is almost funny at that point, because you just go, like, you actually teleport sometimes, or you drag yourself along the floor to land punches. And of course, with Ellie, it's not quite like that. Ellie's much more like how you'd expect everything to run. So it's like, oh, well, we can't have that gameplay unless we give her hyper muscles. And you're like, all right. So that that's where it presents the issue for me. It's less to do with, can I believe a person can exist in this world with even though we've been talking about that as well, because I think that's a fair thing to bring up. My issue more lies with just, I wonder if all of this is just to justify the mechanics, because of course they can't have silly mechanics like Falcon punching enemies everywhere in a game like this. Like, you could do it, you have a game like called Explosion Bros, and it's just giant dudes.
Explosion Bros.
They like shout bullets at people, and they can punch buildings down. You're just like, yeah. But with The Last of Us, I'd be like, well, you can't do that. Last of Us, it's not gonna happen, is it?
I love that one of the mechanics that the game developers give to us whoever to play Last of Us 2 is to kill Abby deliberately.
Bless
Yeah,
Also,
but that was more of a monument to failure with making people endeared to a character. I think
Also,
that's it.
hello, Aiden. How'd you do?
Oh, hello.
Hello.
Hey.
Sleeping all right. Oh, hey.
We're this is probably what I would call max capacity, a 7, because that probably is good, right? What do you think, Rex? 7 is max capacity?
Listen, the max capacity of Abby's arms could fit way more than 7 people.
Yeah, def.
But Discord will never be as thick and strong as Abby's arms, so I suppose it doesn't really matter. I mean, 7 is a lot, and we can be rather loquacious.
Yes. Also, Aiden, if you grab that Watch Together link, you can jump in and take a look-see at Jim Sterling's video on The Last of Us 2. It's been really good so far.
Amazing.
Oh,
The last point he made was...
I am sure it's great.
The last point he made was that people hate Abby because of their muscles, and that they try to pretend it's for other reasons, but really it's that.
And
oh
on
yeah,
that
ask
note,
about Christmas and Halloween.
Oh shit, yeah. Aiden, what do you prefer,
yes,
Christmas or
Aiden,
Halloween?
what's your favorite of the two? Which is the best holiday?
The
Is it
superior
Halloween
one.
or is it Christmas?
But it's Halloween 1000%.
Yes!
Uh-oh.
Jesus Christ. It's like we departed from the real world.
Into reality. Yeah, that made sense.
Mutually, you need to adjust your Discordisms on.
No, that ain't happening. Things fall apart if I do that. This is why this is max capacity. You can still see Theo and Upper Bend. It's just that they're half faces.
Oh god, we're in half.
All right.
Brilliant.
Never mind then.
All right, let us continue. And anyone who doesn't get the video coming in, let me know.
Before we continue,
Oh my
stop
god.
it! Stop it!
Oh my
I've been
god.
trying to say something for ages, buddy.
Oh my god.
No.
No, it's just because we're on the muscle topic. I've been trying to think of a famous video game character that's just a chick that has heaps of muscles, because I know there must be several good examples. And yeah, I saw it in chat. Just to really debunk, nail in the coffin this myth that they hate Abby because of muscles, and therefore people must hate female characters of muscles. Chun-Li, she is jacked as anything. Like, have you seen the muscles on her? And heaps of people love her as a character, and people find her hot as well.
Mandalorian, Gina Carrero, I forget her surname, but pretty sure everybody really liked her, outside of obviously Rags and I. But that's not because of her muscles. It's once again, because it's a little bit more complicated than that every time.
It's not just
There's a
Chun-Li,
reason
though.
why
It's like
Dim
every
used-
Street Fighter female character. Cammy is more upper body strength, although she still has like a lot of leg moves. It's like every fighting game character maybe not some of the more anime ones, but has
She's
muscular
like a
women. and everyone's
dedicated
okay with it.
fighting
anime
character in a martial arts based video game. This is a woman in a post-apocalyptic world where people are trying to survive, and food and all that stuff.
And
is
they
super
comment on how
limited.
burritos are a common food item. It's like, wait a minute.
Yes, the meal. All who's that Olympic swimmer?
Phelps?
Danny
Yeah,
DeVito?
Michael Phelps. Nothing but he got there on the burrito diet. It's all burritos for Michael Phelps. All burritos all day. 4 years of burritos, boom, gold medal machine.
All I can think of is Rat Chef, the Filthy Frank video where she finds the rats and puts them in a tortilla.
Oh
no.
It's not a good rat. Or maybe it's a great rat. I don't know.
Also, Apo, are you going to say something? I caught your light for a moment there.
Yeah, I was about to say there's a reason why Jim was about showed Airift in a video instead of Tifa, because Tifa pretty much disproved his entire argument.
Oof.
Yeah, because Tifa's the more athletic looking one, and she's more attractive.
I mean, I still think Sarah
But it
Connor...
appeals to the male gaze. That's why
Right.
it's problematic. That's why you can't have it.
What about
no,
what about
the male
lesbians?
gaze?
She appeals to the
Women.
lesbian gaze, but that's fine.
The lesbian gaze?
It's the male gaze that's bad.
Oh, right, the lesbian... Oh, I get it. Lesbian gaze. I was like, wait a minute.
Lesbian gaze. Yeah. The lesbian gays, this damn gay lesbians. Why can't all these lesbians be straight lesbians?
All right, I'll roll this back a little bit. Here we go.
Character will try to tell you it's not about something so surface level, but it is. People hate Abby because she's reasonably muscular. And when I say
there's something wrong with that statement.
No, it's already been disproven.
Telling people what they, here's really why you hate it. Is it because of the Joel thing? No, it's not because of any of that. No, because she's got.
She also said reasonably muscular. No, not reasonably in the real world. Come on.
Well, let's find out. I think
he doesn't think muscles are reasonable.
He does start presenting arguments for why it's reasonable. So we're gonna get told. You guys ready for this?
Reasonably muscular, that's the extent of it too. She is not, as some people who even like her described, super mega jacked. Maybe it's because I spend a lot of time working.
Yes, she is.
She is, though.
Yes,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I think maybe Jim, and this is not to bully Jim, maybe has a warped perception of what jacked is.
Well, he's about to explain.
Comparing it to Arnold Schwarzenegger or something, and is expecting like ripped, popping muscles on every single thing.
As I mentioned earlier, like she's not that big, but if he were walking around in this game, I would have issues too. It's like this is the thing. Her arms are very large. I don't know what else to say.
With actual professional wrestlers, but I see super jacked human frames on the
Fucking hell. Look at that balloon.
Okay.
With the people who that is insane.
Well,
that is
so yeah, he just said in his profession, or partial profession, the wrestling thing, he sees women that are jacked to this level. I suppose it's like, well, wait, so how would that be regular then?
Where?
Yeah, that seems like a very specialized thing. Also, I don't believe you.
Because it's not true. I watch wrestling all the time. They're not jacked like this. There's maybe 3.
Yeah,
I
I
can tell you.
There's maybe 3.
I can only think of like Tara LaRosa, and even she's not built like that.
Oh, you see some female bodybuilders reach that size.
Sure, but that's kind of the point, isn't it? That it's very
you
irregular.
have to be a devoted bodybuilder to get to this sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And at that point as well, right? Because if you're training to be strong and to be fit, those are different from bodybuilding. As in, like bodybuilding is very well, it's in the name. You're building up the body, like aesthetically, you want to look really big, really buff. It's not necessarily like
You're absolutely right.
If you're impregnating someone, is that bodybuilding?
By definition, by the definition of the words.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Actually,
so my
no,
point...
You're building two buddies, actually.
My point is you'd have to be kind of absurd to bodybuild in the post-apocalypse. Like, resources are tight. Like, you really want to pursue bodybuilding. It's like, yes. Yeah. Oh. Okay. Again, like, I don't even know that they would be allowed. Like, rationing-wise, you'd be like, I'm sorry, you can't have all the protein you
They
need.
see Abby and they're like, okay, so I think we're finding out who's sneaking away all those extra burritos at night.
They're clearly
Well,
doing
it's
pretty
also-
well for themselves, but not to that extent, right? Surely.
But bodybuilding is also building up the glamour muscles more than it is actually becoming stronger necessarily.
Yeah.
Like it's
Hey,
not
those
necessarily
aren't
strength.
my glamour muscles.
Hey, no, seriously. Have a look at a bodybuilder and have a look at the guys in the world's strongest man competition. Their bodies are very different.
World's Strongest Man, if you're in the chat, let us know if we're missing anything here, because I know you watch EFAP.
No, those guys in the world's strongest man competition amaze me how strong they are. And you see them, and they have these massive kegs for guts, right? But it's just muscle, and they
Like
are.
they're all like Fat Girl.
Oh, they are tanks. They're absolute units.
regular. And Abby, while very clearly built up,
Oh,
is nowhere
it's
near
so
the
good.
Oh, look at that.
Bruh, her
looks
arm
like
is
a
the size of her
Photoshop.
head.
That's what I mean. There are some shots in the game where you're running with her. I wish I still had it. I had this screenshot. It was a drumstick. It was enormous. Well, like a drumstick isn't big, but you know what I mean. Like relative size drumstick. It's the kind of thing where oh, did you guys remember in Shaun of the Dead where the Daft gets pulled through a window and his leg gets ripped off? She uses it as a club. I picture ripping off Abby's arm. You could fucking wreck somebody hitting them with that. Slam it into their face. Upgraded Abby arm.
the top when it comes to getting ripped to fuck, which of course is fine, be as built up as you want
Look, this
to
is
be.
much smaller this time. look at that. This is bigger. What the fuck?
That's what I mean. Their arms, like, they're not quite consistent. Different ratings for every different screenshot.
The way some people talk about it, it's like they've never seen muscles before.
What the point?
I would argue that
Jim Sterling, the expert on musculature.
I would argue that the reason they're saying this is because they've seen muscles of that size before, and they know what, like, where it comes from and how they're made. Like, it's not an ignorance on bodybuilding / muscle building would probably make you be like, oh yeah, this is normal. That's fine. It's totally normal.
Yes and no, but also no because it, I guess, in some sense, violates what you'd come to expect from looking at a woman. So, you know, it raises eyebrows, so to speak.
Well, but if you know nothing about it and you're told, if you know nothing about it and you're told this is a woman plus, you know, weightlifting, you could be like, oh, okay, I didn't.
Yeah, sure. Then you'd be like, yeah, fine.
While if you know a lot about it and they go, this is woman plus weightlifting, you're like, yeah, nah, that's it takes a bit more than that.
Fair.
But of course, everybody from all different walks of life will have issues or not have issues for different reasons. It's just hyper focusing on it. The thing of all the things you could talk about with The Last of Us 2.
They choose Brock fucking Lesnar. But she does put Naughty Dog's intricately animated weapon upgrade system to shame by having the sweetest guns in the game. And the gamers can't fucking handle it.
They're children, haha. They're children. See, they're yelling. They're angry little white boy children, and they're yelling. Haha, I'm Jim Sterling. I'm a video game commentator. I made fun of the correct race and gender. It's not racism, guys.
I don't think anyone really cares all that much. And people who do,
well, that much. It's just weird.
Yeah.
I don't care enough for it to be like continuously broad. Like, say for example, there was no video, we were discussing it. I'd be like, is this done now? Have we done the conversation? Like, we've nailed it, right? Like, we've explained the problem. We can move on. But like, you know, before this video starts to repeat itself, I think he does move on.
Which is why, despite the rest of the world inevitably having moved on to the next hype-fueled AAA distraction, we still have a subset of hardcore gamer boy types who are diligently working to bust them.
They're all little white boy children, guys.
Why? Stop doing
my
that.
My subtle imagery.
Also, there are plenty of people who are talking about all kinds of things for all kinds of reasons. The idea that he's like, everyone's moved on except for this one set of white males. You're like, okay, that's weird.
Ooh.
Anyone still talking about TLJ? They're probably white males.
Probably.
Myth that a muscular woman could be in their favourite video games. Spoilers time for early spoilers in The Last of Us Part 2.
Content?
Published by Sony. It's not like people weren't predisposed to hating Abby as her...
Whoa, now. You said earlier.
Hold on a minute.
Is he speaking sarcastically here, though?
Well, I'm assuming he's about to get into the Joel thing, and it's just funny to me because I'm like, wait a minute, you said they hate her because of her muscles, not for like any other reason. Which, by the way, if you wanted to make the argument, her killing Joel is a shallow reason to hate her because there's a lot of narrative behind it, which if you didn't know the context, you could probably agree with the argument. But that would still be the reason they hate her, not the muscles, if you know what I mean.
Killing of the suddenly beloved video game character of Joel.
Suddenly beloved.
Suddenly beloved. What? Cosmonaut said this fucking retarded thing too.
We gotta do this again.
From?
We gotta do
like
this
all
again.
of a sudden, people are just inventing that people didn't like Joel, one of the most beloved characters in video gaming.
I guess because. I guess because love for The Last of Us 1 has cooled down a little bit in recent years. Suddenly, it's getting erased from history. Yeah, because it's been fucking forever since it came out.
It's
like people don't talk about it because it's not topical. Because it's been 7 years since that game came out. But once you start mentioning it, everyone's like, "Oh yeah, fucking Joel and Ellie. What a great team. What a great."
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Great.
How many conversations are there about how Terminator 1 is a horror action movie? But if someone started saying, well, it's a comedy in loads of videos, the conversation would start to uptick about how it's not fucking comedy. What are you talking about? It'd be like, whoa, why is everyone talking about this now? Like, why is this coming up? It's like, because everyone keeps saying it's not beloved, which is not true. What the where have you been? Like, who have you been talking to? Joel is really liked, okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, where did they get together in this fucking meeting and all decide, yeah, we're just gonna lie and say that people don't care about Joel?
I don't know what happened, but yeah, that means, have we got a pattern yet? It's only Cosmonaut and Jim, right? They're the two people who said he's not beloved, which is such a weird thing to declare.
Yeah,
Also,
Again,
remember
just
when the
right to say
trailers
that,
came
or-
out and we saw Joel and everyone like cheered their asses off?
Well, I mean, I can tell you, like, because I was always intending to play the second one, because I fucking liked him in the first one. When it was like, he's in the trailer, I was like, cool. Good.
Yeah.
'cause I
They
would
did
like
the
to play
reveal
as Joel.
trailer. They had the crowd and everything. And then at the end, they had Joel come in or whatever, and everyone's lost their shit. Everyone was like, "Oh my god, it's Joel! I'm so happy to see him again. It's been so long. I love him so much."
Tell me, if he isn't beloved, then why did they hide so hard that he's not in the game and that he died?
Wasn't the first few trailers of the game didn't even show Joel?
Oh, I'd have to check, but in my head, I'm just thinking about the one where I've mentioned this.
Yeah,
before
the
on
first
stream,
few
but
trailers of the game, I remember people complaining that Joel is not in it.
yeah,
And then I think in one of the trailers, they had him come in at the very, very end.
the trailers were implying this is very Ellie focused, which is, I think, fine with fans of The Last of Us 1. They'd be like, yeah, Ellie's game, sure. And then they were like, she's got someone she's interested in. That trailer where she's with that girl dancing, like, okay. And then there's the trailer that I mentioned where I was just kind of blown away by how fucking manipulative this was. Dina's wearing a bracelet. And then we cut to a scene where Ellie's wearing that same bracelet and she's angry and she's looking for vengeance. You're like, ooh, I guess that girl died then. And then you have Joel being like, do you think I was going to let you do this alone? It's like, ooh. Ooh.
And everyone's like, "Oh my god, it's Joel! They're gonna go on an adventure."
And you can
I'm
see
so
the
happy."
story threads. You're like, oh, so that person's gonna die, and then she's gonna go crazy and want to get revenge, and Joel's gonna look after her, and who knows what'll happen to him in the game. It's like, no, that's not even no. And yeah, so why would they have done that if Joel was this character that no one likes? It's like, oh, it's fucking Joel. There he is. Ugh.
No idea.
When news of the story leaked before launch, enough for many people to preemptively decide she was awful and refuse to ever see her perspective, which is hilarious.
What do you mean her perspective? I've played the game. You don't get any, like, they never give you any context as to why she fucking tortured Joel.
Oh, she turns into a different person at that point in the game.
And I still don't get why she called him a stupid old man too. It just after he saved her life, it's like, yeah, that was pretty stupid.
Yeah, that was pretty dumb.
Definitely fucked up there.
Not even a second thought to the fact that he... jeez.
And he said people preemptively decided to dislike her. And if he's referring to the leaks, that's actually... No, they justifiably decided they disliked her after finding out what she was going to do to Joel. And so it's not like they're making this up out of thin air.
Well, yeah, because like I knew before playing it that Joel was going to die and the golf club was going to be involved, and I knew very little about a character called Abby being something that is annoying everybody. I still don't think knowing that or not knowing that wouldn't have made much of a difference after that scene happens. It's like, well, now I'm gonna have real trouble liking you. That's just essentially what's happening there. But people knowing it going in and disliking her from this scene, like, you know, her introduction, what is it, like 15 minutes from when she does the thing? So I don't even think it's that much of a difference. They knew people weren't going to like her, that's why they had her play fetch with the dogs.
Needed to reel them back in.
I'd love if it was true, if those dog sequences weren't in the game until playtesting. And they were like, oh no, people don't like it.
Get the puppy.
The dogs didn't like her either. They just didn't want to get punted by her massive arms.
We gotta get her to play with the doggos.
When you consider what the game's narrative was desperately trying to do. But anyway, Joel was a shithead and a selfish character, and
No,
he was
he
always
wasn't.
going to meet a violent comeuppance.
No, he wasn't. Not necessarily at all. I mean, that's... No. You just made that shit up.
Wasn't the point of the first game is to make us to sympathize with Joel and his actions, even if what he did was monstrous?
I would argue that when we meet him, he's almost entirely pragmatic. Like, he won't even... His heart is sealed over in carbonite. Nothing's happening there. He won't make decisions
It's
that
as if the first game is fake news.
Yeah,
no
well...
one remembers the first game.
And this is the thing, even when you meet him in the first one, you have to respect the pragmatism, but at the same time, you're like, you're kind of a dick, though, because he's kind of just, he's cold with everybody. He's like, ooh, yeah. And Ellie's the opposite. She's just like this bouncy fun and wants to have good times happen and also get along with people. And so putting them together, you get this whole campaign of her chipping away at that heart until it opens right up, and he starts deciding to do things based on looking after her instead, which is really endearing. It really works on an audience. And then you have people like this going like, he did it because he's a selfish shithead, he deserved to die. You're like, oh.
I don't know where this idea... Especially, you see it nowadays, because in order to prop up Abby, you have to make Joel as shitty as you can.
I don't know where this... Like, the idea that he's like... Have you seen a lot of people say that, you know, he's delivered so many brutal murders to people and he lives in this horrible universe, you shouldn't have expected him to have anything but a brutal ending. It's like, whether or not his ending was brutal is... There's no book that says he has to die a brutal death.
Yeah.
He can. It really depends on what else is happening.
Shouldn't die like a fucking retard.
He could have had like a heart attack and fallen over. It was like, oh...
Yeah, like, do you think that all people, even if he was described as the way that Jim Sterling was describing him as, that doesn't mean that he necessarily was owed that? What, you think all bad people just never get away with it?
It's called excitation transfer in media psychology. That basically says that people get more aroused by media, and part of the justice be served or seeing a character grow or anything that comes out of the things that we think are satisfying in media. So people like seeing someone who starts out as kind of a jerk become a better person. It increases their excitation, and therefore they're positive.
Oh, sorry.
In the same vein, though, when you introduce a character as completely a piece of shit like Abby, then people want to see that character be punished. And when they don't get any kind of recompense from their viewing or their playing of the game, then it leaves them with a bad taste in their mouth.
People want justice.
And people will argue she did get, like, punishment. I'm just like, that was completely unrelated. Like, she just happened to walk into a bunch of crazy people who crucified it. Like, that's got nothing to do with what she did to Joel. And, you know, Joel has to suffer vengeance for his choice to rescue a girl from being murdered against her will. Oh, of course, that would happen with definition. But it's just fascinating that... I don't think this was the narrative whatsoever. Like, Joel was a monster, until people were like, hey, it was pretty fucked up what happened to Joel. It's like, why? He was a monster. It's like, whoa, now.
Whoa, when did this happen?
Let's talk about it. Let's go over it. But he's so sure of it. It's like, alright.
That he died horribly was a natural story beat. I've pointed this out before. That anybody felt otherwise is shocking to me. There's nothing about Joel that ain't loathsome.
Wow.
What?
What an interesting... Wow, we've got to shit on Joel to make Abby even begin to approach areas of likable.
Well, yeah, otherwise it doesn't fit in the narrative, so...
It comes from that era of video games, too, where there were so many characters that were this dad figure. I mean, Geralt also, The Witcher 3 came out, you know, around the same time as some of the earlier Last of Us games. People like the dad figure. People don't hate Joel. That is so off the mark.
He's
Joel started the dad archetype thing being incredibly popular.
Well, yeah, people say that like, God of War 4 came because of The Last of Us, that Logan came because of like, it was inspired in some way, shape, or form. You have to agree. And it's just like, I'm more than happy to. I just think that all those stories have their own pros and cons as well. But, fucking hell, talking about Joel as a character is really interesting because it's hard to nail him down as a bad or a good. It's like, there's so much about him that's hard to be definitive about. And the thing that people always cite is that he would attack and steal from, you know, different scavengers and survivors of the post-apocalypse. He admitted to doing that. So it's like, damn, so he's definitely got some dubious nature in that heart of his. But like, following him through the first game, you're hard-pressed to be able to find an event he does that isn't justifiable in some way, shape, or form. Jim is right.
It's very fair to say that he changes over time, and especially as we see him in The Last of Us 2, he seems to be a very well-adjusted person who tries to do right by the people he cares about, and I mean, he gets shat on for it all the time. That's great to see, but
thinking about it, how is it that you would call him loathsome with this shot too? The entire museum section? Like, really? He's a cute person in this whole thing. He puts a hat on a dinosaur. This is all for her. Like, fucking hell, Jim.
I mean, the level of danger that he takes upon himself and her to go to the museum just so she can have some fun. Yeah, what a horrible person.
And this is the thing, you might be like, well, that doesn't make a person non-evil just for doing that thing. And it's like, he described him as everything about him is loathsome. Holy shit.
Everything. about him is loathsome. Wanting to make Ellie happy, standing up for her, defending
Saving her
himself, and
life.
defending her, putting himself at great risk to save her life. Yeah, what a loathsome piece of shit.
Yeah, what
a dingleberry.
Even his fatherly character growth is rooted, as the end of the original game demonstrates, in self-interest. But some...
What do you mean by
How
that?
is that self-interest? How is that part self-interest? The way that he what does...
I've got to explain that one because I don't get
Yeah, I'm baffled.
So, loving a person and not wanting them to die, and therefore doing things to prevent that event from happening, makes you selfish?
We're expanding out the definition of selfish to
Wow, he just wants
unhealthy
her.
degrees.
He just
It
wants
makes
like
me feel good that she feels good. Therefore, it's all selfish. It stops there. There's nothing
exactly.
else to discuss.
Yeah, he gets out. He gets stuff out of it because he gets her love, and that's just selfish.
I was going to say,
And then everyone's selfish.
If we're going that far, then yeah, there is no decision that isn't selfish at this point. Then
Which I agree with to a degree, but not in a bad way.
It's the same as the
position
fucking
that people hold.
Yeah.
Psychological egoism, that every decision people make is ultimately self-interested. But the problem with that, well, one of the problems is it kind of erases the use of the word selfish. Doesn't really mean anything anymore.
You can't not do things without thinking about yourself in some way. So you're like, okay, well, fuck it. I guess we're all just horrible.
What would it
Just
even
end
mean
the
to be
world then.
selfless at that point? Is that word obsolete?
Also, I don't recall Ellie
It's useless,
consented in
basically.
being killed or having her brain extracted and then get killed. Did she ever actually say that she wants to have her brain extracted and get killed by the doctors?
No.
No.
Is that the selfish thing Jim is referring to? That Joel was selfish in that he didn't let a possible cure be found with the murdering of his
so
daughter figure.
in the very, very nuts and bolts, simplistic and contextless view, it was her or the world, and he chose her. Which, by the way, is a conversation on its own. But when you really dig deep into everything that happens in The Last of Us 1, there wasn't a huge amount of choice to make. In fact, seems like there was an obvious one to go with. Let's just say that.
Well, I would say that the whole point of The Last of Us is that you start out with this character that is disaffected and you know, a kind of a jerk, and then he comes to love somebody. So the whole point of the game is learning, both as the player and through Joel, that it's maybe not always about the greater good. It's about loving an individual person.
It's about relearning humanity,
or
in
as
the
we like to call it,
circumstances that
selfishness.
turn humans back into like animals. That's the game.
The Last of Us, referring to what is left of humanity, and it's saving Ellie. She's like some of the best humanity has left.
Because she saved Joel's humanity as well, in that sense, if we want to get very English literature about it.
I'm glad that the world hasn't adopted the Jim Sterling position of the most altruistic you could be is to not give a fuck about anybody.
Well,
it's also there seems to be some deeper, philosophical, almost political kind of things that are going on here, because it seems like Jim values the welfare of the group over the individual.
Well, it's a bit
in contrast to
utilitarian.
that. Yeah, exactly. In contrast, the message of The Last of Us 1 almost seems to be that the value of the individual, especially if you love them, is priceless. And so right then you actually see two very opposed ideological positions: the sovereignty of the individual versus the collective value or collective group mentality. So interesting.
Have you seen the bike cuck meme? That's what I'm reminded of.
Yeah.
It's just fascinating to me because it's so cut and dry for the people who are defending this game. Like, Joel was a monster. What he did was wrong. Abby, you don't understand it.
Calling it cut and dry either way is to miss the point.
But you know what I mean, though? Like, because we're on the team of Joel is complicated, if not pretty heroic, a lot of the times in the game, and very respectable. Abby, though, she's kind of a monster and possibly a psychopath because she like switches it on and off. And then their take is, no, you don't understand Abby. Also, Joel is absolutely a disgusting monster. Like, huh?
Way to miss the point of the game.
Well, they would say that about us.
Well,
We all missed all the points. Everyone did.
Well, I mean, like, I would go back and
freedom.
look at even very basic media analysis. The Joseph Campbell's hero's journey. It is a journey. You're supposed to start out with a character that maybe is flawed and then comes around to being a better person. And that's the thing you get with Joel, but you don't get that with Abby.
It's the most basic wants versus needs thing.
Wait, are you referring to are you talking about Joseph Campbell's Hero Soup?
What?
Oh, I get it. Campbell
Yeah,
is
there we go.
popular.
Oh my god. Rex.
Yo, I found a review. Somebody on the Discord sent a review from Jim Sterling talking about The Last of Us 1. And he said in the review that Joel is a likable character.
Uh-oh.
Oopsie.
Let's get that on screen.
That's interesting.
Have a look at this.
Uh-oh.
It's all in how likable the characters are. It's about how Joel is harsh and impatient, yet understandably so. It's about how Ellie annoys her companion in a way that entertains rather than irritates the audience. It's about how themes of compassion, tolerance, determination, and common selfishness are woven expertly into the familiar narrative structure. You've seen most of the elements of this story many, many times. You've not seen them all threaded so well together. It is in overwhelming quality that Naughty Dog triumphs against the risk of genre fatigue. Hey, this isn't a quote I wanted. Oh, I guess he says the likable the characters are, and then says Joel. True.
So, yeah, but this was written in a time before we had to defend Abby against all logical reason. So you have to take that into account.
Poor Peepo, look at him. He's so scared of that.
Peepo.
Some people treat him as if he was one of the all-time lovable protagonists. Even if you disagree with my read on the character, he wasn't fucking that. Some even talk about him like they're mourning a loved one, like he was their own father figure, and darling, let me tell you.
Yeah, he literally, first off, he was to Ellie, so there was already, you already got that.
Dude, this is super fucking awkward, because there was that streamer who, like, lost his shit from the opening, because he said that wasn't it something like he saw a lot of his
dad had died recently, and Joel was like really reminded him of
it was just like, Jim, avoid this area of discussion, please. Like talking about how it's wrong to see stuff in fiction or write. It's like, dude, back away.
Tyranny is great. I love it.
Oh, it's just like, why are we the ones doing this? Why are we the ones saying, hey, let people have feelings, please? It's fucked up that you're stopping them.
Not very difficult.
If you look up to Joel from The Last of Us, well, you're probably exactly the kind of person who thinks it's okay to harass and...
What?
Wow,
Oh my literally has nothing to do with anything.
Realm of existence and gone someplace far, far away.
He just jumped over a chasm. It's like,
Logically, these two things do not follow at all. I'm speechless, actually. Holy shit.
We constantly cover these crazy lefties who do all of the terrible things that we get accused of and for being horrible things to do. It is fascinating.
Bad gamers, bad.
Yeah, it's like, okay, he first takes the hot take of like, nobody likes him. Then he says you shouldn't like him because he's a horrible person. And you know what? At the end of all this, if you do, you're probably the kind of person who abuses people in real life. Like, wait, what?
I'm just like, man, wow.
Arguments. Such psychological manipulation, right? So that if you disagree with Jim, you're a bad person. That's absolutely why he did that.
Jeez.
Fuck off.
Like, never fails to baff me when someone says something like this.
You're being generous for that. Yeah. It's more like it's claimamentation. We were just asserting something.
If this is the case, why? You know.
Shut up, abuser. I don't talk to people who abuse people because you like Joel, the video game character.
Did you really have to go this hard to
Well, in
convince
fairness,
me that maybe
it only
Joel
makes
did
sense.
some bad things?
Joel has hurt people in the video game, thus you would hurt people in real life if you like him.
Yes, the absolutely, completely not debunked theory that video games have any effect on the real world or anything.
I don't know about you. I feel like it's an airtight argument, and if you disagree, you probably abuse people.
You're probably
I
probably a
tried the
child
other day,
molester.
and I tried to air combo someone in real life, so you're wrong.
Stalk and attack a voice actor for something her character did.
Yep, I think that's stupid.
Yeah, there's some
these
crazy
people are
people out there.
stupid.
Focus on them, please.
There's so many stupid people in the world.
I hate
you won't-
actress for
you won't be
playing
able to go through
characters.
all of
Like,
them.
okay, yeah.
You can't get through all of them. For any given stupid thing to say, there's someone saying it.
It's another very basic media psychology effect. It's de-individuation and toxic disinhibition. So it's just because people were anonymous. Yeah, because people are anonymous, right? They feel emboldened to do crappy stuff, but that has nothing to do with anything other than media effects. That happens to everyone on the internet every single day.
And any group of hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people, millions of people, there's going to be some shitheads.
Yeah.
It's just a statistical.
Well, I like it when
inevitability.
you get those videos that say the same people who abused Kelly Marie Tran abused Ahmed Best back when the prequels came out. It's like, I doubt it's the same people.
That was 20 years ago. They're still at it. Their internet connection's just faster now, but they're still the same.
Still waging their war.
Still waiting. I can't wait for the next minority in a Star Wars movie.
It's always the actors, okay? It's never anything else. Those are those kinds of people. They just can't handle it. The actors.
Also, I'd like to mention one point that, again, the EFAP Discord bring up is the fact that the people who brought up the death threats to the voice actor are the fan. I even got one screenshot of it.
Yeah.
You cut it out then?
So what he's talking about is that one of the people who abused the actress was a fan of the game.
Are you saying it's a false flag? That really gets my noggin jogging. How
Well,
could that possibly be the case?
I'm more than happy to agree at the idea that whether or not people liking and disliking it both added to the fire. But it's just funny how it's always used this way. It's like, if you disliked it, stop sending mean things to the actors. Like, no, it doesn't matter if you disliked it or not.
Something I never started.
Well, this is the thing. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you liked it or not. Don't do this to people. It's just mean. It's cruel. It's rude. There's no.
Pointless.
There's nothing to it.
It is an unfortunate reality of mediated society such as it is that because it's de-individuated, because we don't see the person as a person through a screen, we just see a facsimile of them, that it dehumanizes them and de-individuates them. So it's always going to happen. It's unfortunate, it sucks, it feels terrible, but this happens, again, to everybody every day online. And I don't see any way it's going to stop. So yes, it sucks, it's terrible, but it's a reality of being on the internet.
What is this picture? Let's see.
I think this was the
oh, it's the person apologizing.
Well, yeah, the person who said "fuck you, you should die," and then they go on to say that like they liked the game. This is like, oh, okay. It's a weird world we live in.
Also,
is that what they were saying was the death threat? Because I don't mean to be a jerk, but it's not technically a death threat.
Oh, what?
Yeah,
saying
hoping
you should
someone
die?
dies isn't a death threat.
Well,
yeah,
that is true.
Yeah, like just being an asshole. That's all. And this is the thing. I feel like more people who get into social media need to be made aware of this, because apparently they're completely blown away by it whenever it happens. But yeah, people online, they can say whatever they want because they can make, like, you know, false accounts or burner accounts and just say horrible things just because they want to see what happens when they say horrible things. It's like, look out, and then Jim Sterling will be like, these are the people who think our muscles are silly. And it's like, oh, okay.
They're pretty silly, though.
Oh, boy.
Character.
I don't give a single care about her. I just want my Joel to not be golfed to death.
Yes, a reasonable thing to.
Yeah, that seems like
Yes,
yeah.
unironically, yes.
Listen, if the
what's
game
unreasonable about that?
if the game was perfect, like writing wise, and it still had him getting golfed to death, as it put, and I had a friend who was like, yeah, I mean, I don't really have a criticism like functionally or structurally, but I did not like watching him getting beaten to death with a golf club. I'd be like, yeah, I think that makes sense.
It harmed my investment.
I don't.
Well,
like,
exactly. Character investment's a very big thing. People get emotionally invested in characters, and then when you kill them off in a disrespectful manner, it hurts people's parasocial relationship with that character, their psychological bond with that character. So, yeah, it doesn't even matter what happened with Abby. The fact that they killed Joel so unceremoniously, it hurts people.
I mean, whenever they flashed.
Go ahead.
But guys, he said it in a funny voice, so it must be dumb.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, again, he shows a comment that's specifically about the person's feelings. I just want. It's like, so it's clearly them. Like, there you go.
Oh.
Why highlight this comment? There are so many worse ones you could do. And I was just gonna say, whenever they flashed to Joel's bloated and beaten corpse, I was always like, that's fun. Thanks for that.
Lovely.
And
They went out of their way to really show a dead, bloodied, beaten up Joel, but not. You know what? I was gonna say something about the lesbian sex scene, but don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I'm fine.
Oh yeah, Belle, what were you gonna say?
Oh yeah, it's not only that he got gold to death, just the whole thing where how it leads up to it. It's like he just tells him their names, like, "Hi, here's my ID number and everything. Like, you can shoot me now."
Oh, dude.
Pretty much. It's like so stupid.
There's like
because you know
15
him
of
as, like,
those types of issues. That's the thing. A lot of people like to pretend that all of that is no one actually cares about that. You'd be surprised when you have everything lead up in a sensical way to a character's death. It's strict tragedy. You're just like, no.
Yeah.
Well, with that, you're like, this shouldn't be happening. None of this should be happening. This is wrong. Boo. I don't like it.
And then you have Ellie just waltzing in there, it's like, no, and gets just beat up as
Like I
well.
said,
It's
man,
like,
I
oh,
wanted
wow,
to
so
throw-
you both failed horribly at scenarios you normally excel at. It's like, good job.
I wanted to throw a Molotov. The game didn't let me.
Yeah.
And if you're that abusively disconnected from reality,
Abusively disconnected from reality. It's just, man, every sentence is a hit. Every hit's a smash.
No, you. No,
Like,
you.
I mean, that's so insulting to the audience. Abusive. That's a strong word. It's not just this disconnected from reality. That puts so much onus on the person that you are abusive if you don't like it.
Jeez, like, sorry. It's like,
Well, I'm not even sure what
I'm
it
gonna go
means. What does it mean to be abusively
beat my spouse
disconnected?
now.
Like, the disconnection you suffer is almost abusive to those around you? Is that what he's saying?
I guess.
I have actually no freaking clue what it means, but the
'Cause-
implication is that you're a bad person if you don't like it.
Yeah, because to clarify, he said if you didn't... Because if you go from the comment he just said, if you didn't want Joel to be beaten to death at the golf club, you are abusively disconnected from reality.
yeah, don't you know that the moral thing to do is want to see Joel get beaten to death?
I don't... You know what I mean? Like, you look at that statement and you're like, is this a joke? I don't know. I don't know what he's up to.
Well, he might contextualize it in his following sentence. So,
hey, Ubisoft's hiring. We already discussed.
Oh.
okay, no, he doesn't.
Oh. Was that all in service of a not
He's
good
already
joke?
he's already got a video talking about how it's bad when you abuse people online for their fictional characters. It's like, it doesn't surprise me. It's like, has he talked about anything in terms of the actual issues with the game, or has he only talked about the
Not
mean
yet,
things
it's just
people
how
have
we're
said?
terrible people.
Like, Jim, seems like you should take some issue with the false advertising. Seems like you should take some issue
Surely.
with
You of all people, you'd think.
Wait. Is this his account? Did he like his own videos?
I don't know. I remembered when I did that, like when I was starting out on YouTube.
Oh, he
And
did
every like
like
was
them
precious, I would do it. But then I was
He
like, you know
searched
what? I don't
himself
need
and
to
he
do
liked
that.
his own videos.
man.
Assuming that this is his account.
This could be his editor's account.
Every like counts, I suppose.
Why would anyone like this?
I mean, either way, that's kind of sad. Even if it's his editor's or his. I've never liked one of my own videos. What the heck? in 3 years of doing this.
That's your problem.
Apparently, I'm not. Just because I like Joel and I'm a hateful person doesn't like my own videos.
Abusive.
In a previous video how Abby's performer Laura Bailey has been attacked online by weird and fucked up Last of Us fans who have maybe spent too much of their squalid rotten lives playing violent video games and can no longer discern
Playing violent video games. Can't tell the difference between reality. We're the new age Jack Thompsons.
30
everybody. We're here. We did it.
Video games.
30 years
boy.
of research. 30 years of research. I'm so mad. This gets me so irate because 30 years of research, 20 meta-analyses or thereabouts, not a single shred of anything beyond basic correlational level data that supports the idea that games cause violence. I am so sick. That is literally Jack Thompson tier crap. Just Read any research on this. There was a meta-analysis published this year and last year that consistently found nothing beyond correlational, no causal level data. Just,
Jim Sterling of all people saying that.
I was gonna say, I feel
Yeah,
like
right?
I feel like he's one of the people who would have said not 5 years ago that that's bullshit.
Yeah, this is. I don't have anything concrete on this, but I can swear I've heard him like joke about that idea before.
Well, that's the thing. When he needs to say it for his current argument in the current video, then fine. But there's no consistency with any position. There's no principled position here.
Because you
yeah,
can't
you're
even.
100% right.
It
That's
wouldn't
it.
even like if he said like, oh no, I'm just saying like a possible reason for why they might be crazy people. I'll just be like, but it doesn't even make sense. Like you know that doesn't do that. So the idea that violent video games make people violent. It's like, can you imagine the world, what it would be like if that were true?
No, what games do is they cause increased arousal, which can be related to increased.
Not from Abby.
No. Psychological arousal, not physiological arousal.
I've never felt my penis invert.
Ooh,
until
that's a good trick.
You're just sexist, Rags. How dare you?
Oh, Jim.
From reality. And while some of those still negatively obsessed with Abby will tell you their hate is rooted wholly in the character's actions within The Last of Us Part.
Mine is.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
I feel like we have a lot of Abby was like, oh, she's pregnant? Good. So that when I murder her, it'll be a fucking 2-for-1. Like I'm the fucking villain from Quest for Camelot. And everyone's like, oh, well, I guess it's all just because she's got big arms. It's like,
Give him
to die on.
Give him a tourniquet because we don't want him to die too fast. I need to make him suffer. It's like, oh, you're a great person.
Holy shit.
You're pleasant. I hope nothing bad happens to you.
And then
Why
we
are you dying
flash
on
over
this
to her
hill?
being like, aw, I'm really happy with all my friends. Aw, cute doggo. Aw, we gotta fight to save our faction. Aw, my friend I'm gonna cheat with. Oh wait, that's not a good thing. Damn.
Well, it's so fundamentally not how media psychology works, right? Like, people are, for all of our advancedness, we're pretty simple when it comes to how we perceive media. So once you've set up a character as being fundamentally hateable, you're not going to change the audience no matter. You could then show that character being literally Mother Teresa, and it doesn't matter. It's so hard to, it's called the primacy effect. It is so hard to replace first opinions. It's nearly impossible.
That's what, whenever we talk about The Last of Us 2 over and over, I wonder, why did they make it so difficult for themselves?
Because they're trying to prove a point about how we are too biased in favor of one direction. We need to realize that people. It's just like no.
You guys just really made it so hard on
By
yourselves.
the way,
I like
if they
the
had-
idea.
If they had reversed the game, if they had reversed the game order where you get all that stuff with Abby first, it might have worked.
Oh
But,
yeah,
like,
I think that would have been way smarter.
Yeah.
But wasn't that still really out of character for her?
Yeah, so this is the thing. Even if you do that, we still have to alter the scene with Joel. I think it would have been way better with Joel for her to execute him, like, just almost cleanly. And then for her to, like, struggle and shake after doing it and be like, oh my god, I've done it. That's it. I've done it. And he just falls to the ground. Instead of beating him over and over, and you're just like, what are you, okay, this is, And then you're like, oh, but she's such a golden person, though. You're like, no. It's like that girl, I forget her name, but she accidentally released that video on YouTube where she spat on a dog after throwing him around and stuff. It's like, there's nothing you can do at that point. Like, everyone's gonna be like, yeah, we've seen you when you think the camera's off, so...
You're the dog spitter!
Like, yeah, there's, even if... I think I said this to Free before, I was like, even if the dog was, like, eating my face off, and I, like, kicked it off, or shot it off, killed it, it's on the floor, I still wouldn't spit on it. Be like, you fucking tried to kill me, I killed you. But the spitting is like, ooh, alright. It's very, it just makes your brain start racing about the kind of character they are.
Spit on you and give you AIDS.
Yeah, I find that there are certainly things that are irredeemable, that like it's too far, and then then that character, even sometimes people, know they're a scumbag. I'm not sure I could ever get ever get over that. But there are interesting cases where narratively you can push it to a certain level and still bring them back, and you kind of see that with redemption arcs and other things like that. But if you go too far, and killing Joel definitely seems to be one of those things that's that's beyond the pale.
Well, yeah,
There's no way you come back from that.
We're like one tier away from having her cackling while she pulls off his fingernails, and we're like, this is you're gonna tell me I'm gonna like her by the end of this? Like,
That's why the entire ambition seems really misguided to me, because why are you going, with that being the case, why are you going for making her sympathetic? Like, I don't think you need to, like, make your audience, I don't think you need to make them see her side in as much as they support her. I think all you really need to do in that regard is get them to the point where they are, like, able to see or understand her perspective.
Right, which would have been aided by having all of her backstory told first. And then we would maybe have some clue as to why Abby has done this. But because of the order of the game, it is contemptible.
I still think the execution needs to be changed as well.
Oh, absolutely. Like, I think I want to see this, like, done correctly. I like the idea of having a character do something so incredibly reprehensible, then trying to not redeem them, specifically not redeem them, but show us more about that person to the point where maybe we can be invested in them as well.
May I direct you to the Star Wars prequels?
Ugh. Go away. Yeah.
Theo, it's okay.
Ugh, no. It's not okay.
No, I meant it's okay that you feel that way. It's okay.
Yeah, of course it's okay. I'm right.
Wow.
Press F for Metal for being disconnected.
Oh yeah, Mel wasn't booted, guys. Remember how he said his internet was fixed? That was a lie.
Even a cursory glance at the discourse will reveal that's all complete and total bollocks for most of them.
Oh, there he covered his ass.
Wow.
Finally covered his ass for most of them. But this
Okay.
means
But
if you bring up
even most of them, that's
well, no. It means
massive.
if you bring him up 1,000 examples of it not, he'd be like, yeah, but there's 1 million of it actually, and you're like, oh, okay. Then you bring up 1 million, he's like, yeah, but there's 10 trillion of the bad ones. So
Abby is not a traditionally, conventionally attractive video game character, and they
Ugly.
despise her for it.
No.
he really thinks people
Admitted it
hate her.
again.
He really thinks people hate Abby because she's not attractive.
Just because of that. That's it. There could be no other reason. This game presents us with no other reason why people might not like her.
All of the stuff about her appearance is 9 times out of 10, I want to say, completely subordinate to a previously engendered dislike of her because they think she's a horrible person rather justifiably. And when you feel that way about something in media or someone in media, you start looking for everything possible to pick it apart.
If she was conventionally like hot as, everyone would still hate her for what she did to Joel.
Exactly. It doesn't matter how fucking attractive you are when you do what she did in the game.
And they'd be throwing similar insults appearance-based in, like, not in the sense of what they're calling her now, but they'd still be probably throwing insults based on her appearance that way.
Maybe. It depends on how hot she is, I guess. But though people can find anything.
They would try and find anything.
Remember how there was this is going to take it way back, and I hope I remember it. Y'all remember Jimmy Neutron?
Yes.
there was a character in Jimmy Neutron named Beautiful Gorgeous, and she was like a spoof of the evil super hot spy, to the point where her name was Beautiful Gorgeous. Let me make sure I'm trying to think. Jimmy Neutron. Oh, it auto-fills good. Beautiful Gorgeous, yeah. Extremely attractive. Yeah, so yeah, you could be totally villainous and super hot, and everyone's like, yeah, that's a bad person.
Well,
Be honest.
okay, so there's a bipolar effect in psychology. It's the halo effect and the horn effect, right? Which is that when someone is bad, we associate, so this is the horn effect. They associate all kind of bad things with them. They're ugly, they're, nasty in every kind of way. And then the halo effect is that because someone is good in one way, then they must be good in all ways. And Abby just, has the horn effect. She's introduced pretty much by killing the beloved main character, so then everything else about her is going to get that horn effect. It's going to be lumped in as a negative quality.
Mm-hmm.
There's barely anything else to it. This is the funny thing. You'd be like, but you're missing out the part where she's ugly. You'd be like, well, that...
The umpteenth time, I don't care.
Just,
Yeah,
it's what
I
she's
do
done.
think I do think her looks can be an issue, and honestly a fair issue for players. But I think it's a separate issue to her dislikability as a character. And when you hate her so much for what she's done, everything then will compound, like what Aiden was saying. And then, when you are wanting to disparage her, the looks can come to the forefront of the thing. Because
we have examples of conventionally unattractive and yet beloved characters.
Beloved
for
characters,
women.
absolutely.
Brienne of Tarth, her whole thing in Game of Thrones is supposed to be that. Like all the world refers to her as like, you're a guy.
That's actually a great example, because here you have a very unconventionally, appearing woman who honestly looks very manly. She's tall, broad-shouldered and things, and people love her character. It's a
Everyone loves
really good
Brienne.
comparison.
Yeah, it is. Everyone loves Brienne.
Brienne's awesome.
Proud of her.
Captain Phasma less so.
Yeah, not so much.
Yes,
Captain Phasma. She is unconventionally attractive, Captain Phasma. So
she's unconventionally characterized, being that there isn't really any.
Unconventionally perfect.
That is quite unconventional.
Yeah, it's bold, but they tried it.
You don't even have to look very hard to see their real problem with her. It all comes down to the muscles. At first, they tried to argue Abby.
No,
the muscles are just...
Why would you argue
She looks,
it?
but honestly, she looks so manly there. Like it's like she's got pecs.
It's not
I
why
would
people
think that
hate
was a
her as a
dive.
character. Oh god,
I know, but
it's
it's like seriously, it is like a slap in the face though when you see like a shot that we just saw.
Oh well, this is the thing. When you're watching this,
stands out.
you do sort of like, a lot of people might just go like, "Wow, those arms though, fucking hell."
Very hard to see their
So wait,
real...
what is this? Some people who defend unrealistic body proportions in the game for years suddenly grow, and then they got them. No, you can't like big titty anime women. It's unrealistic. Sexy women in games are problematic. You're a pervert if you like cute girls. Also them. When someone says Abby from The Last of Us 2 is ugly. Well, isn't that a fair thing to bring up? Like,
yeah.
Because I didn't read this at first because I thought it was just going to be a, what's it called? Nut picking? That's what Jay has wanted me to start saying more. Nut picking is when you...
pretty good name for it, yeah.
You pick the crazy one out, and then you go, haha, this is the...
Yeah,
It's called the nut picker's fallacy.
And so, but this is a fair, I would say, counter. So if you're gonna be like, no more giant titty ladies because that doesn't happen in real life, and it's like, oh wow, okay.
Except
and then,
it does.
And then they're like, wait, stop complaining about giant muscle ladies. That's totally a thing that it's like, fucking hell. All right, it's hard to keep track now.
It's so funny. The whole Uzaki-chan controversy, if you followed that at all, is so indicative of this.
I don't know what any of those words mean. I'm gonna guess that's part of the animu.
It's one of my Japanese animes, but it's so indicative. It's like all these women online getting so angry that this anime character is petite and has big boobs, and so all these women are posting videos of themselves and they're petite. and have
I
big
know what you're
boobs.
talking about. You said petite with big boobs, and now I know what you're talking about.
See, gotta proc that part of the memory.
That's the
yeah. I remember it because
organs
she's a
meme
very
as well,
silly
right?
looking character.
Yeah, the gray-haired, blue-eyed, big titty anime girl. Which is just wonderful because it is so funny, and there's so many memes that have absolutely contrasted the reaction to Abby to the reaction to Uzaki-chan, which have been to quote Jim Sterling, the same people, or so it seems at least, who are furious about The Last of Us not being the most beloved game of all time, but also hate this big titty anime girl.
Interesting. And yeah, I think he should have picked someone way stupider or crazier for this shot, but he didn't. Like, all right. Seems like he's been, because like I said, I believe there are crazier people in this. I don't know what his nut picking game is off. Let's put it that way.
And this was based on the idea of who are we allowed to find attractive? I guess, with these people.
Well, Jim's the arbiter of that.
Yeah,
well, that's what this video's been.
We
Abby,
can't
you
find
must
Abby
find
ugly.
Abby attractive. You know, you're not
Yeah,
allowed
if
to
we-
find her unattractive.
Yeah, we can't find Abby ugly, and when we see women that are more conventionally attractive and a really good posture and shape, and the tits and the arms and the legs and the whole 9 yards, is like, well, now we're objectifying women by finding them attractive. But if we don't objectify the ugly ones, they feel bad because secretly they do want to be objectified. So now we're at a little bit of a catch-22. Or now
but it's
like,
even
what do you
worse
do?
because
It's like,
we go from that in this video to admit it. The only reason you don't like her is because of her muscles. It's like, what? Where have you been? Like, there's been so...
with her. It all comes down to the muscles. At first, they tried to argue Abby wasn't a realistic portrayal of a woman simply because she was well built, and rather than acknowledge the existence of people outside of their tiny idea of what
I would just qualify it with post-apocalypse and that degree.
Yeah.
Just make sure it's
No.
qualified.
Yeah, we already.
Our problem is that we didn't acknowledge her existence.
What?
That's what he said.
But she's not
That's why everyone hates her, because we don't acknowledge her existence.
So she's in the game.
It's
No, we don't acknowledge her existence.
Wasn't he saying acknowledging the existence of people like her in the real world?
Oh, because
Well, it's like what they do about how you're denying the existence. What do they say?
I can roll
They
it
say
back.
that weird thing about like trans people and gay people and all that, where we're
Their
denying.
experience, yeah, or whatever.
It's something about how we're. I don't know. Maybe it'll come back to me, but they say this weird thing that's something along the lines of we deny their
denying
existence,
their
or we're
lived
invalidating their existence, or something like that.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm gonna roll him back anyway.
Abby wasn't a realistic portrayal of a woman simply because she was well built, and rather than acknowledge the existence of people outside of their tiny idea of what people can be, they
Yeah, again, this is... Oh my god, that arm.
Yeah, this is
Jesus.
dumb.
Look at that.
Oh, that is insane. And this is the first you see of her after the golf innings.
It reminds me of like a column of kebab meat that spins.
Just the leg off of some beast, some animal.
someone's
Just
leg.
like I expect to see a bone sticking out of it. Like this is a food pickup from Power Pete. No one's gonna get that reference. Someone in the chat will remember.
Is it
Power
like Popeye
Pete.
with his spinach? Or...
Thank you so much. Whoever you are in the chat, I don't know who you are yet. You'll remember Power Pete. And thank you so much for validating my existence by remembering Power Pete.
Oh,
It really does look like a kebab wheel. Shave me off a slice of that juicy Abby meat.
This is what I mean, in that shot compared to other ones, it's like, whoa. Yeah, anyway.
He decided it wasn't realistic that a woman could be so stacked when it was
It's
pointed
not.
out that
but
Wait a minute.
All right, so you got two
That's
ugly
not-
chicks, and they're both really ripped. All right.
But
No, that arm isn't as thick as what we
But-
see how thick Abby's are in certain shots.
this is what I mean, like, we have to be specific about what parts we're comparing. If you just take, like, because several sections of Abby's campaign are where she hasn't built up muscle yet. You gotta be careful, like, the one that they got here, I'm pretty sure is from when she's built it up. But again, like, look at the shot, though, it's like, she's... I would describe her as fit rather than super muscular at this point.
It
I
would
mean, still.
take time and effort to make a different model.
I just... Also, post-apocalypse.
that yes, women can get that swole and more besides, when it was pointed out that yes, the very woman Abby's design was based on was
Fucking hell.
Was
on the left, though.
Okay.
For a second there, I thought that to the left of her arm, like her actual torso was a part of the arm for a second there. I was just like, whoa.
was equally, if not more muscular, the outraged gamers changed their tune. Now
No,
the
we didn't.
popular argument persists,
Oh,
it's not that
God.
she
because the
can't be
person in real life lives in a real modern world with access
Oh,
to
here it
basically unlimited calories and lounge time in order to build one's body
And-
up to that point.
Yeah, there's loads of options in real life with
I-
plentiful resources to be able to do stuff with your body, but like in post-apocalypse,
I mean, can we be real and honest here too? And this is not meant to disparage the female bodybuilders who do put a lot of work and effort into this stuff. A lot of those people that you see, and I don't know about any of the pictures that Jim posted, but a lot of that might be from steroid use. It is not necessarily natural for women to have that kind. Women don't gain muscle as easily as men. That is a biological truth.
All right, counterpoint. Counterpoint. There's no anti-doping laws in the post-apocalypse.
Yeah, even though there are women who can get that, tanked basically, it's very exceptional and out of the ordinary.
Did you say
for
tanked?
the average?
Yeah, you said tanked.
All right.
Is that an Australian term? To be tanked as in to be muscular?
Oh no. Carry on. It's all good. No worries.
What are you talking about?
Most people say
it is
tanky,
now.
Shad. They say tanky.
It's fine. There's no reason for anything.
Tanky.
Tanky. My apologies.
God, get it right. It's supposed to be a
know.
gamer. It's almost like you're not abusive. Come on. Wait, was there someone else? Or...
What? I already said what I needed to say.
Oh, okay, okay.
It's that she can't be muscular in The Last of Us Part 2.
Post-apocalypse, yeah, sure.
You see, the same group of status quo warriors who have spent years in this
Status
so-called
quo
culture
warriors,
war defending unrealistic body types is
Some
suddenly
things are
an
good to be
arbiter
status quo. I hate it. They say, "Oh, status quo," like it has a negative connotation. I'm like, some things are probably good to have be status.
Well,
quo.
he's suggesting that they've been the status quo warriors for a long time, meaning there's reason for her to be muscular.
See, I think they could justify it in a post-apocalyptic world, but they'll need to justify it. They need to show it downing food and working out.
Yeah, this is what I mean. They can, they don't.
You're just gonna have to work your ass off in order to do it.
So his first piece of evidence is it's a world where she's a warrior, and it's like, okay, that's not enough. Keep going.
Yes, agreed. It's not enough.
of what is and isn't believed.
Sorry, it is just physiologically easier for men to gain muscle than women. That is a basic biological fact. The amount of work and effort and training that Abby would have to put in order to become as jacked as a dude is multiple times.
I mean, why do they even call it that word? Jacked? Yeah.
Obviously. Like that's just a physiological reality. And that's why people are suspect of it.
I mean, we can all envision the world where maybe it's a shame that human beings are sexually dimorphic. Is like, if only we were all just reasons, things. But that ain't the world that we're in. And they say it like we're blaming women, like it's their fault and they have to be punished for it.
And besides, like, the conversation I feel like is over, but he's still going. It's like, okay then, let's see what else you got. What other arguments do you want to bring up?
Believable character design. After all the defenses of chainmail bikinis and everything Rob Liefeld did.
Okay, this is.
Oh God.
So, Jim,
oh my God,
Jim,
is
Jim,
really one of the right.
If this was
That's
in
a
The Last
snake.
of Us 2, you can bet that people would be pointing it out.
Yeah.
The first
Can I just
person who
say-
would point that out would be Jim.
I actually
Jim
have a
would
whole.
definitely point that out.
Dude, what a comparison, though. Like, hey, you don't complain about this.
For the record, everyone complains about Rob Liefeld.
Yeah, as a comic book nerd, literally everyone makes fun of Rob Liefeld. He is the joke of the comic book industry.
Yeah, no one does that.
Captain
That's why this.
America he drew is a big meme.
Oh, the Captain America one's funny, yeah, I know
Captain America has gigantic tits himself.
Yeah.
Is
He's
he?
just a
I mean,
shell.
he's even worse than the person who drew Gotham High.
Oof, yeah. But yeah, like, we were saying this near the beginning, but like, we're not playing, what did I call it? Explosion Bros? Like, this the thing. Last of Us, very grounded.
To artistic concepts of human proportion. Suddenly, the question of Abby's large arms in a
So just while we're on the subject as well about the whole chainmail bikini things, I actually have a whole video that's a defense of the chainmail or barbarian bikini based on historical precedent.
Historical
okay?
precedent, everyone, okay?
So if anyone wants to know the historical justification of how you could work it into one, there's a video on my channel going into the detail.
I will
So,
100% check it out,
Paste
man.
Shad.
You know,
Paste
Abraham
Chad.
Lincoln was a historical president.
He was.
There it is. So yeah, he's I like the whole, we're suddenly complaining. He's like, wait, what? What? No? feel like this conversation's happened many times over, but alright. Suddenly complaining.
Everything Rob Liefeld did to artistic concepts of human proportion. Suddenly, the question of Abby's large arms in a mushroom zombie video game have turned every time.
There it is. Other than zombie stuff, Last of Us is built on being more realistic and grounded than other video games like Uncharted, DuPont. I would say Uncharted is relatively, like, it guns for recreating a realistic look as well, but I'd still agree with this point. Of course, The Last of Us is realistic and grounded.
The zombie stuff is drawing on something real, cordyceps fungus.
I guess my question is that why is it always the critique of games like this is to boil them down to their most basic elements in order to delegitimize them? A zombie mushroom game, really? Okay.
But the reason why they went with that was to try and do a realistic take on zombies, wasn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
Cordyceps fungus.
So when people are like, lol, zombie fungus, stupid, like, wait, no though, hang on. They think that's stupider than your standard zombies, which are far harder to believe because it's just disease that makes you go nuts and die and also eat people's flesh and walk around. It's like, okay, that seems very specific.
2-bit gamer with a Twitter handle into an expert nutritionist who can scientifically argue that no women could get so hard in a post-op.
So if you're gonna...
I love how the nuts that he picked are the responses from him.
If you're gonna do this, right, the conversation starts out with, why don't you like the game? And someone brings up, among other points, the arms. And then he's like, you do get that women can get that big, right? And then the response is, yeah, maybe, but not in this fucking environment.
Yeah.
And then his response is, yeah, well, where were you complaining about this before? It's like, okay, so you moved the goalpost, but I'll allow it. I've complained about this in other things too. I'm just saying it doesn't change the fact that this is a problem too. And then he goes, okay, well... it is possible if you consider that she's a war, blah, 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 and then they go, actually, no, and then they counter with their experience or understanding of protein diets, workouts, and stuff, and then he's like, wow, you big nerd, what are you doing?
I really think it's really bizarre for Jim Sterling, of all people, and again, no bully, but Jim Sterling, of all people, to talk about diet and health. Okay.
Hey, he might know about it.
You go there. Yeah, he's heard about diets before.
Yeah, he's heard about enemy. I don't know.
No bully.
I mean, you saw him dressed up in that outfit. I mean, look at his hair. He knows how to diet.
So
no bully proceeds to bully. Love it.
Yeah, alright, let's see how he counters this one.
Apocalypse. You see, there's no food in a zombie apocalypse, so nobody can get the...
No, it's not that there's no food, it's the food required to maintain this is an impossibility.
Being pushed into one person at the expense of other people.
Yeah, like I said, even if the stadium they live at has enough food, it would still be something they'd be like, no, Abby, stop, you can't.
Well, it is a stadium. They definitely have the steroids.
And she's just shoving the fucking burritos down, like, Abby, no! And they're pulling her arms away, and then she bats them off with ease.
There's a starving child in the corner.
Every day.
Abby, stop!
I want a burrito!
Abby, look at that starving child! She's like, I don't care.
I'm gonna eat it.
Starving child will be
I'll eat the steal.
Abby, stop, that's my horse. I don't care, I need my protein.
Oh no, you've triggered a memory. I was on my phone last night, going through Reddit, and there was this... Do you know Nature is Metal, the subreddit? It, like... Not in reference to you, Metal, don't worry. It's all about how nature, when left alone, holy fuck, it could do some stuff that just makes you go, oh, and some of the stuff is awesome. Like, there was a lion getting attacked by a pack of hyenas, and then this pack of, well, I don't even know if it's considered a pack of lions, come in to defend. The lion is like a big war, and the little hyenas run the fuck off, and it's like, yeah, it's a fun little, like, movie moment. However, there are some other things that happen. In this fucking video, Komodo dragon had, like, wounded a fawn that was pregnant enough and pulled out the kid and swallowed it whole.
Oh, Jesus.
And, like, when I saw it, I was like, okay, this is...
I've heard of veal, but this is ridiculous.
And, like, it just starts eating parts of the mother as it tries to crawl away until it dies. It's like some of the... Nature, you scary.
No, Mother Nature's beautiful.
Well, I was eating my dinner.
And it was funny because in the comments, some people were like, "This is honestly the most horrifying thing I've ever seen." Then some people were like, "Oh, you should see this." And it's like, no.
Yeah, there's probably an insect that does something more gross.
Oh yeah, well this is the thing, when looking up the cordyceps stuff, it's like, oh, it's based on a real thing, where a mushroom infects an animal, makes it climb to like a really high
Mind
area.
controls it and makes it climb up.
It's horrifying.
Which is
nature's scary, humans need to make sure nature don't get out of hand, okay? That's why we're here. We're like, hey nature, stop it. That's rude. And nature's like, lol, no. Komodo
I
dragon,
used to
y'all.
love the environment until I learned about the environment.
There was a comment that was like, Komodo dragons are not familiar with the concept of cruelty, I assume, but still.
It does seem a little unsporting.
Jesus.
They see it as a vending machine. They punched it and something fell out. They're like, sweet.
Nice.
Like, oh man, that Komodo dragon was Abby. He's like, oh, she's pregnant. Good.
Oh no. Also, I like that is the image on screen right now. It's very suitable.
Oh no.
This image right here of an empty plate is Jim Sterling's worst nightmare.
Ooh.
Wow, such a low blow, right? Such an easy fat joke.
Well, I mean, if you
No
make it
bully.
easy, I don't know.
Wow, sounds like you're being pretty fat phobic
Being
right
abusive and
Oh, I'm not
homophobic.
afraid. I'm the opposite.
now. I'm
It
not
brings
afraid.
me joy.
Afraid of strong women.
Nourishment they need to build up their bodies to get muscles in the first place. That's logic that's suddenly been applied to a video game. I mean,
Yep.
sure, she's
What?
not even that
Yeah, we can
extremely
apply to other things
muscular and
too.
has no more meat on her.
Well,
But also,
Okay,
let's
couple
be
of
frank.
things.
People call this out because if the game is trying to be really realistic, then people are gonna think about it much more realistically than Super Mario.
if this was a 2D, if it was a 2D side scroller game or something that was highly stylized, no one would give a single shit if
Yeah.
it had featured a female character that was super buff. In fact, it would have a lot of fans, and let's be honest, why?
I mean, yeah, but if you want to play the realistic game, then you're gonna have to put up with the realistic consequences of people critiquing your game as if it's realistic.
And
You
it's
can't
also
just be like, "Oh, I just want all the good stuff, and I'm just gonna ignore these aspects when they're criticized." If this is the game
And
you
it's
want to
al-
play, then you're gonna have to be ready for it.
Yeah, and did you hear his comment where he's like, she's not that, unrealistically built or something like that? I forget the exact wording now. It's like, no, she's still pretty on the high end of the spectrum there, mate.
Yeah, like, so, this may come as a shock to EFAP viewers and EFAP people who hate EFAP as a whole. We all do go outside. It is a thing. I know I have advised against it.
Outside. You bet I was.
It's a scary
I was
world.
listening.
There's this
I hear there's
thing in the
Komodo
sky
dragons out
that
there.
shines light at you aggressively. It's terrifying. But I would say 99.9% of the women I see do not have arms that exceed or even match Abby's length. Girth.
Most of the women that I've seen have not actually been in my bedroom. Shocking as it is to believe.
Damn it.
To my knowledge, I think every single woman I've ever had, contact or met in my entire life has not been that built. Not even close.
It's of a low likelihood.
If I saw one, I'd do a double take.
It's not even a bad thing. That's what I don't get. It's not an insult to women. It's not a slight to women. Just to say that this is an unrealistic female body type.
Yeah, you just gotta be like, wow, that's weird.
It'd be like if you saw if they put a man in a game who had boobs
Delvin
and wide
Henderson.
hips, you would go, "What?"
That's very
Men in
true.
video
That is-
games. Now that's a trend that'll never catch on.
Well, we live in a 2020 world. I'm not so sure about that.
Nothing's impossible, I suppose. Donald Trump signs an executive order to allow men in video games.
Whoa.
As he skews the gamer vote.
Not my presence.
Logic that's suddenly been applied to a video game. I mean, sure, she's not even that extremely muscular and has no more meat on her than many of the men, but we're not here to question.
Yeah,
Name one man in that game that's more ripped than she is, other than Fat Garrett. Well, even then, like I say
Fat
that,
Garrett
and now I
was
have to
big.
stop myself and think.
Yeah, who is more built than Abby in modern video games? Even of guys. I mean, she's way up there.
Yeah, I feel like she
well,
could
it
beat.
depends which video game, because
know,
Street Fighter, of course, has.
Yeah,
most of them
I think she'd beat Nathan Drake in an arm wrestle. Okay, I'm putting it out there.
And okay, that's the same company, right?
Oh yeah, the same
So-
company. They would not allow Abby to lose.
But in the context of the game world itself, Mauler, was there any in-game character more built than her?
They probably. I'm trying to think. Like we got. Because Ellie obviously not. Even Tommy obviously not. Manny no. What's his name? The one that she sexes no. Oh, there's gotta be no to Isaac.
I mean, Joel might be
It was-
physically larger. He
there
might be
was-
physically wider, right? But
There was the Friar Tuck woman that she was big, but she wasn't
The
muscular.
Friar Tuck woman.
She was dressed like fucking. I don't know. I've heard people call her Miss Trudgeball
Friar
as well.
Tuck woman.
I don't know her
Actually, I
name.
don't know.
She was the first like boss interaction with the pickaxe. But
you know, here's a really good idea. If someone has access to the game files, take Joel, the masculine, manly protagonist that we're all supposed to worship or whatever, and put his model next to Abby and see which one is wider and fitter in terms of like defined muscles. I think there's one that beats the other.
Just having looked at the images casually, Abby looks way more built.
But like it's a video game, so someone can get into the files and do this, right?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, probably.
Most likely, actually.
They can't just keep getting away with this. Abby, played us like a damn fiddle.
Male body types, are we? Get out of here with that commie logic. And sure, we could say that in a game about mushroom zombies, the size of a character.
Whoa, how is that?
Commie logic?
Commie logic.
For people.
Is he making a caricature of people criticizing him? That
Yeah, that's it. It's just because he's a commie and he's mad.
Like lol commie mad. Like
I just like the
don't
idea
give
that
a fuck
you
if
take
a communist is
you
mad.
take a hot take on a game, and then like you just don't like it because I'm a commie. Like, wait, what's happening? What?
Excuse me?
Like, no, let me add that to my list of reasons. Fucking shut the fuck up, communist.
Such a weird world we live in. But yeah, I was gonna say, how long have we? So we're at 2.5 hours already. Jesus Christ, time is traveling. We got
wait,
what? Did someone just fucking rudely interrupt me abusively?
Yes.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm upset now.
We better apologize for your abusive interruption.
Yeah, we got we might be.
Yeah, get out of here with your commie logic.
People say I should delve that. It's like, yeah, I guess so. What even like you just randomly say like you disagree, or you consider my arguments commie logic? I don't even know. Should I just say commie
Interrupt
logic?
your conversation, more like interrupt our conversation, comrade.
Da, 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 da,
I
da.
I was watching because they had in the Black Ops 4 the new there's gonna be the Cold War Call of Duty, and in the trailer they had Yuri Bezmenov and he was talking about communist subversion and all the stuff
And
they
they're
did,
so
and all the communist tears. So upset that the game might actually portray the USSR as really fucking bad.
Wow, I'm a
And
communist.
one of the comments to the tweets was, "I can't wait to see all the starving Russians." It's like, oh my god,
Here's
it's so great.
the funniest shit about that, right? Is wow, I'm a communist and I can't support this game that makes millions of dollars for this multi-million-dollar company because it insulted communism. But that's the only
Yeah.
reason why I would have bought it otherwise.
I was just like, shut the fuck up, communist. I need to get just a thing, just a badge made. Just shut the fuck up, communist.
This is so funny. They would have been 100.
Silence
These couple of
communism.
commies would have been completely on board with, again, a multi-million-dollar video game made by a massive company that rakes in profits if they just hadn't insulted communists.
You know,
The
I knew a
irony
guy
is
who
not
was
lost on me.
actually he did yard work and he would rake in the profits.
Ooh.
Oh Jesus, I think.
Oh my god, what happened?
What is this?
Wait,
weird.
Mel,
Oh,
jump
geez.
out in case that's the reason we're getting fucked over. I don't know.
Yeah, that's
I will, because this is going to be a whole rotation thing.
Yeah, no.
Metal was the first, and now he is the first to go. I'm so sorry, my German. But
it's fine.
we'll pop you back in probably at some point later when everybody's.
I'll be around.
Yeah.
I'll be around.
See you later.
Bye-bye.
Avenge me.
Later on, Metal.
Okay.
Tell my story.
So something must be happening Internet
Oh,
historian,
no.
are you like streaming
A
video?
communist?
Oh, there we go.
It's back.
Yep.
Oh, I must have been.
Hello there.
Oh, sorry.
Howdy.
Hello.
What have you?
Greetings,
I
sir.
walked into a room full of abusive gamers. I'm tired of you saying things about my favorite channel, Jim Sterling, and
I'm
my
so
favorite
sorry.
video game character, Abby. Won't stand for
Abby
me all
and
day.
Jim Sterling, and well, I don't know what would be the third prong on that holy trinity.
I guess the third prong might be my most hated character, Joel. There you go.
Oh yeah, and oh yeah, the character no one actually liked all along.
Yes.
The most hated character in video games, Joel.
How you
Love
been,
me a bit of
Mr.
Revisionist
Historian? You've been watching some of this video in the chat there. Been
Yeah,
enjoying
I've
it?
been sort of shit posting for the last half hour. Just saying dumb shit.
I mean,
There we go.
you played the game. You mainly hated Abby for her
I
muscles,
loved it.
right?
What?
It was
No,
her
I loved the
muscles
game, and I
really got
especially
you.
loved it for the muscles, and I loved it for that romantic sex scene. Nutted at least a couple times there because I got a high IQ.
You got
and
you put that
The
one on
high
repeat,
IQ
didn't you?
sex scene.
You can't understand the sex scene
To
unless
be
you're
fair,
high.
you have to have a fairly high
IQ
IQ to
sex
understand the sex scene.
One of these days, you'll understand why this sex scene is so good. Oh,
oh dear.
It's been a
yes.
journey.
Can't wait for the remastered version so that we can watch it in 4K at 120 frames per second.
Say that like
Just
it
going
won't happen.
backwards and forwards,
Dude,
with no motion blur whatsoever. It'd be brilliant.
If they release Last of Us 2 remastered on PS5, I can't wait to see the sales. That's going to be so much fun.
Well, you know
I
how
am very curious for that.
there's sort of a trend now to do all kinds of retro PS1 style games. I would really prefer if they release it back in like 380p or whatever, 320p, just complete blocky style sex scene. That would be much better for me.
Can you get Peepo DLC that can cover it? I think that would be like something consumers might want, might tempt them to buy it.
Yeah, I like that idea. Just sort of rough polygons, kind of. It's just colliding with each other over some bad 8-bit music. Yeah.
And it says, "Think of the themes as it plays out." The cycles of sexual violence. So yeah, if you we might have to start reposting it with all this junk in the chat. If you see the link to the old watch together there, we're just checking out some of his thoughts on this wonderful game, and the latest argument is that he would assume that we would claim he's using communist logic.
What?
Not sure what
You guys aren't communist.
I don't know where it. Yeah, I'm gonna play it again so that we can. Yeah.
It's extremely muscular and has no more meat on her than many of the men, but we're not here to question male body types, are we? Get out of here with that commie logic.
Well, no, because Abby isn't a man.
Commie
That's just objectively wrong. She has more meat on her than the other men in the game. You can see it, just side by side.
I wish she had less meat in her.
I get it.
All right.
I like that.
I like that. That's very good. I'm gonna write that down.
We could
Not my
say that in
best,
a game
but-
about mushroom zombies, the size of a character's arms aren't the biggest suspension of disbelief out there. But that
They are though, because my evidence is that people aren't talking about how one of these things is unbelievable, and they're talking about how the other thing is believable. Congratulations, you made the shape of a woman's body less believable than a mushroom zombie apocalypse. Good job, Naughty Dog. You did it.
It's the thing. They based it on cordyceps, and it is fiction. Like, it's a thing that hasn't happened. They're calling it a thing in this world that did happen. Unless they want to be like, yes, there are women now who are like built like trucks. That's just a thing in this universe. I'd be like, okay. But they didn't. It's just the one.
Well, to dig into that idea a bit further, it's the fact that there is a direct point of reference that people exist in the real world, people exist in the game. We can compare the people in the game to the people in the real world, see how realistic they are. Are there, fungus zombies in the real world? Not for people, and so therefore, you can make up what you want, and there's not really anything clashing with our understanding of reality there. So
Yeah.
that's how it works, basically, Jim.
Well,
That's why.
Don't you find it fascinating? I'll be quick, I swear. Just that we're now appealing to whether or not something is realistic, when previously he was appealing to the possibility and that it should be accepted. Like, which one is it? You can't have both.
Right. Exactly. It's fantasy. It's fiction. It's unreality. You can do whatever the heck you want. It's only because The Last of Us has presented itself as so grounded in reality, as so grounded as being a realistic kind of game, that it then makes people laugh when they see something that's so clearly unrealistic.
This reminds me of when Battlefield 1 came out, and they had Battlefield 5 even. We'll take it up to something more. We'll talk about the newest discontinued game from DICE. But when Battlefield 5 came up, and they had this the sniper, the woman on the front lines with the face paint and the prosthetic arm in the trailer of this World War II game, people were like, wait a second, this is really fucking weird. Like, wait, what? And everyone said, oh, you can't believe that, but and so I had to get into the whole aspect of, like, people respawn in video games. They reincarnate after death and then continue on fighting a battle over and over. But we accept that for the purposes of a game and playing it in the mechanics, and it's a very common... Yeah, things are ranked differently on our suspension of disbelief-o-meter. And seeing a bunch of women run around in a World War II game is definitely higher in the disbelief rankings than actual reincarnation, because games and the aspects mechanically of games that we have.
Be aware.
Yeah, well, it's just a conceit that you have to live with if you want to keep playing the game.
Yeah, like
people's level of suspension of disbelief is so high that you really have to push the boundaries, and it is, I think, context dependent, right? Like, people don't go, if you're playing Skyrim or whatever, and you install your big titty mod, it's not going to break anybody's suspension of disbelief in playing Skyrim, but it's totally different in a game that purports to be realistic.
By the way, I'm not sure if it's on the monitor for everyone else, but this screenshot you've got of the cordyceps lady, by the way, I just want to point out she's got nicer tits than Abby did.
Oh, the cordyceps lady. Hang on, let me roll it back, because everyone was commenting on this dude.
I see an evil white man staring at me, ready to object.
Get that off of there.
There you go.
Oh, her tits remind me of the tits of that one chick from that Death Spa movie where she had her tits burned in the tanning booth.
Yeah.
Final Destination 3?
Oh, I had seen that one. Yeah, she's going sun
are you talking about,
bathing or whatever.
You talking about something covered by Red Letter Media, or are you talking about Final Destination 3?
Yeah, that thing.
Because, there's more than one movie where a girl gets her boobs burned off.
Listen, burned tits are a trope in media that needs to end.
Yes, it's a communist trope.
I want my tits rare. No, I want common, but never mind.
You could say that in a game about mushroom zombies, the size of a character's arms aren't the biggest suspension of disbelief out there.
And
but that
yet,
kind of
here we
Bolshevism
are.
isn't going to get those cocks jerking, is it? And sure, they're...
I just like the idea.
What, you think people are masturbating to Ellie in the first game? Well, they probably
I guess
were.
is that what his is really that his thesis?
That's it.
Is that the only reason that people played The Last of Us the first time is to jack it to Ellie? In which case, I have more questions about you, Jim, than anyone else.
I honestly, I think that he's like, you fuckers, you just want to wank to the main character, don't you? That's it.
That's weird, dude.
Rejection. Can I just ask, being like really honest with yourselves, right? If Abby was like cute anime character with big titties, would you probably be more forgiving of her character by the end? 100% honesty.
Gotta be honest with you,
if
man.
she was like, oh, Abby, so sorry, and then low cut top and all that stuff. Would you maybe just have a tinge more sympathy?
No.
If it could be qualified down to like,
if you spell it S-I-M-P, maybe, but I don't know.
I don't know. I'll say if she was really kawaii, I might have some sympathy.
Joel
Senpai, can I hit you with a golf club?
if we
all
were
into one.
I think that would open up an additional realm of enjoyment for a group of people for her.
Yeah, like what she did, it didn't matter. Like I said, it didn't matter if she was hot or not. She's going down. Like we're taking that cutscene death every opportunity we can get. And there was quite a few,
Fair enough.
thankfully. But hey, if there was a sense that we could like her a little bit more, it's gonna be if it were on the scale, right, of 1,000 points on the scale, and she's at like a 1 in terms of hatred, going from 0 most and 10,000 to loving. It might have ticked up by 1, maybe a half.
You know what? You know what I think would help? You know what I think
Each
would
hit
help?
gives her half a point.
Yeah.
What if Abby was just irreconcilably evil? Just completely evil
It's
and
an anime
reveled in
character,
it.
yeah.
But no, I mean anime character style, just laughing it up and reveling while she's golfing Joel. I think that might
That would've
even
worked
be a
better.
more enjoyable character.
I actually
Yeah.
agree. The fact that
Yeah,
they were
was a
trying
villain,
to
yeah.
make people like her and make her trying to be, oh no, she's really a good person in these other sections of the game. But if they just
You thought I'm morally
That
gray,
would have worked so well.
but it is
You
me,
could just-
evil.
You could just imagine her like when she was about to go off on the boat, and then instead she's doing like Joel impressions. Oh, just kill me now, all that sort of stuff.
Yeah. Instead,
Like,
she gets off on the boat.
Also,
it would have worked.
As the screen points out, apparently alcohol and rag equal health kit. Is this true, Rag?
I think we all know what happens when you mix alcohol with rags, and it's not a health kit.
One might even say it could represent the opposite, but that's neither here nor there. Go ahead, Jim.
There are supplement pills found in every drawer and cupboard that the protagonists chow down without hesitation. But that's just video.
Wait, is he using that as an
Oh my
argument?
God.
She's been eating steroids, so it's okay.
Yeah, is that what
Oh,
it's saying?
this reminds me of the what was the group when Kingdom Come Deliverance came out? They said, "Oh, things can't be realistic because I can chug a health potion and my health bar goes up." Was that Inside Gaming?
I don't know, but if he wants to go this,
That was Funhouse, wasn't it?
Well, let's just be realistic about what the pills you find in the game are. They're presumably like acetaminophen, right?
yeah, they're not steroids.
Something that you would actually find in every person's average house. Some kind of painkiller, or maybe.
Let's
a
go even
prescription
further.
antibiotic.
They are supplements that give you things like more Molotovs. Like, wait, that doesn't make any sense at all. It's like, well, shut up.
Oh, it would be great though if, like, you know how in Fable, like as in Fable 1 at least, like as you do more good deeds or bad deeds, your character changes. It'd
As
be
your
great
character likes Joel more, you become more and more evil. Yeah.
or as your character takes just more like pain pills, they become more buff. Just
Yeah, Max
bulks
Payne.
up. Oh yeah, actually. Okay.
Oh yeah, it's basically your
Chug.
health is just pain
You
pills.
fucking chug them pills in Max Payne.
Game logic, and we shouldn't be looking for too much realism in a game.
Believability,
Yeah.
and don't pull this bullshit about
Well,
how
he's-
all things on the realism chart are exactly equally weighted.
That's what I mean.
That's
but
bullshit
he-
nonsense.
I
You
don't
don't
even
expect
think-
this argument from people like him, but they make it.
In his
'cause they don't
crazy
have
world, though, I
principles.
don't think it still doesn't work. He's like, you're saying that she wouldn't be able to do it without being like she's got access to steroids, and then he invents the counter argument of, yeah, but those are just mechanics, though. And he's like, oh, so is that how it works now? When it's like, no, the counter is, I don't even think those are steroids, and this is certainly not a part of the game. And what are you even? Where are we going with this? That Abby wants to just
Right.
take steroids, like
Well, let's be
regularly?
clear. He started this argument by just saying, by not introducing a steroid argument at all, and just saying she works at it, and then he introduces the steroid argument as a supplemental to his original critique. So it seems, basically, in research, right, you're supposed to start out with a hypothesis and then find data that support it, rather than starting out with a hypothesis and then finding and basically like going through and picking out things that support your hypothesis. If I'm explaining that correctly.
Any reasonable person would be able to say, shut up, it's a video game. The reasonably muscular arms are among the more believable suspensions of disbelief in a mushroom zombie video game, and that's even if you think
They're
it's
not,
unrealistic.
though.
Well, then
I mean,
why didn't
like,
that
the
happen?
evidence for that is the fact that we are talking about these.
Yeah,
fucking
why didn't it
arms.
happen? Why didn't everyone believe it more so than the zombie mushrooms? Why? And his
We
explanation.
said the same thing when big anime theories come up, and you said misogyny.
Well, that's the thing. His answer will be, well, because you guys fucking hate women. You're like,
Nailed it.
I also just find it
Everyone
odd
says
that
that,
he
yeah.
goes back to this zombie mushroom game. It's so dismissive, and
yeah. From what I understand, they put a decent amount of work into trying to make it grounded, the Cordyceps thing. That was their whole goal. They were like, we don't want to just have zombies.
I definitely think that's a triumph for the game. I think they did a really good job with that.
Neat.
In the first place, but that doesn't do enough to counteract the sheer hypocritical stupidity of a group of little.
Oh, do you remember when the pregnant lady has been shot in the back and she didn't even notice? That was great.
Oh.
What's the hypocrisy?
It's just a game. You can get shot and not die, so it's fine.
Sorry, I interrupted his little rant there. I'll roll him back.
And that's even if you think it's unrealistic in the first place. But that doesn't do enough to counteract the sheer hypocritical stupidity of a group of literal wankers who only ever shout realism when it's convenient, when they're trying to get an unconventional video game protagonist erased, or falsely claiming that black people weren't around in the olden days.
Oh, yeah, that's what we argued, that black people literally were there was a magic barrier on the north edge of Africa.
That's such a straw man, holy fuck. What a straw man. That's amazing. Black people weren't around in the olden days. Nobody's ever fucking said that. What do you mean?
Yeah, the
It's about
CIA
location.
invented black people in the 70s. We all know. It's fine.
That were just plot.
Come on. This is what I mean. Like, it's like, Jim, you know what you're doing. Like, you know full fucking well.
No, he has I don't actually think Jim is stupid, right? So he has to know what the hell he's saying. And that
he knows what he's doing.
Yeah, and that the critique of Mordhau isn't that there weren't black people during the Middle Ages, but maybe not in these regions.
It's a game based off of European medieval Renaissance, that era.
And there were, to be fair, there were. Traders,
like you had the Moors in Spain and all that stuff, but this isn't based on that.
But what a minority they at that point in time. And if you're making even if it's a fantasy game, if it's a historically based fantasy game, there's no reason to veer that far away from history.
And one thing that they need to realize, and they don't, which is weird, because you'd expect people who talk about games a lot to understand games more, is that if you say, okay, well, yeah, there were black people in Europe at the time. I'm sure there were, or yeah, some women did fight in World War I. So sure, that should be a thing you could pick as an option. Is that you're going to get 30, 40, maybe 50% of players choosing to play as women, or whatever percentage of players who will choose the black person option when you're playing a historical European fighting game, and that will destroy the immersion. Because not just one person in a server of 64 is going to choose the black guy.
Well, I don't even know if I care about the immersion bit too much personally, but I just, I guess I just, because it doesn't necessarily bother me, but maybe on the online space, if you're playing the not online version of a game, would make less sense to incorporate that kind of stuff. But with online stuff, I do get it. People want to customize characters. People want to make their own thing, and that's fine. But it should be thematically consistent, right? So
I don't know. I agree with Jim. Game is racist. Game is sexist.
I just I agree with Jim, but it's just okay.
Can I be part of the cool kids club now of the correct video game opinion havers?
It is true. Gamer bad.
Well, I'm hoping to score a collab with him soon. So
that last comment derailed everything that he said before, because now I can't remember what he said before the.
Don't worry too much about it. I don't think it matters.
Oh no! Every frame of pause. You kidding me? Let's do this.
Of a group of literal wankers who only ever shout realism when it's convenient, when they're trying to get an unconventional video game protagonist erased, or falsely claiming that black people.
See, that's
so I'm get her erased.
Oh man, it's like I rag on unrealistic things all the bloody time, and it's just like, oh no, they only do it when it's
against. I'm trying to think of an instance where gamers didn't call it out. Like when it was going the other way, right?
No, again, with high fantasy games or games that are set in a completely different universe, no one has a problem with stuff that's not.
Yeah, like Skyrim, you could play as the Red Guards, and no one gives a shit. They have curved swords.
Hey, I still criticize wrong swords.
By the way, the Red Guards
Well-
invented the nukes in the invented actual nuclear weapons in the Elder Scrolls universe. It's called the Pancratos sword, and it's literally a nuclear weapon.
What is this whole like you're
So on the matter of the swords in Skyrim, you have to look at their weight balance and then also the structure and proportions, and the hilts are a bit too big as well, and there's the hand size, and then the great swords. I'll stop.
Dude, are you like obsessed with swords or something?
Maybe something like that.
Fucking hell. Next
You're
you'll
one of those
touch-
literal wankers I've heard Jim Sterling talk about.
Abusive. That's what they are.
I'm somehow I'm only criticizing the realism because it's I'm targeting women and I'm sexist. Must be.
No, apologize.
Well, it just seems to always be they want to put, dare I say it, women and minorities into places where you don't expect to see them, or it doesn't make sense, or it's not immersive, or it isn't historically accurate, or something, and that's why it pops up. Because I'm sure if we had if Sekiro was a game where you were just randomly a white guy, like people would need an explanation for that.
You know, like the Thanos' weapon that Shad tore to pieces. I don't think I caught anyone's video saying like, Shad, you're preventing the existence of that weapon. Like what?
Why are you denying
if
the
Thanos
validity
was a
of
female,
whales?
then no one like Shad, you sexists. How dare you?
So because what I think, like, I'm trying to explore the statements. It's so strange to me. Is he saying that by us being like, hey, her muscles are a tad silly, we are then preventing people who look like her from existing in real life, like socially or something?
Probably. There's another psychological thing I didn't mention before that's been called an expectancy violation, which makes people psychologically uncomfortable. When you expect one thing and you see something that conflicts with your expectations, it actually makes you feel upset. So this necessarily doesn't mean anything in terms of whether it's right or wrong, but it explains why when you see a big muscular woman, it makes people feel kind of uncomfortable because it's just violating their expectations. Sorry.
No, people are going to hear that. What they're going to do is they're going to hear that and they're going to say, so that's why you didn't like The Last Jedi, because it subverted your expectations, therefore violation of something.
Expectancy violation. Expectancy violation. It is just a psychological process that means that when you see something that really freaks you out, that does not meet what you expect to happen, it's an uncomfortable psychological state. And this is why it does mean that it's why media that does quote unquote violate expectations or breaks the mold in some way, people don't tend to like it because to a degree, people want some logical consistency. Otherwise, it is literally psychologically uncomfortable.
Was it
literal
like,
wankers?
Was it unexpected
their
or was it
psychological
more just like a sort of uncanny valley sort of thing? Because when I first saw Abby, I wasn't like, oh, it was a surprise, and you know what I mean? It was
I
just
think
kind
Abby might be more of the uncanny valley kind of effect than expectancy violation.
I when I first saw Abby, I actually thought it was a guy. She was a guy. I was like, I didn't.
I was just like, whoa, look at those arms.
It's just similar response, just really striking. You look at it, it's like, wow, okay.
But anyway, the point that Jim is making here that it's just such bullcrap that we're saying that gamers only rag on realism when they're trying to push an ideological position or something like that. Absolute bullcrap. Go have a look at my channel.
Jim would never want to push an ideological position himself.
No.
That would be no, that wouldn't be right. He's above that.
It's not like Jim actively says that he's a political actor or anything in any way.
Well, like I said, I'm pretty sure this is entirely fueled by that. He's not talking about anything to do with the game, and it seems like he's done another video that's only about harassing people. It's like, have you explored anything about this game that's like fucking flawed? I'm guessing not. And then you combine that with, pretty sure he avoided the coverage. He avoided the coverage of Battlefield 5 in like a negative light because of that. It's like it's a game that don't go after that one. Actually, that's It's a plus for us, so let's not. It's like, even if it has really controversial elements, anyway, moving on. It's like, hey, which is a shame because his integrity when it comes to microtransactions and loot box and stuff is part of what gains him a hell of a lot of respect, I would imagine.
Yeah, when I respect Jim 100% for his strong stance
For not
against
wanting to get
microtransactions.
fleeced, yes.
Well, because
And he defends Epic Games exclusives.
He does?
It is an issue.
He does.
Oh, fuck
really?
me.
Oh man.
Oh.
I haven't been paying enough attention, I guess.
Yeah, I haven't paid attention to him in a while. So this is a break in the streak of my blissful ignorance of Jim Sterling.
The last time he was covered was actually to a T, to the very minutes, a year ago on EFAP. So how about that?
Once a year is all I can handle of Jim Sterling. Just one a year.
That's the thing. There's already another video of his I want to cover. So see you next year for that, guys.
Falsely claiming that black people weren't around in the olden days, which is why games set in medieval Europe should only have white characters. Idiots. What makes this situation so absolutely absurd is not just the
much more.
Yeah,
I mean,
they should be all black people, I'd say.
I'm sure he knows plenty about the movement of populations within, medieval and early modern times.
I was just gonna say,
Wow, guys, don't you know about all of the black people that lived in England in 1300?
Didn't you know that Shakespeare was black?
Well, that's
Do you remember
the narrative.
Do you remember that meme that was like, I want to portray Hitler as he was meant to be a proud African American woman? And yeah, we have another guest to rotate in, and thus someone has to rotate out. I like how we're maintaining 7. That's fucking juggling like crazy, but that ultimately a good. And just a moment, I shall get them in. You know them well. It's not. Well, no, it is the weekend, so it counts. That's a big clue as to who it is, by the way. But yeah, I was just gonna say, you know how like people who hate EFAP, they might casually check this out here and then and be like, ugh, look at this, and then they're like, ugh, I don't like that argument, but I guess they made one at least. Jim's attempt at getting people to his side, I imagine, is just idiot, abusive. You're like, man, this is not convincing me. I feel like this is just a war cry for the people on your team already. That's about it.
Yeah, I don't think he's got any interest in convincing anyone.
Which is a shame.
Fact that it's a mushroom zombie game and a pair of above average biceps are the least of the fiction. It's that even within the world of The Last of Us Part 2, Naughty Dog went out of its way to show that Abby actually...
What if Abby had a third arm? Let's imagine. What if Abby had a third arm?
It's really, really transphobic of you to not assume she doesn't, or to assume she doesn't.
Maybe one of her legs identifies as an arm. I don't know. But the thing is, if we had something that was really blatant, like Abby just having a third arm for whatever reason, and he could make the same argument about, it's the mushroom zombie apocalypse, but you think it's really weird for her to have a third arm? Oh, gamers. Idiots.
Hold on. They've got a pause here on the schedule. Like, she works out a lot, but she does maybe only one. I can't read all of that, but it looks like one upper body day, 1 day of jogging, 1 day of legs, and I can't squiddly diddly. I don't know what that middle one does.
3 rest days. It looks like 3 days of rest.
And 3 rest days. How's she getting that body with 1 or 2 days of upper body?
So she can't is the point.
I'm doing more than that.
The thing
is,
is,
a fairly normal workout for a guy, and again, as I said before, like for women to get this buff requires so much more work because women don't gain muscle as easily. So that's not going to cut it.
Someone actually sent me a message and said that the Abby body model is one of the best CrossFit athletes in the world, but she spent like 10, maybe 15 years getting there.
Yeah, I believe that. And that's, again, in a non-starvation level society, where she probably has all kinds of very specified routines, not just physical, but also in terms of what she consumes in order to be able to achieve that.
Well, this is an interesting development, you see, because I followed this around a little bit, because Smudbug got into trouble with this on Twitter, but tweeting out that This is so the way the conversation goes, right? Unrealistic, not possible, blah blah blah. And then a lot of people posted this. They were like, "Aha! The game actually accounted for these nerds. They didn't realize this game says exactly how she's doing it. Get fucked." And then someone who does this stuff looked into it and was like, "Yep, nope, not possible with this workout schedule."
With
And then
3
and
days a week.
That big Reddit post.
The people that brought it up were like, "What the fuck do you mean? It's not. What are you doing?" It's like, I'm
You were
sorry.
supposed to be on our side.
Yeah, they brought it up. It was counted by someone, and they get pissed when that happens. And they're like, "What the fuck is wrong with you? Like, you obsessed. You look at look at me. I'm gonna go look at a piece of paper in a video game. What is wrong?" And it's like, you guys brought it up. What do you mean? We're looking at the information you brought up.
A large part of it, from my understanding, is that you have a shitload to do in this society that isn't building muscle. So those
You have,
rest
like,
days
work.
are kind of fucked.
Yeah, it's like, oh, I'm sorry, I can't rebuild defenses. I
Hello.
can't stack supplies. I can't organize our food stuff. This is one of my rest days. Sorry, guys.
Oh, what a bunch of racists.
Also,
Hello.
hi Weekend Warrior.
Hi, Whitey.
I just came here to say that you're all racist, and how dare you? How dare you not allow Abby to be who she is? a buff lady in the midst of an apocalyptic zombie event. How dare you? How dare all of you?
Hey, look,
really bad.
we're
Well,
abusive.
apologize
Okay,
for
we're
joining
abusive
your
people.
team.
Yeah, team Abby.
Hey, no team swapping.
Team muscles in apocalypse.
You can swap teams until the EFAP is over. Those are the rules.
Is that Team Muscles in the Apocalypse, or is that Team Muscles in the Apocalypse?
Pocket muscles.
Apocamusks.
Pocahontas?
Yeah, sure, why not?
Problem
officer?
I went
just
through
want to-
Pocahontas yesterday, a few days ago.
Oh no!
I just want to point out, like, I don't know if anyone has said this in the chat or in the discussion, but Abby is the only fit person in her team, and all the other people that are fit are in the other side, like Fat Gerald, Pickaxe Boys. I think Mauler mentioned the Pickaxe Boys. The final boss in the island is like freakishly muscular, and they don't even. The game actually, like, I'm actually replaying it now and seeing the footage I have. They got these farms, right? And they got meat, and they got this workout sheet for Abby. But Abby is the only person in her team that is as fit as her. So it actually highlights how improbable her whole scenario is. So
yeah.
Wow.
Also, I
The
mean,
other thing
that's
that actually the workout sheet doesn't answer, and we have touched on it just tangentially already, is that to build up that level of muscle, your food intake is like 3 times the average person or more. Like, it's
Gotta have it to
crazy.
burn it.
Like, those bodybuilders, they eat stacks. And so that's the thing that, like, yeah, okay, she could work out heaps, but if she's not having the intake, the protein and the calories and stuff, she's not going to put on the muscle. And in a post-apocalyptic, zombie setting, it's like, yeah, we were joking about the starving child in the corner of the food she would have to eat, but that's actually a legitimate thing. Would they give her a triple to quadruple portion of food when there's other mouths to feed in a setting like that?
Well, it's not just food; it's like specific foods as well, like protein. I don't know where you're going to get whey powder or creatine.
Burritos.
In the post-apocalyptic. Yes, well, with the burritos.
Burrito diet.
Remember,
You don't know what's in those burritos.
Spanish Neil Druckmann takes 2 burritos, and Abby only has 1. So at least eat 7 or 8.
Well, again, they are set up in an old football stadium, right? So,
Well, they got hot dogs.
presumably there's
Peanut,
a lot of
popcorn, Cracker Jack diet.
I mean,
But even if they did have a lot of food, it would be portioned out and rationed and be given the same amount. Why would she, get
is
3
rationed
times the
And
amount?
she skips the line.
Abby needs
this-
more whey protein than others.
If we were like a little council that organized the whole stadium, and they're like, "Is it okay if one of our participants eats 3 times the amount of rations to build up muscle?" We'd all be like, I mean,
I don't know.
That seems a little. I don't.
Do we have that to spare?
I say 3 times. It's probably more than that.
I guess, like, okay, because again, this is not to be sexist, speaking as a woman, but you would have to not give that much to a man to build up the same amount of muscle. So it would make sense if you were like, hey, we need to build up this warrior class, essentially. If you want to talk about like a Spartan-esque society, we have to build up this warrior class to defend us because we live in this post-apocalyptic hell. But why would you pick a woman who needs so much more energy in terms of calories? Why? No, completely illogical.
Aiden, that's just your internal misogyny talking.
Yeah, I feel like you've
Just-
internalized
Excuse
something.
me. Stop being so misogynistic on your own species, okay?
Oh, I expected this from the men, but from you.
Species. Yes, women are a different species to me.
Yeah.
Yes,
that is
how very
true.
bad.
Can confirm.
You can sort of imagine it. What's that? Horizon Zero Dawn, right? It's about this like lady, and she's like on the outskirts of the tribes, and so she has to go it alone. And it would sort of make sense why she would be the character to do that and get super buff. But Abby's always joined by a group of people with guns anyway. So like, what is the motivation to get super swole compared to everyone else? Like,
People argue.
she showed up with a group of 8 to take on Joel.
People argue it's because she wants to hunt down and kill Joel. It's like, that's not even in the game. There's no scene where she's like, I'm getting buff to get that fucker, like that sort of thing. There's nothing.
Yeah.
It's just, oh yeah, I've just been getting buff. You're like, oh.
But no, but Sir Historian raises a really good point. If her goal was to kill Joel, getting swole wouldn't be that like maybe getting fit so she could run.
Oh,
and then
you
just
better be
being
careful.
Really...
You're dangerously close to rhyming.
No, am I? Oh, indeed. But getting really good with her guns, aiming, practicing, because like guns happen to be far more lethal than muscles. Just
Lies.
saying,
Lies. Can I tell you
I think martial art movies have clearly disproved that.
No, Rags, we watched something recently. The most lethal is to have a gun that shoots dinosaurs at people.
Oh damn! What movie is that?
We watched Jurassic World: Fallen Kingdom.
Oh my god!
And I can safely say it is one of the worst movies I've ever watched in my life.
Wait, is there a gun in that movie that shoots dinosaurs?
The ultimate design is to have a gun that shines a laser at someone, and you press a button, and the dinosaur will attack the person you shine a laser at. Now,
It's a laser pointer.
I need you to think for 5 seconds about what alternate things you could do if you were aiming a gun at someone and you've got them on a laser pointer. Is there any other action you could take?
Yeah, so like as some of you might not know this, but as a
don't
firearms enthusiast myself, I also have guns that have laser pointers on them, and I can make bad things happen to whatever the laser is pointing at.
It's also
Can you
not
make
like
weapons attack them or something?
Well, you got to make it inconspicuous, make it look like an accident.
Like, it wasn't me. This dinosaur just came out of nowhere and mauled the guy. It's weird. I can shoot him.
Well, I mean,
Like, you should have been there, guy.
in Portland, they've been actively pointing laser pointers into cops' eyes to try and blind them. That alone would kind of mess your stuff up.
Imagine they had a dinosaur gun.
Now, if you had a dinosaur gun, that's way better.
And I
Sounds
want to
like
point
a
out
based movie.
that
I don't know, guys. Sounds pretty based.
Aiden and Weekend Warrior both halves on the screen, but they're both the correct halves. I don't know how it happened, but you can make them both out.
Hell yeah, Aiden. High five, virtual.
What
Yes,
wonderful luck.
let's high five all the way through it.
You see, because any of the other people getting cut in half would work. This is one hell of a coincidence. EFAP is poorly written.
This is a Christmas miracle.
Halloween miracle.
We've cut off the.
Christmas as miracles. There you go.
Halloween
Another
has
point,
death,
people.
decay, destruction, and excitement.
He actually does have access to regular meals and a fitness regimen. Narratively, of course, the game establishes that Abby spent the past few years specifically training herself physically for the task of wreaking revenge on Joel.
No, it doesn't. There's never anything for that. It almost comes across she just fucking happened to do it.
Yeah.
I mean, to be okay.
You
to
can
be fair to
infer
the
it,
game,
but maybe I'm wrong. Is
like,
there a scene where she says that shit, or is it just
No,
inferred?
no. She says once that, hey, I benched 185, and Owen goes, no way! And then after that, we're supposed to assume that she becomes a behemoth. We're supposed to assume from that line that,
But
okay.
that would be a game I would have preferred. The campaign of her building yourself up, and she actually does dangerous, semi-dangerous things in aid of preparing for the task of finding and killing Joel, and that she knows that her team will never let her do it, so she's gonna have to break away from them as well. Like, I feel like you could make a really interesting campaign out of that. But never mind.
What's the modern version of Wii Fit? I can't remember what it's called. The
Ring Fit.
The Ring Fit. It's just you have to get bulked with Abby.
Abby
my
discovers
VTube
the only
first play
working
that.
Nintendo Wii in the world, and she uses it to go on a journey of working out.
But you'd think that they would have focused a little harder on that, right? The whole, like, she's this way because she's been, like, crafted over time by a desire for vengeance, as opposed to...
No.
Hopefully people will pick it up, I guess.
No, Mauler.
I
She
don't
just
think-
bumps into him during winter, and she just kills him in the beginning of the game. That's it.
Alright.
I think it's even like just a bad inference to make because it doesn't seem to draw on anything. Your only reference would be just connecting two disparate elements.
Yeah, because you'd be like, what about counter references? Like, well, the fact that when they find out Joel is a thing, she's like surprised, and she tells people like, oh shit, we got a thing on Joel. It's like, so were you just bulking up just in case this whole time?
Is it a hobby? Apparent like
If I bump into Joel, I want to be strong enough to beat his ass.
like, to me, it looks like it's just a hobby, but
Well,
No, that's more than a hobby. What I'm
I
looking
know,
at.
I know,
That's a
but-
lifestyle.
She does live in a post-apocalyptic zombie hellscape, so I guess it doesn't make sense as to why you would want to be as strong as possible,
yeah, there's certainly
right?
benefits. Yeah, sure.
Oh yeah, she just...
That
The
brings up
whole
question,
thing is
why
she
isn't
wouldn't look...
everyone doing it, I guess.
Just look at Sarah Connor from T2. That's what she should end up looking like. Really lean and tough. The muscles are just... It's what you'd end up with. Instead of... To get a woman's arms to these levels of thickness, it's like, damn, you gotta get some shit going.
Sarah Connor is a perfect comparison because it's like, okay, we look at a woman in a very desperate situation.
Yeah, she actually did it too. Like, she's a real man.
Yeah, exactly. A real man.
Sarah Connor is a real man.
I was waiting for it. I was waiting for it.
Everyone should watch T2, it's really awesome. Just saying.
On top of that, we see very early in the game that the settlement Abby lives in has a fully functioning...
Can he please decide if he's going to argue in favor of it being completely realistic, or that we shouldn't care whether or not it's realistic?
No.
You can't have
Well,
both.
Yeah, he has proposed an argument that defeats exactly what I'm saying here, which is that, lol, it's a zombie game. Why does it matter?
That's what I mean, man. Like,
Literally-
what do you believe, Jim? Do you believe we shouldn't care about it, or do you believe that it is realistic and so caring about it is important and that it works?
5 seconds before this line, he said it's a stupid zombie mushroom game, and now here's how it's going.
Yeah, they're ridiculous to try and take this realistically. Here's all the evidence that I will now be presenting for why it can be taken and should be taken realistically.
agricultural system. You know, farms and shit. She's eating fucking burritos partway through.
That's an argument against it, not for it.
Yeah. It's not.
No, guys.
Fucking
the
burritos.
burritos have all the protein she needs, you know.
They're just like shoving protein powder into the burritos. It's
Yeah.
like,
What are you
oh my
talking
God.
about? Calories are calories, right?
I feel sorry for that poor starving child. She's like, no,
Oh,
I
look at that! Look at the dude to the back to the right there. It's like, fuck you for taking an extra burrito. That's fucked up.
It was my burrito days. That is the post-apocalypse. That burrito is all I've been looking forward to.
And
all
that
week.
cook is like, damn, you just took 3? Okay.
Like,
I
holy
guess,
shit! I worked like no time on those.
Hey, look at the size
The
of that
funny
dude.
thing is-
The chef's arm, by the way.
Yeah. The funny thing about that scene,
Weak.
everyone hates Manny.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, fuck Manny. So.
What do you mean? Manny has a father who's got arthritis. Oh my god.
Oh no.
It makes me feel
Oh,
bad
I
for
feel
his
bad
father,
for him.
not for Manny.
Well, well.
Yeah, oh. Manny's also a ladies' man for some reason. Oh, he has a character. Oh. Oh, he likes the dog. Oh. Oh.
Dude, when he gets his head shot off, it's such a just like, oh,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah, it's like, ah.
Thank you.
It's a
So,
different
this
kind
is
of
what I mean. At that point in the game, I was like, okay, game, you do like me a little bit, don't you?
Sorry.
Wish you could have seen it coming.
How does she know that those burritos aren't bigot burritos?
Oh.
That's concerning. Because, you know,
Yeah, that's
who
a
would
good
eat a
point.
bigot burrito?
Well, no,
they're
Abby
not-
eats nothing but bigot burritos, and Ellie would have turned out like Abby if she ate the bigot sandwiches.
Yes.
Oh, I see.
I
Yep.
want to know how she knows they're not rat burritos.
Well, they're wrapped.
No, rat as a
Rat.
R-A-T.
As in
Oh,
Mickey Mouse burritos.
Well, if it's good rats,
Mickey Mouse
it's
burrito.
We need to
alright.
find the stadium rats for our burritos. I'm also disappointed with the depiction of this game's the farmland to people ratio.
It's almost like the people who made this game know absolutely nothing about farming.
Hey.
Or about, or about workouts in general, also.
They have a
People
gym.
think
That's
you could
enough.
make a 5x5 Minecraft wheat field, and it will just it will just keep a population thriving and alive. Like you
all
wouldn't care, you totally wouldn't cover every possible tillable piece of soil in food.
Yeah, all you need is just a couple. I mean, have you seen
have a community garden
the
at
Chaz? Did you see the Chaz garden and stuff they set up in
Yeah,
Portland?
it's basically
I mean,
Chaz garden.
That's this basically.
Garden. In so many quotes. Garden.
Yeah, there are gardeners throughout this world that are cringing at you.
I
saying
mean, we
that.
need to be garden it because it's all we've got. Oh shit.
Through the game, just after asking what's for lunch to indicate that they have, if not a fully balanced diet, then
Lunch?
certainly a diverse
They do
enough.
No, 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 no.
I don't think that's what that.
There is a comment. She says burritos again.
Gentlemen, burritos. It's
Burritos
such-
again.
Burritos are a fully balanced diet.
Fully
Got it.
balanced diet, my ass.
I don't know if you guys
The
have had a
ultimate
frozen
food
burrito.
stuff. It's unbalanced because some days they don't have burritos, which is technically an imbalance. So
He would have. He's lying. Like he would have played the scene. There would have been the
No,
moment where they say like, "Oh, burritos again." The implication being like, "Yeah, we don't have the greatest variety of food here." Then he's like, "They have a fully balanced diet." It's like, no, they don't.
Let's be fair. To Jim, it probably is a fully balanced diet. It's got carbs, it's got meat, the end, balanced.
Enough one to where they're eating different stuff. On top of all that,
Eating different stuff equals balanced diet.
What
Right.
a great image too to put.
Ugh.
She's hungry.
I'm hungry for burritos.
Abby's role in the settlement is a physical one. She goes out, patrol.
Oh my god, what a
Physical one.
disgusting image though.
So when
She's
I
got a
was at-
physical role. She goes out.
So the body of a hiker
goes out.
is
She
going to
goes
be
out,
a
though.
bit different than the body of an Abby. You know, like if you go out hiking to the Grand Canyon and stuff like that, and you just take a look at all the people that you see, they're not going to look like Abby.
No.
Yeah, I don't know. Google hiker and Google hiker woman, and I guarantee they're probably going to be slim and fit and
Yeah, they're lean, but they're
probably
strong and
lean.
built for
Yeah.
endurance and stamina, and carrying stuff on their back and not tiring out. They're not going to be what Abby's.
not a big
to show
fucking
off
hole.
Heck, I'm scrolling
Right.
Google Images as we speak, and there's not one that looks like Abby.
Oh my, I'm so shocked.
Wait, you're
This
telling
is
me of
Google
all
Images
the people who do the
well.
exact same job she does, none of them look like her, and therefore this point is moot? What are you... What?
What? No, what? No way.
Stop that. Racist.
What?
Abusive.
On top of all that, Abby's role in the settlement is a physical one. She goes out, patrols,
All physical
hunts,
things are
fights,
the
her entire
same.
job.
To Jim Sterling, I guess.
I was going to say,
Again-
going outside, that's quite a physical task. You have to
For
admit.
Jim, for Jim,
Jim.
that's a major task.
I can imagine Jim Sterling at the front door trying to turn the knob.
Didn't he recently moved to like Atlanta or something, didn't he? He moved to the south, and as a Brit Bong, apparently he's completely suffering from the heat. I remember watching some video of him just suffering from it being warm outside.
Oh,
The
I live in
beginning
Bungland
of this
too. I'm the
video
opposite.
had a skit of him complaining of it being so hot. So
Oh,
the
yeah,
beginning
yeah,
of
of
this
course.
very
Missed that
video.
part.
His face was melting.
This is the Jim's curling activity scale, guys. So, going out is like top tier.
I
It's a lot
just
of work.
he really shouldn't
Yeah.
have said, because he goes on to say fights and patrols. It's like you should have just gone with that. You shouldn't have said she goes out. You're
Going
like,
out.
oh.
Well, just guys, please, let's be fair. Remember what it's like to go out as Jem Sterling. You got to put on your whole suit and all your buttons and your big steampunk hat. It's got to be hot.
That's true.
Job is physical, she is fed. And even if that's not enough to 100% explain how
I thought this
muscular
would have
she
research in it. I'm really disappointed.
It's quite a long video.
Oh, that's a research. Look at Abby eating.
No, look
at
Ellie's
Ellie.
face. Like, I don't know. Looks like she's having a moment.
Maybe
Like,
maybe
enjoying
Abby
it.
or Ellie's thinking if I eat a part of her, I will become as buff as her.
Exactly. That's
the bigot secret she's eating.
You are what you eat, right?
Make me strong, flesh.
Seriously, her arms are so big, I'm surprised she can't just close and Ellie's head pops off. Like, you just do
No,
it.
that's another problem with the Abby boss fight. It's so unrealistic that
Yeah,
the fight even lasted that long.
The second that you get tangled in a physical conflict, it's over. Like, Abby should be
Yeah,
able to
with
just
her.
crush Ellie.
Yeah, just pile driver Ellie and GG. It's
Did anybody play that section, like, happy? Like, yay, I get to play as the character defeating Ellie. Like, why are you doing this?
Well,
I got into a Twitter conversation with a person who actually likes The Last of Us 2, but she did not like that part of the game. Like, I think everyone who even liked The Last of Us 2 doesn't like the part where you have to fight Ellie as Abby.
Again, I agree with you. Psychologically, again, it's counterintuitive. You're set up so much to identify with this one main character and see the other character as a villain, even if they give her a backstory and force you to play as her. The backstory is placed so far after all of the terrible stuff that she did that no matter what they could possibly do, you are set up inherently as a participant to view this character negatively. And then they make you play as her. At that point, there is no incentive as a player, as a participant, to want the character you are playing as to win. It is counterintuitive to every aspect of gameplay. From a gameplay and psychological point of view, it is counterintuitive.
You have a lot of sexist, abusive language.
That's why it's ingenious.
Yeah.
Yeah, it
because-
subverted your contemplations or whatever.
Yeah, because you see the bad guy has a motivation, and that's deep, right?
Yep.
So our game is a meaningful experience, even though it doesn't make sense. Thank you, The Last of Us Part 2. Directed by Neil Druckmann.
Also, this image on the previous one, the teeth and like gum from Abby really remind me of Internet Historian's avatar.
Oh.
This freeze frame right here.
It's a bad gum ratio, yeah.
What we've paused on right now, if Abby was a guy, this would be depicting sexual assault.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I thought the
100%.
red on your avatar was lips.
It is, well, yes.
Oh, look. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no, it's not the gums, yeah.
Oh, okay.
He's just commenting on
making
her
sure.
gum, yeah.
Before I had to rearrange my entire worldview, I just wanted to make sure.
No, it's not. Yeah, PSA. Yeah, no, it's not the gums. Oh God, now I can't stop seeing it that way.
Oh, someone in
That's
chat
a good-
said Abby historian. Oh shit.
Oh my god.
That's a good
Oh my
point,
God.
though. In that, did they make the villain Abby? Because if they made the villain a man who had all the same characteristics of Abby, it would be sexist or rape or whatever. Is that really the onus of this decision?
I don't know. It wasn't. Didn't people say in concept Abby used to be she was definitely a girl still, but I think she was black as well. Like that was like the first.
Oh, you.
But but the doctor.
That would make people mad.
No.
But if they'd made a white male after that, that would have been oof. That'd have just damn.
I feel like it actually would have. If this is the point they want to go with, I feel like making her a white man probably would have actually sold their message better. I don't understand it.
It's still more explanation than any other video game gives for any other body type in any other fucking video.
Gears of War. Gears of War. Oh,
Yes, where we think that that is insanely silly. Yes,
No,
we've all accepted this years ago.
Yeah,
we just roll with it.
you know that Space Marines are very unrealistic body type.
No, and also even though you have an explanation, the explanation is bad.
I was
So
gonna
I
say,
don't
why are
see
we
that as a-
celebrating their
as a
shitty
bonus.
explanation? It's like, oh, but
Yeah.
they sort of tried. It's like, what? In Gears of War, I always thought in Gears of War that it was just a universe of like these like Chungus people. I was just like, why do they look this way? They all have tree trunk necks and stuff.
Super far into the future as well, isn't it?
Well, I mean, in a sci-fi setting, it's just almost taken for granted that there would be an advanced technology that would help people get buff, and it's not that much of a thing. It's like,
But,
yeah, okay.
I want to clarify, Gears of War is not a game that's like, we are grounded and realistic. It's like, nah, the game's often absurd. It's fun as fuck.
Very silly. It's good, but it's very silly.
No, guys, it has burritos for people, okay?
I know.
So that makes it make sense.
They decided to
Guys,
feed their
thanks.
army a pure burrito diet.
But I guess
turned it-
again, I would compare it to 40K, right? Where like it would be getting mad that all of the Space Marines in 40K are super buff when there is, and it's not so much in
They're not
in
even
Gears, but-
human.
No, they're not. They're
anymore.
genetically engineered to be that way. And as far, I mean, everyone is like that in Gears.
should've
so
just
why
ate
would you
space
assume
burritos.
That it's that's it, space burritos. Excuse me.
Yeah.
That what all those new organs are, just there to process the space burritos.
That's
We
what
must
they
secure
need to be
burrito
extra
gene seed.
extra thick to process those space burritos.
I just find it amusing that he's referencing Gears of War. It's just like,
Of
what are you-
all things.
Really?
The
Okay.
thing that we all
This
agree
game
is
gets
very
memed on
silly.
forever for how wide everyone is.
No, Marcus Phoenix is the most realistic game character ever invented.
Yes.
I've never seen a neck that's actually thicker than the face, but there you go. There.
He's two people stapled together. in one suit.
There's another smaller person inside of him.
Oh, wait.
Using Marcus as like a flesh mech.
Like the in Men in Black, where there's the little alien inside.
What's the argument
Yeah.
this time, though? If we're going after a dude saying all this stuff, are we bigoted to? Oh God, what's happening?
Yes.
Oh no, you screwed it up.
There's a simple out. Be bigoted towards everyone.
Oh,
Alright,
there
I'm
you
on
go.
board with that.
Hell yeah.
Game, and it's still just a fucking video game. And The Last of Us Part 2 did
It's
so
just
much
a video
visual
game.
and literary legwork here
yeah.
that disbelief should be more than fully suspendable unless
No.
you're actively.
Surely we all agree
No,
that.
it's not.
I don't
like,
think you're the arbiter of when disbelief
Yeah.
is suspendable.
I'm
I
not
think
even
that's
the
a
arbiter of my
very-
own suspension of disbelief.
It's very
Well-
subjective.
When we do
You don't need to
research, when we do research on suspension of disbelief, we ask the participant, was your belief suspended? Like, did you feel as if you were transported? It's called narrative transportation. Did you feel as if you were transported into another world? We don't just assume. We ask the participant in the post hoc test. That's how this research is conducted. Dumb fuck. Sorry.
I just want to draw attention to historian's avatar there. It's a scary side. It's the vagina from Teeth.
Yeah, don't look at it sideways.
Oh yeah.
I also have some of these suspensions of disbelief as a necessity, though. It's not. It feels like in this game, it's just been put in arbitrarily.
I agree
You
with
know
the
what I mean?
vagina with teeth, guys.
I'm stuck all the way back as someone says, yeah, I was pulled out of it. And then Jim goes, no, you weren't. You're like, oh.
Yeah,
okay.
Jim should be the arbiter. of
Sorry,
that.
my bad.
Historian, you're right. Like, absolutely, people get their belief is suspended all the time. That's an inherent and natural part of media. It's just because people's suspension of disbelief wasn't activated in this particular media only means that this media was a failure. That's all it means.
Yeah.
He seems so convinced that people wouldn't criticize a male character that suddenly got buff without any explanation. It's like, no, of course we would, because
Yeah.
that would be unrealistic as well.
And in this case, we'd be like, point to him in The Last of Us 2, find that person, and Jim would be like, okay, fine, Abby is the most buff human in the world of The Last of Us 2, that is a bit strange, fine. You're like, yes, Jim, you did it. You did it. Though you would never say that, so.
trying to be upset, which, let's be honest, is what the people still performing their crusade for realism are. I mean, how else do you explain
really?
this almost
Oh, the
deliciously
crusade for
audacious
realism.
stretch where one highly educated doctor found Abby's in-game workout schedule and used it as proof that Abby shouldn't exist? The schedule, by the way, is not a major plot point
Didn't he
or...
just use this as proof?
He
did.
brought it
Oh
up.
my god.
This is what I mean.
I'm really confused. What's happening?
So you have him bringing up this
confident in
information to
himself.
defend his points, and then someone defies them with like facts and logic, and he's like, "Wow, look at you, sad nerd."
Look how
Yeah,
silly
no,
they
he's
are.
literally said the only reason that you would go to such lengths is to be angry. It's like, what?
No, I'm explaining to you why.
Well,
He acts like
Mark's
all of
work
these things are just stuff that we can control, first off. Like, I can just control my own suspension of disbelief. Like, it's a switch that I could just flick on and off, and now I believe things.
Which, by the way, you literally can't. It is
Yeah,
a
it's actually voluntary.
paracognitive. It is a paracognitive function. You cannot control it.
I will say you can influence it by how much you know. The more I've
Yeah.
learned about, say,
Absolutely.
physics and history and stuff, my suspension of disbelief is far more fragile whenever I see something inaccurate.
But
Like
it goes into
swords.
again narrative transportation, which is this idea that you are transported into the world of a narrative. And we found that like really high IQ people and people who are very well educated can be transported into a completely fictional and crazy world that defies all the laws of logic and physics because it has a logically consistent world. And that's completely possible, but you have to be logically consistent.
Internal consistency. What is this?
A fantasy, apparently.
Why is
Fantasy!
finding this schedule suddenly a bad thing?
He did it, and now it's not cool to do it.
Confused.
That's what I mean.
Anything.
No, it is good and
It's not
bad.
anything. It's a background asset, something cobbled together for the scenery, like...
You brought it up as a
my
defense.
God. Yes.
Dude, I don't even know that we've come across this before. Someone trots out a piece of information, says, "Look at this." It gets shat on. They're like, "Why would you bring it up?" You're like, "Wait, but you brought it. What?"
I don't know what to do.
It's just a bit of background asset. It's not
Where am
important
I?
according to Jim.
Wait, yeah,
This-
for real. Why did he bring it up in the? He brings it up. This is not the first time. This is the third time he's brought it up. He has brought it up 3 times. One time to support it essentially, and then now to defend it essentially, or discount it.
I'm
It doesn't
picturing
make any
like
sense.
he's a stage. He trots it out, then he runs into the audience and boos it, throwing tomatoes at it. It's like, what the fuck?
If a fitness, so apparently like a fitness expert looked at this regime and said, well, you can't get that buff that way, but no, discount that because this game's not about realism, but it's totally about realism, but it's not about realism, but it's totally about realism. What the hell?
Are you, Aiden? Are you saying that Sterling doesn't really have a point?
No, never say such a
And
thing.
to just reiterate something that Aiden brought up already, is that workout routine, it seems like the guy that was querying it was basing it on a guy doing that level of workout wouldn't have even achieved it. And therefore a girl doing that level of workout would have taken even longer and it would have been even more difficult to put on that level of muscle mass.
She would have
Makes
needed
it
to
even-
rest 4 days, not 3.
They replaced all the rest days with arm days. I wonder if it would have worked.
I think she just
Never forget arm day.
destroys herself.
No, Abby will win because she's Abby. That's basically it. Yeah.
Oh, no, I'm gonna give this one to Jim. It's like there's hold on. There's no, because like there's a workout regime, right?
Yeah.
And it shows that Abby works out regularly, so she's got a big body. And you know, there's people criticizing her for having a big body and saying that their workout's unrealistic, but that doesn't matter. She's got it.
You know what? I'm convinced.
Hang on. What doesn't
is a
matter? The
good
workout
argument.
routine doesn't matter?
A realistic world.
I just like we're gonna get to 10. 2 plus 2, 4 plus 4, 8 plus 4, 10.
Or, you know, 2 plus 2 equals 5 now? Wow.
Listen, you guys are just obsessing about math. I can't believe it.
what I mean, like,
I would like to see, though, here's something I really want to see. somebody go take the Abby workout and do it for like, I don't know, do it for a year and see the kind of results you get and see if you start getting jacked like that. I would be sus.
It's not just about the physical; it's about the spiritual as well. You have to have the motivation of a dead father.
You have to
and
work out
and
your
the will
heart.
for revenge for it to work.
Oh yeah, the revenge fuels her power.
Oh no, Abby gave into the dark
become
side.
ripped. I see. It makes sense now.
Yes.
Ground assets
Thank you,
are,
Internet
and it was by
historian.
no means intended to be paid attention to. But Wankless Wonders staffed.
You paid attention to.
Yeah, exactly. It's so funny.
This video's
Wow,
not
did
real.
Did he insult us by calling us wankless? That is transphobic.
Wow.
Wow,
Exactly.
it really, I'm
Wow.
extremely offended. Oh my god.
As
For
someone who
anything-
does have a wank, so
Rags,
do we?
Rags,
So we're
pers-
literal
Rags-
wankers, but
person-
we're also the wankless wonders. I'm so confused.
I mean,
I
Person
don't know
of
what I'm
wank.
doing.
Person of wank.
How
That's what you're supposed to say. That's the
Person
language.
of wank.
Thank you, Jesus.
These wonky, wacky, literal wanker, wankless wonkers.
Whoa.
Willy Wonker in the
Willy
Wonklet
Wonka.
factory. I don't know.
The wanking factory. Oh no.
The Wonklet factory.
I don't think that the wonking factory is safe for children.
That wasn't chocolate in that river.
Hey, fucking the children weren't safe in the regular factory. They get drowned
That's
and
true.
shit.
For the scenery like background assets are, and it was by no means intended to be paid attention to. But Wankless Wonders
Oh,
staffed for
hey.
anything.
You know when video games put things into the game that you're not supposed to pay attention to? I love that.
Yeah, it's a weird choice. Like the guy who made it and popped it in there, he was like, "Hope nobody sees this."
Oh man, I hope no one notices all these models and all these textures and these animated
And the
characters that we put in this area. Oh.
Hundreds of thousands of hours that underpaid employees put in to make all this crap. No, don't pay any attention to that.
Oh, we should have just made this a wall, but I don't know what I was thinking, making it like an entire.
The most bizarre
Someone
shit. It's like,
hand wrote that schedule as well. Did you notice it was like handwriting in all those little boxes?
Uh-huh.
the most
Get a
bizarre
Detail.
shit. Like,
No,
are you
ignore
supposed to
ignore
take
that
wall?
detail, man. It's just background
Yeah, it's just
shit. Why are you
details, like
paying
I said.
attention to that? Like,
Usually this kind of thing gets praised. Sure, in here it's not working because it's not enough. But like usually, even if you don't know it's not enough, say like don't people normally praise this sort of thing? Like nice little detail that justifies something in the thing. No, are we supposed to ignore these?
He brought it up to make fun
Oh,
of us for
jeez.
noticing he brought it up.
It's particularly
My brain
egregious
hurts.
because it's Jim Sterling, right? Who has continually fought for the rights and for the respect of people who work on video games. And when he comes in here and goes like "Pfft, whatever about all this stuff, it completely delegitimizes all the work that went into it, right?
I was thinking you would expect someone like Jim Sterling to have certain opinions and positions about games based on the fact that he has been talking about games and is interested in the industry for as long as he's been. But you actually listen to him talk about this stuff and you just be lost. Like, do you know anything about games or don't you? I don't
Hey, he's been playing
It's like
them
the big-
professionally for like 15 years. So fuck you, you
He's a-
wankless wonder.
Oh.
Thing vaguely resembling a bullet for their logic gun. People who must have been scouring the game for weeks trying to find anything.
What are you talking about?
Wait, can
Why
you
do you think-
rewind
why
this
do
a
you
little more?
think-
It's halfway through a sentence. Not a lot.
No,
logic bullet for your
I think we're at
equation
different
gun.
points when we watch together.
Equation gun.
so what he's doing now is the thing he used to defend his argument. He's using it now to strengthen his argument by dismissing it
The meme
because
format.
because it's logical. What the fuck?
The meme format we can go with is the one where it's like, this is mine now. So it's like, look what I made, and then the guy, so like Jim's like, look what I found, and the guy picks it off him and goes, I found this, and then Jim's like, wow, you fucking nerd. Look at you, finding that. I don't understand what's happening in this meme. It's so confusing.
Anything to back up their laughable anger, have leapt on this throwaway meaningless asset as if it's pure argumentative dynamite.
You were using it for your argument. What do you mean?
No, and the funny thing is,
This is
he's
surreal.
right. it actually does go against Abby's physique in the game, and he's just
Well,
dismissing it.
It would be so
I
like a gun fires, fucking 20 bullets, and then Rags is like, wait, does the model and make allow it to fire 20? And we get the records, and it says 21, and I go, haha, it can fire 20. And then Rags is like, no, that's the wrong make and model. This one is the one, and it's 16. And I go, wow, you fucking nerd. Like, what? Why do you care so much, you fucking weirdo? It's like, what? It's only fair when it benefits you? It's like, okay.
No, that is the sound of someone who has lost the argument and just like, oh, you're an idiot. And
He was,
they
I
don't
can't
have any
believe
other
in the
recourse.
same video that he was using it to benefit him, and as soon as it's like proven wrong, he's like, no, fuck it. It's like this video was made in real time, because he was like, it's working, it's working. Oh, it's not working anymore. Fuck this argument.
Well, I get that kind of vibe from a lot of Jim's videos, that they're made very much in real time without a lot of like,
Redrafting?
research. Yeah, that he just kind of stays off the cuff. It's not an excuse. It's not an excuse, but it does explain some of the weirdness of it.
Dynamite, the image shows she does not work on her arms to the capacity.
What is wrong with this statement? What is wrong with this
exactly.
statement?
No, he's just dismissing it because that would destroy his argument.
It's all that
That's
shit
what
about
he's
If
doing.
you say it in a whiny way, then the argument crumbles.
Yeah,
Exactly. Saying something in a silly way means it must be dumb.
Yeah, it's argument
Therefore, I win. Yeah.
Especially
Good
if you're
argument, Jim.
dressed like a French aristocrat, anything you say must be absolutely ridiculous.
I think a lot of this does come down to, I don't mean to be mean again, but I think a lot of this does really boil down to the fact that Jim has probably never worked out in his life. And I don't mean to be mean, but I think there's some physical evidence to suggest that might be
Wow.
realistic.
Well, I'll have you know, he considers the VR system as a whole to be privileged goggles because people who are very fat can't use them very efficiently.
What?
Really? What?
You guys need
And
to watch
why don't
EFAP
fat
50,
people
okay?
use it?
You guys, everyone's gonna watch EFAP 50. This is like his best video ever. He's like, it's unfair that you have to move around when using VR.
He says that? No. What?
God.
Dear.
There are many
Wait,
memes about privileged
Why would
goggles.
his physical inability to do the thing that the thing was made to do makes the thing bad?
We went through all of this. All of sports have to be privileged sports, I guess, because anyone without legs might have trouble doing certain sports.
So basketball is bad because the ring is too high, so
What do
I
you mean?
can't dunk.
Whoa, privilege ball, privilege ball.
How about, let me tell
privilege.
you some real research. This is some real shit, Jim Sterling. Data have evidenced thoroughly that people who are burn victims and suffer from constant pain as a result of their burns, when they are injected into a VR environment and put into an environment that looks cold and cool, actually experience less pain. So get fucked.
Well, we had when we were covering that on EFAP 50, someone sent in that they lost. I believe it's Mark the Cyborg, I think is his name.
It can help with all kinds of recovery therapy. It's an incredible tool.
He's lost a leg and he loves VR. And it's just like, Jim, stop.
This reminds me of I'm aware of some data. Huh?
Nothing gone.
No, I was saying I remember some data that seems to show that whenever I'm injected into an environment full of Jim Sterling videos, my pain actually increases.
We need to get this noted down.
For science.
Check the numbers.
Capacity an average woman would need to Thursdays 4 times every 2 months.
Is he like really annoyed because they're talking about fitness schedules, like
Yeah.
accurate ones? Is he just like, fuck
Yeah.
that? Do you remember
I
that?
cannot.
Do you guys remember that video of the woman who beats a weighing scale to death with a hammer?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
And she was like, "This isn't true," while she's visibly having difficulty hammering the weighing scale.
Breathed heavily, intensifying.
Yeah.
I just think
Beautiful
it's
and
really
brave.
worth.
It was beautiful and brave.
Yeah.
It's worth
stunning,
mentioning that
even.
in all the videos that we've covered on EFAP, never have I seen someone more out of their element than Jim Sterling talking about workout schedules.
Yeah, and I think it's an EFAP first for someone to trot out evidence in their favor, recognize it doesn't work for them, and then disparage the information being used. I've never seen that before.
Doesn't Jim Sterling have a wrestling thing?
Yeah.
His whole
It's
whole
quote
shtick-
unquote wrestling.
His shtick, though, is that he's a big fat fuck. That's his wrestling shtick.
Oh, good job. So he doesn't really work out then.
No, because he doesn't compete in actual wrestling.
Yeah,
stuff.
it's
He
not like
does
UFC or anything.
Oh.
Could you imagine?
show wrestling.
They punch him and it gets stuck inside of his. Never mind.
Would you call
Stuck
it a
inside
gun?
of his nevermind. Go ahead, Aiden. What were you going to say?
I just called it a gunt. That's all.
Oh.
Sorry.
That's so weird.
Oh, no.
The English language is beautiful. Shut up.
The G, it's not a rude word, okay?
Additionally, food is rationed. That's
good
where
point.
we are with this shit. Some
You
boys
started
out
it.
there are so eager, so frothingly, gleefully eager to invalidate the existence of even a fictional woman. That
How do we invalidate the existence of a fictional woman, Jim? I don't know how to do that.
No.
I don't know how to do that.
And he
So
really
I
has
guess
no
it's already
argument
been
here. He's
done
just like,
for me.
he reads
No,
out a
he
logical
went-
argument, and he's like, that's where we are, guys. That's where we are. It's like
Logical arguments.
So,
These
okay, let's
wentless
appreciate
wonders.
what Jim Sterling did, okay, guys? What he said was, there was a doctor or a fitness expert that went, oh, her workout doesn't make sense for her to be that fit. And then Jim goes, oh, you don't like this woman in the video game. That's what he did.
What is it? I'm still
Where
stuck
am
at.
I?
What does he mean
Yeah.
invalidate her existence? She's not real. That doesn't even.
Yeah.
Wow, that's very insensitive for you to invalidate her fictional existence.
Oh my god, how dare you?
You guys are
Definitely.
just acting
Dare
like
you?
Harry Potter isn't real or something.
I'm definitely lost
I
on
can't
this
believe
argument.
it.
Potter isn't real? Oh my god.
Oh,
You
how dare you?
validated
How dare
Harry
you?
Potter's existence.
That is so
you
offensive to the
bastard.
existence impaired.
When you say that Harry Potter isn't real, Daniel Radcliffe suffers. He's like, how?
Every time you say that Harry Potter isn't real, Daniel Radcliffe appears in another horse fucking film.
Well, Daniel Radcliffe can Swiss Army his ass over here and tell me about it if he needs to, alright?
I know that movie.
down background images and zooming in and enhancing them like they're in a Tom Clancy fucking.
Like a workout routine on a wall, for
Liter-
instance, zooming into
literally.
that and clipping it.
He's
like the workout routine that you yourself used earlier in the
we're
video.
getting we're getting to parody because he's like they did CSI shit. It's like they took a screenshot. Okay.
That's in the game.
I don't like. Yeah, I'm getting.
Wait, he's literally at the point of, duh, you're doing the stupid thing now, duh. It's like, what?
If
Is that where your argument has come to? Where you're just going to belittle the other side and say,
If
look how
this-
stupid you are, forgot all this effort. It's like,
if the schedule benefited him, this wouldn't be in his video. He'd just be talking about
Yeah.
how they don't understand reality.
Yep.
Don't look at the video game too closely, it hurts my feelings.
Everyone wants me to Godelb it. Are you asking me to Godelb the whole when you? What's the most absurd character that I could say you're invalidating their existence?
Abby.
No, I wanna go-
Absurd character to invalidate the existence of?
like Bowser.
It would be like a fictional character in a fictional game. It would be like
not even a
um,
character, a
Kevin
fictional
Spacey,
creature.
Kevin Spacey in that one Call of Duty game. I don't know.
Star Ocean 3. Star Ocean 3. Everyone in Star Ocean 3 is a fictional character within the
Snake.
Star Ocean game.
Oh my
There
god,
you go.
Aiden, spoilers! Oh my god! Spoilers! Oh my god, that's spoilers! Chat, Aiden just spoiled the plot of Star Ocean 3.
20-year-old game, I'm sorry.
Yeah, but I was really shocked, like, holy shit, that's the plot point of the game. Jesus Christ.
Fucking book. And all because, despite their sudden and convenient interest in realism, a group of gamers don't find this girl as attractive as other fictional girls.
Oh, we're back to that.
No.
Okay.
Oh,
Hello, darkness,
sudden
my
and
old friend.
convenient interest in realism? Screw that.
Convenient interest.
Realism.
No, and I don't think the people's problem with Abby is her being attractive. It's her being a complete cunt.
Agree.
Well,
I
being
can't-
evil.
Yeah,
Is the main
evil.
problem.
Yeah.
Naughty Dog spent untold amounts of manpower, dollars and time in order to make an extremely shockingly realistic depiction of this world, and we're getting insulted for trying to treat it like a realistic world.
Really
That alone ticks me off. Sudden interest in realism. My second last video was exploring the realism of the magic in Avatar: The Last Airbender, for crying out bloody loud. What do you mean sudden interest in realism?
Wasn't the whole
Shut
point
up,
of like them calling out the names of the other people, like, oh, so that it feels like realistic and you feel an impact when you kill, you know, these NPCs that don't feel so nameless. And the reason that they had all this like weird whistling and shit was like this whole other language with specific commands and stuff that that weren't just like at random, but it was to create a sort of sense of realism and immersiveness in the world, and then just sort of snatch that away when it comes to some details.
Like the game's trying really hard to be realistic, but you cannot criticize it for not being realistic.
Yeah.
It's just like he's arguing against a straw man the whole time. Just it's like, who are these people that hate Abby only because of muscles? Point them out. Like
I would be, if you even search the depths of the nightmare that is Twitter, I think you would be hard to find people who just say they hate Abby because of her muscles. I don't think you could find a person. They hate
it's certainly a
character.
Yeah, it's certainly been a point of criticism, but it would not be the only one. The main reason why most people hate Abby is because she killed Joel. She's a terrible person.
Yeah, it's pretty simple.
Yeah, I would honestly argue to him and be like, oh, people hate her because she's like pure evil, and he's like, what? And I'm like, oh, sorry, I guess I should justify that. She like sadistically murdered a person. It was kind of fucked up. She took pleasure in his pain, so yeah.
She sadistically murdered the main character, which we spent a game, which is presumably, I mean, I don't know how long the average playtime is of The Last of Us, but I would assume it's maybe an 80, 60-hour game, something like that. Is it? I don't know if it's that long. It's been a while since I've played it, but let's say it's a 40 to 60-hour game. If you spent that much time getting involved in a character, then that's a lot of emotional investment. And then to have the character that you have spent 40 to 60 hours becoming invested in just get completely obliterated, that's going to have an emotional effect. The fact that Naughty Dog doesn't understand that, a game company that has a long history of understanding the impact of having a character in the form of Nathan Drake, right? Understanding like how important it is to have a character that plays a role in people's emotional interaction with the game is just incomprehensible.
Yeah, well, I don't think
that
it's
was the
just emotion. It's like the narrative structure as well. It's things not having a payoff. It's like when someone starts a sentence and then they don't finish it, or it's like
yeah.
You know what I mean? It's really
Like you
unsatisfying.
You.
But if you spend 20 hours though investing yourself in a story, and then at the end it doesn't really come around to a proper conclusion at the end, you go, well, what was the 20 hours for? Yeah, I mean, like
spend all of your time to this one goal and then don't get it. You're like, okay.
It doesn't matter. We got your money.
Well, that was what they thought they were doing, though, right? They were like, let's challenge the players to gain empathy for this person that they will perceive to be a sadistic, horrible person. And then you're like, it's not just perceiving, really, is it?
No, that's another problem with the game. Are we going to talk about the? Can I talk about the ending for a bit?
Go for it.
Please.
Because the dumbest thing about the ending is that the player sees the other side, but the in-game characters do not. So it doesn't make sense for Ellie to make that decision at the end of the game.
Yeah, it's weird.
You're
But
100%.
Yeah, it's dumb.
in fairness, Joel was playing the guitar.
Oh yeah. So
did play the
that worked.
guitar.
Yeah.
No,
Oh my bad. Yes,
weird.
yes,
That-
Aiden.
Good point is that if you're looking at just the perspective of the characters, they don't have this omniscient perspective. That is
Yeah.
That's a really good point, man.
If I was Jim, though,
yeah,
I'd
one
say,
of the issues
Yeah,
I always have with
it's
the game
dumb.
is Abby and Ellie
That's
never
fair.
talk to each other about anything.
Yeah.
They just
And when you fight Abby, she's not sorry that she killed Joel. She's just telling Ellie, "Don't kill me." That's the fight. Stop, I don't want to. But it's not stop, I'm sorry, please forgive me. So I don't really see why Ellie forgave her. It's such a dumb ending.
agreed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like you're not gonna get much pushback here, though.
You just didn't get it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Didn't understand it.
This is Last of Us 2 had a very high IQ ending that you just
Yeah.
Some
I'm
have
sorry, I didn't mean
suggested
it.
that these particular Gamer Boy types get violently distressed if they encounter someone they don't want to masturbate to, and that indeed
Pumping out a fat load.
No, that's just a bonus.
It's whatever works for your video, Jim. Just whatever you can do.
No, why is he focused on? He's totally ignoring the narrative problems as to why people have an issue with Abby. Like,
So dismissive of
Yeah.
real issues we have, and that is really insulting. I generally don't find many things insulting, but that's actually really insulting to people's individual agency to say the only reason why you don't like this is because you can't fap to it. Are you freaking kidding me? No. That's
First
nothing
off,
to do
challenge
with it.
accepted.
Yeah, who says it can't?
Craig, I'm not even sure if you have that capacity.
That's a tough one, Rags. Good luck with that.
Maybe I can go full circle, and it's sheer unsexiness. Maybe I'll just think of something else, but then yeah, I don't want to.
You wankless wonder.
I'm gonna say that I could, but I don't want to.
His prophecy is for the wankless wonder.
is what this is all
For
about.
this.
And I'm not saying that's definitely what's going on. But anyway,
Who-
here's a couple
who
quotes
wanks
about
with
Abby.
both
We
of their
found
hands
with
like
minimal
that?
effort on the Last of Us
He's
subreddit.
spreading that all over both of his hands. Like,
Hey,
what's he gonna
man.
do? Like, he's gonna rub his
Getting-
hands together like you're trying to start a fire with a stick.
Oh yeah.
No, Rags. No, Rags. It's that big. That's why he has two hands. That's the only reason.
Gamer Boy types get
Oh,
violently
hey,
distressed if they encounter someone they don't want to masturbate to. And that indeed
Pumping out a fat load.
is what this is all about. And I'm not saying that's definitely what's going on.
He really does think that this is that we can't masturbate to Abby.
Well, that's the
That's
problem, isn't it?
insane.
That's it.
He's about to hand out an olive branch. He was just saying, I'm not saying something, but then so maybe, but
Oh, you're saying this
is
is
uh,
not
Yeah.
guaranteed that that's
Let's
the
give,
problem,
let's
which
give
is
Jim the benefit of the doubt. He's not going to say it.
He contradicted himself. He contradicted himself within 5 seconds. He said, all of you are only mad because you can't masturbate to Abby, but I'm not saying you're mad because you can't masturbate to Abby.
Of course.
Bruh,
No,
come on.
he just
like
he just
seriously
implied
though,
it. He just
that
implied
is
it, guys.
that is a really scummy thing to say. Like, wow.
Well, look at all the
Way to
evidence he's been
vilify-
through. What other conclusion is there?
Because I masturbated to playing fetch with the dog myself.
Oh, hell yeah.
It had
Well,
nothing to
they-
do with Abby.
They had some kind of sexy-ish scenes in there, didn't they? Like they've got a lesbian
scene.
bit between Dina and Ellie.
Yeah, but
So it's
they're
not
not.
like the game was totally bereft of that stuff.
No, the funny thing is the lesbian scene is more tasteful than the scene with
Yes.
Abby.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe I jerk
I thought it
off
was
to the
pretty well
zombies.
handled.
You don't know.
Yeah, I don't really know why they put the Abby sex scene there, unless it's just really for titillation. Because you could really just cut it when they kissed, right?
Yep.
So
But they
I don't.
didn't.
I really think it's the director's fetish. That's what I think. Because in Uncharted 4, there's also a muscle lady there, guys, and I really think he's just building on that foundation.
As Evan just said, they objectified Abby in the game. Yep.
Yeah,
terrible.
they did.
Terrible.
They could have just cut it.
Maybe I want to see that pregnant shit just get fucking railed. Maybe that's my thing. Maybe that's what I like to see.
I mean, well, as internet historians brought up, it's like there's no way anyone was wanking to this, and that's what made them upset. It's like there was a lesbian scene, but okay.
That they didn't show.
True, but maybe it was enough for some players. You know, it seems like, according to Jim, that all of them were desperate, so they'll take anything, sort of thing.
People who are
Fat
desperate to
Geralt.
come play
Fat
The
Geralt,
Last of
come on.
Us.
Plenty of people's thing would have been Fat Geralt, just saying.
But anyway, here's a couple quotes about Abby we found with minimal effort on the
Oh,
Last
here
of
we
Us
go.
subreddit.
If there's no Rule 34 of Abby, does that mean
what
she
the heck,
doesn't
Jim? I
exist?
give you the benefit of the doubt.
No.
Well,
Yeah. Oh, so much for
God.
that.
no one will
Guy-
include
Oh, guys, I'm not saying that people don't want to fap to Abby. That's why they're mad. So I'm just gonna show some quotes that imply it. Very good, Jim.
Oh yeah.
No one will make lewds of her. There is R34 of her in the fucking game itself. Let's not talk about that scene.
You know, that's a fair comment.
Let's
But
not.
the other one was
Yeah,
like a
can
straight
we
up
let's
joke.
not,
It's
please?
if a Rule 34 of her doesn't exist, then wait, go back a tiny bit. What was the
Oh,
exact
wait,
quote?
I can explain it. So yeah, the joke is that there's a Rule 34 for everything. So if there isn't for Abby, then does Abby exist?
Then she doesn't exist. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just a joke. It's not even saying.
Not really saying anything.
They want it, yeah.
Yeah.
But in fairness, he can interpret it as being it's denying her existence as a fictional character, which is fucked up.
I would say that's more
is
of an indictment against Abby than anything. If there's Rule 34 for some like nothing character that's a side thing in some 90s cartoon, I don't even know.
Be specific.
That new female,
No,
female
you
critter
know what
from
I mean
the.
though. There are people who have there are people who have crazy obsessions with some side character from a 90s cartoon and have made just pages and pages of pornography related to this thing. But if Abby doesn't have anything, what does that actually say about Abby? I think it does make a bit of a point, right?
You know that new female Lombax character from the Ratchet and Clank thing? There are
so much
currently
pornography.
742 entries for that character on E621.
But I just don't.
So she doesn't even have a name yet.
I don't like. I do not get the argument. Because she doesn't have a bunch of deviant artists making stuff about her that makes her not sexy. I mean, I guess I would say yes, but I don't. It is so contradictory because he's saying she's a strong woman who doesn't need to be sexy and she doesn't need to be attractive and she doesn't need to be all this stuff to be a good character. But it's really unfair that there aren't a bunch of people, freaks on DeviantArt making porn about her. What, dude?
I mean, he's just throwing the quote up there, I think, to support that people are obsessed with whether or not she's been like sexualized.
But it's contradictory. If he thinks that she stands as a good character on her own outside of being sexualized, then why is he mad that she isn't being sexualized?
Yeah, I get what you mean. Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
If I was drunk enough, I'd nut to it. I'm sure people with muscle fetishes would be very happy.
Hey, what's wrong with that comment? There you go.
That's funny. Hey.
The voice makes it funny.
Shouldn't we have to make the same argument about the first game because you play as Joel the whole time?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what. Come on, Jim. Like he makes sex jokes all the time, and apparently, like, no, this is too far. You fucked it up.
Rule 34 will do with Abby. I have my eye bleach ready. This is no Pornhub. We don't post sex.
Ow.
I don't even know what that is supposed to be censoring.
Probably a
Tranny?
Nudes?
Oh, whatever it was, it's a word that isn't allowed. So, like, it wouldn't be swear word, like your standard swear word. It would have to be.
I was my last video. My last
video
video got demonetized for saying the word Palestine. So you're really welcome to anything you do.
We don't post Palestine sex here.
Especially in relation to Rule
The stream is
34.
demonetized now.
Oh, sorry, Mauler.
It's okay.
said
I
the
forgive you.
word.
You're in the watch list now, Mauler. Oh no.
Jim, he's unironically trying to use obscure minority joke, trolling posts to try and prove that all the people that didn't like Abby is because they couldn't jerk off to her.
Yeah.
Yes.
Wow.
And his proof is he got a bunch of comments of people saying, "Ew, she's not attractive to me." Nailed it, Jim.
That's objective, research there to figure out what the consensus is from a large demographic of people on their reasons for liking a character.
I mean, I feel like she's all of a sudden she's super hot to me. I can't explain why, but he convinced me that Abby is super hot, and that means now I like her.
Of course,
Good
there's
job.
a transphobic slur tossed in there because Abby has muscles,
Oh,
you see,
tranny.
and no muscle girl be allowed in game for
Oh yeah, you found someone who thought that she's trans. First
No,
off, I have no idea why anyone would think that.
I can't even blame the guy that even thought she was the trans one first, because when you see the sex scene on the internet leaks, she doesn't look like she has boobs. It looks like a chest.
I thought it was deliberately ambiguous.
Yeah.
Say, in the words of Hideo Kojima, farewell sausage.
Aw.
Aw.
Real big
Blankless
grown-up
wonder.
man. The very fact Abby isn't skinny and or curvy automatically made her a man in some people's heads. And while I don't like to churlishly throw around people's dating success or lack thereof, I genuinely wonder what some of these people think actual women look like.
You've been doing that a bunch already in this video.
I don't know, man.
Why does everybody want to call out no one goes outside? Everyone wants to do it. They're all like, you don't go outside. No, you don't go. It's like, look, it's, we all, it's,
Maybe Jim
None of
is
us go
projecting. Maybe he doesn't go outside. Just saying.
this is what I mean. It's the only thing we have in response. It's like, maybe you don't know what women look like. Oh, got you.
He thinks that she's like not at all an unusual looking woman, and that makes me
Sees
go, I
this
don't
many
think
people reacting in this way, and he's like, you all must be doing that because none of you have seen a woman before.
Yes, I've never seen a woman before. Fact checked.
No, I am the gayest that has ever gayed. I have not even seen a woman. How can I even know that if I'm attracted to them if I have never even seen them? Checkmate. Straights.
Checkmate atheist.
Because some people do look like the people they find attractive, but that's only a percentage of the makeup of the human range of body types. I mean, look at the extreme example I set. But
wait,
I don't know
so
if
you said it's surprising people find it weird because they must not have seen women, and then you go on to say there are all types. Look at the extreme that I set. So is it extreme or is it normal?
That's the point right there, is that
guess
there
it's-
are body types that are far more representative and common, and ones that are far more uncommon. And then in the setting of this game specifically, the uncommon type becomes even far more unlikely because of the situations that need to exist for it to actually be possible. But he's ignoring us.
I go back again to the fact that I think this wouldn't be an issue at all if the game was stylized and was not so hyper realistic. I don't think anyone would have a problem with a hyper buff lady in like a 2D side scroller or something like
And
that.
look at Zarya in
Like a Telltale
Overwatch.
game or something even.
Yep.
some gamers out there seem to believe that women can only look and, let's be honest, behave one way.
It's not that.
Hey,
No.
yes,
Hey.
I expect a woman to not go around killing people with golf clubs. I mean, mea culpa.
You're a weird person.
What
you
a,
know?
what a, yeah, I do. Yes, I do expect women to behave a certain way. I expect people to behave a certain way, like non-psychopaths, like non-violent lunatics.
The whole point of the story is that Ellie behaves the same way as Abby, but then no one's criticizing Ellie. Wait, is that a point for Jim or is that a point for?
Look,
God damn it, Jim, you got us again.
What is, I don't look. I'm confused about the behavior one. Like as if my issue with her behavior is that a woman wouldn't act that way rather than a person. Like I just feel like, why are we separating it like that? That's weird. I don't. It's not that I don't believe a person can be a psychopath and sadistically enjoy torturing. It's that I condemn her for enjoying it. I'm like, oh, you're a bad person. That's my input. And he's like, wow, you can't handle that some women exist that don't do what you want.
So
I
bad.
don't know, going through the game and going, wow, what I did was kind of fucked up.
Yeah.
He's just throwing out there that most gamers are sexist. Like, just not
do you
giving a
guys
crap.
not hate
And in all the criticisms
God.
I've heard of Ellie, I've never heard one saying, she shouldn't have killed Joel because women don't do that. I've never heard that argument. Not once.
Women don't kill Joels.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Abby's kill Joel's.
Shut up, you're all sexist.
And when you see him clutching pearls over Tifa's breast size being altered in Final Fantasy VII Remake, or screaming
was
furious
atrocious when they did
vengeance because a drawing of a girl's
There should have been worldwide riots.
panties aren't as visible on American game packaging as it is in Japan, it's difficult not to
Well,
assume
here's
that
the thing,
these...
I don't trust Jim when he talks about this sort of thing.
No, of course
I don't know
not.
what he's referencing, and I cannot
course
trust
not.
him.
No,
I don't
because
know.
I
I
think
can-
I know the lore behind it. Like, I think there was a guy on 4chan that used screenshots to calculate whether or not Tifa's breasts in the remake were smaller than the original, and he proved that it was smaller, which is a crazy thing to use, right? That's already crazy. But
That
to
was-
use that as that's
I think it's, oh, sorry to interrupt. There's like one cutscene that's like ridiculous from Final Fantasy VII though, where like Tifa is just like bouncing around, and it's so silly. Like even way back then with these pixels, it looks so dumb, and I think people just wanted to see that particular scene in the new game.
I mean, I can't
It's-
blame them.
What's the problem? I don't understand the fucking issue. I really don't get it. Like, what's the? There are women with tig old bitties. Why are you mad? Just
He
stop.
wishes he
being
could
mad.
have tiggle bitties.
Yeah, doesn't he though?
I mean, he does.
Jesus.
Poor miscreants must be so utterly, crushingly desperate for an actual range of human interaction.
Dude, you're off the like.
No,
just-
this is crazy. Like you're just calling everyone a bunch of sex-starved lunatics, losers.
Local man yells at Cloud. Anyone?
Yeah, like
Kind of.
he's just off the reservation, as they say. He's just ran away, and you're like, wait, Jim, the point, it's over here, and he's like, no, in the distance.
No,
you're
you
like,
guys
"Oh."
never have sex. It's like, oh, so I can't. So is that something we could shame people for by their rules? I can't decide. I don't know. What are because I've seen the whole it's if someone's like a virgin or they never have sex or anything like that, you can't make fun of them because that's shaming them in some
Well,
way, and
asexual.
that's bad. Like I
Sounds
don't know what the
very
rules
bigoted.
are.
It's not very nice of you, Rags.
Yeah.
How
To
dare-
what? To what?
Yeah.
To what?
To be a rude.
I don't even. How was I being rude there?
Yeah, wait, what?
I actually
By
don't know.
being a
I was-
wankless wonder.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, that's what I identify as, so you can't make fun of me for
I'm actually gonna put that in the Gadel notes. I want to call someone a wankless wonder.
Winkless Wonder.
Go ahead, just do it.
Wankless wonder coming up.
Or at least in need of something different to jerk off to.
You're really pushing
What
that.
what is
Fuck's sake, man.
what is he what the hell?
It reminds me
You
of
know-
the
This
for
is
no
weird,
reason
dude.
dude with the constant references to the gay.
No.
It's almost
Yeah,
like
he's
he's
like the
projecting at this point.
Yeah, like
I don't often think people are projecting, but this seems like a very, very classical case of projection.
like it's so weird.
It's just
Yeah,
weird, man.
Very
So
Yeah.
so his argument
Very
is people don't like Abby because she's not conventionally hot. Therefore, video gamers cannot jack off to Abby. Am I correct? Is that this whole thing?
Well, that's the truth, isn't it?
Well, that's
Yeah,
kind of
yeah.
that's tied in with
Angry
her
that
being.
They can't. Yeah.
That's tied in with her being unconventionally attractive, though. When you say that, oh yeah, she's unconventionally attractive, it's sort of implied that I can't jerk off to her because
Oh.
she's ugly.
It's just so weird that he wants to avoid the enormous many elephants in the room as to why people hate her. He's just like, no. It's
They're all
No,
just
no,
crowding
yes.
around, and he's just ignoring them. They're not there.
Ignore all of the narrative reasons to hate this character. It's just because she's a whammon. Am I right?
An unconventionally attractive woman. That's how he
An
described it.
ugly whammon.
Not necessarily better stuff, just more varied stuff. More than just Rule 34. There's so much more stuff to look at when you're pounding it.
What?
Like you're
What?
so.
Oh
But
no.
what if,
no.
okay,
Oh no.
but Jim,
stop.
what if we're not- what if
Can
we're
we
not?
guys, can we just move the frame to the next one? Because
Yeah, but people can't just not be straight
One
anymore.
joke. It's like
Yeah,
the
it's-
same insult
Stop.
over and over and over again.
Jeez.
Like, why does he
I'm gonna
think that
increase every time something like this happens. I'll increase the size of Peepo on screen.
this is kind of if we had said something like this would be straight phobia because it's implying that we can just change our sexualities. All those straight guys, they could just pound it to dudes now. They could just like that's just something they could do. Well, how is that any different from us saying, well, maybe a gay person should just fuck women. Maybe they should just get off to chicks.
Wow, that's really, 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 really biphobic of you.
Really?
And
Of
I'm
him?
extremely offended.
Oh God, so
When you're
disgusting.
pounding it.
Look, I'm sorry. We all gotta
funny.
get through this together, okay?
Can we not?
Oh my god,
I know
the sound
this is gonna. I know this is. It's gonna sound really bad, but I want him to finish already.
Okay.
Okay, I can't boo you for that one.
Just where were all these people when Gears of War
Right
came?
here.
They were right here.
They were here. That was me. I remember
it.
playing Gears of War, and I was like, "Wow, this is silly."
These are some
Wow,
chonkers.
what a cool
I don't
game,
even
what
play
a
these
cool
games and I
stuff.
cackle at them.
Yeah.
No, and
Silly.
he's going back to Gears of War. He already used this argument.
But Gears of War.
But now he's
fun
saying
game.
nobody was around saying this when Gears of War. It's like, yes, they were. I was fucking
Yeah.
super into Gears of War
Me
1,
and
2, and
all
3.
of my friends were.
Yeah.
Gears of War was such a hyper masculinized, hyper muscular,
Super meat stud beef
beef
builder.
They were hilarious.
Chunk
The
man.
little tanks on feet.
That was the whole. And people made fun of this back in 2008. Like, where are you?
Yeah, I
man?
remember when the first one came out. Like, this is what people, me and my friends were like, "Oh yeah, this is fucking weird. They're just meat sticks and
beef hard
makes
cheese.
No, you
art.
didn't exist.
Yeah. Beef
But it's
makes
far more
art.
believable in the Gears of War setting than it is for Last of Us, though.
Well, because everybody's like that, the Gears of War setting, except for like
Oh,
the women,
man,
I guess.
It's like a different. Like, it's an artistic touch. Yeah, let's go with that.
More like an autistic touch, but okay.
They were chongos, okay?
Well, I like the aesthetic in Gears of War. I
I
like the
actually do
armor
too.
and the weapons, and I really do like it. I think it's very pleasing to look at, in that sense. But if
it
we're gonna make
is.
the argument that Abby is the only one who's been artistically touched, shall we say, it just makes it stand out.
Gave us men who were 90% pure grade A beef fortress after a 14-year long.
And I will also say this:
I
Gears
want
of War
that.
far more narratively satisfying than The Last of Us 2.
Oh, yes.
We must
It
kill the
happens.
evil people from beneath
The under
earth, the
people.
others. Oh, we did.
But-
That was fun.
You make it sound like caveman logic.
But again, what's the issue with Gears? Gears, you know, the whole if everybody in it is a giant beefcake, that's fine, and no one had an issue with that game, including the woman in Gears 2, right? No one had an issue with that, but all of a sudden it's an issue now. Only in terms of that, Abby doesn't make any sense in a game that is realistically based and driven versus Gears, where everyone is a space marine. There is a mile of difference between those two settings.
Oh yeah, just in case anyone didn't know, Gears was not trying to be realistic. Let's just put it that
Oh
way.
no,
Wait,
no.
really?
Also-
oh yeah, of course it isn't. Haha, my bad.
What isn't?
Never mind.
But even the enemies in Gears of War have the same physique. They're super beefy and meaty,
Right.
and
Yeah.
all the guns are beefy. It's all just so
Almost
much.
like they're trying to be
Also
internally
much.
consistent.
Oh, how dare they!
It's a game where it was like
Even
taken
the
into
helicopters are
Photoshop
fat.
and stretched horizontally.
Yeah, a little shorter, a lot
Mm.
lighter.
Long war depleted the planet's resources and decimated the population. Where the
No,
fuck were they
it is
during
not
the release of
post-apocalyptic.
Borderlands?
Stop. Gears of War isn't post-apocalyptic. They have like whole cities and a funded military and things like
Rags. Rags, no,
Advanced
it's
technology
dark
as well.
and it's dark and brown, so it's post-apocalyptic. Duh. Come on, bro. Like
You can't expect Jim to have actually played this video game, given his job as a video game reviewer.
that. Have you seen just the trucks and Gears of War? Even they get overfed on gasoline. Everything's so fat and
thick-
round. It's
thick
kind of like
car.
it's like a really dark version of Lilo and Stitch. All
Can I
right, well,
just say-
carry on.
Yeah, you've lost me on that one, mate.
Yeah.
I will
Do explain it.
I will explain. So
Okay,
Lilo and
go ahead.
Stitch, the art style in Lilo and Stitch, things were very bubbly, very round, very, think about the spaceship designs and the guns and the way people were drawn. Think about, Lilo, think about, what was her sister? Nani, right?
Yeah, I think so.
I actually know what you're talking
Cobra-
about.
Yeah, Cobra Bubbles and all the aliens. Very almost swollen, not grotesque. I mean, it's just big and bubbly and kind of puffy looking. And Gears of War is like the really dark militaristic version of that.
Yeah. Just
Chat
to
me.
confirm your point, Rags, for some reason I've watched
Oh,
some of
feel
the special
free, go
features of Lilo, and I've watched some of the special features of Lilo and Stitch, and they actually talked about the art style, and they had two cameras side by side, one with straight edges and one with slightly curved edges, showing that was the aesthetic that they were going with all of Lilo and Stitch, making everything not have straight lines. It's slightly curved and just like it was a slightly inflated balloon.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember the name of the artist. He let's be fair, the artist who did the character designs for Lilo and Stitch is a porn artist. That's true.
Oh no!
Is
Oh,
it
let me clutch
Chadman?
my pearls.
It's not
I
Chadman.
can't
I can't
believe
remember his
someone who
name.
could draw really well
But
drew porn.
he is a porn artist, though. He does a lot of.
If I could draw, I'd be drawing
That
porn all fucking
explains
day.
why Lilo's sister is hot.
Yeah, it sure
Oh,
does,
Jesus.
doesn't it?
Yeah, that it makes sense now.
Cobra Bubbles is his stage name.
Fortress after a 14-year-long war that devastated the planet's resources and decimated the population. Where
You
the
need to
fuck
play the
were they
games
during the
again.
release of Borderlands,
Where
and
were they
Borderlands
during
2, and
Borderlands?
Borderlands the pre-sequel?
No,
It's
this
just
is
like
what.
Last of Us.
Borderlands
You
is
gotta get
super stylized to the point of being
Yeah.
shockingly silly.
That's the problem here. He's ignoring the strengths of Last of Us 2 and comparing okay, in so many quotes, strengths of Last of Us 2, right? Like the realism of it. And he's comparing it to these very stylized games. It's like he's ignoring the differences to make his point. That's just my observation.
Yeah, he is. He's taken. It's like if I was going to compare, the genre of. I'm trying to think. If I was going to compare, like some really silly, like World of Warcraft, right, where it's just fucking magic and dragons and everything's just silly and crazy, and he's like, I don't know what the fuck's going on, and you compare that to something much more grounded, like Lord of the Rings, and saying, oh, they're both the same. Yeah. Same unfair comparison.
Oh, Uncharted versus Mario. You'd be like, I don't know why you're comparing them, and it's like, yeah, but they both
They got
jump.
both platform elements. Yeah.
Yeah.
Possibly
Yeah, you
stand
can
to learn from
jump.
comparing
Therefore,
them.
it's the same game. Wow, bigot.
Got him.
And Tales
Double
from the
jumping in
Borderlands and
Uncharted?
Borderlands
I don't
3.
remember people complaining about it in Mario.
Yeah, everyone was like, oh, Mario's mustache is too plentiful. I was like, no one was saying that. Everyone was okay with it.
Where all the
Well, you got a
starved
bit of
inhabitants of a
spaghetti on
dead
your
desert
elbows.
world make Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson
Yes.
look like this.
Yes, Borderlands is shockingly silly.
Well, but hang on. Borderlands is
that
also
is actually-
sci-fi. Like
Who you're going after? That's
It's not just
What, they're
sci-fi.
not-
Borderlands is heavily stylized.
yeah.
So I'm okay with it.
Like its absurdity is its selling point. At no
Yeah.
point does it ever even attempt to be something approaching
Yeah.
realistic.
Prick. Hell, where were all these people telling Lord Humongous that he was just too fucking ripped?
I don't know.
No
yeah,
one.
that is
No
first
one
off.
cares.
Yeah, if anything, that just looks like he has a bunch of calories,
Yeah.
regardless of the kind of him. He's not ripped. He's just big. His name is Lord Humongous. By your
But he
thing.
was cast for being ridiculously big as well.
Yeah, he's
He
a
wasn't
very.
supposed to-
Also, none of this matters,
really.
though. None of this even
He's
matters.
also what about it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all whataboutism.
No,
It
Waller,
doesn't
this is
defeat
this
any
is
of the
his
logical arguments.
This is like his conclusion part of the episode, right? Like he's playing the bombastic music.
You say
Like,
that,
take
but
that,
we have
take
6
that,
minutes
guys. Oh my God, you're
Yeah,
right. Jeez.
exactly. Yes. You better
But it feels
sane because he's made his point, right?
yeah. This is it feels like that point in the argument or in the video where you go, huh? Take that, bigots. Look at these people and things that you really can't compare. Huh? Got you. It's
left. I mean, he's thrown so many arguments, he doesn't realize that he's arguing against his own arguments at some point.
Right. As he
He's
posts
just
a
that
photo
good.
of someone who contradicts his argument, but okay.
You're racking my brain trying to think of the last time anyone had
I'm
an
sure you
issue
are,
with
Jim.
muscles being in a video game, and
because it
nothing.
didn't happen, you fat fuck.
What is he? He's boiled
thing
it
is,
down to
oh,
muscles
fine.
being in a game now.
Yeah.
Confused.
Even if that was going to be the standard, even if this was just about muscles in a game, you'd still be wrong because people will say, yeah, that's like with Gears of War. People say, yeah, that's really silly and dumb, and then they play the dumb video game and they have a good time and they move on with their lives because it's not trying to portray itself as realistic in the way that Last of Us 2 is.
But also, how bizarre for us to be talking about Gears of War, a game that is 10 years old, right? Like, why do you have to go back to such an old standard? I just find that bizarre.
Can we maybe drop the facade just a little bit about? So, why do you reckon they made Abby so ridiculous?
So that I think that it was just a poorly explained, lazy attempt to explain how it could even be plausible she is able to do the things that she does.
Yeah, like Hulk smashes. Her gameplay is very much built around Hulk smashing. She has an ability you can unlock, which if she ever kills somebody with Hulk smashing, she gets like a bonus insta-kill Hulk smash after it.
Right. Yeah, it's built into the gameplay, which is fine. I mean, there's characters like Chris from Resident Evil 5, when he was all built in.
Jesus.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's fine. Like, we've done stuff like this before where people haven't had an issue with it. It's only when it is so egregious and in your face and mean towards the player that people start to have an issue, I think.
How true.
So the reason they did it was an excuse for the gameplay, you reckon?
I don't know. So I think they might have actually been trying to be purposely subversive to the trope of the leading female character. That's just kind of a suspicion, and then they ran with it. But
Could be a bit of bait, maybe, like to see if people would go nuts over it.
And then why do you reckon? And then why do you reckon Jim is actually defending it?
I don't know.
It's contrarian. It's like The Last Jedi. It's one of those. I think it's a piece of media that does.
No, I think he's virtue signaling. He's like, you're all sexist and bigoted.
Yeah, why he's defending the game, not why he made this video.
Yeah,
Like,
100%. I agree.
This is definitely a video that shows his side that he's still one of the right ones.
Oh, don't say the word right, Rags. How dare you? That's a bad, naughty word. You better say the right. He's one of the left ones. Come on now.
Oh,
If you're to the left of Karl Marx, you're to the right, I guess.
Does he make many videos like that?
Yeah, he makes fair. I mean, I couldn't point to one.
Not
precisely,
directly,
so-
but he constantly drops, I guess, comments about his political leanings, and he loves ragging on capitalism. He does that regularly.
Yes, he talks about how much he hates capitalism in almost every video he's made for the last year and a half, maybe 2 years.
And
is a shit on capitalism.
His Twitter handle also is Citizen Sterling, right? Like his name there. So that kind of hints. Is that like a left thing? Probably, right? Like comrade.
You just went from that's the thing, right? Is it a thing?
That's it, right? Oh, it's me, Citizen Sterling, one of you folk. Chop chop. Something like that.
I thought,
That's
maybe
crazy.
this video is like a deliberate sort of contradicting of the usual argument. Like, he sees, okay, everybody's saying one thing, so I'm going to take the opposite route, and it's kind of like a fun thought exercise or something. But the more we get into this, we're up to 2 minutes worth of footage since I joined the call about 2 hours ago.
Yeah.
By the second, I'm starting to think that it's less and less about that because it's just calling everyone wankers all the time.
Like literally
Welcome to every frame of pause.
He is a bit of a contrarian. I agree with the statement earlier. He is a bit of a contrarian. So what he's doing is he's going against the normal flow. Is that Abby is a bad character?
Well,
and
hang on. It depends which normal flow. There's a large kind of progressive leaning group that he is all on board with in regards to this video.
No, like I mean the people. Okay, the general point of view is that Abby is not a well-liked character, and what he does is to disengage the argument of the other people. He goes, "Oh, you just don't like her because you can't fap to her. That you're a wanker." Basically, that's his whole argument, right? Which is going against a huge part of, or I guess a substantial part of the audience that participated in the experience that is The Last of Us 2. So, maybe he's baiting those people, but the people he's baiting will call him out on his bullshit anyway. So
Do you not think it's kind of interesting though that he is doing this kind of baiting, well, masturbating you might call it, but well, I would say that he's wanting to like draw people in via his masturbating, while also playing the victim sort of by saying like, oh, I'm so victimized, or people are so victimized by this stuff. It seems to be, to me at least, to be a intentional attempt to draw in as many viewers as possible and to get as many sympathy points as possible, rather than actually reviewing the game, because we know that Jim Sterling can review games decently. We've all seen it, and we've all known over years that he can. But it seems that sometimes when he just wants to virtue signal, that becomes the more predominant or important point to him.
Also, yes. Goodbye, Theo. Rotate it out. The
Bye.
next guest shall be in the moment they're able to access their invite. Who knows when it'll be?
Oh. Ooh, who could it be?
I'll rotate out next. I've got to get back to editing.
Racist. Oh yeah, you said you got a new video coming out Monday, right?
Oh hell yeah!
We're gonna learn more about history.
Like my channel, on your channel. That's okay.
Wait, what?
I just want to say before you go, internet historian, I really love your videos. Just
stop it.
say it.
Oh, shower you with love.
Oh,
Stop
I
being
also-
so modest, sir. You're a legend on YouTube.
Oh god.
Yeah.
Oh, go on.
All
Seriously.
right, come on. Keep playing the video. Keep playing the video.
Wait, are we? Wait, so you say you're gonna go in a bit, not right now.
Oh yeah, no, not right now. I'll say all next.
No, just yeah, nice.
Springs
some
to
more
mind.
Oh, stop it!
Oh,
Stop!
I'm gonna have to make
Jesus
Sipo
Christ.
a little bigger again.
But he's doing the thing again, where he's taking
doing
a game with a genre that's really silly, not realistic at all, and super stylized, and saying, "See, people aren't treating this with the same standard as this very realistically portrayed thing."
Everyone likes Zarya. I don't understand. This is not a character that's really poorly treated. What the fuck are you talking about? Everyone likes that character. What the hell?
I don't.
Also,
I brought up Zarya,
Zarya.
and now he's bringing Zarya up as a point for him because he's not smart. But
Well, once again, look, I just can't get over the fact that he's just blissfully ignoring all of the narrative issues with Abby. So when he makes comparisons, they're just never going to work because he just hasn't acknowledged that portion of this whole debate.
Well, of course, because that would diffuse his point of talking about how women are oppressed.
No, also,
Yes.
point in so many quotes. Like, doesn't really have anything really. He's got nothing.
You're just jealous for the
Are you
points
able
he's
to
making.
put this in slow mo when he does that?
So this is, I feel, really revealing to his character. He must have such a low opinion of the majority of the gamer,
yeah, that's the end
group
thing.
that
if you're going to be in that group,
if everyone, therefore everyone who's criticizing Abby's muscles must only hate her because they can't jerk off. And he honestly believes that. This is from everything we've gone through, this is a sincere belief that this is the only reason, because he's ignored all the narrative reasons and he's flip-flop back and forth as to any the logical justification as to why it doesn't make sense to try and justify it himself. And so he has a horrible opinion of most gamers. That's most of his audience.
I have another worse than that. I think he has a horrible opinion of women. I truly believe that. I find that so many people who do this virtue signal stuff, they have a really, really horrible opinion towards women, and they think that we are brainless, just objects that go along with whatever they say, and we're so fragile that we can be hurt by any kind of media representation. That is such abject crap that I absolutely, completely disavow. Please stop, Jim.
Just
You
about
don't
Jim
know.
Sterling, I will keep
No,
that.
you need him. You need him to defend
Or-
you.
I also have a question. Do you really think? I think Aiden said this earlier. Jim is smart, right? Jim is intelligent. Is he?
Yeah, I think he's intelligent.
Does he just do these videos, but he's doing it in bad faith, right? Like he knows he has nothing, but he's still virtue signaling. Could it be
No,
that?
I think he honestly believes what he's saying, that he honestly thinks most people who hate Abby just hate her because I can't jerk off to her. Like that's his genuine belief.
I
don't know,
agree. I think that's when he
Oh, God.
really believes. I think that he believes that, and that's why he makes videos like this in order to white knight for women who do not agree with him. For the majority of women do not think that what he's saying is correct, but he thinks he's standing up for ladies. And it's, to be honest, Jim, you know, no offense to you, I know you've got a large lady of your own, but women don't like this. Okay, women don't like it.
What about the pink hat? Do you like that?
No, not really.
No, I think Jim's outfit looks good on some other guy. Like, does that make sense? That whole aesthetic could be good on some other person, but not Jim Sterling.
I mean, I like the eccentric look sometimes, but it does, with Jim, just come across as desperate sometimes.
Sometimes?
Yeah, I'm being generous, okay?
Oh, I hate it.
Oh yes, shake your.
Have you spotted a theme with his humor?
Oh, it's
really long.
I'm gonna save this.
Here's the thing. As a dude, I actually fell into this trap a little bit,
As a
writes
dude.
Forbes' Paul Tassi in an article that gets to the meat of the matter. Not like in an angry way, but I did keep waiting for some sort of story explanation as to why Abby had gotten so jacked. But it was never directly
Oh, but
addressed
that was a
outside
mistake
of
of
one line
mine.
about how she had just lifted a certain weight for the first time. But
Yeah,
then
that's
when-
what I meant.
Me wanting explanations for what I see in this realistic game, I fell into that trap.
Oh
Me
my God.
wanting
Look at
things
this.
How
They move on to
dare
say
you,
they never
Rag.
questioned this about a male character. It's like,
Well,
Which male character? Yeah, men and women. I know that they hate the idea, but men and women are biologically totally different from one another. You're gonna have to fucking get over it. Like whether you like it or not.
They're never going to, because you know who you're dealing with.
I know who I'm
Rags.
dealing with.
They hate it. They hate it. They don't like
You
it.
just gotta remind people, like, sometimes it's just
Why
yeah, it's
They really don't like the fact that men and women are biologically different. And
I already said
they're
that.
always
If
gonna
we
be
had a
mad about that.
Schwarzenegger running around in the game, I'd still be raising issues with this. Really, this is fucking ridiculous. How is he maintaining this shit?
Good idea. Yeah, good point. If you, I mean, look at Joel, right? Let's compare Joel to Abby, or right? Joel, I don't think is as ripped as Abby, is he? I don't think
we
he
do. We
is.
ever see him like arms bare? I don't know.
Again, I said put the two models, because I know people have access to this stuff. So put the two models next to each other, take off the clothes, which I think you can do probably with if you have access to the models. Then try to take the clothes off and see who is more built. Is it Abby or is it Joel? I bet it's Abby.
Yeah, I'd say it's Abby as well.
I would
But
assume Abby.
on the note about having an Arnold Schwarzenegger in the video game, I would still find that I would have less questions as to how that would be possible, because he's a guy and guys can just build muscle easier.
I'd still question it pretty hardcore.
I'd still have questions, but I would have less, is what I'm saying, than with Abby.
it would be more easy to believe.
Yeah.
But still.
I mean, almost my first point of call would just be like, fucking hell, they let him eat that much? Wow.
Yeah, that would be a similar thing about the rationing of food and the intake
Yeah,
of
and-
it need to maintain it.
In the first one, they have all those ration cards, and people are eating hung up barbecued rats.
Well, that's not the stadium. The stadium, they have burritos every day.
Yeah, so
Rat burritos.
But are you not
Rat
implying they're
burritos.
rat burritos?
When I stopped and thought about it, I realised, when had I ever asked that question about a male character, or needed an explanation as to why they were...
I asked it about Gears of War. I was like, how do these guys
Yeah.
look this way? This is funny as hell. But, of course, I don't
I can
exist.
believe they have the
Are you
calories for it, it's just
expecting
that they're-
Jim
that's not how
Sterling
you-
to be logically consistent?
I'd like... It would be funny if I just got... Because he's obviously grabbed this because it benefits his narrative. If we just grabbed someone saying, you know, I didn't used to question anything, and then someone brought up that it makes sense that she did it because of his work schedule, and I just accepted it. And then I actually looked into it, and I was like, wow, they're just trying to sell me a bunch of bullshit. And then Jim's like, no, shut up. No, we want to talk about the ones who are like, they realize they're sexist. That's the articles that Jim wants.
unrealistically jacked, way more unrealistically than Abby usually. Never, It's just assumed as video game default that men are jacked with huge muscles, and if women are muscular, they are
No,
also
it isn't.
skinny.
In most
Just
games,
can we
they're
please?
not.
Can we please just accept that there are biological realities that are different between men and women? If you want to make an incredibly out there fantasy or sci-fi game, then no one would care. It's only because The Last of Us bases itself in reality that anyone finds this silly. That is
Also,
the only reason.
if there were no biological differences whatsoever, this would still be a thing. Because you'd just be like, yeah, well, this is how all of the men and women of the world are categorized wise. They're just women tend to be a hell of a lot less muscular, so it's weird to see it. That's all. Out of the unusual, abnormal.
Exactly. I mean, the fact that this whoever is quoting is was less, prone to question the realism of guys being muscular is not a sexist thing. It's reflecting reality, where in reality, guys are generally it's far more common for guys to be muscular than women. And I wonder if this person would also, feel it's of the same scale of sexism to wonder, I've never questioned or wondered about the possibility of seeing a pregnant man versus a pregnant woman, because something is far more common in reality than when it's not. And so it's just interesting that if you just switch the parameters around, it's just that this guy, whoever is quoting, is noticing something that is less represented in reality. So
Yeah, let's be really real about that real quick. Where is the representation of obese women in media? Because there's very little. If we want to display all body types, right, then where are all the fat women? It seems to me like I don't know. I'm just saying that I guess that it seems a little bit unfair, right? Because
No.
that would if a fat woman, he would get mad about. I would just guess. I'm just guessing. I'm not saying for sure, but I'm guessing that Jim will get mad about how it's making fun of obese people, right? I don't know how you could do it properly without making fun of someone, right?
Racist. Wankless wonder.
Well, so sorry.
And yet it's perfectly reasonable to think that a woman living in the post-apocalypse on a mission of revenge would indeed get super jacked to be able to take on zombie hordes and enemy soldiers alike.
Yeah, you don't need a lot of strength to take on zombie hordes. Not gonna lie. It seems like you just shoot them or just stab them once in the neck and they go down.
Well,
There's, the funny thing is, there's another character in the game that does that without being jacked. Just a thought.
Also, yeah, of course you're gonna get super jacks. Like, if that's true, then why isn't everyone super jacked? Why is only one person super jacked? Like, come on, you're not thinking very hard. It's not fair.
It's so her being so muscular is also obnoxious to me because it just makes her stand out even more in this.
Any hope of a live action medieval zombie thing coming from you, Shad? I wanna see that. Okay, we decided, but like good,
hell yeah.
not like
live
Game of
action
Thrones.
medieval zombie thing?
Yeah, do
Starring who?
You.
Me.
Oh, me? Well, I'll get onto that, mate. I got the swords.
I just like they needed Last of Us. Have a character like Shad in there who just likes swords, and he's like, "Fuck this, we're not using guns." You kidding me?
That's what I want. I want sword enthusiast representation. The people who are best equipped to handle a zombie apocalypse.
And when someone says, "Where's he getting these swords from?" Be like, "Wow, you're denying his existence. That is fucked up."
Exactly.
Like, also, Shad, do you think gauntlets would work very well against zombies? Like, wouldn't it? Like, against the bites? Like, any sort of armor? And
armor would be phenomenal against zombies. Like, even just chainmail, or not even just chainmail, Gambison, all right? They're not going to bite through that stuff.
Just wearing
When we talking
multiple
about
shirts.
When we talking about carpet the other day, Rags, or something, did that come up?
Yeah, you could. Like, one of the things that really bugs me about The Last of Us 2 is that they have people specifically whose job is to go out and clear infected from places, and they put on no protective gear whatsoever.
Bro, why would they do that?
T-shirts, bro.
I'm like, yeah, I would just I would be wearing multiple shirts, and I would just strap stuff to me. It could be just paper.
Then you
books.
can't see how hot they are. You can't see their rippling muscles and jiggle
That's
bitties.
dumb.
And in case anyone is asking, yes, I do have a whole video talking about the best weapons to fight zombies from a medieval settings perspective.
is it a mace? Because that would be cool.
Well, actually, no. The answer was
Gotta
castles.
be a flail, right? Oh no. Okay.
The
Castles would wreck zombies. Just
Is it a scythe?
No, I watch Game of Thrones. They lose it instantly.
Oh, don't get me started on that.
Oh no!
Look, if
I
you
have a whole
don't
video
put-
on that too, Mola.
If you don't put your trebuchets first, that's your problem. Okay.
Yeah, true.
They are like they're designed to like act as a shield. You must be stupid if you think otherwise.
Protect the wall.
But as a hand to hand, flails are the best. Yes or no?
Flails are awful. I have a whole video on why they're crap.
Oh no!
I really do. Check it out. It's called Overappreciated Historical Weapons, the Flail.
There you go.
But
check it
why?
out.
Okay,
What?
I will actually watch it after this.
Go watch it. I lay it out for you.
Real time. I'm
Flails
done.
am bad. Okay, I'm googling it now. Flails am bad.
Flails am bad.
Any explanation past that needed. Once I saw a social media movement of other muscular women showing off their arms that looked close to identical to Abby's, I realised there was
We're not in a post-apocalypse, you fuck.
Oh yeah, they're not in a post-apocalyptic side. either.
Just the fact that we have to clarify that. You kidding me?
for even thinking about this as a story point that needed to be addressed. No, I wasn't vocally mad about it online, and yet my own bias has made me internally question whether Abby's appearance was right. That
Trust
was
your
stupid.
bias.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
His internal misogyny kicked in, guys.
Oh no.
I have so many
Unlike those
things.
gamers, I recognize my own internal misogyny.
I
'Cause
recognize
man.
my privilege, and I stopped myself.
Okay, this is I don't even know where to start with this, but I'll try to explain. This is very hurtful to me as a psychologist, right? Okay, you don't need to over analyze everything that you do every second to expect that stuff that you're doing is wrong. In fact, that's probably very psychologically harmful and disruptive. The fact that people are doing this kind of stuff now, I think, is a large reason why people are so sad and messed up, is because they think that every second I have to think about, what do my actions mean? What do my thoughts mean? Well, don't, because most of your thoughts are paracognitive. Most
Yeah,
things that you're
sometimes you
doing
just
are
wanna see a titty.
paracognitive. What? Sorry?
Sometimes you just want to see a titty.
That was the translation.
No, that's correct. Sometimes you just want to see a titty. And overthinking things to this degree not only has absolutely no benefit in terms of the psychological health of the population so far as the data that I've seen, but it has real manifest harms upon people. To think that they're evil and to think that they're bad all the time. Just stop, my dude. Stop. Because you are only hurting yourself and you're not helping anyone.
Jim Sterling does seem like the kind of person who would be horrified to learn that he isn't sexist.
Sexless?
Sexist.
Oh.
He is sexless.
Yep, he's correct. It is stupid. Because no matter who you are watching this right now, you can claim that you'd have been just as skeptical if Abby were a man, but the fact is you
No,
wouldn't
because
be.
men and women are biologically different.
Also, you just said you could say you'd be as skeptical, but you wouldn't be. But that is because you're a sexist, not for any other reason.
I don't know.
So what he's saying, you wouldn't be as skeptical if it was a guy in a post-apocalyptic setting versus a girl. Is that what he's saying?
Yeah, he's like, that's what he's saying. And I'm saying, yeah, I agree. If Abby was a man, I would be slightly less skeptical.
Same.
Still skeptical, but slightly less.
Yeah.
I don't know. I might be older than the rest of you guys, but so I've been around. I haven't met someone that has the same physique as Abby. A
Well, you
woman
go
that's got the same physique as Abby. So I
They're
just kind of go. You could sort of throw up pictures from social media, but if I've met a lot of people,
yeah,
and I've never met one that has the same physique. So
have you met anyone in the post-apocalypse though?
What? Yeah, good point. But why don't they just come out and say, "Look, here's the deal. Abby's an anomaly. We're not going to explain it, but she's just an anomaly." And then they can go, she's not representative of what the average woman can achieve. even with a lot of working out. Why don't they just do that, and then the whole argument would be shut down?
Yeah, and honestly, that could actually be a fine answer to things that they're a prodigy, they're just born with it, they're just unique or something like that. Abby just happened to have been born with certain genes that she put on the muscle. And I was like,
and you can make her campaign represent that like parts of her life have been destroyed by her like adherence to the schedule, to her desire to become much stronger, much faster, much more prepared to knock out any possible enemies, and you tie it back to the fact that you'd have to alter her dad's death, but you can tie it back to the fact that she maybe was trying to move some shit out of the way of doors and she couldn't quite do it to get to him in time and he was killed and it's fucked with her forever. And then you know, like her friends don't really like her that much because she just doesn't hang out. You know, she's made her life all about it, and we get the scenes where she's on her own.
Something pivotal on her being weak in a certain situation, and that's been like the motivation all along. Yeah, that would be brilliant. I would have gone along with that.
No, but she's afraid of heights, guys. Doesn't that make her human?
Boy, that was fucking random.
That was really fucking random, wasn't it?
Oh man, we just are at the top of a fucking skyscraper in the apocalypse. Oh no, this is not where I want to be right
I
now.
stand by how fucking confused I am about the sky bridges. I will never drop that. It is so fucking strange.
I think you're probably right.
I got a question for those of you who actually played the game. Is there any other characters in the game itself that actually acknowledges Abby's strength as being unique, exceptional, perhaps even out of the ordinary?
Actually, yeah, Fat Gerald in the end.
Really? Okay.
It's a plot point, which is more obnoxious because like yeah, the scenario is Ellie is lost and she's trying to find Abby, right? And she gets trapped by Fat Geralt and some other guy, and she's got Fat Geralt who goes, I know where Abby is. She's thick, right? Like me. And I'm like, oh, fucking off. Fuck off game. Like,
because, like, usually the appearance of an individual, depending on how extreme it is something that is seamlessly integrated into their interactions with people and general everyday life. And like, if you know someone who's really, really tall, for instance, sometimes they might be teased for being tall. Sometimes they're given clout because they're tall, and it's just a buddy thing, or sometimes that, but it's usually acknowledged or mentioned, and because it's always present, it's there, it's in your face and stuff like that. And you know,
have you seen Tall Girl?
I saw the ads and I was like, no, I'll skip that.
Mr. I don't, some guy in chat who has a long history with Tall Girl.
Oh yeah,
I do acknowledge that it depends on how extreme the unique trait is usually, and height isn't one that's like doesn't stand out unless it's like insanely different. But I would say Abby's size would be something that would even perhaps intimidate other guys and stuff, or something. It would be something that would affect relationships. It would be something that would be
He's squarely in fetish material.
Well, because anything like that, I think so. It's so bizarre to me, because if you want to write a realistic game with realistic characters, and it has to be very, very strongly based in reality, then you have to deal with realities, which, for example, like you said, there are a microscopic number of women who are 6'5" or whatever Abby's supposed to be, and who are built like a truck. That it's not going to happen, and it's going to affect every relationship that person has in her life, for better or for worse. And it doesn't mean anything in terms of like, how sexist or how unsexist or whatever the fuck. It just means that it's going to affect you. People who have red hair are treated differently from people who have brown hair. That is a reality of life.
Souls, yeah.
Oh, shit.
Gingers have no souls. I'm sorry.
Oh.
So what if you have it? Oh yeah, hang on. This is important. Then I have like a third ginger beard. What does that mean?
Every guy
slipping away.
Every guy I've ever met has had like a third ginger beard. I think you're all safe.
Okay, I have a soul.
Thank goodness.
It's been confirmed. Whew.
Every guy.
Okay, you may continue.
Because you haven't been. You've had chances before now to show that skepticism, my friend, in many.
We have.
And people have. It's so interesting that it's so convinced no one has. Everyone who's complained about it never's complained about similar things before.
And Borderlands isn't post-apocalyptic, also.
he's got his ears covered with his arms, and he's going la 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 la. I'm right,
Covered
you're
with his
wrong.
arms. I'm just
Oh, yeah,
picturing
his-
throwing
his
his arms
arm-
up
yeah,
in the air, just
yeah,
wiggling them
his
back and
arms,
forth.
yeah.
Post-apocalyptic worlds full of dieseled men, and only now, only with Abby, do people suddenly care. People who, until now, were among the most likely to excuse a game's shittiness by claiming it's just a game.
No,
Well,
wait.
What are you talking about?
Is he implying? Wait. Is he implying though that he agrees that The Last of Us 2 is shitty?
Your Weekend Warrior 100% correct. He is saying The Last of Us 2 is shitty if it didn't contain Abby. What the fuck?
Yeah, it's like I don't know, man. Like
When he says shittiness, is he referring to like things that aren't realistic, things that aren't consistent, or just what is he referring to
the
specifically?
game in general.
No, no, he honestly, because before, early in the video, he was trying to say that gamers rarely ever call out things that are unrealistic, which again, I took particular issue with because most of my channel is built around that very thing, talking about more realism in fantasy, pop culture, and how medieval stuff is integrated. And so it seems like he actually thinks it's rarely ever done, and that gamers always justify unrealism in games because it's just games, bro. That's what he's essentially saying right now.
Nobody
Amazing.
still ascribes to that, and there's so much research on this stuff. It really boggles the mind.
Well, I mean, Mauler calls out things that are unrealistic all the time. It's just
no.
I think you mean nitpicks for 12 hours.
Yeah, lies about the fact that he's actually
Wow, just-
sexist. Just complain about things that the little spaceship didn't hyperdrive. Oh, you just hate women.
What a nitpick! Does it really matter? Does it really affect the total?
You're denying the
narrative at
existence
all?
of purple-haired admirals.
Yeah, lore isn't important, guys. God, obviously. Like, it's just lore stuff. Ignore it. Just
shut the fuck up, kids, because The Last of Us 2 is just a game. Not even a particular...
It's just a game.
Don't pull
Okay,
this
so,
shitty fucking
here's the
argument,
thing.
man. Not this shitty fucking argument.
I've never heard an ESPN sports commentator say, "Stop treating it seriously. It's just a game."
Well, it's funny that he brings this out so late in the game. Like, I'm gonna try arguing directly against the point. I'm gonna try arguing the point itself is kind of fucking useless. Now I'm gonna argue that you're all sexist. Now I'm gonna argue you're hypocritical. And now I'm finally gonna argue it doesn't even matter. It's like, wait, what was all that for then?
Here's the thing. In terms of the research, games do have very little impact on the way people think and feel about things. So he is kind of correct on his final point, but he has to go through so much bullshit where let's look at the fucking contradictions. He goes through one by one all of these examples of why games are important and how they affect people, and then says it's just a game, it doesn't affect people. His last point is somewhat correct in that games have a very minor effect on people, but it is a minor effect. But he has gone through all of these points that say video games have this huge effect on human psychology, of which there is no evidence psychologically and research based.
Play too many violent video games. Wankless wonder.
Well, that last comment is just a game.
1.45.
Seems to it such like a horrible thing for like a person who makes their living off of games. It's like contradicting and undermining his very,
Job,
career and
his career.
job.
Yeah.
It's just a game. Why do you review them then? Why do you... And of course, it's contradicted by the fact that everything in this video shows that he doesn't think it's just a game. Otherwise, he wouldn't have devoted so much bloody time to it.
Thank you.
And-
If he
Good
didn't
job.
care,
Good
he
point,
wouldn't have
Chad.
devoted time to it.
Anyway,
Yeah,
on
thank
with
you.
the 23-minute video.
Really great one. I mean, it's good.
No,
It's
but
fun. It's a fun zombie
You can
game.
just
but
clip that bit, by the way, and just anytime he has any argument, just pull out the...
Yeah, if you cannot simultaneously have the position that games can be very meaningful and deep and have these themes we could learn from and tell stories we care about and have characters we have these emotional bonds with, and simultaneously
but also he thinks they can be sexist and damaging and carry harmful stereotypes and everything like that.
Again,
So he
pull me
so
out
he
one
belie-
study.
he believes
Pull
all of
me
that,
out
and
one.
then he spins around and says, "Oh, and it's just a game." Ugh.
Yeah, it's completely contradictory. It's bullshit.
Lame argument, never worked for anyone else. Don't know why he thought it would work for him.
It's just a fun zombie game. I'm being very insulting today, and
No,
that's
the game wasn't meant to be fun. Didn't you hear?
Yeah, that's
Oh,
games
right.
on. Yeah, that's true.
The definitive word from the creators, right, is that it wasn't meant to be fun.
What a comment to make, yo. And I like that he's like, I'm being insulting today, and it's like, yeah, because you're upset. You're upset that people don't like Abby. Oh, I'm sorry.
because trying to debate this issue on the facts is relatively pointless. The fact is, Abby exists. Whether it's
No, she doesn't.
No, she doesn't.
Nope.
She doesn't.
But it depends in what abstract way. The character concept exists, but the actual physical embodiment of the person doesn't exist in reality.
Nope.
Believable or not, she's got arms in a mushroom zombie video game, and she's not going to disappear if you somehow prove she couldn't exist in the last.
Never was what the fuck are you?
What?
We
Yeah,
were
what the
trying
hell
to make
is?
her disappear. That's
Bro,
interesting.
what is this argument?
I could totally. No, go ahead, Aiden.
Sorry,
Go ahead.
No, okay. Real quick, does he think that people who dislike Abby believe that their dislike of Abby is going to somehow make her disappear? Because that is some kind of cognitive dissonance that I can't even begin to comprehend or explain. Weekend Warrior, please go ahead.
I could totally make Abby disappear. I'll just press the PlayStation button and press power off. Easy.
Wow!
Easy.
I prefer to take him to the extreme. He thinks there's a cabal of sorcerers at the top of all of this, and they're casting spells to remove her from the universe in every format. They're like oogly goggly boogly, just like sending all these.
Hippity
little-
hoppity. Abby is disappearity. Something like that.
And then
Also,
she's
like
gone.
big brain moment for old Jim here. So, like, I'm not sure he'll ever watch this, but if he actually wants to know the reason why people criticize Abby and everything like that, is because the character sucked, and the audience doesn't want such sucky, crappy characters again. And so, by criticizing it, we hope that people will get informed as to, okay, that was a bad way to do it.
And then
Let's
number
not
3
do
is
it."
better.
Yes, exactly.
Wait, do you think
We-
Jim actually wants to know the answer to his own solipsistic question? Because I think he doesn't.
Of course not.
No, probably not.
No, I actually think he knows the answer. He's just ignoring it.
Last of Us 2's world. She does, whether you like it or not. Finding a workout regimen that was never.
What is this? What is
Tell me
happening?
what it was intended to. Tell me its intent. Tell me the intent of a workout regimen that has the name Abby on it and is filled out for the different days. Tell me what that's supposed to mean.
I just like this rant. This rant. He's like, she does exist. Just because you found this thing that means she couldn't exist doesn't mean she doesn't exist. It's like,
Hang on, is that his final point? Because everyone's point was that she sucks, but he's not refuting that. He's like, okay, because he's actually almost sideways acknowledged that she's ugly when he says that she's not conventionally attractive. He's also sideways acknowledged that she's crap.
a shitty. Yeah.
That the game is bad, and
and-
so his final point is that it exists.
Yeah,
And
as
he
as
hasn't
if
refuted-
as if he's
Good
been
point.
battling
Good
himself
fucking
this
point.
whole video, and he's finally boiled himself down to, okay, well, she's still there, motherfuckers. It's like, okay.
I'm the avatar. You gotta deal with it. Abby exists.
Well,
you
yeah, that's the
gotta
thing.
deal with it.
It's the only-
Literally the
it's the
place
only-
where we're at. I'm the avatar. You gotta deal with it.
It's
What
the only
hell
point he can get
kind
us
of-
to agree on. Like, all 6 of us will be like, yep, she exists.
Yeah.
Yep, true. Yep.
Yeah. Jim, she's still a bad character, though.
Never intended to be so much as thought about for more than a second will not resurrect your precious beloved Joel. The Last of Us 2 came out ages
What
ago.
a shitbag. What a fucking shitbag.
So,
It'll never
agree
bring
with
back
Miss
Joel.
Eden. I agree with the paladin.
Well, it's just so rude. People actually care about this character that has been built up through people's
Oh my
many
God.
hours of playtime. They actually care about this character. And I don't even care anything about the second game, but people have an attachment and an attraction to this character. And for you to just shit all over him, it hurts people's feelings, whether or not you think that that's valid or not. For someone who cares so much supposedly about feelings and emotions and perspective, then you should give a fuck about the fact that people do not like when you shit all over a character that they fucking care about. Okay, that's it.
And also, Jim is using the Last of Us 2 made a shit ton of money It must be good,
Uh,
right?
It also had an insane drop in sales at
And
the
refunds,
second
right?
week. Yeah,
Don't
a shit
quiet,
ton of refunds.
guys.
insane
Shut
drop.
it down. They're destroying the narrative. Shut it down.
Also, what is all this shit about? Like, you know, the existence of these people, you're denying them, and then you'll, in the other breath, be like, people who like Joel don't exist because if they do, they're abusive. Like, fucking hell.
So what's interesting is that if you type in The Last of Us 2 sales, the thing that pops up first is The Last of Us 2 sales drop.
Ooh, what could it mean?
Also, I like you got Sony's biggest digital first-party launch. It's like, why wouldn't it be? It's Last of Us 2. The Last of Us was huge. It's like, you need to look at other statistics to find out whether or not people enjoyed this shit.
I also remembered, Rags, since we're ragging on the sales of Last of Us 2, in Japan, they're doing like a bundle. If you buy this game, you get free copies of The Last of Us 2 or something like that. It's like,
yeah, Japan doesn't care at all. And by the
Yeah.
way, I've seen it being used as evidence that Japan is racist, which is the funniest shit I've ever fucking seen.
Oh, that's fucked
Oh my
up.
god. Guys, I was looking through links and it brought me up to the Last of Us 2 Reddit. Let me show you the first image.
Oh.
Let's get some memes.
Okay,
the
okay,
first
here.
image that popped up for me once
Okay.
I went to the Reddit.
Oh, how fucking wow. How relevant.
Oh, you'll like this one, Baller. This one's really good.
Oh boy.
I think a lot of us can relate to this.
I love the multiple arms, it's great. It's pretty crazy. This is all recent. Like, all of this is pretty recent in the world of media, you know?
Why, for what purpose does seemingly every media empire want to destroy themselves? I don't get it. I really don't
No.
get it. Why do you all want to die?
I think people want to subvert expectations, but they don't understand that when
know
you
how.
subvert, when you subvert something, you have to say what would work, and they don't actually fill in that gap.
No
So-
shit! Because
Yeah.
they have no fucking idea.
Yeah, they don't. Top kick. Top kick. Oh, the best thing about this game, it's sold out in Japan. Like, physical copies are sold out in Japan.
Okay, let's be real as to why. Okay, is it because there was just not enough copies sent to Japan, or is it because there's so much demand in Nihongo or Nihon? Excuse me. I really am wondering which one is correct.
I think
I'm
people
guessing-
like it. I think Japanese like it.
じゃあ悪いじゃない. I don't believe it all.
Oh, nani?
Yeah. Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Yabay, yabay.
Yabay.
Yabay, yabay. Yabay.
This next Abby
Oh,
will-
we brought all the weebs together here
Hell no.
today. Let our powers combine.
I didn't yabay. Oh shit, that meme though.
Weekend warrior, let our
False, I don't
powers
give a shit.
combine.
We
become the weeaboo.
I need you to watch.
Oh man, these memes are good.
They're so fucking good.
God damn. Put Danny in God damn. I had to zoom out to show the Abby tier.
I don't have an opinion.
That's the ability to teleport as its own tier.
Oh guys.
This is a tier for teleporting.
But Shad, if you don't know, that character who can teleport in the game can just appear to save Abby in a
Teleport
pivotal
behind you.
moment.
Yes.
Yeah. It's so bullshit. Like,
Teleport behind you. Holy
It's
shit.
It's pretty good.
Because at the very bottom is Abby, and she's her own tier. It's not even like F minus. It's just Abby.
It's because everybody knows.
Man, these memes are good.
Tier. I like how A tier includes a baby. I didn't remember what
just
the
love
character's name is.
Daddy's in God tier. This nobody knows anything about.
Is God tier.
Well, he is. He is though. He is.
Yeah,
Baller,
absolutely is.
you like Terminator too?
No, who's beside Fat Geralt though? I can't see.
That's Danny.
properly.
Can we stop calling him Fat Girl? I feel fucking oppressed or something.
No, he is Fat
Oh,
Girl.
wait a
That's his name.
second, guys! Southpaw.
What?
Southpaw's tweet made it onto the Last of Us 2 Reddit. Oh, that was him who posted it. Never mind.
Oh.
Oof. Well, it's really a beautiful image.
I will say the meme game for The Last of Us 2 has been fantastic, and when it's fueled by passion, it's unstoppable.
Yeah.
Here's the thing that people don't understand about memes, right? Well, I think that the average person understands because people are way smarter than stupid fucking media enterprises believe. Is that memes are so much more powerful than any kind of media campaign could ever be. And that's the thing, guys. Make memes. They are so much stronger than bullshit that companies put out and try to make popular. Just meme shit, man.
Aiden, you remember that Darmok episode, right? Like meme. I think like language is a metaphor. I think memes are that. Just
yeah, memes
isn't
the
it?
DNA of the soul. Is that what you mean?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, in a way, yeah. There's a lot of research on this, but yeah, basically, memes are a way of conveying information in a simplistic way. So yeah, they are more powerful than language. That's true.
Yeah.
There's research on this. Everyone's laughing at memes right now. I'm trying to explain
exactly.
some deep scientific shit. Go ahead.
No, Aiden, no. You are explaining why everyone is laughing. That's the beauty of the meme, right?
The
Like
power of memes. Memes
yeah,
are
exactly.
so because they are understandable by people in any context. They are omni-linguistic, right? They transcend language, and that's why memes are awesome.
Yeah. Like this one.
The way they
It was
spell
good writing
Egyptian.
invented 5,000 years ago.
Coherent texts.
You don't like The Last of Us 2, you're a horrible fool.
Next one coming up is pretty good too.
Oh yeah, that's the thing I hate about Neil Druckmann. When there is a good argument against The Last of Us 2, he ignores it. Yeah, that's a good meme. Because
Well, you gotta defend your game. You know, it's not like, you know, if you're gonna be the creative director and you put out a thing, you gotta at least defend the game.
yeah, but you know,
You can't put up a good defense. You got to ignore the question.
However, I would posit the counter example. If you've made a game and you know now that it's shit, despite all of your best intentions, wouldn't it kind of be in your best interest to then shit all over it and make it part of your own meme?
No. Well,
no, that would
Sony will
mean
never
that
trust you to have the job again.
yeah, that would mean that Neil Druckmann was wrong, and that's not possible. Neil is always right.
But I think it would bring the gamers, the consumer, if you will, onto your side by kind of making a joke about it, right?
No, but the consumers are wrong for what I did knowingly would piss off a lot of people.
I think if you just embraced it and said you fucked up, people would be more willing. I think people would be more willing to accept your shitty game and would like it better than if you
mean?
just.
I don't think so. No,
I think
if I was
there's a
to
guy
get
on this
people-
panel that made a video that has a guy that acknowledges his game was shit and he made
And
it
worked
better.
really hard to make it better.
I
I remember watching a video from a historian of the internet that might have shared such a tale.
Yeah,
No, you can't come out and tell people your game's shit. You just can't do that. You can't. You're not gonna win over enough of the audience that it would ever be good enough. People would go, "Oh, good, we're vindicated," and then they'd continue hating your game. And also, what would happen is, you'd have your deputy creative director there going, "Yeah, I told him this was wrong all along." And then when it comes to The Last of Us 3, they go, "Right, who are we going to put in charge? Neil Druckmann? No, well, he fucked up the last one. He even admitted it." And the creative director's going to be waiting in the wings. The deputy going, "Why not put me in charge? I would have done it right."
No, and I'd like to add though, like I've seen articles where Neil Druckmann knows that the game is gonna be divisive, and then that Abby will not be liked, and now he's just like ignoring that because even though he knows it, it's so disingenuous on his part.
Yeah. I think he's a bit between a bit of a rock and a hard place with that, though. I don't think you can really
'cause-
say anything. You just
yeah,
got to
if you have
present
people-
the game 110%.
Yeah,
Oh,
if
I
you
have a
have
question,
people that
I-
you have to be accountable to, like shareholders and stuff like that. If the failure of the game falls to you, you're axed. You're gone.
Yeah.
Also, it really depends on what are we talking about? What's the best course of action if you want to make the audience less toxic and angry? Like,
well, it seems like the best move you can do is defend your game and then start going quieter and quieter and quieter, and then make a better one in the future.
That is to save your own skin. But I do think Aiden has a point about it would gain a lot of good faith from the general audience if you acknowledge mistakes. But that's what you were saying about the rock and the hard place, though, is because that could screw you over in your own job.
IH, I got a question.
It has worked for No Man's Sky, right? They came out and they said, "Whoa, we fucked up. We really screwed this game up. We released garbage." And then they came back and said, "Okay, well, we're gonna fix it." And they did everything that they could to fix it. And now people are kind of okay with No Man's Sky.
Well, no, they came out. They said that we've made mistakes and we're going to continue improving the game. They never came out and said our game's shit.
Oh, okay. True. Oh, IH, I got a question. Do you think that Neil Druckmann knows he fucked up? Or does he believe in the masterpiece that he made?
No,
I think he
yes
believes
and
in
no.
the
Like I think he can probably see the weaknesses in the narrative and the story, and then I think he's also in a very weird position for the sequel because they're going to want a sequel, and now I think they've set it up for these two characters, Abby and Lev, to be them, and now nobody wants them as the sequel character.
Yeah, no one wants them.
But at the same time, from a financial standpoint, it's a huge success. So he's probably guaranteed the job for the next one. So it's
Is it though?
He's won and lost. So if he makes a decent sequel, people will love him all over again.
Yeah, but
Win everyone back.
I don't know if he can though. That's the thing.
Well, maybe not.
I'm
But
also
Yeah.
completely
they're
convinced
not
that the
executive producers in movies for a reason, and a lot of the time, a lot of the time they fuck with the movie, but a lot of the time they actually do make improvements, and maybe he'll go, okay, I don't want to shitstorm this time. I'll actually listen to an executive producer. He's going to go, no, that won't work. No, that won't work. Cut that out.
Okay, that's
Maybe.
fair.
But I'm just speculating.
I also just don't believe the game was really as much of a financial success as people believe that it is, because it seems that every game store in the country pre-ordered massive numbers of The Last of Us 2. And despite the fact that so when we hear about what the sales were for this game, we only hear about the retail sales. That means how many copies were sold to retailers. That doesn't mean how many copies were sold to individual people. So I don't actually believe that the copies that were sold to individual people match the numbers that were sold to retailers. And I truly believe that the numbers have been exacerbated and overblown.
Exaggerated. Yeah, I suppose I would say yes and no. So I do think that they've had monumental sales, and there's no real denying that, and they've set themselves up for the budget for their next project easily and made a tidy profit. But I would say that seems to me from The Last of Us 1, they've kind of set up a business model where you release part 1 on the old console, and then it moves over to the next generation, and then you release the remastered version on the next console, and then that brings in a whole lot more revenue. You can still hear me, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
We are indeed.
Okay. So it's like well, this model isn't going to work if you've fucked up the game, and then people aren't going to want to buy the remastered version on the PS5.
Yeah.
So see what I mean? Like that's their secondary revenue model. And if people really hate the game, and you get all this initial buy in the first place to see, oh, what happens next to Ellie and Joel. Yeah, so maybe in the long term, the financial success might not be that great, but I think at least 5 million copies. Hey, it's pretty hard to argue against that.
I'm just very concerned because as someone who has followed the comic book industry for all of my adult life, I have seen how comic books have fallen through the same pitfalls, wherein we'll say, oh, hey, this Superman comic sold 100,000 copies, which is a big deal in comic books. Comparatively, I know it's very small. But, oh, this Superman comic was so, this is hypothetical, it has sold so much. But the reality is that it sold so much to stores because it was sold so much via the publisher, not via the amount of people who bought it. And I'm not sure what the Last of
It's
Us.
sold to the retailer, not to the customers. Yeah,
That's
okay.
what I'm saying. And I've seen that so much in comic books that I expect that some of that is the same case in The Last of Us, just given the consumer feedback versus The Last of Us 2, that I think people don't like it very much.
Yeah, I've also this is rumor, but I've heard that they've been counting even some of the giveaway copies of Last of Us when they're packaged with like PS4s and things like that have been counted as in the sales figures as well. So it's hard to know exactly what they would be.
That's not too unusual though. They tend to bundle, the best games with the new PlayStation console. But yeah, I don't know. The real figures will get released eventually, and we'll find out.
It's just so hard to tell, basically, because again, like the companies or the stores that buy the games are usually the figures that get reported, as we see how many figures are bought by publishers or distributors. We don't see the actual end result of how many people bought a product, and that inherently inflates product numbers, particularly in comic books, because comic book sellers always buy way more than they need. But I think that games are probably susceptible to the same problem.
Yeah. Well, what were they aiming for? They were aiming for about 3 million copies or something, was it? What was their initial aim? And 2.8 million in digital sales. So that's
that's a lot. I gotta say though.
I mean,
that's big.
It's
that
pretty
doesn't
hard to
surprise me at all, though.
It wasn't a success with.
People really liked The Last of Us, and then they made the second one.
Yeah.
So people were like, yeah.
Actually, that's an interesting point, is that a lot of the success of this one was kind of riding off of how much people loved the previous one. And with how divisive this one has been, it'll be very interesting to see how many people.
It's like Rise of
show up for a
Skywalker,
third if they do.
where people were like, it made $1 billion. It's like, probably could have made 3, but TLJ fucking slashed the shit out of it.
And if refunds were typical things for movies, then...
Well, here's the thing. I wouldn't be surprised if the lack of sales over The Last of Us 2, which I believe that there are, I don't have the direct numbers right now, but if they blame the lack of sales, even though the game is available digitally, they will blame it on COVID. That's just my guess. That's just my anticipation. I could be wrong.
Oh yeah, I'm sure they would.
Yeah, anything to say that it's not Neil's fault. I think he'd use it. I wouldn't be surprised.
Anyway, back to Sterling, right?
Yeah,
Sorry.
we haven't even finished yet.
I like this. I like this discussion better than the fucking video. I just want to
No,
point
you
that out.
don't.
Yeah,
You
just being
love
told
him.
I'm a piece of shit over and
No,
over
wait, no.
again.
Jim's about to say something insightful. Come on, Jim.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Leave it, shit ton, and you can't change that. None of us can change it. I know your experience in erasing black people from European history.
Whoa!
What?
What?
Is this the Kingdom Come
Well,
Deliver?
they're
King Kong?
probably either talking about Kingdom Come Deliverance or Mordhau.
Yeah.
History has allowed you to believe you can alter the past, but you actually can't. What's
What is this?
That's it. we think that a bunch of black guys running around in these games that are trying to be very historically authentic would be really weird.
Yeah.
So we're trying to erase black people from history.
And it's
presumptuous.
No, and it's so
Wow.
insulting to me that he's just ignoring the intent of the
Shush,
game
shush.
developers, right?
Weekend Warrior, as a brown person, you should shut up and listen to Jim Sterling.
Oh my god, my internal racismology is acting up.
That's my fetish. I just like being erased from history.
Yeah. Wait, so just going back to that, I think you could. Okay, you could make a medieval story where there's a random black guy in it that's pivotal to the plot. I'm not gonna complain. It's just that these guys didn't want to tell that story, okay? And I think it's insulting for you to go, "Oh, there were black people. Why didn't you put black people there?" It's just ignoring what the actual developer wants to make out of his game, right? Like,
Yeah,
just
just
it's so-
ignore what he wants. Let's just do whatever we want, right?
yeah, exactly. Like, Abby, deal with it.
It'd
I
be
hate
interesting
it.
to know how many black people Jim thinks should be in a medieval setting.
All of them.
All of
Just
them.
to get his number.
100%.
Just to get a number off of him.
No.
Just
Oh man, can you believe that if you boot up Mordhau and you go to play as Great Britain, you better have a 100% black army or else you're a fucking racist, you filthy, dirty, evil white supremacist. Just a guess.
yeah.
Could be wrong.
It's actually an interesting study, finding out what the perspective of black people were at medieval times and stuff like that, and it is intriguing. And what you find is that there were very, very few there. They knew, of course, of them. In actual fact, they even had, in some instances in different parts of the history, they had almost an exotic kind of mysticism to them because they were, people of the skin color was so rare, and they even depicted one of the saints. Saint Maurice, they depicted him as being black because he was from Africa. There was no actual account of him. It was a Roman soldier that spared the life of a Christian, and so in medieval times he became a saint. And because it was from Africa, they actually depicted a saint, a religious figure saint, as a black person in medieval times. And so it's really, really interesting because that actually speaks to what the lack of really prejudice and biases they had because they were so unfamiliar with them. In actual fact,
There's really cool shit like that in history that people kind of forget because they want to project their weird modernist stuff instead of portraying the neat stuff that's actually happened in the history of the human race,
Well, check this out. That's a picture of Saint Maurice, the person I just mentioned, and look at how they depict this this
I
African
looked down and
person.
saw Jim Sterling, so you had me for a moment. I was like, oh, Saint Maurice, no.
But have a look at that, like decked out in gold and the most epic armor and everything.
Pretty cool.
Like how awesome is that?
Pretty big.
And
God damn it.
so anyway, it's a very interesting. It's a very interesting topic, but it's just when people say it's sexist to not have black people in a medieval setting, it's like you really don't know much about medieval period, do you? Then.
Well, okay, here's the question, right? Is that there were these incredible black empires in Africa. What are the games about those empires if you really want to make these games? If you're going to make a fucking game about European countries and European empires, then don't play some stupid bullshit. Make a fucking game about black African empires because they
I agree.
They did exist.
Yes, and
oh my god.
And when you make a thrilling fantasy RPG action adventure game with like stealth elements in third person about the unification of the Zulu Empire, I think that there should be white people in it for representation purposes because we don't often hear about the white people.
There should have been more people who were white in Black Panther. I was offended.
Yeah, I just want them to be consistent on their principles.
Yeah, if you're gonna do just Mali, Songhai, Egypt, whatever you want to do. I mean, there are games. There's like games like Pharaoh that allow you to be a city builder game at least. But just if you want to make a a game that predominantly features black people, then make it about the Mali or Songhai Empire. Why do you have to
I just
put
want
it
to
into other
enslave
stuff?
Jews
It's
and
so
have them
dumb.
build me temples, and then there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that.
Hey Mauler, the chat are requesting to see something. I think it might have been the Saint picture. Saint, what's his name?
Oh, sorry,
Maurice.
I was sorting out something.
Saint Maurice.
They want,
Saint
oh yeah. Okay.
Maurice.
I think they also wanted Gadalb for something as well. I think it might have been the sudden
You could
appealing
Gadalb this
to.
whole thing.
No, I just mean
Saint
like
Devante.
Jim Sterling's like sudden. You want to erase black people? You're like, whoa, 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 what?
Oh, calm down,
Yeah,
movie
it's-
Bob.
It's such a weird thing to say, right?
I mean, he's
such
just
a strong accusation as well.
Yeah,
he's
exactly.
caked in this like atmosphere. He just doesn't know how to speak in any other way. He's just like, you must be racist.
There can be no other explanation.
It feels so weird. Like, let's roll it back. How weird it comes out.
It's
of
or not.
Like,
Finding a workout regimen that was never intended to be so much as thought about for more than a second will not resurrect your precious beloved Joel.
Yeah,
The
and
Last
putting
of Us 2
black
came out
people in
ages ago,
European
sold a
history
shit
isn't
ton,
gonna
and
bring
you
it
can't
back either.
change that. None of us can change it. I know your experience in erasing black people from European history has allowed you to believe you
Like,
can
we're talking about this in this video. It's fucking.
I love it. It's such a weird.
Yeah.
Suddenly erasing black people. You're
My
like, whoa, what?
experience. He says your experience as well, like you, the audience.
Like my personal experience of me going around erasing black people. Like, shit, I can't believe they found out. Damn. How did you know?
Someone who was wondering why the fuck Abby is so fucking brick built, like a brick shithouse, might look at that and go like, "Oh, okay, here
They
I
wanna erase the
understand it."
blacks
Which in
from
any
European-
in any other game, in like think about Left 4 Dead, right? It's just a very basic example where you get these little tiny messages that are written on the safe zones that are meant to display messages to the subsequent survivors, right? That's such a small thing that makes the game feel like it's a lived-in world. So why would you not expect for the person playing the game to read something that is put there intentionally as part of the game's message? It is so dumb.
Tell me how long I'm supposed to look at something in a video game.
7 minutes. 7 minutes is
Okay,
all I have. to
7
play with
minutes
you.
is the limit. Can only I just think people say, "Oh, you're supposed to feel this. You're supposed to do that. This is how much you get this a lot. You're supposed to care this much." We get that a lot for movies.
Yeah.
It's the same thing. You're only supposed to look at this for a second and then not ever think about it or think it means something. They're like, why do you think they put it in?
Oh, yeah, he was using it for his own argument. It's just fucking
Right.
weird.
Anything that goes into a game has to be passed by like 3 different tribunals of people who say this is okay to go in.
It
So
has to pass Neil Druckmann 3 times.
Oh, yeah.
Brains
He's not
100.
big enough. Yeah.
He's not bigger.
Make her arms thicker.
Mr. Druckmann, could you put your pants on? Bigger!
He grabs the little arm slider on the character creation. He's just cranking it up. Like, come on.
He looks like the Michelin Man, sir. Bigger!
Computers overheating, everyone's shaking.
sounds like somebody's
CPU can't
fetish to
handle the
me.
game, sir! More!
Yeah.
Past, but you
Oh,
actually
Pumper.
can't. What's past is prologue, folks.
I don't
Abby
understand why he's
happened.
making this argument. Isn't it just a game?
Based IH. Jesus Christ.
This whole video is garbage.
That's the game? How dare you?
How dare you? You're diminishing the experiences of African people.
How darest
Wowie,
thou?
I'm so offended.
Abby can't be real, neither can the blacks.
How dare you?
Whether you like it or not, and it's time to move on. And I'm simply not going to pretend there's an actual valid reason for disliking Abby's existence. Dislike
What?
Who are you
There
talking
can't even be a
to?
reason?
There's no reason for disliking a character who literally kills and beats the main character to death. There's no valid reason for that, is there, Jim? Okay.
There's no valid reason to hate the character that doesn't really change throughout the course of the fucking game. There is none.
Well, that's because he's already concluded that the reason we don't like her is because we can't jerk off to her.
Oh yeah, that's it.
What a dipshit. Holy fuck.
Yeah, I posted something to the EFAPs.
That's pretty funny.
An exquisite work of art, I may say.
Yeah, thank you.
But let's be frank, the biggest difference between a refrigerator and Abby is that I would definitely stuff my sausage into a refrigerator.
Well, at least it'd keep you nice and cool.
Yeah.
Character. Dislike the story, but when you're debating that the character can't exist, especially when she's not even
No
in
one's
the...
saying that.
So
no
hang
one
on.
has ever said
Can't
that.
exist at
ever.
all now. Okay.
He just said it's okay to dislike the character and dislike the story.
Oh, well, then those would be the reasons why.
That is why people don't
has
like her.
No one has ever said the character shouldn't exist. No one has ever fucking. I mean, maybe
I
some
don't think
people
she
have,
should
but
exist.
whatever.
No, I think her existence is detrimental to the human race. That's what I
In fairness,
think.
he said can't.
But that-
Has anyone said she can't
Can't.
exist?
Yes, that's the
I think
point.
that-
No one is saying she cannot exist.
Yeah.
That's the fucking point.
My argument is her existence is incorrect.
Incorrect. It was a mistake.
It was a mistake, yeah.
Horrible mistake.
top 10 least believable aspects of the game, I'm gonna side-eye you. You're trying to say women with certain body types shouldn't be in games, that women...
Oh, no,
Not in this game.
Look, okay, look.
Okay, he's equating very valid character concerns with women who look like that shouldn't be in video games, which is
Well,
what anyone is saying.
He's kind of gone nuts now, because you can tell he's now dragging, like, literally any woman at all. Any woman at all. It's like you're saying women who... people should be allowed to exist, you horrible. And you're like, dude, where are you going? Where are you going?
Damn,
This is...
I thought I was really clever trying to just use a hated character like Abby to veil my horrible misogynism for all women, literally hashtag all women, and he discovered it. I worked so hard to be careful.
Really
Figured
quickly,
me out.
in my doctoral level research, the study that I did to complete my doctoral thesis was basically based on this. It was the idea that being feminine and having a feminine body would somehow disenfranchise women when they played within a feminine body in a video game. And I did not find that, because that's not what I was expecting to find, by the way. But it's such bullshit.
I think I remember that video, the one about like with whether or not people choose male or females in MMOs and stuff.
Yeah, it's based on that
remember
research. My researcher was dependent on that, which is basically that the idea that women will only want to play games that have female characters look strong and not feminine. That's not what I found at all. What I found is that women want to play female characters that look feminine, that have their titties out and their butts out. Women prefer to play those characters 100%.
Hang on.
It's not just
You're
my
saying
research.
women
There is
actually prefer femininity? Oh my god.
I know.
Shocking.
How unbelievable. How
Also,
unbelievable.
Aiden, weird flex that you're a doctorate, but okay.
Stop right there, misogyny.
I have a
with the
doctorate
PhD.
in game boobies. Video
I
game.
have a
Weird flex, but okay.
But okay, because
Just kidding.
To be fair, fuck all this shit. Like, for real.
Yeah.
I cannot believe that it is so crazy to me that ding-dongs who know nothing about media psychology come into this field and go, I know everything about media psychology because I watched a video about how women are oppressed. And they just go in and go hard on this shit when you know absolutely fucking nothing and have no clue about 30 to 40 years of data that have been collected on this fucking area of research. Just really, really boggles my mind. Really gives me a big old brain thunk. I'm so done with it.
Yeah,
I
but
think
Anita
Jim
Sarkeesian
Sterling is
I
just a
could
P
kill
word.
video games.
P word, N word, yeah. So.
Oh my god. Erasing the N-word.
Sarkeesian didn't like Bella from Twilight.
Oh.
She made her.
Oh, there you go.
Which one was
That's
Bella?
the level of her research. No, seriously, like when all the whole feminist frequency stuff was coming out, I was like, all right, look, if I'm gonna disagree with them, I need to read what they're actually writing and give them a fair go. So I decided to open up one of her papers
That was
called
your first
Bella
mistake.
versus Buffy. Yeah, and I started reading it, and it only took me like a couple of paragraphs in to see some horrible false equivalences, like glaring. I was like, wow. Wow, all right.
Mhm.
Okay, so that's the intellectual rigor of this. There you go.
It was kind of crazy that she happened because she's just her positions were always so just like what the fuck, like you've built this on nothing. How did this
Did
happen?
you hear the one where she was saying how Batman's cape was designed to hide his butt?
Oh yeah, that's crazy.
Hey,
Tomb Raider's butt is
watch
presented for everyone.
watch the Joel Schumacher films. They very carefully show you the butt before the cape swipes across it. Okay.
No, and it's funny because I think that's proof she doesn't play video games because I think in Arkham Asylum or in one sequence, Batman's cape gets destroyed, right? And you can clearly see Batman's beautiful buttocks. Yeah.
And the fact that there's
Oh, the
Batgirl in
beautiful
there,
butt.
and the cape covers Batgirl's butt as well. But
Yeah, so you know.
Or you could turn
No,
left
also-
and right and the
also
cape
he-
moves out of the way.
She also uses Hitman as an example of violence against women when she's playing the game wrong. She I just remembered thanks Shad, you made me remember a shitty Anita Sarkeesian video. She uses
Oh my god.
I don't know if you watch this, Aiden, or anyone else, guys. I'm just gonna share it. Like she uses Hitman as video games violence against women argument because she uses the assassin who is supposed to kill his targets to just kill random ladies.
Yeah,
Yeah, which the game
okay. So
punishes you
there's
for, yeah.
there's
Yeah.
so problems in that so-called data. There are so many fucking issues. I'm not trying to hijack the stream, but I'm so angry about that kind of shit where people
Thank you,
just
Doctor.
take.
Teach
I'm
us,
just
Dr.
so
Aiden.
mad. I'm so mad, man.
Teach us,
I'm
Dr.
so
Paladin.
mad.
Well, you could do the thing in
let the hate flow through you.
You spend, my dude, you spend your entire life trying to show that games and that media doesn't cause violence because, by the way, 100, 200, 300 pieces of research have not shown once that media causes violence in a causal relationship. No,
No
never.
way. No way.
Never,
What?
never. I know, so surprising, right? And then you have to constantly deal with this shit, and you have the really hilarious thing is that when I started my PhD work, the people who were saying, "Wow, the media causes violence," were all the right. And now it's all the left-leaning people who are just like, "Oh, the media causes violence, and we're so angry because we don't like the way they treat women." No, no, no. I can show you every study on every exact level that shows this does not cause violence, it does not cause sexism, it does not cause anything because media effects do not have this level of impact upon human psychology. It has been proven for 80 years. There is so much research that I can't even begin to cite it. That's it.
So, in other words, Jim doesn't know what the hell he's talking about.
No, he has no fucking clue what he's talking
Just
about.
what
And
a
if he had
bigot would
any
say.
goddamn idea, I'd
Oh.
get so mad.
Oh, maybe
That's
that's your
just
internal misogyny talking, Aiden.
Internalized.
Oh, I guess so.
with only one or two particular body types should be. And the hateful comments, sexually sneering attitudes, and clinging desperation to scrub out Abby's entire presence.
Why does he keep appealing to this?
No, and also in the first Last of Us game, there was a fat guy there, right? You just remember. Yeah, the gay fat guy was there, and I don't see anyone praising him.
I just like
yeah, Bill, yeah.
I'm just picturing him. Your little icon appears in the screen with a little pointing. It's like, look, there's a fat guy. Look, look at him.
Yeah, I mean, no one is saying that these types of people and these types of appearances shouldn't be in these games. It's just such a bad argument. Yeah, Bill, I forgot, guys. Sorry. Like, chat is like, Bill, the gay hermit. Like, I also like him. Okay, I liked every other side character in the first game, but not in the second game. Also, it's just that's it.
So Jim is trying to say that the outcry against Abby was for the purpose of getting her removed from the game. It's like, I'm pretty sure everyone knew that wasn't going to happen. But
Yeah.
maybe removed from the third.
Yeah, because the game's already made.
Yeah.
Hey guys, do you think they'll kill off Abby in such a psychotic way in the third game?
No, how dare
I don't know.
you?
I don't even know if there's going to be a third game at this point.
Yeah, I've got no idea what they're going to do story wise. They set up
Yeah.
Abby and Lev to be like the new Jack and Daxter in the third one, and then it's like
No one
'cause
wants
there's nowhere else to go with Ellie. Joel's
Yeah.
gone, everyone else is gone, and so what do you do? Maybe the prisoners in the jail?
Yeah, I think
Well,
the thing is, they set up Abby and Lev's journey to where the Fireflies are. That's gonna be like the third game, right? But no one likes them, so I
Yeah.
don't know where you're gonna go with it.
They could do a game that's based in between the two timelines of first and second. So like a
The,
1.5.
the Sum of Us. Yeah, Sum of Us. That's the title of the game. Several. A little bit of us.
That's a
Yeah.
great name. A little bit of us. That's such a good name. Oh, I want to be like with Sackboy. Sackboy. A little bit of us.
Betrays that motive far greater than you think any video game has betrayed you because it had a woman with muscles or pink hair.
Oh my god, this is
Oh, shut up! I'm sorry, pink hair just is generally really not attractive at all.
But the TLJ shit slipping in there because well, unless he's referencing.
Well,
the
okay, Rags, I disagree with you. There is a girl out there that is good with pink hair, and her name is Sakura Miko. So
Let's say Sakura Miko.
She's a VTuber, so
Sakura Miko.
she's a 3D girl.
Is that pink hair? I guess it's pinkish. Yeah.
Yeah, it could be pink. Yeah, it's Sakura,
She's-
right? It's kind of pink.
Oh, well, I mean, she's not real.
Oh, are you saying Abby isn't real?
Are you
Rags?
taking away
Wow.
her
Wow.
existence?
Wow. Wow. Good job. Good job, Rags.
You're erasing
denying
her
the existence of Black people?
I mean,
You're denying the existence of Japanese people? Oh my
She
god.
just looks like an anime character.
Oh, are you denying anime?
Rags is denying everything.
I can't
She
do,
just looks like an anime
I can't
character.
do his argument. I can't do fucking Jim
Are you
Sterling's
trying to
argument
say-
without laughing. It's so dumb.
Fucking tell me what to do, homeboy. I'll jump on it.
Yeah, she's
Just
fine.
tell me what you gotta say beforehand, and I'll just translate it in Japanese, and then you'll sound really cool.
はい、はい、わかりました。
わかりました。
はい、はい。
Oh no! Too much. What a terrible, horrible turn the stream has taken.
Oh,
The weavery that has just risen up from the darkness.
Weekend Warrior, just message me on Discord, or I'll translate anything you want into Japanese.
Say bing bong in Japanese.
Bingo
Bongo. Aiden, oh my god.
Wow,
Oh my
Japanese
God,
is
all right,
easy.
all right.
Internet high five. Internet high five. Oh yeah.
Challenge accepted. Translate pneumono ultramicroscopic silicovolcanoconiosis.
Oh, fuck.
Is that a disease?
That
Hang on, I got your translation. Here we go. Fuck. Fuck you, I'm not gonna do that shit.
Fuck you.
Motherfucker.
Konnichiwa! How about that? There we go.
Shiitake mushrooms.
My hentai. This is so fucking weird. Okay, whatever.
We need to go back to Jim. He's only got 3 minutes
Hi,
left.
hi,
His
hi,
good
hi.
arguments. Let's go back to his good arguments.
We're gonna finish this video. Come on.
We're so
Weeaboo.
close. We've almost done it, guys.
You fucking babies. I realize
What a place to unpause.
No,
Oh.
ちょっと待って、ちょっと待って。
You
Stop.
fucking baby. Stop
Mate, mate,
speaking in made-up languages. Gosh.
No,
None
it's
of us
just
can
I hate-
Enough
I hate his
weavery. We have a
getup.
reputation to protect here.
I hate his getup.
Yeah, well, he hates your getup. You're just a coin with 2 lines in it.
Oh, why are you hurting me?
You're a coin with 2 lines in it.
That's why.
Wait,
Mahler, why
doesn't
are
he
you?
look like? Isn't he a Fall Guy?
Mahler,
character?
Yeah, you're kind of like a Fall Guy.
Oh, but I was a Fall Guy before Fall Guy started. Take
It's too
that.
late. It's too late. They're more
Atheist,
popular than you,
yeah.
which means now you followed them.
Oh my god. Should I change my avatar to
Well,
like
people
brown?
will think you're the one fall guy who's like, no, I'm above this.
Oh
Yeah.
I will
He's
wear a
got
normal
3
jacket.
minutes left. What,
Yeah.
what more could he say for 3 minutes?
Oh, I.
Oh, we'll be surprised. Oh, Shad, come on.
I guess we'll find out. Here
Come
we go.
on.
Guys, I've been more than a little antagonistic with today's video, and some people would argue you shouldn't be antagonistic, you'll only rile them up. But what are the other options?
I mean, one of the options is to actually convince them that you're correct.
use arguments. You'd be right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could do that.
Offer
but
a
not-
fair argument. Don't straw man the position.
Don't
Yeah, like,
ignore
I-
actual valid complaints about fucking Abby. Jesus Christ.
I
mean,
very
not
well
literally
underway.
having sex with Abby. Just the total disdain for the character as a whole.
Which is, he called us abusive, wankless wankers who are babies, children, all this shit for ages.
He's calling most of the gamer audience that, and
then
it's just games, bro. Why take it so seriously?
Well, it ends with him saying, "What else can I do?" It's like, oh, I don't know.
Yeah, not be a
Just
dick.
literally
How about
anything
that,
else.
Jim? Not be a piece of fucking shit. Have you tried that, my dude?
This video improves if you take out all those fucking insults, because it's way worse when you insult when you're just categorically wrong. It doesn't. It's just like, oh. But like, he
yeah,
doesn't-
I'm
and,
well
of course,
underway with this Mando review, and I'm clearly taking an unpopular position. So, from a strategic point of view, insulting people baselessly every 3 seconds probably isn't going to be a strategy that I decided.
Yeah, I was gonna say there are
Oh, yeah.
multipliers here, such as he's really vitriolic. He's doing it quite a lot, and he refutes his own evidence while insulting people. It's just like, what are you doing, buddy? You gotta work on this. Look at that sneering face. He is naughty.
Wouldn't it be hilarious to see him in an actual live debate with someone about this?
I mean, he's been on podcasts before. Let's have him on.
Yeah.
Come on, Jim.
Get him on.
We'll talk to you about arms.
It looks
like a Zion, you know? You could ignore them. That's not very good. You could try and debate their points as if they have merit, but they
Well,
don't.
you've already you've already assumed their points don't have merit. Well, that's
So-
your first mistake.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Jim.
And even if
they
you don't
think
think
the
they
same.
do, go ahead.
They think the same. That's like whenever you're like, there's no point debating them because they don't have any merit. It's like, why do you think they hold their position? They think your point has no merit.
Yeah, they think that they're correct, and even if it's for a reason that isn't correct, they think it is. So you're going to have to do something about that. Something reasoned them into the position that they have. And the only way the way to convince them otherwise is not to insult them and call them horrible names. Not the strategy you want to take.
It's one. Doesn't work very well.
You don't want to be antagonistic because then they won't listen to you or think that you're saying anything in good faith, and they won't believe you just out of spite. Even if they do believe you, they're not going to show it.
Oh yeah, that does happen. Like people will be like, "Yeah, I was actually convinced, but I was just too fucking pissed off." Like to say
and they
it.
just won't say it, and you'll never know. They might end up agreeing with you, but you'll never know, and they'll never spread that to anyone else because out of the sheer personal spite to you because you were such an asshole to them.
Yeah. They also do this thing where everything you said is totally invalid because you're against them in a sexist way. Like, why would I even talk to a guy that doesn't want Abby to exist? I think he's
I don't
gonna
want to
go
talk
like
to a
that.
bigot.
Yeah, exactly.
Those glasses look very tight on his head. Do you see the indent it's putting on right there? I wouldn't. I
You're
wouldn't be
being
able to-
very fat phobic right now, and
Yeah.
it really
I'm
annoys
only
me.
all I know is like when my
Sorry.
glasses rub on my temples, it drives me crazy, and seeing that just makes me. Ugh,
Bro, I just got some new glasses that I have to advertise for my channel, and they are a little bit tight on my head, even though they're not. My head isn't that fat, but it's just like, should I admit that they're a little tight? Nah.
All right then.
Now you've admitted it here.
I have. I mean, I just they're a little tight. And you can completely determine when you buy from Filmaroo your size of your glasses, but they're a little tight on me.
And what can I tell you? I am an open pansexual queer whose relationship with their gender, especially recently, has been a little... Ugh. He's right, you know. This is as manly as it gets around here.
I wonder if
And I've
people
got some
who
very
I wonder
So-
if this is like a backdoor that people use for why they can't be manly or don't see themselves as manly. They just go straight to like I'm just
Gender
having
stuff.
gender issues instead of just saying I'm just not I'm just not typically masculine in the normal way. Like I don't know, it's weird.
I get. So is he saying like he's personally annoyed because he's not sure of himself right now or something? I don't know.
No, that's it 100%.
Does
He's
he
not.
feel Abby in some connected way represents him in some version?
Well, I believe that Jim, I don't want to speak for him, obviously, but I believe that Jim does not identify currently as male or female. He identifies as something in between. I'm again not trying to be mean. I
Is
think
it just
that
because he's a
is-
really shitty man?
I think that's just how he identifies, and that may be why he likes this kind of representation. Again, I'm not trying to be mean. I just think that is his.
But hang on, then. If that is the case, that's him acknowledging that Abby's gender it comes across as ambiguous.
I would
I
assume
don't
so.
know. Yeah, I don't know.
Well,
But I
that
think
might be reading
maybe-
too much into it. It's just odd that is bringing that up in relation to it because it seems like what you feel represented by Abby. Then, like,
No,
that's
no, it's
not
such a
much-
weird. Also, it's a weird thing to make as part of your argument. You know.
Oh, it's
Yeah, it
definitely
just feels-
100% weak. I'm more than willing. I think all of us here would probably would agree that we're all willing to, if somebody says, "Hey, could you please refer to me by my preferred pronouns," that we would be willing to do that. But that it's confusing when somebody starts to use that as a explanation for their actions or whatever. Do you know what I mean? If someone came to you in private and said, "Hey, could you refer to me by these pronouns?" I think we'd all be pretty cool with that, right?
Yeah,
but
yeah.
with Jim Sterling, it's a little confusing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I wish you'd just like critique the game and then
I
otherwise,
agree.
otherwise
Yeah.
no one cares, Jim.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, actually,
It's just
to be
a
fair,
game,
let's
Jim.
just. I'm curious where he's going with this. Let's just say.
fucking used to spending a large portion of my life being told I literally don't exist.
Oh.
No one's
What?
doing that, Jim. No one's doing that, my dude.
No, wait. Maybe someone is saying that Jim shouldn't
but-
exist, though.
Or is it that
Maybe.
if someone says that he's a biological male, he feels that's denying his existence because
And he
is
sees himself in Abby, I
unidentified?
guess, because people are saying it's hard for her to have those levels of muscle, therefore she does not exist, therefore
Again,
denying
I
her
put this
existence,
out-
therefore denying. Like he's like, oh, like my existence has been denied. This is a weird connection, but okay.
I put that out beforehand because I knew this was coming, just to be sure that. Because I think everyone in the chat and everyone watching this knows that no one here is a bigot. But just to be clear,
Just what bigots
no
would say.
one here is a fucking bigot. Besides maybe Jim Sterling, but whatever.
He doesn't like white people.
Someone did, by the way. You mentioned getting the Joel model. I did get someone sending me this, but I don't. I think this is the only upper model for Joel.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think there's ever a time where you can see his arms. He's always wearing long sleeves.
I don't know. Abby's arms looked as thick as that compared to him wearing the jacket on top. So
Yeah. You gotta work on that, Joel. You gotta work on it.
He's
by
working
the
on it in
media,
hell.
by people in my life. And I've got friends who are being just having their very human rights debated by TERFs, galvanized as they are by the likes of
what human
Graham.
rights are being debated?
Oh, now it's getting political.
I was about to say we are now.
Can I please?
So are there any doubts about his political leanings at this
I'm
point?
gonna
I don't know
take
if-
back everything I just said about how he deserves some respect because he just insulted TERFs and really, wow. that
I'm
hurts my
kind.
feelings.
I don't know. I'm kind of with the turfs. Not gonna lie.
That's a joke. Dang it, that's a joke.
I just,
So
I
that's
don't know,
trans exclusive radical feminists.
Yeah,
like that.
trans-
Yeah, I can
TERF
sympathize with
are
that.
trans-exclusive radical
I don't.
feminists.
I'm typically no friend of feminists, but I can sympathize with the turf.
I mean, I just think that Jim. Here's kind of a problem with people on his side of the bay or whatever you want to call it. They're always in an increasingly small habitat, right? their habitat keeps shrinking and shrinking and shrinking because they always have to redefine what they are and what they accept, because it always keeps redefining itself. So Jim is kind of stuck in a bit of a conundrum, isn't he? Because he cannot be himself or say anything he wants to say without being called a racist or a sexist or whatever, you know?
Where did The Last of Us 2 go? What the fuck?
Linehan and J.K. Rowling, who is a TERF, by the way. By the way, I do understand that I've offended some viewers in the past by saying that J.K. Rowling is a TERF.
Well, yeah, J.K. Rowling acknowledges
very-
that there are differences between biological sexes,
You
and I
can't
think that if you're,
Wow.
it's like
That's,
How dare you?
Well,
How
here's the
All
dare
thing.
you?
can worms is
Let's-
whip it in on this one.
Let's look at this from the, let's say you're a super radical feminist type, right? And then you get told that biological men can essentially decide that they're women, and now they get all the things that you've been fighting for biological women. That's, you see how that might cause some issues with feminists.
Oh,
Yeah,
you're
this is
not allowed to say that, Rags, because that's racist.
Also, there's a been a big war for her on Twitter, right? She's written like all kinds of essays and shit back and forth with all kinds of. It's like, I thought we were talking about fucking Last of Us 2, and
You're okay.
like,
I know, it's like
Exactly.
it's just
What
taking
happened
it
to
to
the
it,
game?
doesn't it?
What happened to the game, guys? Like,
I can sympathize with women
Think
who,
about it
you
too
know,
hard. Don't think about it. Rags, you can't think about it too hard because it will inevitably lead to the destruction of your own brain. So just accept it, take it in.
The right
There you go.
to be different. Debate it.
I don't think
You
that's
know?
what's being debated
It's-
is the right
What
to be
the right
different.
to be different?
Yeah, that's
No
this
one is-
whole yeah.
Oh,
They
Moffat.
can that's not exactly what's
It's-
being questioned.
it's
Your
not a
framing
matter
of that
of-
is dishonest. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not a matter of someone external to me believing whatever the hell they want. It's a matter of them trying to impose upon me what they want me to acknowledge and believe. That's the
100%.
difference.
Yeah,
And it's like, you can
I
believe
feel when you
whatever
have-
the hell you want. It's
Yeah,
not,
like
we're not
when-
stopping you.
when you have biological males who are competing against biological females, I don't know, like that's a little more complicated than just the right to be different.
Yeah,
Whichever end of it
that
whichever
sort of
end of
shit's
the
still being
argument you're
sorted
on.
out. Like
yeah,
we'll be sorting that out for years, probably trying to figure out how to make it. How do you just how does it? How do you even make that fair? It's like, I don't know, because we've got all these rules already about men and women
How do
being
we-
separated into different sport categories. So it's just like
yeah. I see the articles pop up where I guess a trans woman,
I gotta get cracking.
Yeah,
Thank
you
very much,
bet.
Ed. This was fun, and have me on again soon. This is good.
Absolutely,
yeah.
we'll find another game controversy to wrangle you in on.
Absolutely. I'm sure something else will be released soon enough. That's gonna be.
Yeah.
You're escaping at the right time, sir. It's just about to get hotly political.
I was just gonna
Someone
say,
would call it.
he couldn't just had a separate video for whatever this is, because I thought we were just talking about whether the
No,
muscles were
I think
possible.
I know.
Oh, yeah, it really
Wow.
took it.
It's logical self-abort at this point, really.
But yeah, thank you for
Uh,
popping in, and of course, I look forward to whatever new video you're putting out.
Hell yeah. See you,
Yeah,
IH.
absolutely.
Catch you soon.
Hang on. Has he
Oh,
been asked
yeah.
the question? Has internet
Yeah.
destroyed him?
It was
Oh,
a
already,
99.
because on a previous stream, of course.
Alright.
Never mind.
We got him covered.
Take care, my dude.
Yes.
Farewell.
All right, let's get to the end, I suppose.
To see fictional people's existences disputed when she's there in
No!
the video game. Does
They're
that make
fictional!
sense?
This is so
Why-
weird.
Yeah.
Like, this is all over the place. I don't even know what to do with this.
No, he's
Fictional
saying
women.
that feelings are hurt in real life, and then the fictional people's existence is being invalidated, which don't hurt anyone because they're fictional. So
Bruh, what are you talking about? Oh my
But
god.
it really seems like he is drawing a parallel between trans rights and Abby, who is
Yeah.
not trans, but it seems like it's an open acknowledgement now that her gender is ambiguous and she looks
Well,
like a man.
We've gone to the broadness of just people saying
that's a good
that
point, Chad.
people saying like it shouldn't be possible for her to be that way in that environment is denying her existence, thus denying many people's existence of whatever else in real life. And it's just like, oh,
That's an interesting leap you've just made
yeah,
there.
I don't think that those are the same thing at all, even separating the fact that they're games in real life. But
Chad
okay.
is completely correct. correct in that, yeah, they're basically saying, or they want to say that, yes, she is a trans woman, but we can't say that she's a trans woman because that would be, I don't know, somehow offensive. This is some really crazy multi-level shit that I
Well, but,
have
like,
no idea how to.
The example earlier with the
approach.
3 arms or whatever, I think Rags brought up, if we were like, yeah, you can't have a third arm coming out of your chest, it's fucking weird. And then he's like, wow, you're denying their existence, much as though people's existence in real life are. You're like, whoa, 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 whoa. Where are you going? Come back. What are you doing? Like, that's what I mean, he just gets lost a lot of the time.
In the universe for that character to have those muscles, well, it makes sense in that universe because that's in a universe where clearly Abby does look the way she looks.
That's not... Video games don't fucking have laws that we have to go by. Like, universal laws.
Yeah, if the idea here is that it's possible because we see it, the fact that it's presented as possible is what the problem is.
So
Because it doesn't make any sense.
Right. Rags, you're completely correct. There's all kinds of research on this, in that people can be convinced to believe that something is realistic if they are presented with a realistic representation of something. However, that doesn't mean that because there is a realistic representation of a thing, that means that it makes people think it is real. That's just, those two things do not follow, and there is no evidence, data-based, that supports that hypothesis.
Just fascinating to me. Like, whoa.
Yeah, this whole thing is fascinating.
It's like if a guy in a game points to another guy and says, "That's a married bachelor." And it's like, oh, I guess that's possible then. It's like, no, that doesn't make any sense. Like, well, but he said, the guy in the universe said. You're like, okay,
It reminds me of the hyperspace kamikaze in TLJ. The problem is that it has been established to be a thing. That's what causes the problem. Like, we can believe it. We believe in the universe. You can do it. And again, that's the issue. That's what creates all the problems, is that it's shown to be a thing that you can just do.
Just saying something that exists in the universe means it's possible doesn't mean that it can't be contradicted by its own rules in its own universe. So that point is a flaw.
Well, yeah, and humans in the Last of Us universe work exact same way that we do. There's no, like, there's never a point in the game where they go, oh no, we've got genetic research that has changed, blah, blah, blah. It's like, nope, it's based on how we work.
And, they could have actually added something like that in, like, I don't know, a warped mutation of whatever does things to clickers give her massive gains. Like, some bullcrap like that. But you can do that because it is fiction. They could have easily worked out something like that to give it an answer that is somewhat satisfactory.
Yeah, and
but they don't. They just
instead they were like, she's next to a gym and she has a workout schedule. Good enough, bye. And it's like, no.
Yeah, exactly. It was an active choice by the developers to not make something that made sense.
Yeah, you cared enough to have that in the game, so that means that we're not that we weren't before, but doubly so now. It's something that's worth exploring.
It's not a debate.
It is.
Some of the comments we've looked at here, some of the comments I've seen continue to sprout and spew forth from people's diseased mouths are still literally trying to claim.
The most annoying thing about those comments he picked was that they're probably cherry-picked to prove his point also. It's not really the spectrum of the debate.
Exactly. It's not representative of what most people are complaining about.
I feel like the main discussion is on the manner in which Joel died. That was like the big discussion.
And I hear this a lot from the especially lefty types. Like, it's not a debate. They just assert things are the way they are. And even though there is a raging debate going on, they're like, there's no debate to have. It's not a debate.
Yeah, 100%.
Like, it literally is.
No, it's not a debate. It's either you validate her existence or you're a racist or a sexist, something like that.
It's not a debate. Women can vote. It's like, no, that was a debate that we had. We had that debate. One side won.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this is how we get forwards. I mean, if everyone can just indignantly declare that there isn't a debate to be had and they're correct, well, then everyone could do that. And then, boom, Holocaust.
Yeah, well, that is the problem, isn't it? Is that, no, I mean, that really is the issue, isn't it?
Well, I mean, that's how it happens. There's no debate to be had. The Jews have to be exterminated.
Hang on.
Oh, shit.
Chill out for a second. Let me speak. let me use my female voice to speak. But people like Jim want to speak for women, which is really not only condescending, but extremely rude. And I really hate this kind of shit where you want to speak for women. You are not speaking for women, and implying that you do is just this abstract crap that does not mean anything. You are just talking out of your fucking ass, you dumb fuck. Do not speak for women. You do not speak for women, and do not fucking pretend that you do. Ugh, it's so gross. Jesus.
I mean, at this point, he's kind of emperor of the world speaking. Like he's like, this is how it works. And you're like, all right then.
Such unicorn-esque rarities that they shouldn't be seen in a video game. And that's what it all comes down to. These people shouldn't be seen, and these people shouldn't be heard.
No.
No.
not at all. But all right.
You person of indeterminate gender, no.
If they're not the absolute bog-standard factory default setting protagonist.
No,
Yeah,
that's not. That's not at all. Jesus.
No, can I also just comment on his he dismissed the gym schedule of Abby, right? Like if it made sense, people wouldn't make a big deal out of it. That's the thing that it will be just a few minutes. Oh, she has a schedule. That's fine. But the fact that people are bringing it up in conversations makes Abby's existence oh my bad, Abby's physique even more special in that world. It's
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, it's
so
it's,
weird.
So, sorry, you finish.
No, Shad, go ahead. I just hate this
just,
argument.
Yeah,
from...
just trying to understand his argument and trying to give him the benefit of the doubt here. He's saying if you do not show these more exceptional people who fill in more of their kind of gaps of the human experience, you could say, in video games, they're never going to be seen. That seems to be his argument, right? Am I correct?
He's saying that they don't want them to be seen. These theoretical, I imagine he would put us in the category.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, ew, we don't want those people on screen. No, stop.
Because if we translate that into the thing that is already snarkily referenced twice in this video about black people in medieval, based history, right? It's like that doesn't mean black people aren't in video games, but that seems to be what is equating it to. Is that if a video game is made to be more historically accurate to represent, say, the medieval period, and therefore black people are going to be very rare, if at all even present in many locations, then he's saying that they're excluded from all video games. So it's not what's being said at all.
It's not at all the reality. Again,
There's a lot of
the Empire. There's all kinds of stuff you could make video games about that I guarantee, particularly given the way that video games are right now, people would want to make games about the Mali or Songhai Empire. I guarantee people would want to make games about those places in history.
If you flip it around and say if there's a game about the Aztec Empire or something like that, then I wouldn't expect nor want to see a bunch of white people running around in it.
Yeah, exactly.
That doesn't mean I'm trying to
Absolutely.
deny the existence of white people.
Yeah.
You can't just once you swap this around. Not that it works on its own, but it gets more and more silly the more almost identical examples that you pull out.
Well, similarly,
it just falls apart so quickly and easily.
If a video says the only people complaining about this are a bunch of black people, you get in trouble. But if you say it's just a bunch of white people, it's like, oh yay,
oh yeah,
good
it's
stuff.
fine. We can make fun of young white people all the time. That's not a problem. Yeah, white males, yeah, fuck them. We can make fun of them and group them and categorize them as much as we want. Just don't do it to any of the precious protected groups.
Then gamers don't want them to be around. They will scream about, forced diversity when they see just a shred of diversity. Games are less diverse than real life is.
Games are less diverse than real life is?
I doubt that. Big time.
Yeah, I doubt that too.
Yeah.
Also, I guess women with bionic arms in World War II or whatever, that would be diversity, right?
Very diverse.
No.
You just hate diversity.
Cares. Nobody cares. The 99% of quote-unquote gamers do not give a fuck what race, what gender, what ideology your character is identifies with, as long as they're an interesting character. This has been shown time and time again. So just make an interesting character and shut the fuck up.
Well, it's just crazy because all of this comes from people being annoyed at what Abby did in the game, but he's extrapolated all this crazy shit out of it.
Yeah, he's gone pretty far with it. And, like, on his diversity point, it seems to be almost based on a false premise, an assumption that people will not be able to get invested into a property or story or whatever unless their specific race, gender, world experience, whatever, is reflected in the show, which seems very odd because that's like almost saying that, you know, therefore it was impossible for me to enjoy the Cosby Show because it's got black people in it and no white people, therefore my race wasn't represented. It's like, no, I was able to enjoy the Cosby Show when I was a kid. It's like, and identify and like the characters in it and stuff like that. And I think it's vice versa. I mean,
Sanford and
so
Son and all those old shows, people
yeah,
were
Fresh
were
Prince
great.
of Bel Air,
Great.
like,
oh yeah, those were
Hell yeah,
great
man.
shows. They were Sanford and Son is hilarious.
Why didn't they want me, man? What, you
Like,
couldn't relate to his issues because he's black? That's
so why is there this sudden mindset that
So
unless
dumb.
you have, you know, every single gender on the endless list that is now being created, being represented in video games, people will not be able to enjoy or invest or identify with characters and things like that? It's like, that hasn't been the experience for all of media before this stuff started to get more traction. So, yeah, it just
They only
it
had
seemed-
black and yellow people in Simpsons.
Exactly.
How do you think I felt? I couldn't connect to anyone.
I'm not black and I'm not yellow, so I
Yeah.
mean, what do I do? What am I supposed to feel?
There was some doggos in there though.
You sound so oppressed, guys. I'm so sorry.
So oppressed.
What's
It
being
means a lot
forced.
coming from a woman. Thank you. I'm glad you could feel feel the struggle.
But look at
Yeah,
me,
women-
accidentally
surprisingly-
falling into the trap of trying to seriously debate people who claim...
No, you didn't
You
address
didn't seriously debate
No.
people.
You
You
didn't
had
address
no
any of the
fucking
arguments.
point.
Yeah, if you were on a stage with somebody like us, if you were in a call with people like us, you'd get fucking destroyed.
Well, because he would go through all the arguments he had in this video until he finally says it doesn't matter. Then we're like, so why are you here? Like, stop.
Yeah, like
They
you
want
could
to-
convince us if you had arguments and evidence and things.
Yeah, isn't this
actually
proof
don't
like
get-
he's just dishonestly debating people, quote unquote debating for views? Isn't
Yeah.
isn't that?
Yeah,
That's
this is
kind of like
yeah,
what it says to me.
yeah. You're not. He's not debating sitting there alone in
Yeah.
his green screen room. Like you're not doing it. And if you do consider this a debate, you should treat it a little bit more seriously because you're not going to convince anybody.
Give a fuck.
And if you
They're
are
just
going to
very
convince someone
scared
with these
of
kinds
things
of
that are
arguments, then
different.
they could probably been.
I'm not
convinced by
scared of
you.
things
why
that
they
are
don't think
different,
of me.
Mr. Sterling.
Even
I'm
though they
annoyed at
should.
things that are bad.
You fear
Was
the
he
muscle.
monologuing? Is he soapboxing about
I
something?
missed that. Did he actually say that people are afraid of things that are different?
Yeah, he said that. Yeah, could you get it back, Mahler? I'll
Yeah.
like probably dial it back a bit.
Oh jeez. Oh god.
He's trying to get. Is he trying to get us to sympathize with him
Oh,
after he called
no.
us terrible, horrible, shitty,
You
nasty
started
evil
again!
people?
I'm very interested. I'm very interested in this particular quote because it's kind of a fuck.
But actually don't give a fuck. They're just very scared of things that are different.
That's the thing. You've just reduced their whole position down to that, and that's
Well,
not true at all.
All right then.
Probably.
Fear of
And if
different
that's
things.
the case, then-
So what does he think people are scared of exactly?
things that are
Different.
different.
Political
That's
Ladies
Like
they
he-
can't fap to. Like
You
is,
think-
is that what we're scared of? Like,
Well, anything that
He
is
is
different in any
literally
way, no matter how minuscule, is just unacceptable.
just afraid that other people on the planet do not share his precise political opinions. That's it.
interesting.
And that's why they don't thank God for me. Even though they should.
no one thanks God for
Or at the
you.
very least, they should thank God that Joel died, because he was shit. He was
Oh,
shit.
he's
Thank God.
really just.
Yeah,
I think
That's
he's
a way
just
to end the
trolling
video.
people. I think he's
That was-
We've been over,
We
we've been
did
over
it.
why Joel is a pretty incredible character and why he's very, very beloved, and why Joel did nothing wrong at the end of The Last of Us.
Yeah, I did.
He absolutely made the correct call. It's a very
Standing for
juvenile
Joe.
kind of
The ending is
outlook.
brilliant. The ending of
Yeah.
the first game is so good.
I think Weekend Warrior is right. I think this might be on the part of Jim an attempt just to attract views by
Yeah.
saying he hates Joel and he hates The Last of Us, or
See,
he
I don't
loves
know.
The Last of Us too.
I think he
That's
actually
stupid. He's
thinks.
actually
I don't know. I think he actually thinks Joel is a bad character, but is purposely trolling it and etc. Like me and Christmas
he
and
believes it.
Halloween. Like in reality, no, actually, screw Halloween.
How dare you?
No, not even Rags is going to want to go that far, just so you know.
How dare you?
Halloween is kind of like a bad Christmas.
Wow.
Yeah. It's
You're
the
a terrible
retarded
influence,
inbred.
Chad.
It's the retarded
it's weird
inbred
that
cousin
people-
of Christmas.
Yeah, it's like, oh, I could dress up for 4 hours and get some candy. It's like, okay, it's nice, I
Halloween
guess.
is the
Whatever.
best.
But like,
Easily the best.
No, it's not, guys. It's time to accept the fact
Mark,
that you are denying the existence of Christmas because you like Halloween.
Christmas is welcome
I'm
to
not-
exist.
Exactly. I'm not denying the existence of Christmas. I'm just saying that Halloween is better.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds like a bigot argument to me.
Wow, Weekend Warrior.
Sounds like someone
If
who's
liking Halloween makes me a
doesn't
bigot,
have
then
a
so
good
be it.
grasp of reality there.
Let's meet in the ring. Let's fight IRL. Let's
Oh,
go.
jeez.
I don't want to debate with bigots.
wow. Oh yeah, that's right. All you gotta do
my
is boom.
Yeah,
there it
that's-
is.
Don't-
I don't debate with bigots.
Like,
How
why,
long-
why are
how-
you
I'm
such a
gonna
bigot?
come to.
Wait,
I forget what
Shad, how long have we got you for,
country
by the
live
way?
in. I'm gonna go there.
I am actually reaching about the end. It's
Yeah.
nearly 5:30 in the morning for me.
Damn it.
Yeah, I'll just finish also this video in so many. Like, are we done with Jim?
Yes, we are done with Jim.
Like, thank
Are
God.
we
Thank God.
gonna Shad? Are we seeing you on the back end or?
Come get.
Yeah, like I'll have a nap. You know, I'll take a leaf out of Aiden's book and come back all the stronger.
No problem.
I think-
We'll be here for a while.
Stop it!
Yeah.
Don't bully me! I don't like this.
Oh God.
Oh no, the doctorate is
it's
spazzing out.
disconnected.
Aiden, are you okay there? What the fuck?
Yeah, I'm just having a bit of a meme.
Okay,
Having a
we're
meme.
disconnecting. We got static.
Yeah.
Been some
How-
really
how
good
can you
memes coming
stay
out
up?
too
To be
with the
fair,
stream.
it's 8:30 right now. How can you stay up this late? I'm so tired.
8:30.
8:30 p.m.?
PM. Yeah, that's a late time to stay up. I
Yeah,
swear.
in GMT, it's so late.
Oh really? It's what 3 a.m. where I am. 3:30.
Wait a minute. Have you
So
had lots
you,
of martinis?
so Mauler and Rags, you guys still have a long ways to go.
Yeah, we're only
Yeah, we've got about 24 hours to go.
Yeah, 6. We did 6.5 in one video.
Oh yeah.
God.
Really? The gym section is that long? Jesus Christ.
Well, Jim is he is thick with content. We'll say that.
Oh, he's a thick boy. You got me. You can keep me for about 4 hours, then I have to sleep.
I was gonna say, you're
If-
welcome to.
No.
You can go
You can
and
kick me
recharge
off,
or sleep
don't
or
worry
whatever you
about
want to do.
Well, I'm Weekend Warrior late. He's my bestie.
Oh yeah. Bye to Senshi. Hi, wakarimasu.
So, I think I'll be able to come back.
Suzuki,
about-
Hyundai, Toyota, Mitsubishi.
Honda this. Hentai, wakarimasu.
Sushi, sushi.
Ara, ara.
Ara, so that.
Hi, hi.
Oh
the
no!
we-
So
The,
yeah, I
the
think
weeaboos
guys,
are
I'll be able to.
invading.
Your Weebri is scaring away Shad.
I know.
No, Shad.
Stop it!
Shad.
Stop it with the
Hontoni.
Japanese!
Hontoni.
All these katana fanboys, it's overcoming us. I need to get-
Daijabu. Daijabu. Shadu.
Wait, you guys,
Did
you
you
guys
just say
do know.
deja vu?
Wait,
Isn't that
the
French?
katana is not the best sword in the world. I hope you guys realize.
The warrior-san, don't step
Nani?
in
Nani?
Oh dear.
Yabay,
it's
yabay.
making it worse.
Shadu, yabay, yabay.
This is a shame for a display.
Shameful.
This is a shame
This
for a
is, yeah, I
display.
don't know what to do with this. Terrifying.
Okay,
But I think,
well,
so guys,
Freeze,
I think I'll be
Cyrex.
back. I think I will be back for the home stretch. So for the last maybe
You gotta
like,
invite the Brit Bong back for the home stretch. I'll be here. I'm in Ireland in the UK, but I'll be
Ireland.
here. So they're all islands.
Oh, islands. I heard Ireland. My bad.
No, not, oh, no. If I was in Ireland, I'd be dead, dude.
Why? Why would you be dead though?
Oi, Kathleen! It's the
all right, guys,
Irish.
everyone. I will farewell. I will see you later.
Take care,
stay
Chad.
strong, Maul and Rags. You can do it. I believe in you.
Burritos
I'll
every
watch-
day.
I'll watch your
yes.
flail video, Shad.
Burrito strong.
Yes, watch the flail. It sucks. Thank you. I'm out.
Okay, I think I'll also hop out here, my guys. But I'll probably be back. I believe in you. I believe in you.
Weekend
Yes.
Warrior, you and
Yes.
me need to do something together at some point.
Hell
We'll
yeah.
do something fun. Hell
Yeah.
yeah.
Hell yeah. High
Let's do
five.
some-
Internet high five. Hell. Hi.
High five with that.
High five. Guys, when I wake up, you'll probably still be on air. So I'll see you guys later.
Yeah, see you around, dude.
Okay.
Konnichiwa.
Have fun in the next video.
Konnichiwa,
Oh, Yasumi.
indeed.
Oh, Yasumi. Oh my god. He's fucking.
What to you?
Bye, guys. Take care.
Excuse me.
Like we're just like, okay.
Tora.
Hello, Mark. Have we ever
Letters
met you
from
before?
Iwo Jima.
I think we
Hello
have.
there, everybody.
Invited me into this horrible stream. Where
The
I
Last
can-
Samurai.
I'm back, baby.
Just
Oh, metal.
sorry, he
How's
managed
it
to get
going?
back in.
Oh, metal's a cool dude. Let's not
I
be
did
rude.
everything I could to keep him out, guys. I'm sorry.
No,
you
let's not be
didn't.
rude.
I did
Metal's a
all
cool
of the
guy.
things.
How Mauler, you're being rude. Metal's a cool guy.
Mel's a cool guy. He's crying right now. Look what you did by saying he's cool. You upset him.
He listens to all the sweetness.
Sorry. I think he's okay.
He is. He's alright. He's alright. That metal dude.
I like Metal Commander.
So
Well, apparently I can't speak in Japanese without it bringing in some kind of huge controversy.
No, it's not wrong. It's nothing unusual about anything that's happening here.
Yeah? Oh,
No,
okay.
it's not.
Well, I got confused for a second. I thought we were going to speak in Japanese back to me, and then I got confused.
Honestly, the most unusual thing is probably that I'm here. Hello, everyone.
Right, yeah. So you're actually the one I referenced earlier. The one who was like, "Hey, VR is actually okay, even even for people who have difficulty moving conventionally." It's like, so, yeah. It's been a year since you had to provide that counter. How do you
Almost
feel?
exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, for I guess if anyone is kind of lost on that, I sent Moeller a video after Jim Sterling was like, "Yeah, VR is privilege goggles, and they're only for the absolutely able-bodied." And I'm an amputee who I lost my leg in 2017, and I bought myself an HTC Vive when I got my prosthetic, specifically to be able to train myself to do things like move in weird directions and dodge bullets and stuff, playing Robo Recall. So.
Yeah.
Nice.
Not only that, but while you're dodging bullets, they're committing a hate crime.
I don't
Yeah,
want to be a little bit too weird, but there are a lot of people who would like to do a lot of research with you.
Oh,
I'm
I
just
am
saying.
in.
And will pay you to do research with you.
Oh my god.
Now I'm doubling.
Contact-
Give them my
Okay, contact me after the stream. I will send you the personal contact of the person who will want to do research with you.
You
my
want to
dude.
stick his leg nub in your what? Oh
That-
my god,
honestly,
that's fucked up.
every single time in the
I
last few
have-
years that I've started dating a new girl, all my friends can say is, "What are you doing with the stump with her?" I'm just like, "Oh God, no, that would hurt me. You guys don't get it."
But
My
they gotta
field has
ask.
been trying to study people who have disabilities in different ways, whether it be more natural or unnatural, whatever it is, disabilities. And we are so wanting to get people to complete our studies. It is insane. So I will actually give you a study where you can probably make some money get free cash.
That sounds good to me. I'm in Canada though. Is that a problem?
Yeah,
get
no,
money
it's not
for
a
that?
problem at all.
Oh,
No, not at all a problem. I will give you some money, my dude.
Oh yeah, on my favorite podcast for like 2 minutes, and already Aiden Paladin's giving me money. This is good.
I will try to find a way to give you some money because I think I have a way to do it. So.
Yeah, but I guess for anyone else who doesn't know me, I work for Geeks and Gamers. I make gaming videos on the Gaming with Geeks channel primarily. That's kind of like the gaming specific sub brand of Geeks and Gamers. So that's sort of how I ended up here, I suppose.
Good to have you, sir.
And to add an EFAP meme, my newest video is a review of Horizon Zero Dawn on PC. So in case anyone didn't know, Horizon Zero Dawn is coming to PC.
Oh, we're aware of that. We've been told about 1,000 times across the 2 years.
Okay, well, what do you guys think about Horizon Zero Dawn on PC?
I haven't played it.
I haven't played it. Is it any good?
I don't know. I haven't played it.
I haven't played it either. I have no idea. That's why I'm asking you dudes.
The port has some issues, but ultimately it still runs a lot better than it does on a PS4. So, like, if you had the option to play on PS4 or on PC, I'd still say go for it on PC.
Oh yeah, I'll take a bad port on PC any day. Yeah, absolutely.
The mouse keyboard controls are really good to the point that I was actually like able to fix the fact that I experienced a glitch where the sort of bullet time, like slowing down time to aim mode, wasn't working for me at all. But the mouse aim kind of made it so that it didn't really matter, and I didn't need to slow things down to knock things off the dinosaurs because I wasn't aiming with a controller.
You know, when I was way back when Max Payne 3 came out, I was still playing on the Xbox at the time, and I didn't finish the game because of how frustrating it is to aim at things, because that is a very that's a game that relies, for those who don't know, on basically headshots all the time. And that's how you want to play the game. A lot of precision work is involved, and I never finished it because it wasn't fun to play. And when I got it on PC, man, some of the most fun I've ever had in a shooter.
Yeah, if you guys want to help me try to convince Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers to like learn how to aim with a keyboard and mouse, because he's always talking about how Titanfall 2 is his favorite game, but he always wants me to play it on a PS4, and I'm like,
fuck that! I can't imagine playing Titanfall 2 on a controller.
Tell him that, please.
Oh my god! What does that thing run at? 30?
No, it's at 60. It's made
God.
by the same guys who made the Call of Duty games initially, so they're all about the 60 frames a second.
Good, I'm glad. Jeez.
Yeah, it's not unplayable on PS4. I'm just not very good. Like, especially now, I've been playing on PC almost exclusively for like the last 3 years straight, and I'm really decent at mouse keyboard aiming. Terrible at aiming a first-person shooter with a controller, though.
Also, hello, Cynic Snacks. How'd you do?
Hello there. I'm all right.
It feels like it's been ages. When did you last come on EFAP? I don't remember. Was it
Finally, we
50?
can get an Italian on.
Well over a year ago, I'd say.
Damn.
Were you
Been a
on
long
50?
time. Yes, I was. Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
So that will probably be the last time. Yeah.
It's been a year since Cynic's been on. It's crazy.
I think. Oh Jesus Christ!
It's just calm down.
Goliath.
Goliath, go away.
What?
Well, the next thing we got to cover. Oh yeah. Does everyone want to just make sure they got that? They're in the room. We got a lot of dead accounts in the room now. I'm probably gonna restart it eventually, but now.
There's so much memeage. I need to scroll up.
Oh, I reposted it as the bomb.
Oh, god damn it! Now I have to scroll back now.
Oh, yeah. In here.
So, our next video, on the plate, if you will, is going to be something we've been asked to cover for a while, and I just, you know what? I don't know what to expect. It's a ranking of every Star Wars movie done by a,
Oh no!
a very wonderful person.
No.
Oh my goodness!
You know him, you love him.
Oh,
it's
by the
Ben
Hebrew Hammer
Shapiro.
himself. Oh no!
Okay.
Oh my god!
Oh no! Ben Shapiro ranks the Star Wars saga.
That could be fun.
I hear his wife is a
So
doctor.
we are going to rank all of the Star Wars films canonically, but we're going to go worst to best. Worst to best. I know we all already know what the best one is, but we'll start worst to best. Okay,
Do
the
we?
worst.
Do we? Yeah.
Do we?
I guess
Depends
to
who
be
you
a
ask.
he's referencing Empire, right?
I hope so. We saw that the other day, and it held up really well.
Let's hope he does.
But then this is Ben Shapiro we're talking about. I wouldn't rely on him to do anything.
What is We'll do this.
Can you lid shits please stop for a second and recognize the high IQ level that Ben Shapiro was?
I've always wanted to see a high IQ level ranking of the Star Wars movies.
That's the thing. He's got such a massive galaxy brain that I couldn't even predict the outcome of this.
What game do you want to play with this? Should we have our own list competing with him, or should we just try and guess what his list would be?
I'm okay. Let me open up a Word document. Let me open up my. I will make a list of what I believe his are, and I'll see if they match afterward. In fact, I will post it just to make. Let me scroll down. I got a lot of notes here on how Mandalorian is shit.
What is everyone's number one worst Star Wars movie? And is this just the saga? It's not.
So I think this includes the 9 mainline movies plus Solo plus Rogue One. I think that's what we're working with.
Okay. All right. From best to worst, I'm gonna think he thinks that. All right, I'm just gonna make my list and then I'll.
I mean, what's everyone's pick for worst? Let's just have some fun with this, I guess.
The Rise of Skywalker.
I think it might be Last Jedi for me.
Anything from the sequel trilogy.
Last Jedi, I think, did more damage, but I think Rise of Skywalker is probably a worse movie.
I would agree. I think. I don't even know. They're both terrible.
Would you agree that TFA is probably the one that dealt the most damage, though?
Mahler, remember we did that poll that one time right after Tross came out, and it was 50-50 on the dot whether Last Jedi or Tross was worse?
Let's put chat against Ben Shapiro. We'll make a straw poll, and it'll be vote for multiple. You just got to vote for, well, the worst, I guess. But you can pick like 3, and then it should level out to find out which ones are the top and worst, right?
I find it really...
Yeah, we need to redo the poll.
No, I'm going to do a poll for the whole set.
Okay, yeah, we do that. Do that. Yeah.
It's really difficult to try and think about how bad they are in comparison to each other at the same time. So I often like to think, which one would I prefer to watch right now out of them? And I'm still like fucking stuck.
I feel like, how do I make the? Is it because it's not straw poll, right? What's a poll where you can like pick the order, if you know what I mean? Like order.
Well, let me ask you this. All you got to do is just list the 9 movies, say vote for which one's the best, and then that will rank them.
Yeah, that'll give you a percentage.
I feel like with our audience especially, what you'll get is
0, 0, 0 in everything.
Except for like
surely
the OT.
we've got. I mean, how many people do we have watching? 6,300 people watching. So surely.
Well, I think it'd be more interesting if they were told to order them in quality, and then they could get an average. I don't know if we can get anything to do that.
Yeah, that could work. I guess if anyone in chat knows a good system to do that in.
Like
or
straw
should we
poll,
just do like a top 3 or a top
Google polls? Google polls? What's that?
Yeah, give that a shot while I'm making my list here, because this is going to be my list, and we'll see how this ranks up to his.
So, are we ruling out Attack of the Clones?
Oh well, I mean, this is the interesting part, right? Because some people will be like, "No, that one's the best." It's like, "No, that one is." No, that one is. It's like, I don't know how to. That one's the worst. Like, which one the worst one is will probably be split across a lot of people.
Yeah.
Straw poll is all I know. You can make a Google form. I don't think I've ever done that before. Like, I don't know how it works.
I feel like it's going to be a lot more time consuming than just making a straw poll to like start adding. I don't know, the different.
Maybe would it be interesting to do a straw poll if we knock out the OT and then it's like pick the worst?
Yeah, that would be. That would be the quickest way, I think.
Or, well, I guess at that point it makes no difference if we keep it, right? I don't know.
What about 4 separate polls? OT, sequel trilogy, prequel trilogy, and spin-offs?
But then we can't compare them across.
Yeah.
Is the Star Wars holiday part of the?
Someone in Discord is making one. If one of the generous members of public are able to generate what I'm talking about, go for it, because I don't know how to do it. What I'm looking for is a poll where you guys get to choose like you order them and then submit, and then every one of the 6,000 potential people do it, and then we get to see an averaged out where everything ranks, and then we'll compare that to Ben Shapiro's.
all this effort to see if we compare to Ben Shapiro's opinion.
It's important that we compare to Ben
Aiden,
Shapiro.
isn't statistics your thing? Can't you help us with this?
What? Yeah, what? I'm a little bit confused. So, what do you want to know about Ben Shapiro's?
We're talking about Star Wars.
We're trying to take data from the EFAP community.
We're talking about Ben Shapiro, or as we call him, a Jew Hope.
Wow. Wow. That
sounds very racist to me, and I don't know if I can. I don't know if I'll be able to.
You okay?
Are you all right?
A stroke.
All right. I think
Okay,
I
then.
think I'm picking up what you're setting down there.
I can't do the meme. I'm sorry, but if you want me to dunk on Ben Shapiro in terms of just his demographic inconsistencies and inaccuracies, I could probably do that.
Like he doesn't
but-
rank the Star Wars movies like a real Jew does? What do you mean? I don't. What are you talking about? Oh, okay. I was just trying to figure it out.
This is my problem. I can't say anything without somebody. Oh, you don't agree with the Jews. You don't like the Jewish people, and I can't say shit without me saying that Ben Shapiro. I don't necessarily agree with his.
Man, I'm just interested in his Star Wars rankings, to be honest with you.
Yeah,
That's some
what
next
I-
level
that's
shit.
what I want to know.
Mueller, be so happy that people can agree with you without having to bring in some kind of weird fucking goddamn religious bullshit.
All right.
Okay.
I don't know how much that will factor into his Star Wars rankings.
I'm just wondering though, what you want me to say about Ben Shapiro? That was the real question.
Do you think his Jewishness at all plays a part in his ranking of these movies?
Obviously, but I can't say that.
Which
I think he'll
which
find a
Star
way.
Wars movie speaks the most to him as a Jew? Do you think?
Oh my god, I'm gonna get destroyed over this. I can't. What am I supposed to say? I'm gonna get ruined no matter what the fuck I say.
Okay, so I found this thing called Rankum 1, 2,
I think it would
3.
be The Last Jedi because that's like the Holocaust of Star Wars movies.
Fuck's sake.
No matter what I say,
Rankum 1, 2, 3 kinda does the thing I'm looking for.
Yeah.
Kinda.
no matter what happens, somebody will say whatever I said was anti-Semitic. So, and by the way, not just me, but all y'all guys, people will say that was anti-Semitic. So, y'all just gonna have to deal with that shit.
That's all right.
We're not. No
We
one
know you
said
don't mean it.
anything. No one said anything negative.
Yeah, the Jews are
Yet.
fine. They're
All right,
fine
we can-
people. They're fine.
I'm trying to make a poll. At the same time, we can do that fun little movie ranking
just-
game together. We can all vote, so that'll be a thing. Just give me a second with this other poll thing.
Fine.
Oh hell yeah! I'm just trying to have like a decent ass shit, while not trying to deal with being called the Holocaust denier for 5 seconds. Because it's very difficult for me. Because if you don't know, I get called a Holocaust denier like 5 times a day. So, oh fuck.
Sounds pretty gay and annoying.
It sound gay.
Really annoying.
All right, let me get these written. Attack of the Clones.
I feel like I'm very closely aligned with the list that Rags has put forth.
Yeah, I'm not set in stone on this.
I think a couple of them move up and down depending
yeah.
on how I'm feeling at the time.
I feel if you asked me a week from now to make this list again, it might be a little different. But I'm pretty secure on the bottom 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm really only maybe 3, 4, and 5 are really the only ones that get the leeway. 1 and 2 are super secure, and all the bottom ones from after 5 are pretty. I don't think those will ever change.
Is this list based on what you feel are the objective best movies or your personal favorites?
A bit of both. Kind of. If I was going to be objective, I think that's probably what puts Rogue One above Return of the Jedi. But I would rather watch Return of the Jedi. So
yeah, I think Return of the Jedi is really high up for me, but I completely acknowledge it as a subjective. I just like that movie. It has problems.
Yeah. I like it to watch, but it's got some real issues objectively in terms of like what the fuck happens and things.
Then I
Yeah, I
guess
wouldn't
also
disagree with that at all.
There's
I'd
an
be like,
element of like
yeah.
the movie's position within the overall story that kind of gives Return of the Jedi a bit of a leg up over Rogue One. Because it's
so
kind of
that's
essential in the concept.
This is more This is more for me objective when I had to compare the two, because I had them swapped around and then I changed them because Rogue One, for how boring and dull it is, I don't think it has. Then I'm operating a lot from memory, so I may be wrong, which is why these ones I will go back and forth on. But I feel like Rogue One has less objective issues and more that it's just a dull, unfun movie with characters I don't care about. Like I would not want to rewatch all of Rogue One at all, but I would definitely watch Return of the Jedi. Even though I think that technically Rogue One is more solid objectively. But it's really close.
I'd have to rewatch it again because my memory banks on that one are very weak these days.
Then it's also you kind of have to factor in the time in which the movies were made and how they compare to other movies of that time.
Do this, okay, but do it like this is provided by Kara, so thank you for that. Just do it relatively quickly,
thank you.
And then while everybody's filling that in the audience, we will do the game one on screen, and people will probably find that pretty engaging until they all get to vote. So, one moment, I will spam it in the chat for you. In the audience, we will do the
My problem
game
is I haven't
one.
seen the original ones in like a million years, so I don't even know.
Just hit that, and you get to vote. Just try it. It's a little awkward. You have to try and figure out your own sort of thing, and then put it into the thing. But, you know, and then we'll be able to get some results. And if any mods are around, please repeat that that link every once in a while if you can.
I just realised as well, you can put all of them as the worst.
Yeah, well, this is the thing.
So
We're
don't
hoping,
do that.
Obviously,
Don't do that.
If you play it reasonably, then we'll get some interesting results. If you play it goofily, then it's not going to help. But
Yeah,
up to
please be honest with this. We're legitimately curious how they stack up, and it would be a good, interesting thing to kind of use for the future. So please do answer
100%.
these earnestly.
Actually, and if you give me the data, raw data, I can do any kind of analysis you want on it.
Whoa. Also, all right, here we go. So if you want to be able to see what's happening on screen, I can just describe it to you. But if you pull up the streamer, you'll be able to see it. We're playing the little ranking game. We might do this for the MCU later as well. But
that one, yeah, I remember.
So Solo or the Rise of Skywalker, which is better?
I haven't seen Solo.
Solo, I think is
by
better.
far.
I think Solo is better.
Yep, I think we all agree Solo wins that one. So
No.
easy. Last Jedi or Rogue One? Rogue One.
Rogue One's way better than The Last Jedi.
Revenge of the Sith or The Force Awakens? Revenge of the Sith.
Revenge of the Sith,
yeah,
easily.
Phantom Menace or Attack of the Clones?
Attack of the Clones for me.
Attack of the Clones just edges it out.
Oh no, I'm more Phantom Menace.
Really?
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
Attack of the Clones edges it out. So we've got 4 votes for Attack of the Clones, which means it wins, right?
I will say those are super close,
Yeah.
but I do think Attack of the Clones wins.
Yeah,
it.
don't take this too personally. I'm just going to try and do it quickly, so the average out, if it's 4-2 at the very most, then Attack of the Clones wins. Return of the Jedi versus Empire Strikes Back. Empire.
Empire wins.
Rise of Skywalker versus A New Hope. A New Hope.
New Hope.
Jesus Christ.
that one.
Those names when I hear them are kind of ironic. It starts off with A New Hope, and now we're just hopeless and upset and angry.
A New Hope versus Solo. It was A New Hope.
A New Hope.
Last Jedi versus Force Awakens. Oh.
Force Awakens.
I've submitted my
So
answer.
the reason why I think I will probably pick Force Awakens as superior is because it didn't fucking annihilate Luke Skywalker. That's
Yeah, I would agree with that.
It did kind of destroy the world. It kind of destroyed Han Solo, but I mean, this one, I really don't even know what's the objective choice between the 3 of them in the sequels because they're all so fucking bad. But yeah, for me, I would prefer to rewatch Force Awakens than The Last Jedi. Last Jedi is miserable.
Yes, I would much rather watch TFA.
So it looks like most people. All right. Rogue One versus Force Awakens.
Rogue One.
Yeah, Rogue One, 1000%.
Just for the Vader scene. Revenge of the Sith versus Rogue One.
Revenge
I'm
of the
gonna go
Sith
with.
for me.
Oh, is this objective or subjective?
It's really just your vote. You can treat it how you want.
Rogue One versus Revenge of the Sith. I think Rogue One's more objectively solid. I'd much rather watch Revenge of the Sith again.
I think I could make an objective argument for Revenge of the Sith over Rogue One. Rogue One has there's no characters. The best character in it is K2SO, and he's a droid.
You say that like it's a bad
as long
thing.
as the characters aren't contradictory, then there's not an objective problem with it. I agree the characters are shit.
Yeah,
but
I
I would
agree that-
so much rather watch Revenge of the Sith. I would gladly watch Revenge of the Sith.
It is a
As
lot
much
of
as I
fun.
like
I would
think
abstain on
as
this one because I don't remember Rogue One well enough.
everyone here likes K2SO. I think that Revenge of the Sith is kind of a shit movie.
Wait, so what's the votes looking like?
Put me down for fuck. Put me down for just to be consistent with the rest. Put Rogue One for me.
All right, and Metal.
I'll say Rogue One.
Oh shit, Mark.
Mainly because I remember.
I'm holding strong on Revenge of the Sith for this one.
Snacks.
This is a toughie.
Wait, so was this between Rogue One and Revenge of the Sith?
Yeah.
I'd probably rather watch Rogue One.
And we already know what
Give me
Aiden
a
said,
choice.
so Rogue One wins. Phantom Menace, Return of the Jedi, and Return of the Jedi.
Yeah.
Yes.
You were the chosen one.
And again, just to reiterate for chat, I think Rogue One's better objectively. I would never want to watch it again. I would much rather watch Revenge of the Sith. I think it's way more fun to watch. Not even.
I 100%, dude. Like, I don't want to rewatch.
Oh, here's a tough one.
Revenge-
Attack of the Clones or Return of the Jedi.
Oh, Return of the Jedi is better.
Wait, I thought you were being serious for a second. I was like, what?
Took me a second to process that. I was like, wait, why is that hard?
Oh, this is an actual hard one. Last Jedi or Rise of Skywalker. We did do this a little earlier.
Oh, fuck,
I think The
man.
Last Jedi's better than it hurts coming out of my mouth. It stings.
I would want to caution you, the entire plot is garbage nonsense in TLJ2.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's
I hate them both in completely different ways, and it's hard to compare them.
I guess I would put TLJ on top, but just because I don't even know how I could compare these two different piles of shit.
I'm not even sure, honestly.
Yeah,
I know,
same.
right? Well, the
What's so
first time we
bad?
asked the poll, it was 50-50 exactly. So, like, I don't even know.
TLJ, because there was a few things that when I first saw it, if I didn't think about them, they were fun, like the throne room fight. When you slow it
Yeah.
down, it starts falling apart. I can't think of
couldn't
a
you say
single
that about
scene in
the-
Rise of Skywalker that I liked.
What about the watery fight, where they fight with water? Isn't that cool? How cool is that?
I don't know.
That's
Yeah.
very, very
Belch.
cool. Thanks.
I think my disappointed reaction was more audible when watching The Rise of Skywalker. So if I'm going to use
feel
that as a
like-
metric, that's
I
probably
think I was laughing at that point, getting
like,
like
surely
an insane
that's-
person in a straitjacket.
Surely that's partly to do with the fact that you saw TL, like, because it broke everything. So
But yeah,
you-
that's the thing. The Last Jedi ruined the world of Star Wars. The Rise of Skywalker
ruined the world.
just sucks.
Well, here's the thing. I felt it was so hard. I didn't feel investment in the Rise of Skywalker, but I was still invested during TLJ. So it's almost like there was two different people watching those movies when they came out, which makes it hard to compare.
But then I could also put down The Last Jedi is the point where I stopped becoming a quote unquote Star Wars fan.
Yeah, I
Like
think a lot of people could say that as well.
And
That's
so
the- oof.
I went into The Rise of Skywalker not really giving a shit and just wanting it to be over. But that's because of what TLJ did. So I think that maybe that's the worst. It's so hard to choose.
I was harping while Rome was burning when the Rise of Skywalker was playing in the theater. I was just
I keep trying to think of like how to answer this question. It's like, which one would you prefer to watch? And I'm like, I guess
Rise of Skywalker.
Rise of Skywalker, yeah, because it's just a little bit
I
more
don't want to
action
see
packed.
Luke. I don't want to see Luke get fucking horribly killed again. And there is technically more stupid, dumb action.
Yeah, it's sort of. I might be leaning Rise of Skywalker being better because I don't have to see Luke Skywalker attempting to murder his nephew.
Yeah, you could say that's a plus.
Yeah. Oh god.
Then you do have to put up with stupid zombie Palpatine clone guy.
Well, at least he sounds like
Force lightning
Palpatine,
himself
and
in
he's
the face again.
Yeah, at least he's evil.
Least he's evil fun. I.
All right, my vote. I'll go for Tross myself. How's everyone else looking?
Yeah, same.
I'm gonna go with Tross is worse.
Oh, it hurts.
Wait, Tross is worse. Sorry, what's everyone picking for the
Okay.
superior?
Superior. I think.
I know how you feel.
Do we have to choose? Can we just not?
Well, this one,
no
this,
an
this
option?
one's
on the survey,
Okay,
you can't
here's what
click
we're gonna
Q
do.
for worst.
Heads is TLJ,
Yeah.
tails is Rise of Skywalker.
Fair. Go for
Wait,
that.
who's
Tails,
flipping?
so the Rise of Skywalker.
Today
you go.
it's
Wait.
Today it's Rise of Skywalker.
Okay, today it's Tross. Fine.
Today it's Tross.
It's Tross.
TFA versus Tross. I'm guessing we'll go with TFA.
Yeah. If
Yeah,
you
I
wake up
guess
wake up
TFA.
every day and flip a coin, and
I
so you
guess.
know which one you hate more that day.
I'm gonna say The Force Awakens. Don't ask me to justify it. Just roll with it and let's move along.
Force Awakens versus Solo.
Solo's better.
I'll go with Solo, yeah.
I haven't seen
Solo
so I don't
versus
know.
Revenge of the Sith.
Revenge of the Sith.
Revenge of the Sith.
Oh, Revenge of the Sith for sure.
I would go with Revenge of the Sith from memory, but I kind of would need
As
to see
far
Solo
as
again to be
Revenge
sure.
of the Sith versus Solo,
Yeah.
or Revenge of the Sith.
hmm Revenge of the Sith or A New Hope? A New Hope.
A New Hope.
Oh,
New
New
Hope.
Hope's better.
New Hope, 100%.
A New Hope or Rogue One? A New Hope.
A New Hope.
A New Hope.
Yep.
Last Jedi or Phantom Menace? Phantom Menace.
Phantom Menace.
Yep.
Oh,
Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da.
Phantom Menace versus what?
Wait, I thought Aiden was like saying no to that. Are you saying no to that?
No,
Wait,
because I
what's
had
the
to think
matchup?
about it for a second.
No.
No.
What's the matchup?
Oh, the next one is Phantom Menace and Rise of Skywalker.
Oh, Phantom Menace is
Phantom
better.
Menace.
Oh, Phantom
Can't
Menace,
believe
yeah.
Phantom Menace wins. Force Awakens, Phantom Menace. Phantom Menace.
Phantom Menace.
Mhm.
Phantom Menace Solo.
Solo.
Oh, Solo.
Phantom Menace.
So
I'd rather watch the Phantom Menace, but I think Solo's the better movie.
I almost
Oh,
thought.
yeah.
I was
think
almost
Solo
considering the
is-
reverse of that. I feel like I'd rather watch Solo because I find parts of Phantom Menace boring. The Tatooine mainly. While Solo
the
is more.
midichlorians.
I'm gonna go with Solo.
Phantom Menace.
I'm very. This is a conflict
I know this is a
territory for
tough.
me.
This is a tough one that I didn't think to really match up.
So I
It's
think
tough.
in a way, the Phantom Menace also destroyed the world of Star Wars by turning what was mystical into just science.
Well, midichlorians, that's a whole thing. Everyone's still debating on midichlorians to this day, like what exactly he meant in the
Yeah,
in the film.
I
and
wish
everything.
that scene was just deleted because then, it's just never mentioned again or referred to at any point by anyone. It's just this weird anomaly.
And instead, Qui-Gon just sensed something about Anakin instead of it being that he read his blood.
Yeah.
Well, okay, but could it also not be said that midichlorians are a result of the Force in you, and that
Yeah, that
they're
could be.
like they're not the first step?
Well, that's
but
what I
they're
meant
the
by
result of
it's
something?
still in debate, like to this day, whether or not it makes sense or not.
The case I'll make is that Phantom Menace seems like a movie that was made by a person who had a plan to make a movie, whereas
Yeah.
Solo's kind of like a Frankenstein monster of a few movies that.
Hey,
sort of
you
got
like
put
this, don't
together.
you?
But a Frankenstein movie can still be better than someone with a bad plan.
I guess that's true.
But I would agree. I would agree. I just can't use that as the quality determinant. And
Yeah.
I think Solo's better. Yeah, I'd say Solo's better, and I would rather watch Solo.
I would certainly rather watch it right now because I haven't seen Solo since I feel like I watched it in cinema. Like I feel like that's
Yeah,
how long ago it was. So that was what 2018. So yeah, I would way prefer to watch it because I watched Phantom Menace relatively recently. But I don't know how much that matters. You know what? This isn't taking it way too seriously. I'm voting for Solo, and
care about
that can
what we
change tomorrow.
Wait, what?
Okay?
We're taking our analysis of Star Wars too seriously?
What a bunch of
I'm voting.
loser nerd
Like I said, I'm
virgins.
voting for Solo, and that could change tomorrow. Okay.
Another coin toss.
What? Wait, Rags went Solo. I went Solo. How are the rest of you looking?
Phantom Menace.
Phantom Menace.
These
Oh,
are
I don't
movies
know,
about
yeah.
space children intended for wizards.
Does Phantom Menace wins?
I'm a dick romancer.
I think I go with Solo, actually. Sorry.
Oh shit, we're locked on 3-3. You're gonna have to flip a coin.
I'll just change my mind.
No, you are not allowed to change your mind, Pizza. So heads is Solo, tails is Phantom Menace. You can trust me. Tails.
It's always tails with you.
Wait,
Yeah, well, I
sorry,
mean,
which one was
you know.
Tails?
Tails is Phantom Menace.
Uh-huh. Revenge of the Sith or Phantom Menace? Revenge of the Sith.
Oh, Revenge of the Sith.
Revenge of the
Easy.
Sith.
Revenge of the Sith or Attack of the Clones? I feel like the answer to that's
Revenge of the Sith.
Revenge.
Revenge of the Sith versus Return of the Jedi.
Return of the
Return
Jedi.
of the Jedi.
Yeah.
I would say Return of the Jedi.
Even though it's pretty tismy in a lot of his
Yeah,
spots.
it's really good.
Return of the Jedi or Rogue One. So,
Oh, that's
Return of the
another.
Jedi.
That's the
I'm
toughest
gonna-
one to me.
yeah, so
Although,
this
yeah.
structurally, Return of the Jedi probably makes less sense. But payoff wise, you know.
Yeah.
Damn.
Ooh, this is a tough one.
Let's say Return of the Jedi.
Yeah, I'll be going for
Yeah.
Return of the Jedi.
I ranked Rogue One higher because I was trying to be objective. But again, I would much rather watch Return of the Jedi again. So I kept my list consistent based on those parameters. But you know, if this was a which one would you rather rewatch list, then it would definitely be higher.
Mm-hmm.
However, I think objectively Rogue One is better, but that's mostly because it doesn't have the same amount of big problems.
So, Return of the Jedi was what we're going for?
That was my vote.
I picked. Wait, is this between what again? Rogue One and
Rogue One and Return of the Jedi.
I picked Return of the. I picked Rogue One.
Jedi. Mainly for everything to do with Luke and Vader. It kind of just tips the scale
that's
for
the
me.
thing. That's I was just going more.
Snacks and Aiden, where are you going?
Return of the Jedi for me, personally.
Yeah, based on what I'd rather watch, Return of the Jedi.
Which, yeah, by the way, this is clearly a really good poll because we go from what we think is actually constructively the best versus what we prefer the most versus what we'd like to watch right now. That's the three things we keep going between.
I would just rather watch Return of the Jedi. That's
Yeah, I
But
definitely rather watch.
But
Return of the
that's what it
Jedi.
boils down to, because when you can't really determine between the two, you just have that's the only thing I can go to get a quick answer.
In fact, I think I might swap those two. Yeah, I think I'm going to swap those two. I'm going to go with Return of the Jedi.
It's just kind of as a rule, I would just prefer the original trilogy over any other Star Wars stuff.
So
It just always ends up being that way.
A New Hope versus Return of the Jedi.
New Hope.
New Hope. New Hope, 100%. New Hope is so good.
Empire versus A New Hope.
Empire.
Yeah, Empire for me.
Empire.
Bam, bam, bam. All right, we have our results. And we can compare them with the EFAP fandom results based on 1,150 answers. Apparently, we're dealing with... We both have the same number 1, both have the same number 2, both have the same number 3. We have Rogue One, they have Revenge of the Sith. Then we have Revenge of the Sith, and they have Phantom Menace. Then...
Guys...
we have Attack of the Clones, then they have Attack of the Clones as well. Interesting. Then they have Rogue One, then we have Solo. They have Force Awakens, we have Force Awakens, they have Solo. Sorry, yeah, those are just flipped. But funnily enough, both lists end with The Rise of Skywalker and The Last Jedi. Yeah, it looks like Solo ranked below Force Awakens for the EFAPdom. Force Awakens is really bad, guys.
I don't know if they've been keeping up with like your videos and the discussions we've been having about it.
I got like 12 hours of ripping it apart so far. I'm only halfway.
Yeah, The Force Awakens is like what I would probably call a fundamentally broken movie.
Not that Solo is some kind of deity.
Yeah,
but
Solo's
still.
not great. Like, you only need to understand some of these decisions are based off of how shitty the other option is.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of like, well, this is better than the other thing. In at least the one makes sense.
The hiccup.
At least Han Solo
Sorry.
doesn't die in this one.
All right. So what we'll do is I'll have those two.
Yeah, how does that line up with the deaths of characters? And do you reckon that has a massive impact on people's opinions of the movies?
Just so you guys know, that's our list. I just posted in there, and then EFAP's list. Let me get that one as well.
Character death, I assume, factors in, but I think we were all trying to be like, what is the actual best movie of these two? Or at least that's what I was trying to
Yeah, but I
answer,
just
right?
mean about your unconscious feelings towards the film. it must have a bit of an impact on.
Oh, certainly, and I think
the
that's why
experience.
ultimately I kind of, or I guess it wasn't a character death, but why I eventually conceded to Rise of Skywalker being better than Last Jedi. I was like, well, at least in
Luke
Rise of
didn't
Skywalker,
die.
I don't
I
have to
want-
see Luke almost murder his nephew.
Yeah,
I'm an uncle too, so
agree with this listing of 1 to 11. That's a pretty good list, and that makes sense.
I feel like the lists we got are pretty good. The hours and EFAPs. You know, you could. I think that there's room to breathe. It's going to be curious what Ben's is, which we're about to check out in a second.
We were watching
Ben. I forgot that we need to find out what this fucking idiot knows or wants.
Racist, just because he's Jewish.
Star Wars film, Phantom Menace, charting in at number 11. Now, I know a lot of people think Attack of the Clones goes here. You're going to be shocked where I put Attack of the Clones. A lot of people say Last Jedi.
Wait, hang on.
Is he starting from the bottom?
Yeah, that's his worst.
He thinks Phantom Menace is the worst.
He thinks that the Phantom Menace is worse.
Okay, I didn't think we'd get blown away immediately, but all right.
Yeah, wow. So, like, it's not so shockingly horrible that I don't like. It's still a really bad pick. I feel if I was forced into debating that point, I could. I don't think I could.
I was about to say we got Phantom Menace is number 5 and number 7 on the other lists. So average it out to a 6 out of 11, and he's put it at number 11.
That's
golly.
Has he not seen The Rise of Skywalker?
Well,
He might be a little bit boomer confused.
I mean, he's going to rationalize it, right? Because that's why the
But then
video's this
also,
long.
is he an old-time Star Wars fan or is he a newcomer?
Well, I know he
boomer.
hates The Last Jedi because he made a video about how much he hated it. So I'm assuming, like, it won't be that he hates all the prequels and then the sequels. I'm assuming Last Jedi's got to fit in here somewhere. But hey, we got rationalizations. It's a 16-minute video, so he's got to say something.
Jedi. I hear you. Last Jedi is hot garbage. It's a terrible film. A truly terrible film filled with plot holes and stupidity. Phantom Menace, however, is worse. The reason that Phantom Menace is worse is because George Lucas makes a critical error. He thinks that the reason that kids like Star Wars is because they want to see kids. This is one of the big errors that a lot of people who make kids films do. I mean, Pixar doesn't make this error, by the way.
To be fair, Anakin does suck.
But like, I don't.
Oh yeah, Anakin.
But that's not because he's a kid. That's because
it's because he's written to be shit, and his lines are horrible, and his actor's bad.
Also, he's like the only. Like, there's way more adults in the film than kids. What are you talking about?
I do think that there is some. I don't think it's entirely that. I think that bad kid characters make people dislike them, right? So bad kid characters are not good. However, it does kind of put a film at an inherent disadvantage when you start out with only kid characters, right? So kid characters are kind of inherently dislikable.
But it didn't.
To a degree.
It didn't start us off with kid characters.
And I don't.
No, I agree.
I don't know. I don't
saying-
agree with that. Kid characters are inherently dislikable. What?
Okay.
Doesn't Anakin only show up like an hour and a half?
I like Newt.
What about fucking Stranger Things?
A lot of kid characters are very dislikable. I
Sure.
The kids in
not
it.
in every case, but a lot of kid characters are dislikable because they tend
Kevin
to be.
McAllister.
Yeah, I like Kevin. I don't. Okay, so you're disproving.
Rich Evans.
The fact that
I love Rich Evans. He's the best
the fact
character.
that makes them annoying isn't that they're kids though. It's going to be something else because there's loads that we like that are kids. It's like
Basically, it's the idea that it's when people have low agency, but then obtain high agency via their whatever perspective they're laid in, right? Which oftentimes is displayed by kid characters, if that makes sense. So basically what I'm saying is that you have characters that are said they're not supposed to be able to do things, but then they can, and then it's really neat. That can be frustrating by characters that are kids. It can be fun, but it can also be annoying, right? That's all I have to say.
What about characters that are completely impossibly perfect?
That's obviously irritating, and everyone hates that.
But that's my point with the kid characters, right? Is that many people dislike kid characters because kid characters have a problem with being flawed, in that it's difficult for some people to write kid characters that are flawed because they don't want to write a child as being a flawed character. So you always end up with this, not always, but very frequently end up with this character that is kind of perfect, and
They're just in a
very
shitty
difficult to move out of
situation.
it. It's difficult to move out of it, right? So there are some stories that do it well and many other stories that do it poorly. And it's basically based on the author.
So,
I mean,
yeah,
I
so
would-
said Last Airbender. There's some good kid protagonists there that are well loved. I mean, not by Mueller, but lots of others.
Wow, racist.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that would only bolster my point anyway. The common factor is going to be something other than they are kids. It's going to be something else. Like if you dislike or like them, because I would say it's pretty neutral. Like it's a child character. Will you like them? It's like I don't know. Depends.
Right, exactly. There's kind of like a preception in culture that because a child or because a character is a child, you're supposed to like them. And that's so stupid and not good for character development because there's so many terrible child characters.
Well, if you were talking about like the problem with Phantom Menace is children, I'd be like,
Sure.
Yeah, it ain't because they're children. It doesn't help because when children are annoying, they're extra annoying. But when adults are annoying, you're just like, it's an annoying adult.
We go to with Jar Jar.
Yeah, what about weird CGI aliens that are annoying?
Right, 100%.
I don't think I've ever. Sorry, go ahead, Aiden.
I would just say that, like, just because an adult is annoying doesn't preclude the fact that a non-adult cannot be annoying. I think that a big problem of the Phantom Menace, more than any other specific movie in the Star Wars series, is that there are both adults and non-adults that are really, really irritating in that film, and that carries on throughout the series.
But it doesn't feel like a strong enough point to be able to say that the Phantom Menace is the worst because children.
No, I don't
Like,
agree with that
it's
either.
obviously the point that sets that movie apart from all of the other movies, but I don't think it's necessarily weighty enough to say that that makes it the worst.
No, I wouldn't agree with that either, but I'm just saying that it's a hard movie to get over if you just don't like child actors, which has nothing to do with disliking children or disliking kids or hating kids or whatever. But let's be real, kid actors are very rarely good.
When they're good, it's impressive rather than
Yeah,
what you'd
right.
expect. But at the same time, the point I was going to make is I don't think I've ever heard anyone say, man, Goonies would have been a good movie if it wasn't kids in it. I mean, if you make a good movie that stars kids.
Stranger Things did really well.
It has to be so specifically based around that premise, which I don't think that the Phantom Menace was based around.
I see what you're saying.
I don't think it was.
It's like a child-oriented story and an idea, like a coming-of-age type beat. Yeah. Whereas this just happens to be like a kind of a grown-up story that has an annoying kid in it.
Right, which I think makes it annoying to adults when they watch it.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I think it's probably a decent film if you cut all that stuff out of it, but unfortunately, you can't remove the annoying child parts from it.
That's the thing. When I remember when I first watched The Phantom Menace in the cinema, I really enjoyed it. I liked Anakin. I didn't have any problems with it. But then I was a stupid child. Since I have stopped being a stupid child and rewatched it, I've realized how bad it is.
Now that I am a pizza.
Yeah, I'm a fully grown
older
pizza.
than most of you guys, so I mean, I'm 30, so like I'm probably considerably older than you. So when I-
Pull in the age card.
Oh, okay. No, I'm not gonna pull the age card. I'm trying to pull the age card. I don't know, because when I saw the Phantom Menace, I think I was 12 or something like that in theaters. I'm trying to remember, but I was
Old
a
enough
kid.
to know better.
Probably,
36.
right?
I was in high school when I saw Phantom Menace. 14, 15, I think. Maybe.
What
15.
was your first take on it?
I actually pretty much me and everyone that I went to go see it with really loved Phantom Menace the first time we saw it. But I think that a lot of that might have been like we had never seen special effects like that.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
People didn't really turn around on Phantom Menace until like maybe a year later.
Yeah.
And then the same thing happened with Attack of the Clones. It seemed like everyone loved
No,
it at first, and then people would be like, "No, it's even worse than Phantom Menace."
I distinctly remember leaving the cinema with my dad, and he was a big Star Wars fan, and he was the one who got me into it, much like most people. And I remember walking out the cinema being like, "Wow, that was awesome," and my dad was like, "That was shit."
Well, that was my experience as well, where I thought it was cool. My dad was a huge Trekkie, and he hated it. He first of all didn't want to see the movie in the first place, and he's like, "I hate this. I hate Star Wars. I don't want to see this. I like Star Trek. I hate Star Wars."
Disavow.
Look, okay. Swift nog met me volle afval. Oh my god, I tried to say something in Vulcan, I fucked it up. But
no one would have noticed in this color.
No, I'm very fluent in Vulcan.
I'm sorry, is what?
Yeah, exactly.
That came out crystal clear. I understood the whole thing.
Yeah, exactly. The point is, my dad was a big Trekkie and took me to see the film when I was like, I guess 12, 13. I didn't like it and he didn't like it. And we both kind of just went, are we supposed to like this movie? It was a very weird experience for me, I guess, in that in that I had never seen any Star Wars movies, and my dad rented all the Star Wars movies for us to watch in a row, and I didn't really get into any of them.
So you didn't buy a Jar Jar Binks action figure after you saw the movie?
No, I didn't.
Oh,
I was a Trekkie. I was always a Trekkie.
You need to consume better than that, I'm afraid.
No, I was always a Trekkie. I was always a Trekkie, and I didn't understand Star Wars. I still don't quite understand it. It's never been my thing particularly.
Hello?
All right.
I was about to say, did we just lose Aiden, or did I?
And that is the end of what I think.
I was about to chorus. I thought my internet died again. It was like,
I do like a good Star Wars movie when I see it. I like good Star Wars movies, but I don't like. But the bad ones just flying right over my head, I guess, is the point.
Well, I guess we can go back to Ben Shapiro and his
Hill House.
interesting.
I was
take
supposed to mention Hill House kids as well. They're amazing and they're super young.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, him bringing up kids is like what? But anyway, let's hear more about why the Phantom Menace is a baptism.
Pixar doesn't exclusively about small children. Kids don't actually want to watch kids. Kids kind of want to be adults. Making Jedi Anakin 6 years old is really weird. And then making Jedi Anakin significantly younger than Padme is super duper weird and becomes even weirder.
So he's this is this weird fucking set of comments about this, right? So Padme age probably defaults to fucking Phantom Menace 14.
Padme is older than
Anakin
Anakin.
age in Phantom Menace
9, right?
9. So 5-year difference.
Yeah, it's not a big deal.
Yeah, that's completely normal.
Yeah.
It's a
6 years
little
older than my girlfriend.
It's a little bit weird, guys.
Well, hang on. It would be weird
grown up,
then, but it's not once they're older. And people like to be like, oh, it's such a weird movie because like she's preying on him when he's so young. It's like there's no sexual shit in the first one, okay? They just meet each other.
Yeah, I agree that there's nothing weird in the first couple of films. Well, I don't know.
Did they even make physical contact in episode 1?
The later films, it doesn't
I'm pretty
matter.
sure they were in the same room once.
Yeah, but do they hug or touch?
No, I don't even think they're anywhere near each other.
Yeah, so I don't know.
I just don't. I don't think that. I think if there had been a sexual relationship when she was 15 and he was 5 or whatever, because that I believe is the generational difference, that would have been really weird and creepy. But it's mostly
Really?
15 and really. Okay.
But when those same people are like 24 and 19,
Then this is even, like, why are we even discussing this? It's so irrelevant from anything. Why has he brought this up as a critique?
Because a lot of people do. There are a lot of people like, oh, you know why I don't like Phantom Menace? Because the creepy age difference between the two people who are not actually doing anything romantic whatsoever. You're like, oh.
Well, Mahler, remember
then, in that case, what about the creepy age difference between Qui-Gon Jinn and Anakin? Like, they spend far more time together.
But they're not romantically.
Yeah, but neither is Anakin and Padme
You want to
in the first
hear the
movie.
creepy age difference between me and my father? Like, weird.
And that's why I hate my life.
Excuse me if I'm wrong, but I do find that the relationship is a little bit.
But this isn't a Phantom Menace thing. This is a Clone Wars thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. By that point, it's more understandable. But
Because they don't have like a relationship in the Phantom Menace. They like talk very briefly.
Yeah.
That's one of our problems with the Clone Wars is that they almost like this weird fascination it turns out that he's had with this one person is weird.
How
And it isn't built up.
How old is the age difference between Anakin and Padme in
5 years.
It's always going to be
always
5 years. Their
They
age
age,
difference
they
is
age at the
always
same
gonna be
rate.
5 years.
No, I didn't know. But I think that it's a little bit dependent on how old the person is, a little bit, but it's not. It's a little odd. Let's just be real. It's a little odd. Just a little odd.
They are two people that exist in the same universe and they happen to have different ages.
I think that a 5-year difference between people that are 10 and 15 is
did I
odd.
say Clone
yes.
Wars instead of
Yeah,
Attack
but
of
they're
the
not
Clones? Sorry.
romantically involved, so it
I'll
doesn't.
probably do
It's
that again.
irrelevant.
Right. I agree, but I'm saying that like when they become of age, it's not that weird. But in the pre-age, 10 to 15 area, it's a little bit creepy. That's just my opinion. You could disagree, obviously.
But what's creepy?
Someone being 10 and someone being 15.
Their ages are creepy.
Because
10
one
and
of
15,
them-
sure, but they're not romantically involved when they're 10 and 15.
The context.
There's some implication for it, but
Like
again,
where?
I agree.
Is there?
Like where?
The most
first
I'd
in the
allow is
first
that you can
film?
say Anakin might have had a crush on her, but like what?
But again, that's
Yeah,
so.
I think it's
Yeah,
in
but
the- in the-
young boys
fine.
have crushes on older chicks because they're just innocent like that, and they
Yes,
just have crushes on
guess so.
girls.
I guess so. Again, I'm not trying to like do anything kind of crazy here, but he clearly has a crush on her from the first film.
I don't think
Where
clearly.
he-
I don't think it's clear.
Well, I don't remember the scene where he's trying to shield his boner or fucking
Well-
he's blushing loads while staring at her.
I'm not talking
But that's
about
the thing,
a
like,
boner.
nothing happens. Nothing happens to imply any kind of relationship or any kind of sexual interest.
If-
But
They're
he
just
thinks she's
like
cute.
kids.
It's in the first film. He thinks she's cute.
I think you could think someone's cute without having a sexual or romantic interest in them. Like I
And
can
then
look at a
also-
baby and it's like, yeah, that baby's cute. That's a cute baby.
I
I can look at
agree.
animals and be like, yeah, that's a
Okay.
cute guinea pig.
I agree. But I do think that it was set up very early for there to be a sexual relationship between those characters because, and I'm not saying, don't take me in the wrong way, the story was set up to make a sexual relationship between these characters, and that's why it doesn't work, is because it was set up prima facie to be like, these characters have a sexual relationship rather than working towards building a sexual relationship between different characters.
I
Do you
agree.
understand
It's
what I mean?
definitely not like built up. But I think if I was going to go with it, so because people are referencing the first thing he says to her is he asks, "Are you an angel?" And then he explains why. But I would hardly say that means that he has a definitive.
Isn't it because he's heard
interest in her.
stories of pilots
Yeah.
that see angels or
But
whatever?
then even
Yeah.
even if he is romantically interested in her, that doesn't matter either because
he's 9.
younger.
Yeah.
Whereas if she had
You
been to
guys
him
don't
like,
find that
"Oh,
kind
you're
of
pretty
weird?
sexy
You
little
guys don't
boy,"
find that
it would be like, "Yeah, that's fucked up." But she doesn't
young boys can absolutely think they have because a 9-year-old doesn't know what love and attraction they don't grasp those concepts.
Right, I agree. But don't
They're
you
only
find it kind of weird and creepy when
No, I don't think it's weird and creepy.
And I don't think that it's weird and creepy enough to use that as a criticism against the movie either, because it's just such an
I'm not
irrelevant
using it
point.
as a
No,
criticism.
I'm talking about Ben Shapiro.
Oh,
I'm arguing against Ben through
Ben is still
you.
with us, of course. Hey,
okay.
Ben.
I don't find it as a criticism against the film, but I do think that it is okay. All right. Are boys attracted to women from a young age? Obviously.
Yes.
Obviously.
Oh, and we're
let's-
go ahead.
No, I mean that's fine, and we should all be accepting of that and not be weird about it. However, I do find it a little bit uncomfortable when we display attraction between prepubescent boys and prepubescent girls. To me,
Well-
that's just uncomfortable.
Well,
To
let
me,
me
that's just
let me say this about that is I was going to say all of that everything that we see that could I think even be generously construed as romantic is from Anakin to her.
Yep.
I don't think Padme does anything the other way. And if that was the case, I would be on board that it's super creepy.
Yeah, because that's predatory in a way.
Yeah. However, because it's a 9-year-old boy who doesn't know anything about anything, just basically, even if we were
Are
going to
you
say
an
that he had a romantic
angel?
interest in her, it's from a 9-year-old boy who doesn't know anything about relationships or love or lust or anything like that.
And then when anything romantic does occur, it's obviously A, not in this fucking movie, and B, later on in their lives when they're both consenting adults and it's fine. So what's like there's I just don't see the issue. I think people are just making an issue out of nothing.
Yeah,
Well,
if
I
Padme
would
had
say-
returned that affection in this movie, I
Yeah.
would be totally on board that that is not okay.
Yeah.
But coming from a 9-year-old boy, I don't think that it is to be taken in any super deep sort of way other than just the kind of crushes that young boys have.
No, I would agree. I would agree that his affections are pretty pure and innocent, but it does give off a kind of, let's be real, weird, totalistic perspective in that it is weird to see a 12 or a 9-year-old and a 13-year-old hook up. No one wants to see that.
but
who
they
is
don't
not
do
a
that.
psychopath. I know. That's my point.
So
that,
why
but
are we
no one-
talking about it?
Because my point is that no one
Loads
wants
of things
to see
don't happen. Loads of things don't happen in this movie. We can't like I don't
Okay.
understand.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm very hesitant to jump to the creepy aspect. I just don't think it's there. I think the fault lies with Attack of the Clones.
I don't know. My only fear, my only problem with the films in terms of the pedophilic aspect of it is that
Oh boy.
if you want to call it, if you
What?
want to call it,
Wow, I don't know if I go that far.
okay, all right, I've clearly gone there. But if you want to talk about the potential pedophilic aspect
Uh-huh.
of the character relationships, is that let's be real, it could
They
potentially.
weren't born on the exact same day, and that is gross
I mean,
and weird.
No, that's not
I
what I'm
wouldn't
saying.
disagree that it's not
I didn't say that.
possible.
I didn't
but
say that. I didn't say at all that they weren't born the exact same day and that makes it wrong. I'm just saying that people who might be into this stuff might be kind of weird. That's all. That's
maybe,
all.
but that's not a fault of the film.
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't blame it as a fault of the film, but
Phantom
I would.
Menace is
Okay,
the
let me
worst
compare it
Star Wars
to.
films
Let me
because
compare it to Cuties.
pedophiles.
Is it a fault of the film Cuties that pedophiles might watch that film and get excited by it? I don't know. I am concerned
I think
about.
part of that is like because I think this is just what I've heard from random comments, but apparently the film is supposed to be about how that stuff is bad, but
Yeah.
Netflix
I seriously hope
marked it.
so. I really seriously hope
Netflix.
so.
Yeah, I
fucked
heard
up and
that
marketed it.
Netflix marketed it and described it in a really horrible way, and so people got like they're picking up the wrong thing. I don't know, but that's what I've heard.
I don't think that's that's not like a fair equivalence either, because the Phantom Menace wasn't marketed as having a sexy young boy in it.
No, I don't think it's about having a sexy young boy in it, but isn't it
I'm
about
seeing a
having
sexy
kind
young
of a-
slave boy.
It's not about having a sexy young boy, but is it not about having kind of a sexy young girl?
No,
little
no
bit.
one's
Just
sexy.
no.
Nobody in Phantom Menace is sexy. There's no sex.
Hey, there are sexy people in
It's,
the Phantom
it's a
Menace.
completely sexless movie.
Palpatine is
the
pretty hot,
discussion
okay?
of anything sexual regarding the Phantom Menace is so stupid and irrelevant.
Okay, I could be wrong. I could 100% be wrong, but I do not.
I
do
think you're looking a
there's
little deep into it.
I think Ben
Well,
Shapiro
I'll say-
is
wait.
looking a little deep into
What
it.
I'll say in defense is this is a position a lot of people have. I've heard it from and like it does annoy me a little bit because Phantom Menace has its problems, but it's like, oh come on, leave the film alone. It didn't do any of that.
Yeah,
because if
Well,
we want
no,
to, how
I
That's
don't
the thing.
think-
This is my initial gut reaction to this too, because that had never even crossed my mind at any point. Like this whole argument had never even entered my brain because it's just so completely not irrelevant.
Well, welcome to get called a pedophile 10 times a day, and
I think-
you know
sorry,
you understand the shit. But oh, excuse me. But I do see how people could have an issue with it. Does it necessarily bother me? No, but I could see how people have a problem with it. That's all I'm saying. I could see where the problem exists. Does it bother me? Not personally, but I could see where the problem exists, right?
I understand what you're saying. I get why people could see it that way and could pick up the vibes. I don't agree with them. Like, I can agree that I can understand why people would think that, but I
mean, I've been
disagree.
called a pedophile for thinking that this film is not a problem, right? I've been
I don't
called
think
a
it is
pedophile.
either. Yeah, I think
But
people
I'm
who
just
would go
saying-
that far are crazy people who jump
I've been
to
called a
insane conclusions.
pedophile for that. So I'm just
Yeah,
saying
and-
that it's a thing that has happened, and to deny it, whatever. But it's just a thing that happens. People
Yeah,
will
I
call
think
you
those people are
pedophile for
crazy.
literally
That's the thing. We
Those
don't
people are
see the
insane.
world as it is. We see the world as we are, and that's all I
Um,
have to say about that.
Oh.
Well, I agree that you're. I agree that the film is not so simply just pedophile or not pedophile, but you're gonna get that kind of shit, man. Like you're gonna get that kind of criticism, and the people will think you're a pedophile just because you don't think the film is pedophilic.
People are
And
going
it's
to think
be an
that
outcome.
someone is a pedophile because it didn't even cross their mind that that was could be considered pedophilia. It doesn't make any sense.
I think
I'm just giving you I'm just telling you. I'm just trying to give you a prescription of what will happen.
Are you sure you haven't
Well,
done or
that's
said
all right.
anything else to be
people
like
could,
this?
Yeah, people could say that sort of stuff, but those are crazy people. You're
um,
they're gonna have to do way better than that. That's yeah. We don't listen to those kinds of crazy folks. But
Holy
also,
shit, man! It sounds like I've come to this at an interesting time.
I was gonna say we're gonna have to.
You probably just got demonetized there, Mauler.
Oh,
This kind of
several
talk.
times already, dude. I was gonna say we have to do some rotating. We got more people flowing in, and I'm afraid that the next two on the chopping block would probably be Aiden and Mel. Mel once again.
I made it 1 minute into the video.
Well, I can't do anything. There's too many people who want to come on. All those selfish bastards.
I'm outie.
But yeah.
yeah, we'll just have to keep the wheel a turning.
Thank you very much for coming. Okay, bye.
Bye.
Talk about unceremonious, man.
Why? I didn't boot it.
What the hell is everyone talking about in this video?
So-
anyway? What's going on?
Oh wait,
so
well.
apparently, The Phantom Menace is the worst Star Wars
Let
movie.
me say hi to Wilco's Bullshit as well. Hello. Because he's
Jeff.
also here.
Hello, world-class bullshitters.
Yeah. Mr. Jeff, I assume you getting... Oh, he's fixing his stuff. Okay. Well, yeah, so welcome to Drinker and to Jeff, gentlemen. To catch you up, we're checking out Ben Shapiro ranking the Star Wars movies, and he's chosen as the worst out of the 9 mainline movies plus Rogue One plus Solo. The Phantom Menace is the worst, and one of his reasons is the creepy relationship between Anakin and Padme, which I think is unfair.
Okay.
There you go.
Right.
Nice.
I see a green circle.
We got a lot to work with here.
Oh yeah, so let me repost the link actually.
I was just gonna say that how do you reframe the argument as it might have been better if they had another movie to develop their relationship like as two
Yeah.
adults instead of having
Well,
one where Anakin's a kid. That might have been a better
I
bet.
wouldn't-
But I think that's
I mean,
a
it
different
does-
argument than kid
It
Anakin.
does
I wouldn't
bother
have
me
started him
that,
off
like,
as a kid.
between movies. It kind of bothers me, like between movies, Anakin like ages about 10 years, whereas Padme stays exactly the same. But yeah,
Yeah, that's
okay.
always bugged me.
Good
yes.
genes right there.
Yeah.
I think that the mistake was, if we're gonna redo stuff, I think the big mistake was
Everything
having him
with
be
young
so
Anakin
darn
is
young
almost unwatchable.
in the Phantom Menace. I don't think he should have been 9. Like
Yeah.
I think it would have worked way better if he was older.
Yeah, I agree with that.
But we have talked about that in our Phantom Menace videos, and there is a Shapiro that needs commenting upon. So
Jeff, are you able to discuss things? I see lights.
Yes, yes, I am. Thanks
Hello
for inviting
there.
me, by the way.
How do you do?
I guess I'm doing well. I live in California, so there's all kinds of crazy stuff going on. We have a bunch of wildfires and then all the COVID stuff. So,
Well,
if you catch COVID, you light on fire.
I just realized in my avatar
Well,
rotation.
I've heard there's a lot of fires in that area, but they're not always natural. If you catch my drift.
No, I don't
They're
know what you mean.
man-made. No.
They're not always natural.
Oh, like
Man-made,
cases like
if you get
arsonists?
Yeah. Oh no, sorry, I meant peaceful protests.
Mostly
I always get
peaceful
those
are-
things mixed up.
Oh, I thought you meant there was a bunch of flamers in California. Oh, okay.
Could be.
Racist. But yeah, in my avatar rotation, I'm on like one of the top tier ones.
That's some good shit. Who drew that one?
I don't actually know. I've collected so many that I didn't keep track of the names. My bad, but I love them all the same.
That looks like me after a pint of brake fluid, man. That's like what I would draw.
You guys, that reminds me of Picto Chat on the the Nintendo DS's.
Oh, that's a callback.
Ooh,
Good
Picto
times.
Chat, loved it. That was some good shit.
So yeah, I was gonna say, all right, we'll hang with this 7 for a little bit, and then when the next person's coming, I think Metal will have to abandon once again, just to fill. You see, I'm abusing him, I'm using him to fill wherever I can, because he's my Bezzy. I mean, he's my Toady. Igor, that's the one I was looking for. Anyway, you know what? We'll roll Ben back all the way to before he even gave the thing, so that everyone's got the con. No, I'll put it to like.
Okay, the worst.
I want to hear Ben's big brain take on this shit, man.
Star Wars film, Phantom Menace, charting in at number 11. Now, I know a lot of people think Attack of the Clones goes here. You're going to be shocked where I put Attack of the Clones. A lot of people say Last Jedi. I hear you. Last Jedi is hot garbage. It's a terrible film. A truly terrible film filled with plot holes and stupidity. Phantom Menace, however, is worse. The reason that Phantom Menace is worse is because George Lucas makes a critical error. He thinks that the reason that kids like Star Wars is because they want to see kids. This is one of the big errors that a lot of people who make kids films do. I mean, Pixar doesn't make this error, by the way. Pixar does not make films exclusively about small children. Kids don't actually want to.
I kind of like how he had to search his head for a moment for the word "you."
Pixar do not make it exclusive about small children. It's like, oh, much like the Phantom Menace isn't exclusively about.
Yeah, because there's only one child character in there, really,
and he's not introduced.
It's almost like you want to juxtapose the innocence of childhood versus like the horrifying monster that Darth Vader's eventually going to become, so you can understand where he actually came from.
Of course, I figured that was what they're going for. They're like, how does a child turn into such a monster? And that's what the point of the prequels are. It's like, follow his life as he gets, crafted into this expected representation of the Jedi, and then he gets corrupted by an evil force. It's like, oh, okay. But he's not even in the film in the first 40 minutes. It's like, these pesky films about children. You're like, what do you mean?
Yeah, I think he's overblowing the presence of Anakin in this movie.
Yeah.
Whether that was a wise decision or not in terms of the storytelling aspect is a discussion for another time, but he's not really in it all that much.
Even when he does enter the film, he's sort of a secondary character at most. The pod race scene is sort of his big thing.
Yeah.
Like even the space battle at the end that he's primarily involved in, that whole sequence is cutting between like 3 other battles.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kind of sounds like he's going like for this one thing that he really didn't like and annoyed him so much. It's like, it's the worst film of all of them.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if you get into the weeds, we got a lot to talk about Phantom Menace, but
I mean, he might say something else, but that's what it sounds like right now.
well, yeah, let's give it a see.
watch kids. Kids kind of want to be adults. Making Jedi Anakin 6 years old is really weird. And then making Jedi Anakin significantly younger than Padme is super duper weird and becomes even weirder in the future movies. Everything with young Anakin is almost unwatchable.
It's almost like he's exaggerating to prove a point.
Yeah, so I would say that he's taking it far.
He's like,
further than it
Anakin's like 3 weeks old.
Hey, I had a crush on Padme when he was crowning outside of Shmi. Kind of weird.
The one thing I want to say
aborted.
While he was like floating around in the womb, he was thinking about where he was going to go eventually when he got out.
Are
I want to give me some of that Padme.
Strong single parent? I'm glad she didn't abort Anakin. Yeah, I think the system hasn't necessarily failed her, but I feel like she could have done a little bit more. Where is the father?
Attack of the Clones is really high up on my list because I'm happy about the fact that Anakin and Padme seem to have gotten married before they had sex. That's the way you do it.
Well, I think Shapiro makes a good point, though, about kids don't want to watch other kids. They want to be treated like adults. I think some of the most successful, all the successful kids' properties talk up. Like, even if you want to bring up something like The Goonies, which is clearly a kids' movie, the kids aren't framed as, we're like the kids from It are framed a little older than they actually are.
They're dealing with adult situations.
I think kids can project themselves onto adult characters perfectly easily. I mean, you look at the original Star Wars trilogy, they saw themselves as Luke Skywalker. It didn't matter that he was 10, 15 years older than they were. They could picture themselves as him doing the things he did. That's what imaginations are. That's how they work. You don't have to see someone who... You know what's crazy? You don't have to see someone who's exactly the same, like age and race and gender and everything else as you, because like normal people have imaginations and they can project
calm
themselves
down.
into other things.
Crazy how shit like that works, isn't it?
I know, it's weird. Like
when I think back to seeing the Phantom Menace for the first time when I was very young, I didn't imagine myself as Anakin because that fucking lame. I was Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon, and I was some of the guards shooting the droids and stuff like that, and I wasn't Anakin. Fuck that shit.
I was 10 years old when that movie came out, and I couldn't stand him. I liked Obi-Wan, and I didn't even really love the movie when it came out. Everyone that says, that movie's made for kids, I was one of those kids that I actually got out of Star Wars because of how much I disliked Episode 1 when it came out.
Well, everyone joined you eventually.
Well, I was just more worried if people would see Episode 7 for what it actually is compared to 1. 1, in hindsight, it's not that offensive compared to what we got later on.
Yeah. But yeah, kids do like to watch, like, fucking Indiana Jones, man. It's like, kids love Indiana Jones. It was like, don't you know he's 40 years older than you? It's like, I don't really care. Like, I'll take a whip and a hat. Woo.
Liam Neeson is fine. Ewan McGregor is fine. They are criminally underused in this film. And the film just is exorbitantly long. It's really long. I remember seeing it in the theater, being really excited for it and walking out going,
exorbitantly long.
How are they underused? Like they're in practically every scene in the movie.
Yeah, they're in quite a bit of it.
Obi-Wan is in the entire movie.
Obi-Wan takes a pretty big break in the middle.
Okay, so let me pull. So a Phantom Menace is like there's a list right here. Let me pull it up. So a Phantom Menace is definitely not the longest. It's actually in the middle. The films that are longer than the Phantom Menace are The Force Awakens by 2 minutes, Revenge of the Sith by 4 minutes, Attack of the Clones by 6 minutes, The Last Jedi by 16 minutes, and The Rise of Skywalker by 19 minutes. So the Rise of it says so this means Rise of Skywalker, the longest, is longer than the shortest one, A New Hope, by 34 minutes.
It's too much Star Wars.
And yet, which one feels like it has...
It's 34 minutes of the Sith like guys aboard those Star Destroyers trying to figure out how to go up.
Those poor fellas. It's funny though because A New Hope feels larger to me in retrospect. It's just like
kind of
chunky.
That's what happens when you've got efficient screenwriting and you can cram a lot into a short space of time, but not make it feel rushed.
So overall, this one is like pretty basic length for a Star Wars movie, I would say.
Yeah, it's right in the middle, pretty much.
Wow, that sounds like it just felt like it was too long. What happened to facts don't feel about? Fuck, I fucked the thing
It's
up.
in the middle of the list. Well, here's the thing. It's the middle of the list pretty securely. I know when we watched Muller and I watched Empire the other day, which is only 3 minutes longer than A New Hope, and it felt. I mean, it was packed. Full of stuff. Didn't feel long at all. Hard to believe Rise is so long.
I will mention as well, maybe he's referring to like how it, like actually pacing or how it felt getting through each of the events. If he's referring to specific length, you'd think he would actually pull up like, is it the longest? I don't know.
Yeah, he said long. He didn't say it was poorly paced or that it had useless scenes in it. He said it was the longest. So
Runtime facts don't care what you feel about the pacing.
Oh,
it was pretty good.
It was not an auspicious beginning to the prequels. Okay, number 10, Last Jedi, obviously. Last Jedi is just flamingly bad. A flamingly bad film.
Flamingly bad?
There could have...
Never heard that one before.
Flamingly bad. Also, the way he's saying it makes it sound like it should be 11, not 10.
Mm-hmm.
As if he's like, we all know this, it's the worst thing ever. It's like, oh.
Yeah, but
it's
for you it
it's
isn't.
worse. Like TPM is worse than The Last Jedi because of the kid actor, and he thinks that it's really too long. Because The Last Jedi is 152 minutes compared to Phantom Menace 136.
I would rank Phantom Menace above all three of the sequel movies.
Me too.
Easily.
Yeah. Oh, did you see our ranking? I guess Drinker came in after that, but we did do a ranking if you scroll up in the chat a bit.
Yo, I was going to say, we rank all the prequels over all the sequels, right?
Ooh, let's see the list.
Oh wow, I've got a lot to catch up on. So yeah,
There's
First
actually-
Rise back at number 1.
There are 2 lists. One is from a selection of us, and a lot of them were made on coin flips, so...
You know, on your secondary list, I almost agree I would replace I put New Hope at number 1, and then I think Rogue One or Solo is better than The Force Awakens. But other than that, I think I agree with this list.
The second one I think is the community poll.
Okay, the community poll. That's the one I like. I don't think I tried watching Rogue One the other day. I still think Episode 3 has a lot more to add to Star Wars, and it's just a more interesting film than Rogue One.
That is correct.
I think Rogue One's like Back to the Future too.
Yeah, I'd probably rank Revenge of the Sith above Rogue One.
Pretty sure I abstained on that one because I need to rewatch Rogue One. I haven't seen it in ages.
Rogue One's not bad. It's not offensive. It's just watching it, I was just like, meh, okay. I saw a film. Like, it didn't really make much of an impression either way.
I care about the characters in Revenge of the Sith. I like in Rogue One, they make a big deal about everyone dying, and like the one that hurt the most was the droid. Chirrut was pretty cool too, the blind.
How
dude.
much of that though is based on you spending 6 years watching Anakin become whatever he becomes at the end of the movie,
maybe
compared to just like a one-off movie?
I don't know, like hard to say. Like I guess ultimately though, I just didn't really care a whole lot about the people in Rogue One dying. It's like, okay, this guy's gonna die, then this guy. Okay, all right, now this one's gone. Okay, I guess the two main characters are gonna die too. Yep, they're gone.
I didn't care about them as much. When I went into Rogue One, I was just concerned that it wouldn't be more overlooking some of the flaws of the Episode 7 that had come out a year before, because everyone was riding that high, and I think they kind of didn't make that mistake with Rogue One. So that's where I am with the movie.
Yeah, I wouldn't argue with that.
Been a moment where the film could have gotten good, right? There's a moment where Rey and Kylo look like they're going to team up, and then it's going to radically change the history of Star Wars. That suddenly the dark side and the light side are fighting on the same side, and all of a sudden the universe.
I don't feel like the film would be good had they decided to team up. I feel like it's still a disaster.
It wouldn't undo all the other horrifying things that had happened up until that point.
On the first viewing, I really liked where I thought it was going to go at that moment, and it didn't, and it was just another it was just bullshit.
How dare you?
But seeing a Jedi and a Sith fight side by side, although terrible choreography aside, that was quite a cool moment. The first time I watched it, I was like, wow.
Yeah, it's cool.
I was like, that's fucking cool. I've not seen that before, and it doesn't completely ruin everything about the world that this is set in.
I think the fact that it immediately follows the death of like the big antagonist of the series as he'd been presented up until that point just killed it for me. Like I was like, I don't care what happens beyond this because it is just nonsense now. I mean, it was going down that path anyway throughout the movie.
Was there not a little bit of excitement there for you, thinking like, where is this going to go? In that
curiosity
moment, it's like, what's going to happen now?
Well, while they're fighting.
But it immediately shat its own pants. But in that moment, I was like, wow, I didn't actually expect this to happen.
There honestly could have been something there if Rey and Kylo teamed up, and then Episode 9 was about Luke and Leia having to deal with these two super powerful young Force users.
That sounds like a fucking sitcom.
Yeah, see, in that fight scene, I didn't feel anything because they're fighting a bunch of extras. They're obviously going to kill everyone, and it's just going to be the two of them left. And you know that Rey's not really going to be swayed because she's too perfect, and she's either going to beat Kylo down again or she's just going to run away somehow. So I wasn't particularly invested in what was going to happen during or immediately after that fight because I kind of could see what was going to happen. It was predictable to a T.
Yeah,
for me anyway.
Oh, a slight detour. I'm back, by the way. But someone was doing some work. Mark Creation Studios was doing some work, and he was able to get the shirtless Joel model. Just if you needed that comparison, he's able to pull that and get that all set up.
Or just add it to your own personal archives.
Abby definitely beats him out.
Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah, she's more swole than him for sure.
Sorry, Joel. Back to the gym, I suppose.
Get some more of those bigot sandwiches.
Is radically. And then Rian Johnson, because he's an idiot, he has them separate off again. And then you get the ridiculous Luke Skywalker hologram face-off with Kylo Ren. And you get the idiocy of a film in which you basically redo the Battle of Hoth.
What's he looking
except
Some up there, some up
The
there
gun?
really got his attention. The gun.
The gun that's pointing at him right
There's
now.
a spider
like
in
a-
the top right corner of him. It's like, oh.
It's a poster of the Last Jedi, I guess. He's like,
After I do this list, I gotta go take care of that spider over there. I
His,
hope I
uh,
can finish up before he moves.
His strange Anakin and Padme Junior fan arts that he's got all over the walls.
when he's frowning at them, he regrets them.
You make it on a salt planet, and then you say it's a salt planet 10 times so that people don't think that it's just the ice battle of Hoth.
Just once. They
Just
only
the
said
one
it
time.
once.
Once.
Just
Why were you-
once.
Oh.
Why is he putting us in a position where we have to defend TLJ?
Don't make us do it.
Don't make us do this, Ben.
All over again when it's obviously just the ice battle of Hoth all over again. They totally should have killed Finn. They totally should have killed the what's the name of the person everyone forgets? Rose. Everyone understands. They should
Dude, people don't forget her.
Try to forget her.
J.J. Abrams
Maybe
did.
the name.
Shrek.
Shrek, yeah.
killed Rose. That would have at least given it some stakes. The Last Jedi totally destroys Luke Skywalker's character. And this is one of the problems, as we will see when we
Would
get
have made me
to
happy,
the next one. One of the problems with the new trilogy is that
See,
it is
all the
based on
things he just listed makes it sound like that's worse than the Phantom Menace.
No, Phantom Menace had a kid.
Oh yeah, sorry, I forgot there was a child. Therefore, worse.
Wait,
Fucking
TLJ had a
children.
kid.
Yeah, little
Broom
broom,
boy.
little broom boy.
Yeah. Now,
Missed that one.
TLJ had a lot of characters acting like children.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Number 9, Force Awakens. Again, people gonna think this is controversial. It is not controversial. Force Awakens is a bad film. The reason it is a bad film is not because on its own it is such a bad film.
What's the age
It
difference between Rose and Finn? Do we know?
Oh no.
Yeah, you can't really tell the age of Asians by looking at them. Sometimes you gotta
no.
cut them in half and count the rings.
Then they die.
Fuck's sake.
Look, the important thing is that she essentially raped Finn, and she should be put into rebellion jail.
Film. The reason is because it takes all of your old characters and just murders them in front of your
Yeah, I
eyes.
agree, chat. Black
Literally
don't
murders
crack.
them. It takes all the characters you grew up with and loved and who made your childhood. Han Solo, and turns Han Solo into a loser divorced dad flying around the universe like Cheech and Chong smoking dope in the Millennium.
Wait, what? Which
know-
version of this movie did you fucking watch, Ben? Jesus Christ.
Apart from the smoking weed bit, he's right.
Like, where was the weed
Cheech
smoke?
and Chong.
There's a deleted scene of Chewie just rolling the fattest blunt.
Snoop Dogg in the background.
Like ever since I discovered that crazy Wookiee shit.
Did the Death Sticks guy from Attack of the Clones found that country club sect that he was doing the job for or something?
And then has him murdered at the hands of his own son because Leia is too chicken to go confront her own son. Now, as you will see,
Isn't she busy doing like general stuff? Or no?
I get why she doesn't directly confront him, because she is the general and they're having like an armed conflict and she's really important and Kylo's like a leader for the enemy faction.
That's the thing. Like at that point, isn't like Han Solo is basically like the stay-at-home dad. She's the one like out there earning the fucking the real
I mean, they're estranged, so they're not even working as a team at all. Like until they get reunited through medium of Rey.
Well, that's what I mean. So like, well, not what I was saying, but like, so how is that her being a chicken just because Han Solo's out doing his own thing completely separate from her and they don't even communicate with one another?
I think it's totally reasonable that she doesn't just show up to Kylo Ren in the First Order, her being Leia Organa.
Yeah, like, hey, it's me,
Hey.
the leader of the rebellion. Just come to talk to my son. Who?
Son, it's past your bedtime. Come
Don't-
home.
don't
Dinner's
capture
cold.
me, I want to
I
talk.
know your uncle tried to fuck you up that time, but come on, we're all over it.
I feel like Luke wouldn't have told them what happened. He was like, "Yeah, he just fucked everything up. I don't know."
No,
It was so
it's
weird.
the dark side. You know how we're always saying that can just happen.
you're going to be shocked by where I rank Rise of Skywalker. J.J. Abrams does try to fix this with some lens flare in Rise of Skywalker, but the fact is that Force Awakens is a criminal act against the Star Wars legacy. They decided they were going to kill
I
off all of
agree.
the olds in order to build characters who are significantly less interesting than the old characters in the first place and kill off your childhood
agree.
in the process.
Yeah, he's
Yeah,
when he's right, he's right.
Spot on.
I could not hate Force Awakens more than I hate Force Awakens. I walked out of the theater and I thought, okay, that was all right. And then every waking moment since then I've thought about Force Awakens, I've gotten angrier at Force Awakens. And so it ranks in among the worst of the Star
Shapiro
Wars
awake
films.
at night,
Number 8,
sweating.
Attack.
It's like Han's like Cheech and Chong. Anyway, I'm gonna go
Oh wow. Attack of the Clones is lower than Rise of Skywalker. All right.
I was about
Wow,
to say, it's
really?
Like he's putting Phantom Menace below Last Jedi and Attack of the Clones below Rise of Skywalker. Wow.
Attack of the Clones. Now everybody hates Attack of the Clones. I've heard people say Attack of the Clones is the worst of the prequels. It is not the worst of the prequels. Phantom Menace is a worse film than Attack of the Clones. Why? Because Christopher Lee is great. And Count Dooku's character is poorly written, but Count Dooku is the secret hero of the Star Wars prequels. Count Dooku is not wrong. He is a separatist from a Senate that has been taken over secretly by a Sith Lord. He's the only one who knows this, and he has set off to move on outside of a.
But you can't. He's in league with him though.
Yeah, like that.
This is the weird part
he's not
about
rebelling
Clone
against
Wars that they
Palpatine
should
or
have
anything.
explored.
He's also Darth Tyrannus.
Well, I mean, what about that line where Obi-Wan Kenobi's trapped in that stasis thing and he offers him his hand to take them both down?
In
That one
marriage.
I assume that was bullshit because he works with Palpatine or for Palpatine. He is Palpatine's
Then
apprentice.
why would he tell Obi-Wan that the Senate has been taken under control by a Dark Lord? Like,
To
is
gain
that a way
favor,
to
maybe?
get? I think that's the thing. This is the part of the. I think this is a huge failing of the movie that this part isn't explored.
I agree.
There's
I think
some
it's
really
the biggest
interesting
mistake.
stuff with Dooku and his relationship with Palpatine, and Palpatine clearly doesn't care about him that much because he wants Anakin to kill him. And there's a lot of stuff that could have been looked into here that they just flat out didn't do.
Well, I think that's the biggest problem with the prequels is there's a lot of great ideas that were laid out but never executed well or executed at all. So you have a lot of what ifs that you can either sell books for, which cool, it builds the Star Wars universe, but as the single film itself, it doesn't stand up on its own.
Trade federation that is instituting tariffs against planets he doesn't wish to see tariffed. He's a free trade libertarian, Count Dooku.
Isn't he in league with the Trade Federation?
I mean, potentially. I mean, I guess it depends on what the Trade Federation's rules are. But we don't ever really learn about that. That's the thing. If the Trade Federation turned out to be a very, like, actually legitimately noble and interestingly developed, agreeable faction, and the Republic is, yeah.
Beyond that, he has a pretty good lightsaber battle with both Ewan McGregor and Yoda.
Yeah.
Mm.
The Yoda one is a little.
I mean, maybe at the time the crazy kind of CGI front flipping Yoda was kind of okay, I guess. But watching it now, it's pretty ropey.
Yeah,
like bad choices.
It's such a horrible use of the character as well. He was never about his physical prowess in combat. That's the whole point of him. Like you look at him and see this like weazened little thing. Yeah, but he's wise and he's powerful with the Force. That's teaching you an important moral lesson.
I won't defend it not being silly. I always did kind of like it though.
I mean, I would have preferred we kept him in Force mode. That was a neat little back and forth. But the jumping up and down is a little bit like, all right, well, I guess he's doing that now. Because how else can you do it, right?
But that's the thing. I guess he has to. Just because of his stature, there's no way you could realistically have him having a lightsaber duel without him fucking.
Well, if it's worth anything, I way prefer the Emperor Yoda fight than the Dooku Yoda fight.
Oh, absolutely.
All right.
The basic plotting of it is more interesting than Phantom Menace. Now, it does have some of the worst romance in the history of film, right? I mean, everything involving Hayden Christensen and Natalie Portman. It's a horror show. It's death. You are smoother than Sand Milady is one of the worst lines in the history.
Smoother than Sand.
I don't know, man. Have you ever seen Rey kissing Kylo Ren? That's that's death right there.
Well, here's the thing. He rates that movie higher than this.
Yeah, that's bonkers. Like,
we had a guy from Lucasfilm on the channel, and he said that was the directive for episode 2, is we want to make a romance film. And I asked him why, and he's like, well, that's what we wanted to do to get more women to watch It does. It was poorly executed.
That's been working out for Lucasfilm ever since too.
Yeah, at least they had a plan to execute on top of the whole bring women into the franchise thing. That's what Disney is. That's our plan, and it didn't work.
Oh my God. Oh my God. It is that film that more than any really destroyed my perception of Natalie Portman as a decent actress. I still think that she is wildly overrated. But with that said, is it better than Phantom Menace? Yes, because at least you start to get flashes of what's going to happen in Revenge of the Sith, which, as we will see, actually is a pretty good movie. Okay, number 7, Solo. Here we move on into the movies that are watched.
Why is the Skywalker above
Solo's next.
Also, I completely forgot.
Interesting.
We gotta get 3 answers. We'll go from left to right. Cynic Snacks. Which do you think is better, Christmas or Halloween?
Halloween.
Yes.
I can't believe this. It's insane.
Halloween is the best holiday.
Yes.
Yes.
Hey Mark.
Get in here.
Hey Mark, which do you think is better, Christmas or Halloween?
I'm also team Halloween.
Oh my God, triple!
Where do we find these people?
This year I might not say that because I've got a girlfriend. But if you're a single dude, Halloween is absolutely the best holiday.
Oh yeah.
There we go. Based Halloween.
Hell yeah.
All right, good.
Sci-fi all around.
Yeah.
Except
Triple kill.
It's just saying
I
all
think-
these.
If it wasn't for the rampant commercialism, I think Christmas might have a better chance. But I hate the fucking music. I hate all of the just extra shit that comes with it. Like having a time with your family and stuff is obviously really nice and much more wholesome than Halloween. But everything else that comes with it really fucks Christmas.
Wait, you don't have to engage in the commercialism if you don't want
Oh
to.
my God! Yeah, all right. It's fucking everywhere. It's impossible.
You don't have to buy all that stuff. You don't have to
go
do it.
outside.
No, but I have to exist in the world in which it's contained. Like it's unavoidable.
Well, that's unlikely to be a problem this year because we'll probably all be in lockdown again.
Or dead.
Well. Anyway, back to Ben Shapiro rating Star Wars movies.
Watchable. Right, we've now moved into the arena of movies that you would rewatch if you saw them beginning on TNT. Right, where you're flipping through it and you see a scene and you need to watch it. Right, if you're flipping through and you see something from Force Awakens, like nope. You see something from Phantom Menace, you're like double nope. Something from Attack of the Clones, like hey hey. You see something from Solo.
That's the noise I make for sure. I want to watch Ben Shapiro flicking through TV channels.
You're just sitting behind him, watching him the whole time. What do you plan to watch there, Benjamin?
I know a lot of people are down on Solo. I'm not sure why. I think Solo is amusing. It's kind of fun.
Oh, good.
It doesn't sell out Han Solo's character the way that the sequels do. Right? The sequels actually destroy Han Solo's character.
Well, one of those reasons is because Solo is a prequel and The Force Awakens is a sequel.
Yeah.
So even if Han Solo was portrayed to be like the shittiest, most worthless, horrible person in his own movie, at least we know he ends up as the Han Solo we know and love.
Yeah.
Yeah, makes sense.
Meanwhile,
They turn him from his whole hero's journey in the original Star Wars, Han Solo, is from rogue who only cares about himself and is a mercenary to self-sacrificing general in the Resistance who's going to get married at the end and have little Jedi babies with Leia. Right? That is his hero's journey, and then they completely revert him back to rogue who only cares about himself in the sequels. Solo doesn't do that. Solo is starting that journey. The problem with Solo is that it sort of gives him the hero's journey before the hero's journey. He has to start off with being this dissolute rogue who is cynical and nasty, right? That has to be the hero's journey beginning in episode 4. Solo precedes that. He already has sympathies towards the rebellion. He already is showing some aspects of self-sacrifice, which is kind of weird. That's the problem with Solo. Also, I will say that the Kessel Run is completely misdone. If you take a shortcut in the Kessel Run, it doesn't count as you doing it in less than 12 parsecs. But it's got some amusing...
Well, isn't it because he used the technology, like he poured hyperdrive fuel or something into the engine directly or some shit?
Yeah, he made the ship snort coke or whatever, and it went super.
It's tuned out by that point. I sort of get what he's saying about like putting Han Solo through the hero's journey before he's even like started his character development in New Hope. So you sort of have to press the reset button on him. But I could buy into like he's lived a life as a mercenary in the years between, and he's become hardened again. like to other causes
Well, yeah,
and
because
stuff. So he's selfish again.
The film ends with him learning that he gotta shoot first, right? Like that's what Solo's trying to do. It's like,
Yeah.
don't
Pretty
trust
much.
anyone out there. The
He
world is
cared, and then he got fucked over.
Yeah.
So back to square one, I guess.
The problem I had with the Kessel Run was that they made it so that it's like the Kessel Run happens the first time Han Solo is actually like at the helm of the Millennium Falcon for real, and also he fights a Bloodborne boss.
Well, yeah, when he dropped Cthulhu into the black hole, I was like, this is getting weird. Like,
Yeah, that one came out of left field.
He dropped Cthulhu in a black hole.
Yeah, like why did that have to be part of the Kessel Run?
Yeah,
that could be a thing in the movie, but the Kessel Run, like I thought that was him getting through a thing fast, not like
Yeah, with other complications included that other people maybe didn't have. Yet he's got the best time or whatever.
Sure. And so he took like the only way the parsec thing makes sense is if he takes a shortcut, because parsecs are supposed to be distance, right? So like
Yeah.
he did it in the least amount of distance, shortest route.
this is when they drop Cthulhu into the black hole, just so you know. Believe me, all of us when watching this is like, what?
That's a thing that just happens. It's just like, oh, this wasn't already tense enough. We need a space Cthulhu monster to really
Do you
ramp
remember
up the
all
tension.
of its skin gets ripped off first? And then
Yeah, it was
the
kind
bone,
of
like,
It's layering so much stuff on that's so unnecessary. They do the same thing in Star Trek, like the 2009 one, where like the antagonist ship is getting sucked into a black hole, and like it's already getting crushed and blown up and pulled in, and then the Enterprise fucking starts laying into it with photon torpedoes and phasers and stuff. Like, you don't need this. The bad guy's already gonna die. That's enough. It's just cluttered shit all over the screen.
Someone in chat said it's the moon presence from Bloodborne.
Yeah, that's what I said. It looks like a Bloodborne boss.
Moments. The robot in Solo is one of the better robots. One of the better
The
droids. in all-
robot.
The robot?
The robot.
No.
Solo, I heard that one
Okay,
was-
I'm gonna make a prediction. I think it's because he thinks it's a parody of like feminists.
Oh.
So that's why he thinks he's one of the best robots. I still don't know if it's a parody or not because it's so well written. It's still question mark. It's like I don't know if it's a parody. I don't know.
The conspiracy theory that Lord and Miller were fired because someone figured out that L337 was a parody is that's it's not totally off base. I could see them being
An
like,
amusing
oh,
theory.
making fun of them.
It's an interesting one, that's for certain.
of Star Wars. So Solo ranks at number 7. Rise of Skywalker at number 6. So people hated Rise of Skywalker because they are wrong.
Really?
Rise of Skywalker.
I didn't hate it because I'm wrong.
What the fuck?
What? Can you go back? I didn't hear that correctly.
He said
I
people
think.
hated Rise of Skywalker because they're wrong.
No, he didn't say that. Go back. He didn't say that.
So this
Please,
means that
please.
So what this means is that
So-
everything he ranks above this and you hate, you're also wrong. Because this is the tipping point. Now we're at the good ones.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, true.
Solo ranks at number 7. Rise of Skywalker at number 6. So people hated Rise of Skywalker because they are wrong.
Oh,
Rise of
don't say
Skywalker.
that.
I'm surprised.
I'm shocked. I don't even know what to do.
Please tell me why
I'm starting to think 6 million wasn't enough.
No.
Oh, fuck.
The edge. You're gonna
What?
cut
6 million
this
bad
stream in
ratings.
twain.
6 million's bad ratings for the Rise of Skywalker because everyone hated it except Ben Shapiro.
Yeah. If there was 6,000,001 ratings that were bad, it would have gone through.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Has half of the movie is just throwaway nonsense. Right, the very beginning where you have the Millennium Falcon hopping and skipping planet to planet is really dumb and useless and very J.J. Abrams. The part of it that's good is that it actually goes back to respecting the legacy of Star Wars. Because remember, Force Awakens killed off Han Solo for no apparent reason in order to kill off the old to make room for the new. Last Jedi.
I'd argue
then
that none of
decided
the
to go
sequel
into-
trilogy respects the legacy of Star Wars.
Also, fuck Anakin, am I right?
I'm speechless. I don't know what to say.
Yeah.
I am wondering. I'm like, have you heard the arguments for why this film is a disaster, Ben? Like, I'm not sure if you have, because, jeez, there's a lot of
further and kill off Luke Skywalker as a good character, and then kill off the idea that the Skywalker family matters at all, because apparently random kids just get the Force.
Yes, we've
And-
known that since the prequel. We've thought that since the originals. We've basically had it confirmed since the prequels.
If Jedi can't have kids, where do you think the kids are coming from?
Yeah,
They
there's
just sprout
one-
out of holes in the ground.
yeah,
Spring out of holes in the ground. Ooh, women have beards. According to some. So, yeah, okay. Well,
which undercuts the entire trilogy. Rise of Skywalker retcons. Basically, Rise of Skywalker is, what if I just crap all over Rian Johnson? And I'm all for it, man. I am very for
so
it.
that makes it a good movie.
Yeah, but
I agree with that.
Fucking
But here's the
pathetic
thing.
point
like,
scoring.
Yeah, Stalin hated Hitler, you know, but like,
Is there an end to that?
I don't think there even needs to be.
well, I mean, it's implied that I'm just the enemy of my enemy is not necessarily my friend.
Yeah.
So The Rise of Skywalker is a good movie because of the directors contradicting each other. What?
He hated The Last Jedi so much that even though it's still better than The Phantom Menace, the sheer fact that somebody did an anti-version of that means that it's good.
I thought he was supposed to be Mr. Logic.
Hey,
it's still, and the thing is, it doesn't really go as far as it should to try and undo The Last Jedi. Like, it still tries to work within the constraints of what it's established. You know, so you've got things like Rey's parents being nobodies, and then suddenly you're saying like, oh well, your parents kind of were nobodies, but your grandparents, well, they were somebody. Like, why can't you just say no? It was all bullshit. It's wrong. We're just resetting that. But it's like
teleportation
can't-
of items through Force Skype too.
So I'm all for shitting on Rian Johnson's changes, right? Yeah. Go that. But then it's like, lol, remember the Force? We're fucking with that completely. We're gonna dip our fingers in there and just and you're like, oh, okay, that's not the greatest. Remember the Emperor? You're like, he's back. You're like, well, wait, how that fucks up Anakin? It's like, no, not just that, he's retarded. And you're like, oh, don't do that.
Damn it.
And like, this for me, like, oh, but it did a middle finger to Rian Johnson. It's like, well, yeah, but it also did a middle finger to us. So like, what do you mean?
And itself.
Hey, you guys know how Ben Shapiro makes his coffee, right?
Oh dear.
No.
He brews it.
Lame.
Because he's a Jew.
So he Jews it. It's like, that doesn't make
No,
sense.
he brews it.
Yeah, that I got.
Hebrew,
it.
yeah,
I was going for more
I was
surface
wondering why I
level.
was the only one that laughed. Like,
No,
I thought it was pretty. I
was like, oh man, is me laughing going to be interpreted as anti-Semitic? I got that was like a Hebrew.
the
dad
fact you
joke.
haven't left, you're already guilty of a sin that someone else committed. So just have fun on the ride.
Basically, it is,
sorry
we're
to
going to
everyone
retcon this
who
entire
loved it.
history. We're going to shoehorn Leia into, she was actually a Jedi. We're going to retcon Luke into, why aren't you respecting Jedi traditions? No burning of Jedi books, no throwing away of lightsabers. Why aren't you respecting Jedi traditions? We retcon Han Solo into, yeah, he's a hero who cared about his son and was willing to self-sacrifice. We retcon everything. We retcon everything. And we make the biggest retcon of all, which is the most important one, which is that Rey is actually Palpatine's granddaughter.
That's
No,
not a
naturally-
retcon. Really? Is it a retcon?
No.
It's not a retcon.
Nothing
It's
changes
just-
about the original statement that her parents were nobody.
We know.
I think the retcon is Anakin's sacrifice.
Well, so the retcon comes from, remember Kylo said your parents were nobody, and then he's like, they are nobody, it's your grandparents that were somebody. It's like, okay, man.
Yeah, that's...
Your parents are still somebodies if they're the fucking daughter and son, well, son of, I can't remember which one was the Palpatine one, but being the
I don't
offspring of
think the script even
Palpatine
explained
makes
it.
you a
They-
somebody.
like,
They
no, fuck it,
chose,
don't
but
care.
they chose to leave that behind, so they were nobody.
But also selling your child to keep that child safe from being killed is a lot different than selling it for drinking money.
Also, now I'm getting confused. Are we talking about status, or are we talking about, like, I thought the whole point was ability. Like, the reason why she was sad to find out her parents aren't Obi-Wans or Skywalkers or whatever is because that means she has no big, powerful family to belong to. It's like, no, you do, but it's Palpatine. She's like, oh my god,
Well, wouldn't she be more sad to know that her parents sold her
Yeah,
for
well,
drinking money?
That's...
I mean, at least she's worth something.
That's dude. That part makes me so curious about Uncut Plot. It's like, wait, did they sell
Half
it to you?
portion?
Like, this is the best place that they could come up with?
I need an Unkar plot story. I need to go through all that with Unkar himself. I need to talk to
We
him.
got a solo movie. I want a Plut movie, and it's just
Yeah.
called Plut.
There's nothing else.
Just doling out half portions to people.
to clarify, in a meta sense, it was totally it retconned twice. In a meta sense, it was like J.J. Abrams was totally intending to do something crazy with it. There's even quotes from I think Simon Pegg and someone else around like 2015-16 where they're like, oh yes, her lineage is going to be very important, and then Ryan Johnson was like, lol, and then JJ was like, lol, I got the controls back now, and you didn't do enough to like square it off. I've still got room to say that something's gonna happen, but in universe we can get away fully with Kylo just being weird how he describes stuff.
So instead of it was like in TLJ, it was Kylo telling Rey that her entire family tree for generations were all nobody.
They just kept selling their kids for drinking money, generation after generation. Unkar plot has just got like generations of Reys. Like,
I feel like this should be put on screen, and I want chat to appreciate this excellent joke that Southpaw has made.
Very well.
I think that's fantastic. I know if that was me, I'd want it. So I
Clap.
think
Give it a clap.
Credit should be given. I think that credit should be given.
Decent.
Disney screwed this up, and they tried to retcon the retcon afterward. Right? They tried to suggest that Palpatine was actually a clone Palpatine. He wasn't actually Palpatine. Okay, I understand. Palpatine died at the end of Return of the Jedi. I also understand. Whatever, man.
What?
What?
I wasn't paying attention for a second. What happened?
Why does that make it make sense?
I also understand. Whatever, man. Like, what?
That's interesting. Okay. What?
That's specifically why it's weird.
Yeah, I mean, can you just say this to everything? Whatever, man. I like that. Like, he's like, okay, so he definitely did die. Okay, but he also didn't. Anyway, moving on.
Moving on. Okay, wait.
Okay, whatever. It's got to actually be Palpatine if this is to have any meaning at all. But it makes sense that she's Palpatine's granddaughter because the most powerful Force being in the galaxy is indeed Emperor Palpatine.
Makes sense.
Was.
Isn't?
Yeah, then he exploded twice.
And now he's even more powerful than before.
It raises so many questions. Like, you know, did Palpatine have a harem? Did he have like, you know, a wife? All these things that are never touched upon because they were clearly never part of the original trilogy, and then suddenly you're raising all these questions like, how did any of this come about? Don't know. It's never explained.
Maybe there were always just shitloads of Palpatines, but only one of them was like the evil emperor during that time. The rest of them were just kind of roaming around the galaxy, having like illegitimate children, just all over the place.
Party Patine?
It's just like when did I don't know. There's too many questions, but like I just don't understand.
Ben Shapiro, the facts and logic guy, is having no problem with Rise of Skywalker. If I even try to apply logic to the story in Rise of Skywalker for a second, I develop a headache.
To do that, it completely solves the Mary Jane problem, which was a huge problem in Force Awakens. That she picks up a lightsaber and suddenly she's fighting.
Mary Jane.
Mary Jane.
Marijuana problem with Chewbacca and Han Solo. Am I right?
Mary Jane and tobacco. Chewbacca.
Chewbacca.
Is that what the Wookiee weed is called? Chewbacca.
Chewbacca.
Yeah, they didn't solve the Mary Jane problem, though, did they?
Mary Jane, the name for an unidentified dead person, female.
That's a Jane Doe.
Jane Doe.
Jane
yeah.
Doe. Oh, okay. Okay.
Mary Jane is weed.
Mary Jane Doe. So for her to do that, it completely solves the Mary Jane problem, which was a huge problem in Force Awakens. That she picks up a lightsaber and suddenly she's fighting Ben Solo, who's been training for 20 years and has Skywalker blood. Right now, she's like, well, no, I'm a Palpatine kid. He's one.
That doesn't fix that, by the way.
Yeah,
yeah.
I'm a Palpatine kid that still had no training and shouldn't be able to do any of these
If
things.
you're a
immediately.
Skywalker kid, you could do it after 20 years. If you're a Palpatine kid, no training at all.
And
yeah,
also,
it's an explanation, but it's not a justification.
There are people in chat informing us that he meant Mary Sue. We know.
Yeah, we are aware.
I'm a Palpatine kid. Check this out, right? Like, okay, got it. That makes sense. Now that
Brought you
makes
back
sense.
from the
They bring
dead.
back all the old music from Return of the Jedi, which is great. They bring back a lot of the old scenery from Return of the Jedi, which is just fantastic.
Wow, it worked on Ben. Hey guys, it worked on Ben.
The fucking member berries.
There's things I recognize.
Well,
got no imagination, and they're just relying on nostalgia because there's nothing going on now that anyone cares about.
I think it's safe to say that now we have confirmation that member berries are kosher.
They allow Han a better goodbye, which was necessary because the way they killed him in Force Awakens is disrespectful.
No, that wasn't a
That
goodbye.
wasn't
That was
Han.
Kylo talking to himself.
That wasn't even Han.
Yeah. That was more for like the viewer than for actual Han Solo, who's definitely
That was
dead.
more so they could have Harrison Ford in the movie.
It was a memory, and you know what's funny is Force Ghost Han was off to the left, frowning and crossing his arms. He's like, "Fuck you." I would never do that, Kylo.
It's like, I do not forgive you, Ben.
Ben, you are a fucking piece of shit. Your mother was wrong. I should never have come to try and save you.
They allowed
By the way,
Luke a
your
better
mother's a bitch.
goodbye by having him force raise from the grave the X-Wing in the same way that Yoda did, which is really fantastic, as opposed to the idiotic way they got rid of him in Last Jedi.
I mean,
where
I
he
like
basically-
that part. Like
Yeah.
that in another context, Luke raising an X-Wing out of the water like Yoda did once. That works, but it ain't like this.
Because the
It
wing
ain't
was
like
broken in
this.
the last one.
Not like this.
But that's the thing. The member berries, they stop at that point. It's like, oh, Luke lifted something up for an X-Wing from the water, like the green alien did that one time I saw in the movie thing. They stopped.
Yeah, I don't think you can give J.J. Abrams credit for doing a callback at this point. Like, come on. Sure, he did something that's kind of like a cool thing that happened in the old movies.
I mean, but didn't he just shit on TLJ for being like, "Stop trying to look like Hoth. Stop it. Stop being Hoth."
Yeah.
That's a good point.
But I suspected that this would happen, that his justifications for this is bad would contradict his justifications for this is good.
Well, because Rise of Skywalker does everything wrong. So it's like, it's going to be hard to find a flaw in that one that isn't present in TLJ that he guns for.
Joe Biden's it, right? I mean, he just sort of like plots and disappears of old age, and then just so you can have
lol.
that shot of the two suns like Tatooine. Oh, I see the parallelism. Ugh, God, Ryan Johnson. Okay, so Rise of Skywalker.
I feel like
comes
the
in-
crazy old man jokes were better designed for Palpatine instead of
Yeah.
I don't know. If I was gonna throw in a Joe Biden, haha, he's a silly geriatric old crazy person, man, I would have gone with the Palpatine thing. It's
at number 6 because it actually respects the tradition, and you get points for that. Number 5.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
This is Ben Shapiro's 30 pieces of silver.
Oh shit, we lost someone. Drink.
Oh no,
my
it was
God.
drunklage.
He dropped his dranklages.
Return of the Jedi. So, Return of the Jedi, I would say 2/3 of this movie is fantastic and 1/3 of it is silly. Everything that is Luke and Darth Vader related is just great. The final throne room stuff is just fantastic. All of that is great. It has great music. The dynamic between Palpatine, Ian McDermott is fantastic. The dynamic between Palpatine and Darth Vader and Luke is the best thing about the movie.
Yep.
Han becoming a more responsible human being is good. The entire speeder scene is actually a very cool scene.
Han becoming a more responsible human being. What does he mean?
More responsible. I feel like we
Because he's a general, but he's kind of already doing that in Empire.
Yeah, in Empire, he goes out to save Luke, and there's a lot of stuff that he does.
He stayed with
that
the
shows that he's a
rebellion
great
for
guy.
a while, you know.
Absolutely,
I
and then
think-
once he gets woken up from carbonite, well, I guess we're fucking back at it. Job's not done, boys.
Well, he's finally fully committed because before he's always like, "Yeah, I gotta go. I'll help out for now, and then I gotta go." But once they rectified the Jabba the Hutt threat, then he's like fully, committed to the cause. Not I'm here just because it's convenient type of thing.
I mean, it did seem to me that he was committed outside. He had to get that done because that was gonna. That's called, like he even mentions that they're bumping into bounty hunters, so like, he's got to get it sorted. But like,
Do you think he would have come back after he paid Jabba the Hutt?
Yes. Because Luke's his friend.
Yeah.
He's back. Woo!
like the fact that he nearly kills himself to save Luke makes me think, and he's clearly invested in Leia. Like I would assume he'd get it paid and then come back.
I always thought that Jabba would be like, yeah, you pay me, but it's not good enough, and it would have been one of those like Return of the Jedi situations just a couple years
I
early.
don't think Jabba would have. No, I don't think Jabba would have gotten rid of such a valuable asset.
I was gonna say, isn't that got to be careful as a Hutt doing something like that? Because wouldn't people be like, why the fuck would I pay you?
Yeah, why bother paying him back if he just?
I have to imagine that, especially Han would probably give him some, you know, a bit on top for the delay or something. I don't know.
Couple
I mean, he tried that in Return of the Jedi. Triple, you're throwing away a deal here. I figure if he's that shitty, he'll do
in
it
fairness, though,
beforehand.
that was after they tried to steal him from under Jabba's nose. So at that point, I assume he's just punishing them in terms of execution for breaking many laws of any kind.
I was gonna quote the law.
I love the idea of Jabba being like, Section 43 of C-17
Of the Tatooine Code.
Can I get bail? Triple the cost. He's like, no, to the Sarlacc pit.
On Endor, the second Death Star and the plot to trap the rebels is good. Even Lando flying the Millennium Falcon makes some sense. The Ewoks are not great. The space battle doesn't seem to have tremendous consequences. It's obviously not as impactful as the...
Well,
I disagree.
mean, that's wrong.
What are you talking about, Ben? I need to know what are you talking
Well,
about.
when he says it doesn't seem to have consequences, like, first of all, several major ships from the Rebellion are exploded, but the Death Star also gets exploded. I feel like we get some finality with that space battle, you know?
We do.
Yeah,
I'm just
the
sure what he's
space battle
referencing
part's
there.
great. I like the space battle part. It's how it all fits in with the Tisby fucking Ewoks.
It's the Ewoks, yeah. Everyone agrees. It's the Ewoks that need work. If it was a planet full of Wookiees, it would have gone way better. But even then, you gotta be careful. Wow.
Yeah.
You can't just... That's cultural appropriation.
That's why I did it.
Ewoks were invented by a white man, so I don't.
Oh my god.
as the New Hope space battle. But in concluding the trilogy, it's good. Also, the Jabba stuff at the beginning, there's a great thread I saw from a friend of mine, Frank Fleming, online, where he completely deconstructs the Jabba stuff. Like, what was Luke's actual plan? So his plan was, I'm going to send the droids in, and then do they get kept by Jabba, or do they not? Like, he'd have to then rescue the droids, right? Because if Jabba had kept the droids and be like, okay, here's Han, would they have just left R2 and C-3PO there? No. So he has Lando in there undercover. Lando never actually does anything undercover. Then he sends in the droids to be captured for no apparent reason. Then he sends in Leia to make the trade with Jabba for Han, but now he still has to rescue C-3PO and R2.
No, she doesn't make the trade. She's just offering to sell Chewie. He's a bounty, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Which, again, like, I'm not actually defending Return of the Jedi here. I'm actually just trying to correct him, because, like, it is tismy as hell. It's like, Leia's now going to come in and sell Chewbacca to Jabba. You're like, what the fuck does that help?
So we're down a man, basically, for no reason.
Yeah, but you got some credits.
Inside of Jabba's dungeon.
Dude, that opening is so weird when you lay it out. It's like, what in the world is everyone thinking?
Then he shows up, but he doesn't actually just brandish the lightsaber and tell Jabba he's going to blow him away, like kill him, unless he releases all of his friends. He proceeds to be thrown into a Rancor pit, which presumably Lando knew about and could have warned him about. Like, the beginning makes no sense. It's fun, but it makes no sense. With that said, Return of the Jedi, the conclusion of the trilogy is very moving, and it definitely works. Revenge of the Sith is number 4. Now, Revenge of the Sith, I rewatched it recently. It's good. It's a good movie. Revenge of the Sith, the last 2/3 of it is really good. Everything from when Palpatine becomes overtly maniacal to the end. Order 66, that whole sequence is very effective, where you're seeing all of these Jedi get shot down and killed. All of that is really effective. The Hayden Christensen...
I have issues with Revenge of the Sith. We'll be able to get to that eventually. So
Yeah,
we'll do a stream for it specifically. But, yeah, Order 66 is pretty good.
Yeah.
I like the end is good. It actually works emotionally when Ewan McGregor is upset about all of this. Now, Hayden Christensen still can't act, but that's just the wages of sin. It's good. There's a lot in Revenge of the Sith that's great. The final lightsaber battle is excellent. The big flaw in Revenge of the Sith is that the sort of rationale for why Darth Vader becomes Darth Vader doesn't really work too well, because the question becomes why he still works for the Emperor afterward, right? Because he apparently falls to the dark side because he wants the power to be able to save Padme. Okay, Padme dies. So why is he still hanging out with the Emperor at that point? The Emperor made him a promise. The Emperor didn't fulfill the promise.
Well, Anakin isn't part of what Anakin wants just in general is more power. He really likes power. He wants the power, and he would tell you it's to help people. And of course he ends up using it to kill those he considers to be like blights on the universe.
Also, doesn't he go off on Padme at the end of the movie, anyways? So he's already like.
Yeah, I mean, he's kind of lashes out at her.
Well, he's
He
furious
obviously
because
still
he's
loves her,
told
cares about her, but
he's told that he killed her, so it's probably even more to send him to Crazyville.
Mm-hmm.
The Emperor has access to Anakin's old tweets. He'll reveal them.
Anakin Skywalker is cancelled.
Also, we all know that the Sith Apprentice tries to kill the Sith Master, so why doesn't he just try and kill Palpatine like right away and take control?
Hey, give him 19 years, okay? Or a bit more than that, actually. 25, something like that.
Isn't the idea too that you want to learn from the master before you kill him? Like, you don't want to just be like, okay, I'm a Sith now. All right, master, you're out.
Well, yeah, because the Emperor says maybe together we can discover the power to save people's lives or whatever, right?
Yeah, he has a very tangible, like, in-narrative reason to want to not kill Palpatine.
Of the galaxy, if that's really what he's up to. It's weird that he becomes sort of a functionary in the galactic regime of Palpatine after it turns out that his wife died and Palpatine didn't do anything to save him, to save her. Number 3. I'm gonna go off the board. You ready for this one? Rogue One. Yeah,
Ooh. Let's hear it out, I guess.
I know a lot of people want to put Revenge of the Sith or ROTJ, Return of the Jedi, on this list at this point. I go Rogue One. I think Rogue One is an actually really well-made film. Rogue One is fascinating. It has just enough tips of the hat to the original Star Wars trilogy to draw you in. Also, the ending of it is shocking. Right?
No,
This is one of the new Star Wars.
I think it was completely exactly what everyone thought was going to happen.
Yeah,
Like we
how
knew.
could it have played out any other way?
I would have been shocked if that didn't
From the
happen.
beginning.
Is he implying that it's just shocking that Darth Vader is so brutal? Because, like, I mean, he's a Sith Lord.
I think it's the whole. Well, is that shocking, or is he talking about the fact that everyone dies?
Well, I mean, like, the everyone dies part shouldn't be shocking because it's not like any of the rest of them are
Any of it should be
characters in the
shocking.
rest of the movie. Is he like, holy shit, CGI Leia? Woo. Expectations.
Oh my
deferred.
god. Yeah, I assume he's referring to the fact that all the characters die.
Yeah.
But that honestly shouldn't have been shocking.
Force films, and one of the original kind of Star Wars recognitions is that nobody who's a major character except Alec Guinness dies in the first 3 Star Wars. Or not a single major
Darth
character.
Vader, Palpatine,
Yeah. But you can't. I don't think that's fair, though. Well, yeah, and Yoda. How could you say like, oh, no major characters die except the ones that do? It's like, what?
Who is a hero dies in the first 3 Star Wars, at least not of old age. Right? I mean, Yoda dies of old age. But
If you set the parameters that finely, yeah, sure. Eventually, you narrow it down to one character. Like major character.
Yeah, none of the characters die of old age.
Vader very. I think he's just saying no major protagonists. I think is the distinction he should have made. But Vader very
Even then.
clearly becomes a protagonist right before he dies. Like that's.
Yeah, that's
He was always
that's the whole fucking point.
It's his story.
Yeah.
I find this weird. Okay.
Rogue One kills off all the main characters at the end, which is
Wow,
a shock.
but
I
they're
remember
barely
watching this in the
characters,
theater
I
for the
don't
first
care.
time. I was like, whoa, what did they just do?
Yeah, for me, I was just like, oh no, fuck that guy. Fuck.
Oh
what
no,
was his
yeah,
name?
I was gonna say, Ben,
Like,
give me three other names.
it's a suicide mission.
We knew from the original trilogy that they were gonna die. That's the whole point of this story.
Yeah, like the idea is that we don't know any of these people, even though it's set minutes before New Hope or whatever. So it's like, wait a minute.
Where did they all go?
They just set you up with all of these characters who you actually like, and then
Nope.
Well,
That's the stretch, Ben.
I liked the robot, the blind guy. That was about it.
The big gunman was pretty cool.
Yeah, the gunman was cool.
Yeah, gun guy. Yeah, blind guy. People are either described
Blindman.
by their disability or the weapon they use.
Oh, is-
So that's not
no,
great.
'cause
character.
It's because I can't remember their fucking names
It's
because they
pilot
just
guy.
don't matter at all.
Pilot guy is one of them. Leader guy.
And of course, the protagonist, Joan Dark.
Oh my god, Joan Dark.
And the lead protagonist, woman guy.
Well, that's offensive. I'm telling everyone.
Fucking dare you.
then they kill all of them. Somebody described. I made fun of them at the time, but they were kind of right. They described Rogue One as an actual war film, as in not just Star Wars, but an actual war film, and that's.
I was waiting for him to correct himself. It's an actual war film.
I mean, there is
Star
war.
Wars.
There's one battle.
You know, Star Wars.
I mean, a lot of rebels get killed, and a lot of stormtroopers get killed, and a planet gets blowed up.
I think he's
so-
referencing like
I remember
it's
in Full Metal.
I think he's referencing it's more gritty. It's much more gritty.
I remember
Star Wars.
when Full Metal Jacket, the blind guy went over the field and switched a button. Yeah, that was my favorite part.
Oh
Actual
yeah.
Warzone.
That part was
The Force
weird.
is
He used the
within me.
Force, okay?
Yeah, they used the Force a lot in Full Metal Jacket.
Well, I mean, remember in Saving Private Ryan when this giant space station appeared over the horizon and blasted all the American troops to
Ah, it's a
smithereens?
secret Nazi weapon.
It's
It's
like,
shaped like
holy
a
shit,
testicle.
man! I didn't know the Nazis were that prepared.
Saving Private Wolfenstein.
That's right. I mean, this is
Saving
about human
Private Jar Jar.
sacrifice and what people are willing to do in order to accomplish a mission, including giving up your life if you're, in this case, probably 25 years old, as the
I
main
mean, like
heroes
all
of the
the
plot are.
rebel
So-
soldiers who die in the original trilogy.
I was gonna say even the opening
In
of
battle?
A New Hope is pretty like, oh shit, you know?
Like what they didn't
Holy shit,
zoom into
Ben.
their faces, so it doesn't count.
Yeah. Who would have thought that people would die in wars?
Shocking.
Porkins lives through Rogue One and dies in A New Hope.
Rogue One is really good. Also, the final scene where Darth Vader finally lets loose is just ridiculously good. And if you ever watch the mashup of the end of Rogue One and the beginning of New Hope, it's fantastic. It's fantastic.
I wouldn't go that far.
It
I really
works
really
fine.
like the ending scene. I don't know that watching the end of Rogue One and then the beginning of A New Hope is fantastic. I just be like, I mean, it fits enough.
Yeah, it works. Yeah.
Why is the CGI lady a human now?
Yeah.
Wow, she got. Wow, the CGI just got really good. It's like she's
That-
really there.
Darth Vader's very calm all of a sudden. What happened there? He was fucking ripping everyone's heads off 2
Well, yeah,
seconds ago.
people often reference that like Vader should be much more like, what the fuck? This is you guys just ran away from a war rather than plans were beamed to this ship. I'm pretty sure. It's like, you know more than that, Vader. You saw that shit.
Yeah, did you not try to lie and say like we were on a diplomatic mission? It's like, really? In the
Diplomatic
middle of the war?
mission. You above a what was it, like an empire?
We
stock
zoomed away
place?
from an active battle.
I was physically watching you guys run away.
It's like you were there. Like, no, we weren't. We were on a diplomatic mission. It's like,
just-
I'm pretty sure that I saw this ship like 20 minutes ago
First thing
in
she
the
says,
battle
like-
we just had.
Yeah,
It's
you
like,
were
"Oh."
literally inside the battleship that I was fighting on.
I was like, "Are you sure?" Like, and she looks around to the other
I
rebel
don't
soldiers and they're
remember.
shrugging. Like, are you sure? I
Well, like,
don't think.
Vader's not even like in the scene. She's saying this to like the subordinates, and Vader comes. He's like, "What's she saying?" It's like, "Oh, apparently they weren't involved."
Oh,
Like, what do you mean they weren't involved?
Yeah.
What the
Yeah,
fuck?
apparently, it wasn't them. They said they're on a diplomatic mission. There must be some kind of mistake.
Vader just says bullshit.
Mistake.
Well, he does torture her, so maybe he was like, "Yeah, you're definitely lying."
Why you always
I'll torture you just
lying?
in case.
Pretty
But I don't think
sure
your
you're
story
fucking
checks
with
out.
me. That was a different cruiser and a different license plate. And he's like, "Oh shit, you're right." We just checked him.
And
Oh,
just take
yes.
the very end of Rogue One,
I
where
was
Darth
looking
Vader is
for a
just
white
kinda
Honda
slaughtering people,
Corolla.
and then the beginning of
That was my bad.
episode 4, where Darth Vader catches the Tantive 4, and they just mash it up, and it works perfectly. It's beautiful. Number 2 is A New Hope, and there's some controversy over whether A New Hope should go in front of Empire. The only reason being that Empire wouldn't exist without New Hope. But
That
New Hope
doesn't mean anything.
That's not why people say that A New Hope's better than Empire. There's plenty of
I
good
do.
reasons. I'm not sure what he's talking about. Like, the thing is, A New Hope is really fucking good. To say Empire New Hope is the top one is fine with me. I don't mind people choosing either.
No, yeah.
Just my argument is always, well, A New Hope is a very complete film, and Empire Strikes Back, while it's great, a lot of that depends on what Return of the Jedi resolves. A New Hope's the only Star Wars movie that you don't need to watch any other one. It's the whole, there it is. It's the whole shebang.
Yeah, that's
That's what I enjoy about it the most.
It's a fucking chunky piece of content for one movie, for sure.
I don't know if I agree with that. I think it flows very smoothly compared to any other Star Wars movie.
Oh
Yeah,
no,
so
not
even
like
Empire Strikes
not like chunky and smooth like peanut butter. Like there's a lot of like there's a
Like,
lot of
there's a lot
stuff
of
in there.
What I mean is you
There's a lot of
get a
content
lot
in
for the
there.
amount of time that you're asked to stay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's what you meant. Sorry, I thought you meant just because I've heard a lot of people complain about the pacing
Maybe-
issues of the first movie. I'm
Maybe a
like,
better word
it
would be
starts out
thick.
with a bang and ends with a bang. There's really not much to fix.
It's thick. There you go. That's a better word
So
for
that's a
it.
good description. You know, thick is good though.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
I've never had a problem with the pacing in New Hope, but I suppose I'd be able to. I feel like a common argument for the OT from some people would be like, oh, they're a bit slower than the other one. I'll just be like,
Than modern movies.
Always
thing
felt
is, they're
like-
really not that slow, though. I mean, A New Hope literally starts out with the opening, the big battle on the ship, and then each Star Wars movie kind of starts out. You're like, what am I doing? You're in the middle of a story, and you got to catch up. I don't know how people complain about that in the modern day. I mean, unless it's like Marvel flashing, in front of your face every 5 seconds. Star Wars, the old ones aren't slow at all.
I need a gauntlet with 6 powerful gems inside it, okay? Otherwise...
They're going kaput every scene.
Yeah.
Is
Damn
in and of
jokes,
itself
sir.
a very good movie. Now, I know these movies hold up because I've shown them to my 6 and my 3-year-old, and they love them. I mean, they are in.
That's not a great.
How do you tell your 3-year-old
That's
loves
not
it?
a good way to find out if a movie holds up.
As long as the 3-year-old spawn of Ben Shapiro says it's good, then damn sure it's good.
It's funny because you'd be like, well, at least 6-year-old, right? It's like 6-year-old. What are we gathering from a 3-year-old to
Yeah, a
6-year-old?
10-year-old
Yeah,
could
it's
love
like-
the Phantom Menace. So what? Now what do we do?
I showed the Emoji Movie to my 3-year-old, and they loved it. So that proves that it's
Yeah,
an
there you
awesome
go.
film.
Into them. I've shown them some of the new movies, not as much.
Conversely,
A New Hope is fantastic.
my 3-year-old
it's creative, it's
absolutely
interesting. It obviously
hates Citizen Kane.
To be fair, I don't see any 3-year-olds enjoying Citizen Kane. They're gonna be like, "What the fuck is this
Part
shit?"
at the end with the sled. He's like, "Oh, is it going to be a sledding scene now?"
Daddy, I feel like his ideals will eventually break down when the realization that he could have personal power and consume him.
Like, that's right.
The dad,
That's right, little Shapiro. That's exactly right.
No, he just looks at him and goes, "Rosebud."
Like, you are smart.
I did grow up watching the Star Wars movies. I probably was like 3 when my parents showed me the original trilogy, and that's why I remember like always growing up wanting to play with Star Wars toys, wanting to like pretend I had a lightsaber. But I was definitely judging them on a different metric than I have now for why they were good.
Yeah,
it was very much a pretty lights and colors thing at the time, I think.
follows all the beats in Joseph Campbell. So it is famously reflective of Joseph Campbell's hero's journey. It's got some of the best lines in movie history, stuff that everybody quotes all the time. It's got great legit actors like Alec Guinness alongside newcomers.
I like great legit actors. Like, what do you mean?
Great legit actors.
They're legitimately actors, as in they acted and then received pay.
They didn't hire any illegal.
As opposed to the
actors.
illegitimate actors who sneak onto set and just start acting.
They just pretend to be extras.
Oh, hey, the Pipeman's in chat. Hello there.
That guy's
Oh,
sweeping.
hi.
Oh, hi, Pikeman. Hello. How are you?
Good EFAP so far. Well, that's really about POV, isn't it? The first 6 hours were quite a disaster in terms of just dealing with the Bob. No, sorry, it was Jim Sterling.
The other one.
My brain registered it as movie Bob. That's terrible, Jim. You got to get out of that. Oh my god.
Oh my goodness.
And then we moved
That
on
guy
to
still
Ben
make
Shapiro.
content?
Sorry.
Did that guy still make content? I haven't heard about from Movie Bob in a while.
Oh, dude, he's the
Yeah,
villain of
he's
EFAP
still-
100. He's literally in the
he's
meme.
still
We got to
chugging
kill him. Oh, by the way, yeah, Drinker, have you seen the super meme?
Yeah, there's like the trailer for Endgame. They've recut it.
Oh yeah, did you? Do you see the 20-minute one? They're like the main one.
Oh no, I haven't seen that one.
Oh, you need to watch it.
Hang on, yeah, I should be able to. I think I linked it in our group chat. If I just scroll all the way to the top, you know.
Oh, okay.
But
It's the big
yeah,
orgasm.
everybody should see it. It's kind of
20
insane.
minute. Holy shit.
Oh
man.
yeah.
Oh fuck. Okay.
Good fucking rad.
Oh yeah, I'll watch that after I'm done with this.
Yeah, everybody is essentially making cameos in it. You're even in it, and you didn't even know.
Wow. Disgusting.
I'll definitely watch it then. I know.
All right, here it is. Anybody who's interested, you should check that out. Put it in a bookmark, you know. Okay. All right, Ben, take it away.
Like Harrison Ford, the initial opening is so good. I actually use the initial opening as an explanation of how politics ought to work in a campaign, because the initial opening is all Darth Vader, right? You don't meet Luke for the first 20 minutes of the film, basically, the first 15 minutes of the film.
Okay.
And that's because you first have to establish the bad guys before you establish the good guys. It's a good
No, you
lesson for
don't.
people who are running
No,
in
you
politics.
No, you don't.
You don't. You made that up. You just
You
fucking
made that up.
You just made that up.
Do we have any other examples that makes this the case?
But I feel like we don't have to. Like, the idea that you have to set up your villain before your hero, it's like, you can do either.
Yeah.
I think you have to set up your world and your stakes,
Sure.
ideally, before you set up your hero. Which is that's Darth Vader is the function of that.
I still think you could get away with, like, you know, if a film opened with just Guy in house and he's in a crazy sci-fi world, but we just watch pieces of the world unfold as he's doing his day-to-day and we get to know him as well, you know?
You could do it, I suppose.
Kind of
I mean,
like
this is
the
a
Lego
punchier-
movie.
Yeah, the
this-
Lego movie. I mean, doesn't technically the Matrix? We get to know Neo first, don't we? I'm
Yeah.
trying to remember.
Oh no, no. There's a cold open with
but
Trinity.
None of that shit makes any sense to us.
Yeah.
The first thing that makes sense is okay, Neo. Okay, and then it's only once he's fucking out of the Matrix that gets
Neo.
exciting.
Oh, shut up, Goliath.
If you ever want to run a political campaign, first establish who your opponent is, and then it makes it easier to establish who you are. And finally,
But he's
as
not
you all
running a
know,
political
number
campaign.
one, this is not
Yeah, that's a bit of a
question,
shit equivalency, isn't it?
Yeah, a little
like,
bit.
Oh, this makes
Well,
sense
if-
for what I do in my life. Therefore,
Well, you see, if you establish very quickly an equivalency in a political sense between the beginning of an Empire or a New Hope Star Wars movie, compare that to a political campaign, like the United States of America, the greatest country that has ever been made, and probably ever will. Long may she stand.
This is not a theory, this is not an opinion, it is a simple fact. Empire Strikes Back is the best of the Star Wars movies and one of the best movies of all time. My father assures me that when people saw this in the theaters, they literally could not believe. They had to wait until Return of the Jedi came out for confirmation that Darth Vader was telling the truth. People doubted it, even after watching Empire Strikes Back. It's a brilliant movie. One of the things that's great about the movie is it's really about how Han Solo is competent. And one of the things that Disney has done with the Star Wars universe that's really stupid is they've decided that basically all the male characters are radically incompetent. In the original Star Wars,
I
pretty
mean,
much
that's
everybody's
just
good.
everyone, though. Everyone's incompetent.
I was gonna say even the women are very incompetent too.
I mean, it tries to say otherwise, but everyone's incompetent.
Oh yeah, according to the films, the women are doing great and the men are fucking up, but everybody's like, let's
But
be honest.
Poe Dameron did nothing wrong.
Poe Dameron did nothing wrong.
And yet he was
He's like
slapped.
Joel.
Yeah, Poe and Joel, they need a buddy cop movie.
I'm telling you, Joel Dameron.
Poe
We're gonna make it
and
happen.
Joel.
The drinker died again.
Oh no.
Good at their job, right? Princess Leia is competent. Han Solo is competent.
Yeah.
Luke Skywalker is increasingly competent. Darth Vader is competent. It's a bunch of competent people. You know what makes for interesting plots? Competent people. Empire
I
Strikes.
agree.
I agree with that.
I miss those days. I
Yeah.
miss those days.
A lot of older great shit has smart people fighting smart people, and it's nice.
but then also, if everyone's incompetent, maybe that would make for a good story too.
Don't you get Dumb and Dumber with stuff like that?
Yeah, or like Jackass, or
Yeah.
Different people who are good at different things working together is something
Oh,
people
yeah.
like to watch.
Back is all about how Han Solo is shockingly competent at all the things he's attempting to do. And how he's a rogue, and all, the writing is fantastic. Lawrence Kasdan does a beautiful job with the script. Also, everything Yoda related is just tremendous. And of course, it has a phenomenal score from John Williams. Empire Strikes Back, obviously, #1 on the list with a bullet. I mean, it is not close. Alrighty, well, May the 4th be with you. And in honor of May the 4th, tonight we have an All Access Live. We'll be discussing all of this. To be part of the All Access Live, you have to actually become a member over at...
Oh, fuck that.
me
I want to get
money.
more of Ben
I
Shapiro's
want
opinions
money.
on Star Wars.
Hey man, let's all discuss our rankings with Ben Shapiro live. Let's do it.
did we? I think we got one the same.
I like the first thing I'd probably say to him is, so you like The Rise of Skywalker, and you're wrong. Like,
Oh man.
I'm gonna be like, what does your wife do for a living?
very curious.
I need to know.
But yeah, that's it for Ben's opinions on Star Wars. What do you think?
I love it.
Mixed.
Right.
Wow.
I mean, I agree with lots of what he says, but I don't agree with how he prioritizes the
Yes.
things.
I feel like what he says and how he actually ranks it doesn't really
Yeah, it doesn't add up.
add up.
So I suppose there's just so many different things we could do. I think probably gonna have
I'm
to.
gonna have to tag out here.
Oh,
which is
you
absolutely fine.
You going to sleepy-tisms? What are you doing?
No, I don't want to hold up the rotation.
Oh,
I'm just being a goodman. I'm being a goodman.
I'm gonna have to jump out too. I have a bunch of shit to do for the channel this week, so.
Well, I mean, it was good to hang out for the amount we did, and it was nice to see you on 100, of course.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I'm sure we'll talk again in the future.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. See you around,
That's
dude.
it. Never see you again.
Oh.
Well, thanks everybody.
Yeah, you bet.
Yeah, see you
we
around,
will
dude.
catch you later.
I'll talk to you guys later. Bye, Mahler, Rags, Drinker,
See
everyone
ya.
else.
Later,
Bye-bye.
See you. Toodaloo.
What a nerd.
Wow, doesn't even know my
Give me a
name.
second.
He said mumble or something. He was like, yeah, you.
Sorry that
Crying
I was
person.
silent for the past couple of minutes there. Connection was all screwed up here.
That's all right.
So good.
So wait, Mello, you alive now? Dying now? What's happening?
I just don't want to hold up the rotation. That's all I was saying.
Right,
I was
I'm doing a bit of juggling
I'm
now.
gonna flume out, I guess.
And I'm assuming you'll be going to sleep before you could possibly be doing.
Actually, there's some live wrestling, so I'm probably gonna be up for at least 2 more hours and a couple of more hours after. I'm not really tired right now. I'm just chilling. So if I'm just pop me some messages and see if I'm around still, I guess.
Yeah, all right.
When flumes hit the glooms.
I mean, it's because there's a couple of people who are rotating in, and so I'm not sure if I'll be able to get you back. But of course, I shall if I can.
Yeah, it's all good. I mean, tomorrow, I don't know how available I'll be today because it's actually Dad Commander's birthday in a couple of minutes.
Oh, happy birthday, Dad Commander.
Yeah.
And yeah, I guess you'll be done when I'm back from my dad's place, I can imagine. Or maybe you're just gonna go longer as you always do, and it's gonna be 5 million hour long EFAP.
Fop, you'll say. He's a fop.
EFAP.
Yeah, I can never truly know exactly how long these things will go for, you know.
Yeah, I mean, last time you went 24 hours, and then you went like 7 hours longer, I guess. I think I even hopped in at the end when you were reading super chats or something.
Yeah, I'm just imagining how long it's going to take you to get through the super chats on this one. It's going to be epic by itself.
Yeah. I mean, we'll do our very, very best. But yeah, I'm just cycling, grabbing some invites as I do. So, I guess we'll catch you around.
Yeah, it was fun. You guys have more fun, and maybe see you later. Maybe see you next one.
All right.
See you later.
Sleep.
Cool, man.
Nice to
Sleep
meet you.
small amounts of hours. We can get you back on. Okay. Okay.
Schlorms. Later.
Boy.
I don't mind hanging out, but if you have more people you need to rotate in, I don't mind taking off either.
We shall see. That's actually apparently Team Halloween is currently winning.
Yeah, get it.
Wow, Team Halloween caught up.
Ah.
Yeah, Team Christmas kind of took it away at the beginning, but Halloween's just squeaked in ahead now.
Damn, man.
How about it? I mean, I knew the truth would get out there eventually. I just didn't think it would be so quickly. Okay. But yeah, see, this is the thing. It's funny when you have essentially no schedule whatsoever. You just end up being like, wait, what do we even what coverage is to be done? Like, fucking look around, see what options we got, and I'm thinking with this selection, guess Star Wars is the best option, right? Out of all the different things we could possibly cover. Also, hello.
Well, yeah,
Better.
I mean, like, if there's one thing we need to talk about more, it's Star Wars for sure.
Not nearly enough Star Wars discussion on
I am
EFAP.
back.
I wonder how many hours total of Star Wars talking has been done between everyone combined.
Oh, just a few minutes, I'd say.
What's Star Wars?
That one with the snow planet.
The Ewoks.
It's that movie about space wizards for children.
Oh yeah, that one. The one about space wizards.
But yeah, welcome back to EFAP, Satan.
I don't even think that's accurate. I think it's more like space monks, rather than wrong class. Willows, wrong class. Don't you know your D&D?
Space wizards, how dare you? But yeah, welcome back to EFAP, Satan. How do you do?
Very good. Thank you for having me back. Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Good to be here.
We're in the we're up to late now for the European side of the world, but America is still in what, like afternoon-ish.
It is
close to evening, I think. Close to evening. So somewhere between a line between afternoon and evening.
Oh,
I
people
would
are
say.
saying the Snyder Cut trailer is out. Are we able to watch trailers without getting hit by copyright?
The Snyder Cut trailer is you can only watch it on the DC Fandom, which is like almost like the way they did BlizzCon, where you can like buy an online ticket to watch
Oh,
the
surely there's a re-upload on YouTube by now, though.
Yeah, I give it a couple hours at max.
Tricky.
Is that something we can do live, or do we get hit with?
Depends
go
if
away
there's any
juice?
music.
Maybe.
I think it really depends on whether we like it or not. So if it's positive, we can stay up. If we don't like it, however, we're coming right down.
It's very good. Very good. I like. Yes, very good.
We could just say the exact opposite of what we think, so that
that
everyone
everyone
else
knows.
knows what we really mean, but we'll get away with it.
Yeah, I imagine we'll have to wait a bit anyway. Oh, Az got his stream cut for it?
Oh,
Yeah,
really?
so did,
Wait, for what?
For showing the Lethal Lightning, who's on the Gaming with Geeks channel with me, did a reaction on his channel to the Snyder Cut, and his video got pulled in like 10 minutes.
Ah, okay.
See.
Well, I'm afraid we can't do that, Ladles.
So
and
the
Jelly
Snyder, wait,
Spoons.
the Snyder Cut's out? It's released?
No, the trailer.
Yeah.
Trailer.
Yeah.
Oh.
I think
we
they've
have-
done a new trailer for Wonder Woman 1984 as well.
Do we
DC
have
is having, like, a
do we have any
whole
news on
thing.
Batwoman season 2?
Probably sometime. I think it's 8 hours. Their stream's going. It started at 1 p.m. Eastern, so probably a little bit to go. And they only have so many things they could show trailers of.
Yeah, the best we could do is all of us watch it, and I mute it on stream, and then we can tell people what we think. But what we'll do is try and do that between stream 1 and 2, I think. So we can have a chat about it. Do we have a date for when it's coming out, at least? I assume people are hype. Is it a good trailer? What chat, what do you think? Is it a good trailer? I trust chat, even though they're of two minds, or several thousand. It's, you know.
I watched it without sound, but what I found interesting about it was I didn't recognize a single shot from the Joss Whedon cut. So
Well, that can only be a good thing.
I know, like I was like, huh, well, I mean, seems like it literally is making it different. And
Is there even anything redeeming about the original Justice League? It's like, not really. We'll
Maybe
redo it.
if you remember that the guy who made it made like Avengers and Buffy, but
Well-
like it's an abstract association, not anything about the actual content.
I feel like the killer argument for that is the guy who made Prometheus made Alien. You're like, oh. Then you're like, well, at least he didn't make Alien Covenant. Oh.
Yeah.
Can you imagine that, making those two instead, like, because he didn't want to do a sequel to Alien originally, right? That's why James Cameron got it. Because they would have had him do it, and then it's like, yeah, but I'll do 2 sequels fucking 50 years later. Please don't. Oh, and of course, Satan. Which is better, Halloween or Christmas?
Well, obviously it's Halloween.
I
I mean,
just don't
hands
get it.
down.
I just don't get it.
Well,
like, am I the only one here with a loving family? Like, I guess I fucking am.
Satan, you've got a loving family, right? It's like a whole bunch of demons.
Yeah, there's nothing more loving than a demon family.
Mhm. Stick together.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah,
this
I picked Christmas on the basis that it was socially acceptable to drink at like 9 a.m. on Christmas Day, so winner.
I feel like that's fair. That's a good reason.
Yeah, things only get crazy on Halloween once the sun goes down.
Well, I mean, on Halloween, it's acceptable for you to drink, and it's acceptable for adults to eat candy. So you get both of those.
But
And you
is
can do it
ever
all
not
day.
acceptable for adults to eat candy?
Yeah, you
every
can eat candy
time,
at
every time
Christmas.
someone says Halloween, their logic is totally flawed, and
Rags, you said Christmas wrong.
But I
Pronounced
like
it all weird.
spooky things, and Christmas isn't very spooky.
Yeah, I wait.
You're
for
enjoying
the-
holidays wrong, okay?
The
Just all enjoying
atmosphere and
holidays wrong.
excitement of Halloween. Also, Halloween specials are better than Christmas specials. Don't at me.
Yeah.
So anyway, I suppose so this DC fandom thing. Are we expecting anything else from it that we haven't already gotten? Like,
They showed the
interesting?
trailer for a game called Gotham Knights that seems like it's a sequel / soft reboot of the Arkham games, where Batman is not in it, but the rest of the Bat family is playable, and there's like co-op. It seems pretty cool.
Is there?
Court of the
Did they
Owls.
also bring out a trailer for the Suicide Squad?
I believe so. I did not see that though.
Oh.
I've not seen it. Maybe it's not been released yet. It was supposed
Okay.
to be.
There's promo images of Harley Quinn again.
Oh.
Wait, what?
Great.
Oh, for Suicide Squad 2.
Yeah.
Dude, the
I think what
continuity.
There's a god awful picture of Cheetah from one. Oh Jesus, that looks awful.
I think one thing we learned from the original Suicide Squad trailer is that not to trust the trailer.
Yeah.
Fucking don't
Yeah,
trust
that
movies just at all. Like, so yeah,
Okay, there's an exclusive sneak peek for the new Suicide Squad. It's about 2 minutes long.
Whoa. Again, we probably can't watch stuff like that because.
Well, people are saying fandom's free to watch now. I've seen like tickets for it being sold on like Steam and stuff. So I was like, oh, I guess maybe you can like watch it on the Steam client. I don't know. Maybe I just didn't.
Maybe
know
you can watch it for free, or you can pay for it.
Yeah.
If you fall for the scam.
Okay, yeah. So by the looks of it, there's no actual final footage in it. It's just kind of like a behind-the-scenes featurette, just showing the cast walking around in their outfits and falling on blue bags and stuff.
I always hate seeing that stuff before an actual trailer. It's like,
It's like, here, we're going to completely ruin the magic before you've even seen it in the first place.
Yeah.
Well, from what I saw of the teaser of Suicide Squad, the new one is they have Harley Quinn in actual outfit that looks good instead of some weird mishmash, sort of like a, I don't know, it's like someone dressed her who liked to play a lot of online MMORPGs. Is put on like a tin hat and I don't know, a blue coat or something like that because it has higher stats or something. That's how they dressed her in Birds of Prey. Now they dress her like a human being in this teaser.
James Gunn's directing this one, right?
Oh no,
Yeah.
John
James
Cena.
Gunn.
John Cena's outfit looks pretty crap. He's kind of got this weird like metal bell end on his head.
Is he playing King Shark? I mean, just knowing what I know about Suicide Squad characters, I think he would be the one you'd want to cast as a big dude. But yeah, I don't know.
He just looks like a big dildo, to be honest.
Is
I don't know
there
which character
something
he's
wrong
playing.
with that?
The best kind.
I
James
mean,
Gunn
if you're into
takes
that
those
sort
kind
of
of
thing,
things.
then good for you. But yeah.
I feel like James Gunn can take things that would look silly and make them entertaining to watch, though.
Oh, Yondu's in it, not the actual character, the actor.
Yeah,
I mean,
Michael Rooker.
Michael Rooker. Yeah.
So anyway, I have a video for us. Funnily enough, this is a bit of a throwback. I don't actually know what to expect.
Ooh.
I've not seen it, but it's unfortunate Jeff just left because he was here at the inception. But it's okay because Rags and I were too. The toxic brood was coined by a particular YouTuber while reviewing, I believe, TLJ and talking about how toxic the world had become, or at least fandom world. And he made a video for the Rise of Skywalker, and we haven't seen it yet. So who knows what to expect?
Did he figure out how to turn down the input gain on his mic? I think I remember this guy.
Oh, and we might be rotating. Let's find out. Oh, yes. Okay. Well,
Yep.
I'm afraid
out, Mark.
we'll be trading marks.
Okay, cool.
All
right,
There
well-
can only be one, I guess. Well, goodbye, Mark.
Totally fine. But yeah, thanks very much for having me on. I really enjoyed being here. I'm obviously going to be listening to a fair amount of the rest of the show. Chat, thank you for being so nice to me, but no, not saying I'm horrible too much from what I saw. And yeah, take it easy, everybody. Congratulations on getting to 100.
Thanks for coming.
Well, you're
And,
welcome very much, and
yeah.
thanks for popping on. Maybe you'll be back. Who knows? We're gonna go for another. I don't even want to look how much longer we're gonna go. We're just keep going.
Yeah,
Just keep
All right.
going.
and thanks
Sounds
for
good.
voting for Halloween.
Yeah,
I didn't pay
You can
him
be wrong.
what?
It's fine. It's all right to be wrong in a podcast. That everyone can see. That's fine. It's all right. I'll
All
get
right.
girlfriends here.
okay. Take it easy,
I'm
everybody.
picking names
See
for
ya.
girlfriends.
Take care.
Hey, Mark After Dark, what's better, Christmas or Halloween?
You already know my answer, and
Oh, did you answer
I
this?
know you're gonna be disappointed. It's Halloween. I'm sorry.
Wait, you think
Well, that's
I'll
the
be
correct answer.
You think I'll be
That's the
disappointed
wrong
with that?
answer. I know that you want Christmas. That's what you want to hear, isn't it?
Well, that's the
It's-
truth. So we would like to hear the truth.
I knew it. I knew
We're
it.
predicated
Dude.
upon the idea that it's good to tell truthful things and not
Look,
lies.
I'll be
And
honest.
yeah,
Okay.
that's-
EFAP
Learn your
100.
feelings, okay? You know it to be true.
EFAP 100 has been a rousing success. So many Halloween votes have come in. I didn't even know. It's a landslide.
Isaac, I guess I'm just the only person with a wholesome family who loves him and has kept up the good familial relationship. with his
Spooky
friends.
Ween.
I don't know.
Spooky Ween for the win, lads. I can't wait for October.
I guess it just makes me appreciate that all the more now. I guess.
I get an itch on my wrist. I pull up my sleeve, and it's like I will not tell lies. So it's getting burned into my flesh. I just screaming.
Rag, stop casting spells on our guests. So yes, wait. So if you cycle up a little bit in the watch together, there, you guys will be able to find the links you need to get into this.
Yes. We're still watching Ben Shapiro.
I think it's French. Also, no, we're not watching him anymore. We finished it.
Oh.
It was good shit, right, guys?
I mean, it was shit. I don't know whether it was good or not. Goliath.
There's a reason why. I mean, there's a reason why Ben Shapiro is still in politics, and he's not the next, Neil Gaiman or something. Even though he tried his hand at fiction, it wasn't very good. I bought it, and it wasn't very good at all. There's a reason why he's still a political guy. That's like your opinion, man.
You probably didn't get it. You're the kind of guy who'd vote that the Rise of Skywalker isn't good.
Well, I wouldn't say that's inaccurate.
I think it's an easy, solid. What did you put it at? 6, 5? Was it 6?
Yeah.
Oof.
Because it did portray the franchise.
I did.
It does hurt to hear. It hurts to hear.
But it's the truth. I was saying.
The blinking lights and the member berries,
that's
all it did was ruin the entire franchise by making Palpatine win in the end, and not only win, but take all the credit from the Skywalker family. It's Rey Palpatine. You know what? Lars Farm, hers now. Millennium Falcon, hers now. X-wing. Luke's X-wing, hers now. Luke's lightsaber / Anakin's lightsaber, hers now. Everything is hers now, including like the legacy and all the good things that the Skywalker family has done, even though Skywalker family lost. Also, I think all the Solos are dead also, if I remember correctly.
Good.
That's what you want as a fan.
That's what the fans asked for.
Yeah, it was a big petition.
I remember everyone wanting to. I remember everyone wanting the Rise of Skywalker to just obliterate all the great things the Skywalker family did. That was it. Now, my hope was that the Rise of Skywalker would end with Luke Skywalker rising from his bed and saying, "Wow, what a terrible dream I just had."
Yeah.
Alas.
Are you guys ready?
Yes.
Oh, there we go. Oh, hey!
Fucking copyright shit. What is this?
Already? Quick on the draw on this one.
This is a little loud.
No, please.
Jesus. Oh yeah. Probably shouldn't play that one.
No, it should be okay. It was only a couple seconds. Okay, well, I'll guess
That
I'll be
was-
still.
Why?
Stop playing the music. I'll just mute it. You guys can tell me when I'm safe.
And I think we're done.
Yeah.
Yay.
You have no place in this story. You come from nothing. You're nothing.
Oh yeah, so for context, I'm pretty sure he liked TLJ, but I guess he'll cover that. Did he like TLJ? Do you remember, Rax? It was so long ago that we covered this.
I think I don't know. I can't remember. I think so. I think he did, but I can't remember.
Because he was
So
angry at
don't
everyone
hold me
being
to it.
angry at it, right?
It was something like that.
But not to me.
If only we could learn how to watch movies correctly. I think we'd all be good to go.
I just like reviewing. Oh my god. It's gonna happen.
Like its own segment.
The rise. Oh my god.
So we're 43 seconds in and
Yeah,
nothing.
I was just gonna say that
Look.
like the time spent here is like a little bit gratuitous.
It
with
sets
the,
the
like,
tone. You guys aren't getting it.
It's okay when I do 30-second intros if my video is an hour long, not 13 and a half minutes.
I feel like a lot of movie reviewers are just failed like wannabe movie makers, so
Yeah,
they
for
take it
sure.
out on their
Yeah.
film reviews. They're just like, and they make it as like cinematic and dramatic as possible. It's
See,
like,
I
okay,
can do it.
Oh, that voice.
I had a 45-minute intro.
I'll show them. I'll show them all.
Little do they know.
So, yeah.
I didn't want to make this
Couple months
video.
You have become
Is this
the
a
very
fucking review
glue
or an
you swallowed to
apology?
destroy, and he said
Don't-
the thing, which makes me happy.
Don't sigh when you start a fucking video.
I'm so sorry. Oh god, this is already. I don't even know who this is, and this is already
Did he?
so good.
Did he just come? Like what? What the fuck was that?
It's just funny because I think you could have sighed back in the day, but it's too late now. People have done it too many times. No more sighing. Everyone, stop it. No more sighing.
People's sighs make me sigh.
Oh,
many
is this one of the
sighs.
parts where he says, "I didn't want to make this video"?
Well, yeah, we're
What's
gonna see if he
heavy?
says that. I don't think. I think people are smart enough these days not to say that. Ow, Jesus Christ!
What the fuck?
Stop! Go away!
Why is this video so loud already?
I know. There we go.
Yeah. A couple months ago, I saw Star Wars: The Rise of Skywalker, and
Would you want a fucking medal?
Is this video going to be one long
was
sigh
not
for 13
great.
minutes?
I really
Well,
I mean,
that's what the Star Wars franchise is now. It's just one long sigh.
I was gonna say, this is good. I'm getting into the feel of the Rise of Skywalker sighing. It's like, yeah.
wanted to love this movie, but I just liked it.
Why?
Kinda. I still enjoyed
Yeah.
watching the film, and there are things about it that are good, but it's not without its
What,
issues.
like those binoculars, or?
No, the visuals aren't connected. That's just trailer footage. Shut up.
It's just random yeah, it's the most dull.
Why would you assume what you see?
Lazy
Why would you
bullshit.
assume what you see correlates with what you hear? Why would you assume that? That's stupid.
I'm gonna guess that at least 8 minutes of this review is trailer footage. Going
Probably more than
bold.
that.
Going bold, but I feel like
Not just like looping random trailers.
just looped trailer footage or just trailer. It's just trailer material.
I'm ready for the sad version of the Star Wars music to play in the back to emotionally manipulate us properly. I'm waiting for that to come up.
Bum, bum.
We should do like a Star Wars review video bingo and just put all of these fucking tropes on there. He's winning so far, I think.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that'll work. That'd be fun. I'll play that.
Video
Oh,
essay
yeah,
bingo,
someone made
man.
us-
You can
yeah.
play it. You can play it.
On its own, it's not that bad of a film.
Well.
Yeah,
Rise of
what though?
Skywalker.
What are the parameters? It's not that bad. I mean,
Well, I guess
no.
we'll find out what his parameters are, but
But as the ending to the entire Skywalker saga, I can't help but feel disappointed at how things turned out. It could have been a whole lot better than this. And that's also why I don't blame anyone who hates this one. It was supposed to be the big finale, the closing chapter, Star Wars' Endgame. Only instead of being as good and epic as Endgame, it just rips it off during...
I mean,
what? Excuse me?
Those lines being like, I mean, well, hang on, okay, I am,
Everyone's here, all the
but,
Jedi.
Endgame was kind of disaster ending too. I'm sorry, okay, Endgame's not very well written. I'm saying it. I'm putting it out there. I feel like it's been put out there before, but I'm putting it out there again. Yeah,
unpopular opinion. Okay, unpopular opinion. You
I don't even know
You
what
have to preface it. Like preface it.
Is it unpopular or popular to say that Endgame is poor writing in it? I don't know.
Well, I don't know that the trend on Twitter is that you just say a popular opinion, but you put unpopular opinion before it.
Okay.
So
Unpopular opinion?
you look brave when you say it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Saying I am Iron Man compared to I am all the Jedi, it's like it does come across as like, oh my god, we got the discount store one, didn't we, in Star Wars? Like, ugh, what a mess.
She raised all the Jedi, and you just got to deal with it, like Korra.
No.
during the climax. And as a whole, ends up being pretty... meh. When I finished watching The Force Awakens for the first time, I left the theater with a big smile on my face.
Unpopular
Same goes
opinion.
for
I
The
hate
Last
Babu
Jedi.
Frick.
But after...
Wow.
Wow, that's just really racist. I can't believe you just said that.
I mean,
I really enjoyed the part of the movie of Rise of Skywalker where his planet blew up, but I hate it when it turns out that he survived.
Well, you found joy in. I assume you could find your way back out.
I'm just saying this. I've not really put too much thought into it, but I think Babu Frick might be the best new character that's introduced in the sequel trilogy.
Best sequel trilogy character, yeah.
Unpopular opinion.
He's pretty good, I really liked his character arc, Babu Frick.
Babu Frick.
I really like the bit when he was like, "Eh."
He was the true main
Man had
character.
some ideas.
It was
Say
not
what you want about his methods.
Turns out it was not the Skywalker saga. It was the Babu Frick saga. He was the true
Frick
hero
sa-
from the
imagine
beginning.
at the end of the movie when she's like, "What's your surname?" She just go, "Frick."
Frick. Like what you forgot? What you mean? You forgot it? It's like no.
Ray Frick.
Staring off into the distance, there's just.
I always hoped it would be Ray Plutt. That she
Yeah.
would say.
Ray
The man who
I mean, have
raised
some
me.
respect for the man who raised you for 20 years, you know?
Did he though?
I need a scene where Plutt is like, "Do you know how much I sacrificed?"
That's the argument I always get, that she was apparently raised by Plutt, Uncle Bud or whatever it is, because his arm appeared for a few
Uncle Bud.
seconds in a flashback.
Yeah. She was sold to. He's a quiet girl. So clearly he loved her. He was like, "Yeah, I'm gonna take care of you, protect you." He grew her up. He took, he made sure nothing bad happened to her. Then she just stole his shit and ran away.
But if you ask me for more than 1/4 portion, I will be very upset with you. Abby needs all the portions we can spare.
She's
for the greater
bulking up
gains.
again.
After I saw
Yeah,
this,
Uncle Butt.
all I said was, "Okay, it was alright." At the time,
This has been quite an informative review so far.
If 13
if you-
minutes,
if
we're
you
only
have
2 minutes into it.
If that's your response, why do you feel the need to create a video review? Like, I've seen so many films and gone, yeah, that was all right. I
Because
then
you
don't
can't
feel
just not make a
impassioned.
review to The Rise of Skywalker.
Well, I didn't.
Yeah, well, you can't just do that.
Yeah, and look, you're a pizza. Look what happened to you.
Yeah, it's such a weak way to begin by saying like, well, it could have been good, but it wasn't.
So anyway,
I
13
could have. I
more
wanted
minutes.
to love it, but I didn't.
it was a 7 out of 10 movie for me.
What?
But the more
I don't know what that means. It's like
No, I was legit gonna say that at the 13-minute mark, if he actually says this out of 10, he would have won me back. But no, he lost that.
Out of
chance.
10.
Lost it.
It's a disappointing ejaculation
being
out of 10.
Is that the same ranking Ben Shapiro gave it, or was that 6?
Oh. Well, he gave it. He ranked them from he didn't give them a number
best of-
rating.
best
Out of 10, yeah.
Okay, yeah. But it was 6 on his rankings, so there's a connection there. There's a through line. Everyone, Ben Shapiro and AJ are connected.
Conspiracy going on.
Yes.
Okay, it was alright. At the time, it was a 7 out of 10 movie for me. But the more I thought about it, it ended up being a 6.
No more, no less.
Now,
How?
let me address
Oh, it's gonna be one of those videos where you have the eensy beensy little one line you find for that one Star Wars movie, and you awkwardly.
So
kinda
yeah,
just
that
shove it into
vaguely
whatever.
fits with the point I just made. I'm just going to
Yeah.
cram that in.
He said
Remember
no
that
more,
time
no
Yoda said
less,
that
even though
thing?
he
If he's-
changed it on the fly, implying that it's a shaky 6. It's like no more,
Well, here-
no less.
If Yoda says it, they'll believe it. But if it comes from me, they just won't. It won't be the same.
I'm just nasally movie reviewer number 439.
Wow.
But did you see my long intro? I can do it,
He even sounds very disinterested in his own video. How interested would he expect us to be?
what I liked about the film first. Biggest positive? The music. In all 9 films, John Williams has...
There is a video by a YouTuber called Sideways who helps explain why the music is shitty in this film. Everyone should go watch it. I was impressed even. I was watching it and I was like, oh shit, yeah. Oh, ooh.
But I do feel like it is kind of the people that don't really understand much about composition or music will just say, it is good because John Williams.
Well,
You know?
yeah, and it made me
Like
it made me feel good, and some of them were like the ones in the old ones. Woohoo!
Yeah.
blessed us with amazing and memorable tracks. It's
Okay,
been a blast
you paid for it. Calm down.
hearing him compose for these films. And knowing that this is it for him as far as Star Wars is
Thank fuck.
Yeah.
Let me rest.
Did he do this video as like a project he really didn't want to do, like a school project or something? That's what it sounds like. Yeah, Star Wars. And
Whoever was pointing the gun at Ben Shapiro is now pointing the gun at this fucking guy.
Dude, if they get John Williams to do it again, he's gonna be leaving the auditorium in like a dustpan and brush thing. He's just like, leave him alone. He's done. Let him live out the rest of his days, not having to, carry the weight of every shitty Star Wars film on his shoulders.
kind of upsetting, but I'm glad he was able to finish it. The visual effects...
Pretty sure he didn't. Wasn't it his son that finished the music or something? I remember reading, or brother, something like that. Almost certain he didn't get it finished.
It's almost the reason why I didn't actually mind the change in musical styles for The Mandalorian, because it's not the same music, but it's it's a little bit different, and
that's what
we can
not
venture
the
into
same
new
means, yeah.
territory. I think they can venture to new territory rather than to stay with the same old music. It's still good, but
I agree.
we got a little taste
I
of
like
something
the music in
different.
Mandalorian. That is not what I would call an issue in Mandalorian.
Yeah, I like the music in Mandalorian. It's good music.
Yep.
And sets were still amazing. And I gotta give the VFX team props for being able to insert Carrie Fisher into certain scenes.
Yeah, good job, necromancers.
What do you guys think?
That's a big fat no from me. I fucking hated that. It just.
I mean,
felt-
it comes across as awkward.
It's just a really
we
awkward
said
dialogue
at the same
jigsaw.
time, that
It's
means
like,
we're blood brothers.
How can we
Yes.
somehow
forever,
get
man.
these lines to fit in with the current story? I just felt it was just you could feel them trying to make it work. It wasn't seamless at all, and it would have been just better off without.
Oh god, that scene where they're talking, like right here, they were looking at, where they're having a little back and forth, and she's like, "Tell me what to do, Leia," and it's literally cut like a fucking Tim and Eric skit when they take like the bloopers of like the actors and just force them in or something. It's just like these. It's clearly like leftover lines that they're just putting in. They're just getting them in. They're just making it work the best that they can.
It was
So-
like the bit where Leia's like, "Oh, do me a favor, be optimistic," and they have to construct a scene around that.
Yeah.
Aw. So you're saying instead of an outtake, it's an intake?
Felt like one that made it in.
It's like, right, we need to get Rey to doubt a droid so that Leia can say, "Never underestimate a droid."
Well, I'd seen that scene,
and then it's not relevant to anything that happens ever.
Because it's in reference to because originally in Force Awakens we were supposed to cut to the rebellion or the Resistance soon after the original Poe scene where he's captured, and then they're talking about what they're gonna do, because I think the opening of the scene is like Poe has been captured and the place has been destroyed, and then they're like, I think they know that BB-8 has the droid, and then they're like, oh, we're fucked, and then she's like, never underestimate a droid. And so
okay.
I'd seen that clip already in relation to the Force Awakens critique, and so when I saw that in the film, I was like, oh, I know where you got that from.
That doesn't fit.
It's even more awkward when you know where it came from, and I don't know. It's I guess props to them for like the technology of it and the painstaking hours it must have taken to get it all done. But Jesus Christ, I would have preferred not doing it.
Oh yeah, it reminds me of the room, the flower shop scene. Oh hi, Johnny,
Yeah.
didn't see you
Yeah.
there. Bye, doggy. You're my favorite
that's-
customer.
That's
Yeah, it's got
me.
that
You're
feel
my
to it.
favorite customer. Okay. Oh, hi, doggy.
Bye bye, doggy.
Hello. Hi.
A dozen red roses, please.
You did that so
That's
well.
me.
Oh, hi, Johnny. I didn't know it was you. It's just there's just no emotion.
Hello, Johnny.
Is the flower shop lady the person who does these videos?
Sounds like her.
Exactly like her.
The dialogue may be unnatural, but making it work into the narrative was not without effort.
Oh yeah. Okay, it was good because effort.
They failed, but they tried.
Yeah.
At
Therefore,
least you
it's
tried.
good, and I like it.
When
Is
the
that
first
what
thing
the new Star Wars is? It's just movies that get rewards because they tried. It's just one big participation trophy.
it's really sad when you start out your review about a movie and you say, let's talk about the good. It's all technical aspects. You're just like, well,
Yeah.
they did great CGI and like the composing was suitable and it's like you haven't even gotten to characters
Like,
or
they
storytelling.
managed to
Yeah.
record the dialogue. They managed to turn the camera on.
The movie had
mastering
visual.
was really good.
They
clean audio.
with a $300 million budget, they managed to make it look nice.
That's
you know, like,
that's the big thing.
surprised me.
Somehow they found a way. Somehow
They found a way.
They had to get real resourceful with this
Yeah.
one.
they had to really pinch those pennies. Scrounge. I tell you what, the Rise of Skywalker is like the Evil Dead of the new age. Like I don't know how they did it, but oh, if there's a will, there's a way.
They also managed to make Leia look like she was mostly there.
Mostly there. Leia was mostly.
Gotta admit,
there.
this shot is kind of awkward. It's like, oh god, it was just the front of her face and a bit of her hair, wasn't it? Oh.
I'd like to see something like this done again because it's pretty.
No.
I wouldn't.
Let her
No.
die. Fuck.
I'd say kill yourself, but I know that nowadays that's not the end and they can bring you back, so I don't even know what to say anymore.
You have to put it in your contract. Please don't bring me back from the
Oh, I'd like to see them.
If I
respect
die,
the
that's the end of it.
This is really
Basically,
creepy if you think
means-
about it.
Yeah, what if
Because now if you die, if you're an actor and you die, they can bring you back and use your corpse as a puppet.
Well, not even that. Like, do you reckon they'd preserve dead celebrities and marionette them around the set?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. Something to look at for the actors to react to.
Well,
bounce
no.
off
So
of.
there's a movie coming out soon called Finding Jack, which actually stars James Dean. He's been dead for 55 years, but he's got the
Said
leading
James
role.
Dean, and I was like, wait.
No, not the porn actor.
Oh, that's
the
dedication.
the dead guy who's been dead for 55 years. He's
No,
the lead
I
actor.
was thinking of the famous actor, not the porn guy. Apparently, the porn guy named James Dean.
Neat.
How did they do this?
Well,
It's
computers.
just straight up CGI and some
Computers.
old photographs. I think.
That's fun.
Yeah, it's fucking.
Well, it's one of
bullshit,
those
but-
like, oh god, we're living in that time now.
Yeah.
Hey, would you say that this plays into the themes of Rise of Skywalker with Palpatine coming back and like
Oh,
That death
definitely.
was never
is-
really gone?
Yeah, at best, death is a very. It's not so much the end of life as it is a slight inconvenience at times.
Well, it's kind of terrifying that
Just-
like,
it really is just a bigger CGI budget.
what if
That's all death is now.
what if
I'm gonna
Mark
start
Hamill?
cloning celebrities and then using their clones as actor slaves.
What if they were like, okay, we want episode 10, we're gonna bring back the whole original cast, and Harrison Ford's like, I'm not doing it, and Carrie's obviously dead, and Mark Hamill's like, fuck that, I am out. They're like, we're gonna bring you all back with CGI. They're like,
Oh yeah, well,
all of you.
we
We're
don't
getting-
need your consent to have you
and
act
we've-
in our film.
We've got enough
think-
dialogue that you recorded in the previous movies. We can just like chop it all up and splice it together into
I
entirely new
think seeing,
performances.
seeing as they've been paid by Disney in the past, I think there was definitely a secret like ownership of soul subclause somewhere in anything they've signed. So I don't think they have much say in the matter now. Their likeness will just be owned forever by Walt and the gang.
Walt and the gang.
So I'm looking forward to the Leia, a Star Wars story, which is just all made of B-roll footage.
Oh god.
That's going to be
The,
great.
the trailer opens
It's
with the
just
line,
her dur-
you've
it's just her
never
doing coke in the
underestimated
trailer.
Droid.
Pretty impressive. Also, the performances were great, especially from Daisy Ridley and Adam Driver. Speaking of which, I really enjoyed Kylo Ren / Ben Solo in this. From the beginning of the film, I was
Okay.
worried he wasn't going
Why?
to be a worthy supreme leader. But I gotta say, he was a very composed and intimidating leader this time.
Why?
I do
Uh,
not think
the
that
guy
I
gets the-
would
I
say those things.
yeah, I can't marry up what he's saying to reality.
Nate,
Just
at what
try,
point was
damn
he
it.
intimidating?
Yeah, how was
when
he a worthy
when he jumped on the
adversary?
chain and said, "Ouch."
Well, Kylo Ren was
I
final
fixed
word
my
is he threw
helmet.
tantrums. If you throw tantrums, you're apparently a very intimidating antagonist. You have to throw emotional tantrums. though.
Yeah,
you
like
thought there
I'm
was a
just
guy-
waiting for this guy to say like I was worried he wouldn't be a consistently written character, but fortunately he was.
Anyone remember how Tarkin was? He threw emotional tantrums all over the place. Now that made him intimidating. Or remember how Darth Vader just threw emotional tantrums everywhere? I know Anakin Skywalker did, but not Darth Vader really. Palpatine. Anyone remember how he just ran off the walls as a crazy person? Even the Joker is more controlled than Ben Solo.
It's
Okay.
yeah. It's the sign of a good character, though, a strong character, someone who just flies into a blind, uncontrolled rage the moment they encounter any kind of problems and can't rein it in.
Those tantrums. That's what we want in a terrifying villain. This guy with those tantrums and just kills people just out of nowhere.
He was slightly inconvenienced, though, to be fair. So
That is true. We're leaving that part out, and we shouldn't. We got to be fair.
Remember when there was the conference room and the
I know
guy
what bit you're going to reference.
the guy asked the perfectly reasonable question, and the intimidating,
Yeah.
the composed and intimidating leader Kylo Ren strangled his subordinate for asking such a reasonable question.
This is like a old two-dimensional comic book villain stuff, or James Bond villain stuff. It's not really someone you want to see. And even James Bond villains, when they do that, they're still in control. They're crazy, but they're still in control, and that's what makes them scary. Kylo Ren says like, "How dare you break my safe space? I'm gonna kill you now."
Yeah.
Time around. Even with the mask. And his redemption could have had
Even
a
with the
little-
mask, he's more intimidating.
I feel like the mask is an
I
intimidation
feel like,
thing.
yeah, because Adam Driver has a face that it's not an intimidating face. It's a curious face.
It's
Curious. His fucking mask looks like it was like hot glued back together with some red like little paint in it. I don't. It's just.
Yeah.
Wow.
And just one thing, at least he has implied he had to have a personality trait, which is far more than what you kind of get with Rey. Because apparently, Kylo Ren is a hoarder. I mean, he keeps a lightsaber that's apparently flawed. His helmet shatters, and instead of getting a new one, he just repairs the old one. He just picks up all 10,000 pieces and jigsaws it back together.
You have odd prerequisites to be a hoarder.
Well,
Very odd.
So
like, I think I'll keep
why-
this treasured family heirloom and I'll fix this thing instead of buying a new one. I don't know if
probably
that makes you a
why,
hoarder, really.
him and Ray end up being romantically involved because they're both hoarders,
Like a
and
hoarder.
scavengers.
Oh, yeah, like two scavengers getting married like hoarders would.
I want to
gets
keep
everything
you.
and he wants her. Huh.
Uh,
a bit
I
more
enjoy your
significance to the plot, but they still handle it pretty well. I don't give a fuck what anyone says. Kylo
Oh.
Ren has the most consistent arc.
Oh boy.
Wrong.
You know, when you
I
start
don't care what anybody says.
when you start with I don't care what anybody says, like uh-oh.
Just stop bullying me on Twitter.
Stop being mad at me because I was happy when they kissed.
Oh my god. Hello there,
Stop.
Mr. Blessed Pipeman Vox's Productions
Oh,
himself.
hey!
Hey.
Hello, all you lovely people at EFAP. How are you doing?
Hello.
Hello.
Wonderful to see you again, sir. How do you do?
Yeah, how are you doing?
I'm very good, thank you. Congratulations on making it to 100.
I know it's
Almost as old
horrifying,
as
isn't
you.
it?
Welcome. Thank you for being here for our amazing celebration.
Oh,
of
no, it's a
Catastrophe
privilege.
Past.
I think I was on the last time I was on EFAP was actually your 50th. That was the last time I made an appearance.
Just like
Whoa.
Pizza Man.
Just like
Yep.
myself.
And what did I do last time here? Oh, that's right. I read gay erotica. And that's what I'm remembered for. As well as still having that name of Blessed Pikeman. Of all the
Of
nicknames
course.
I could have had, Blessed Pikeman. I couldn't be Captain Big Dick or anything like that. No, that's the name I'm stuck with now. And every
Okay, to
time I
be fair.
put a video, Blessed Pikeman, Blessed Pikeman. Whatever.
Blessed Pikeman is a pretty good name considering all the names you could have. And I think if your name was Captain Big Dick, people would think that's ironic, and you actually have a small
You're
dick.
compensating.
Captain Compensation Dick.
Yeah, call yourself
Captain
Captain Small Dick, and
Compensation.
everyone will be like, "Oh, it's because he's got a big dick." Yeah.
I think it'd be better if it was unblessed Pipeman or cursed Pipeman. I like blessed
Unblessed?
Pipeman's offensive.
Cursed
Blessed Pipeman to me is
Unblessed.
offensive, okay, to my people. Okay.
So what are we covering? We're doing a Star Wars. We're looking at Star Wars on EFAP.
We
That's-
just well.
That's new.
Let's
You're rocking the boat there. I don't think you've ever done
Yeah.
Star Wars on EFAP.
Same thing
No.
we do every
We're
EFAP.
saying it's bad.
The current coverage, he said that Kylo Ren is the most he's had the most consistent arc throughout, and we had to pause the second he said it.
He hasn't even finished the sentence. I don't think he needs to.
Kylo Ren
I
is
don't,
possibly
I don't know how you
like-
could salvage the sentence from that point.
he's
Yeah,
possibly
a
the most
minute before, I've been
inconsistent.
saying mockingly, "Oh, he's going to praise Kylo Ren for being consistently written," and god damn, he just went ahead and did it.
Well, it's really hard for him to be consistent because he keeps having teenager mood swings.
I mean, that's why he likes Kylo Ren so much.
He'd be my suggestion for most inconsistent character in fiction. Like, I don't even know what the hell. Every scene, you're like, what's he gonna do now? But no, consistent arc. Also, if you wanna, because right now it says we've got 9 people in the watch together. So whoever isn't in there, including you, Voxes, if you'd like to jump in to make sure.
I think I am in. I've already. Hang on. I'll see if I can type something into the chat. I know what the fuck I'm doing.
In this entirety. Changed my mind. Also, that Han Solo scene was pretty emotional. The dynamic between Rey and
Where he talked to himself. Okay.
I just like it was
That's
pretty
the thing.
emotional. I was like, okay.
With the most unemotional voice.
You can
Yeah,
literally have.
Pretty emotional.
Yeah, it's really emotional, whatever.
It was good.
It goes
Totally
to show
crying
how
right now.
easily people can be fooled. It's explicitly a person conjuring up a vision so that they can forgive themselves, and it fools people, and they think that it's amazingly well-written, deep character stuff.
I think that's how tyrants do it. I feel so bad about killing all
Oh,
these
it's
millions of
okay,
people.
Hitler. You did not mean it. You're
Yeah.
okay. You're fine.
I forgive you for murdering my family.
I forgive
Hello,
you,
visions
Hitler.
of people I murdered. Thank you for forgiving me. All right, well that's awesome. Thank you very much for visions, my psychotic open
It's like,
visions.
yeah, it's like, what? You think I should invade more countries? Well, you know, I wasn't gonna, but if you insist.
Oh, dude,
That should
the
bring up the
idea
topic.
Han Solo comes to him in the memory and he's like, kill everyone. Kill them. Kill them all. He's like, Dad, really? He's like, So
Hey,
we went
Dad
to
told
end
me to
their
do it.
suffering.
Okay, Dad told me to go kill out more people. I was done. I was completely done. All right, but it was Han Solo who said, "Go kill everybody."
Kylo was just as interesting as it was in the last one. The fight they had in the Death Star wreckage was intense, and that force transference fight they had was pretty
Intense.
dope. Also,
It was
Yeah,
dope.
it was very
Okay, fight was-
intense.
yeah.
I was on the edge of my seat.
He needs
5
this-
out of 5 stars.
Yeah, it's,
The
the
fight
way
was
he
intense.
said it, it's like
It was
their
dope.
dynamic was as interesting as the previous movie.
The movie was good.
descriptions,
This part
yeah.
was great. This
Emotional-
other thing was cool.
emotional,
Something dope.
intense,
See,
and
this is
dope.
why you should never take Valium when you're about to do a review. Did you get this?
It was epic out of 10.
I thought it was good. You're like,
Was this
okay.
video just made for ad revenue?
Maybe.
I think so.
I think so, yeah.
Do you think there's going to be a segue for Skillshare or something?
You
There's
guys,
going to be a clip of Ray, and she's
you
going,
guys should
I'm
try
Ray. Raid
Skillshare.
Shadow Legend is the greatest new mobile game coming.
Most
Maybe this-
ambitious RPG of the year.
But like, you know how he said that the scene was emotional. It's like, do you want to go into any more depth? He's like, no. You're like,
No,
oh.
there were some emotions in the scene.
Oh, okay. Well,
It
Maybe
contains emotions.
depressed. That's is depression emotion? It is, isn't it? Yes.
Hate. Quite
A
emotional.
lot of hatred there, yeah.
also their Raylo moment was pretty epic. No,
Oh,
not that one. Yeah,
bleh.
this one.
He actually said
No, they didn't do anything. They stood there and got zapped.
I was gonna say, do you
That's
remember how
all
that
they
scene
did.
goes? They lift their lightsabers, then they fall over. That's it.
That's all that there was.
No,
It
the
was
real
all
Raylo
that.
moment was like, oh no, you're back to life. Oh no, you're back to life. Oh no, you're dead
No,
now. Oh,
no, you hang up. No, you hang up. No, you hang up.
Dude, I
That's
would
the
have loved
end of
it
their forced Skype call.
if she did kiss him back and he came back and she's like, "Don't kiss me. I want to die. Fuck this. I'm out." Okay, just let me go.
I'm trying to think, like, if you're one of those people that really enjoys like fight sequences and stuff like that, like your bread and butter for movies is like the Raid or something like that. Like it's just like purely like action and martial arts and stuff.
You say like a lot, but you don't often compare things.
No, I was about to compare. I think he meant like we were mentioning Avengers earlier, or like that. That at least like for how bad it was, at least you could say that like maybe there was an exciting fight sequence at the end or something. It would, like, and that really you like that. It's great. You got what you wanted out of it. What did you get out of the fight scene? Can I even call it a fight scene? The end confrontation at the end of this movie.
It was
It
great.
just gets zapped, and then she just goes, "No, you," and then he explodes.
Wow, you're really underselling the dialogue there. She says, "I am all the Jedi," and he says, "I am all the
Man.
Sith." It is very cool.
You're right. It was really epic out of 10. I'm sorry.
And you missed the bit where she did the cross lightsaber, which is obviously way better.
Oh,
at
yeah, that was
deflecting
super
lightning.
epic.
Do you remember when loser Luke threw his lightsaber away at the Emperor compared to Rey? Fucking that was so much better. I bet the Emperor was like, "Go ahead, throw it, like you loser mentor and all the loser Jedi," and then she pulled out the second one, dude.
That was
That
dude.
has never ever been done in anything Star Wars before. 2 lightsabers? What a
Mace
genius.
Windu needed that second one. That's what we all learned. If he had just had that second one.
If only Anakin Skywalker had blocked Dooku's lightning with 2 lightsabers, he would have
Yeah.
won right there. He would have ended the Clone Wars immediately.
Love the trio, man. Ever since I saw The Force Awakens, I've wanted to see these three interact with each other.
Really? Is this a parody video or something?
Yeah,
I really
this
want
guy-
to watch
this
these
guy's-
guys interact with each other.
I've really been longing for the main characters to see each other.
I couldn't wait to see the main three characters speak to each other.
Well,
That's amazing.
And
Has this
boy,
guy
did
seen
we
it?
get an interaction. They had a whole conversation together. Woo!
Yeah, they had a whole conversation. Two of them kind of hated each other, and
That
then at the end
disappeared,
they
though.
hugged.
Isn't it great watching them try to condense like 3 movies worth of character interactions and development into about 2 minutes of dialogue?
Love it. Honestly, it made me wonder why other movies waste all that time.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Talking to each other and doing stuff.
Why
I mean, if that's all it takes for them to be friends, they must be besties with Babu Frick. Like, they probably had just as much of an exchange.
Well,
they
Babu Frick
probably
and
did have
Ray
more
Frick.
actual screen time with Babu Frick. Holy fuck.
I think they do. Than each other.
Friends.
Hey!
Babu Frick.
Go on an adventure. Fight off the First Order as a trio. And this movie gave me that.
Yeah.
Yes, this movie.
Thank you, movie.
You have to wait for the third in the trilogy to have the 3 main characters do stuff together. It's fascinating.
Thank you, movie, for putting the main characters together. That's a new one.
This guy's yeah, this guy's benchmark for success in a film is so low. It's like
I get it. So low.
the characters meet up and they go on an adventure.
It was
Cool.
great. The
So
characters.
so unconventional.
Yeah,
You know what,
the characters remembered to breathe. I was really invested in that. Very
Not all of
immersive,
them,
very realistic.
Not all of them, though. I think
all
Leia
had
wasn't breathing.
faces. They walked around.
If you remember correctly,
These
Leia
standards are
doesn't
so
have to
low
breathe.
with the fucking Titanic. Jesus.
I would have liked
this
the
movie
OT
existed.
trio.
This movie exists, therefore it's good. I mean, that's where their standard is.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it is better than movies that don't exist.
We got a new Star Wars.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Is it?
Movies that don't exist yet are usually pretty cool because it's your imagination.
I suppose, yeah, movies that don't exist yet have potential, whereas this has no potential.
This one's done. It's finished.
It's
all
squandered
over.
it all.
Yeah.
I also love how we get to see almost all the characters from the originals. Luke,
In this-
Leia, Lando, Wedge.
I didn't.
Okay, we
Didn't
saw
like that.
Wedge.
I love.
I
love that guy.
Doesn't he just get killed or something?
What? Dude, this is Disnoid behavior. I can't have this, okay? Like,
I
we got
clapped
to
when I
see
saw
Wedge.
I got to see the characters.
This movie's awesome. Had characters in it. Awesome. Well,
Oh,
that's-
dude, in that shot as well,
that's new.
Han's skin and his hair don't have a clear line between them.
Some people have scalps like that.
That looks like bootleg handycam footage for sure.
Well,
Yeah.
I imagine it is, yeah. But fucking hell, it's like they had the characters from the other one. It's like we really are scraping the barrel now.
Even Han Solo. Let's talk about the title. A lot of people are like,
Why is it called The Rise of Skywalker? Ben Solo barely contributed to Palpatine's death since.
Well, I was like talking in the video. That was weird.
Well, no, he didn't. It's not that he didn't contribute. He helped.
I don't really care that
Palpatine.
it's called Rise of Skywalker that much. Whatever.
Yeah.
Like, obviously it's referencing Rey rising and as the Skywalker, right? Is that it? Are we doing it right?
Yeah, I mean, I thought, isn't that obvious?
I
mean,
genuinely don't think they put that much thought into it. This is like
Yeah.
a design by committee name. It's like this was a holdover name, and it's like we'll think of something better later, and then they absolutely
Yeah.
couldn't. And it's like, fuck it, you know.
This
We're
is the
just with it.
placeholder, and they just didn't replace it. They're like, oh, fuck it.
Oh, we forgot. I guess we have to stick with it now.
Yeah, I've got a clip of Kathleen Kennedy, and someone asks what the title's about, and she's like, "It doesn't actually mean anything." And then she just throws out a lot of words. I think it's provocative, you know, and it leaves a lot of questions.
Yeah,
Like,
that sounds
you
very
don't even
designed by
fucking know, and
committee.
you're the CEO.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
designed
that
by
surprised me,
They
though.
got a bunch of fucking people in a room and just sat them down. And they were like, write loads of shit on the board, and we'll pick the thing that people vote for the most.
I can picture it being like, oh, fuck off. I don't know, okay? It's...
Yes,
like the
the
return
title.
of
The Star
the
Wars
Rise
words.
of.
Rise of Vader, Skywalker, Death Star, Palpatine, Sheev.
There. Are you happy now?
Just,
They're like,
we
"No."
just went with search engine optimization. That was it. So what do people search for? Rise, okay, and Skywalker. Okay, put those together.
I wouldn't use search engine algorithms because they'd be like, okay, what do people think of and do Star Wars? Let's just type any old shit in Google. Okay, our new title is Ray Rule 34. Don't know what that is, but that should be a good title.
Star Wars. I think Star Wars Rule 34. Ray Rule 34. I think it's provocative. I think it's very, very. That'd be epic.
It's like Order 66. That's Star Warsy. Yeah, fuck it.
Ray 69. Oh wait, hold on.
Oh no.
Why don't just mix the old names together and call it the Return of the Sith, and it totally works.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it actually fits with what happens in the movie.
And you could argue it's like, oh, it's cool. It combined the 2 finales to the 3rd finale. Name anyway.
The Sith of the Jedi Skywalker.
The Sith of the Phantom returns.
The Phantom Sith.
Or it could have been the clones of the Jedi, I guess. No, the clones
Return of the Clone Sith.
The clones of the Sith. Oh my god!
That's what they did. That's what they did.
What about Attack of the Skywalker?
Attack of the
Skywalkers.
Film is all Palpatine and all the evil people running away in fear. Like, oh god.
They're coming.
A new Palpatine.
Star
That's what
Wars,
happens.
all the Jedi. I mean, technically, all the fucking Jedi are in it.
Lost Skywalker.
Well, he did perform a good deed by helping Rey defeat the Emperor and reviving her
Did he?
life force.
If anything, he hurt because Palpatine sucked his life force power out.
Yeah, didn't it? It's all very weird.
Yeah, he did the opposite of what you would call contributing.
Oh no, he contributed, just in a different way.
Oh
And
my god.
Ultimately, it doesn't matter because Emperor wanted Rey to strike him down, and she did.
Yeah.
Therefore, he wins.
I thought it was going to be an ending where Rey looks over his shoulder at the camera, and then we see a smile, and her eyes glow red or yellow, whatever it is, and we hear Palpatine's laugh, and then it goes to credits.
Oh, like the Thriller ending. It literally looks like that.
Just like that, exactly.
That needs to be the ending. Fuck.
I'll tell you what, man. Like, I'd be
fit.
like, maybe episode 10 will be interesting. Who knows?
That's a stupid fucking loophole.
I would have liked at the end when you've got the ghost Luke and Leia staring at Rey. I would have just like Ghost Palpatine shows up and goes, "Excuse me, folks, let me get through here. Hey, granddaughter, I guess we're winning this one. What are you two schmucks doing?"
I wanted Rey to turn around and said, "Once more, this body feels kind of weird."
This is interesting.
Oh, I've got titties.
Oh, this is very interesting.
Well, as she's vaporizing him, he's like, blah blah. This is actually good, by the way.
Wow, you're actually doing this. I'm kind of shocked
winning.
after I said all that. You still
She
did
could
it.
have been doing some.
Did
like,
you catch
force-
anything about what I said earlier?
Now
like
I am all
final
the Sith
scene-
and all the Jedi.
A final scene of her force sexting with the force ghost of Kylo.
As she's
So they can be together forever.
she's vaporizing him, all the Jedi like Qui-Gon and Mace Windu stuff. They're all like, no! Oh, you fuck!
What are you doing?
It's like they're all backseat gamers. Like, no, press the. Really? Okay. Well, better reload the checkpoint.
Rey
chose
kept the name
poorly.
Skywalker alive by adopting the name. But to me, the title wasn't just literal. Remember that scene where all the ships showed up at the end?
Yes.
That's the rise of Skywalker.
Yeah.
No, that's just someone copy pasting 3D model
Joke or something?
What?
This can't be real. This can't be.
Okay, well,
That was too perfect.
The rise of Skywalker
That
was
was
with
too
us all
perfect.
along. It was the friends we
See
made.
that? See all that ship? That's Star Wars.
it's kind of funny because the First Order can't go up, but the other side is supposed to be the rise of Skywalker. Like that's kind of kicking them while they're down, you know.
Okay. This is how we're going to win in the end. Okay, not by saving what we love, but loving what we hate.
Loving what we save, or killing what we say, saving what hate we hating what saving Skywalker. Rise.
Or kissing the Sith on his face.
The kiss of the Sith.
Smooch of the Sith.
Kylo goes into Smoocher, but he's transferred his energy into her. He's like, dude, totally gay. Ugh.
But if he's
Ew.
kissing Rey and she's got all the Jedi in it, isn't he technically kissing Qui-Gon,
All of
Yoda?
them, yeah, his
Would have been
dad.
fucking hilarious if he kisses Rey and it's like, good lips.
Although also technically most recently his own mum,
Oh, nice.
Everyone goes,
Damn,
oh,
this is a world
Game
of
of Thrones over
possibilities
here.
now.
Oh, this kiss is a bit too familiar. Oh, I'm gonna disappear now.
I wonder at the end, is all the ghosts pop up like Mace Windu and Qui-Gon's like, nah, it's not too good of a kiss. You've done this, it's all critiquing him and shaming him, and so it's not all that great. What's going on here?
To be fair, Leia could be like, well, this is not the first time I've kissed a family member.
Leia's like, what? What's wrong?
It rhymes.
Leia is
God,
royalty,
it is.
so Leia is royalty. She's probably used to like incest and stuff. So that's not probably too bad for her.
Par for the course.
All right then.
Yes.
So now that we've got to that point, let's continue.
Yeah,
exciting.
Or rather, the rise of hope.
I thought it was going to say Rise of Whore.
The Rise of Hope. That would be so it's just like, oh yeah, it started off with a New Hope, and now we're at the Rise of Hope. Like, where have we gone? Like in a journey since?
Isn't
I
hope
feel like we're not
itself-
making steps forward here.
Hope itself is inherently like a rising thing. It doesn't.
No, the rise of potentially something rising in the future. This is pre-rise.
Blood pressure's rising.
The rise of blood pressure. Which is bad for Palpatine. I imagine he's very old in that weird clone sort of body. Like, yes, I have terrible blood pressure.
That's what that big machine is.
It's just one giant needle.
This is my blood pressure.
I just picture it happens. He goes into a new clone. Next day, it fucking conks out too, and he's like, "These are shit." Like,
dang it! Why do we make these so shitty and old?
Why can't I have a young clone?
You'd think I'd be in charge of these decisions, but apparently I'm not.
You've got 3 of them. Can't you just like mush them together to make a complete one?
Maybe
you
all of
you
the
could have like a
Sith,
scientist there being like, well, we could put you into one of the Snoke
then-
ones.
But
No!
that's the thing. Are the Snokes just like failed Palpatines?
No,
Like,
that's a
what?
whole
Yeah.
separate thing, dude. Look,
Oh,
you're making up these
are you-
issues. It was clear in the film. There's
Mahler,
Snoke
he's-
clones and
can
Palpatine
you believe that
clones.
he's confused?
I know. It's so. I thought it was
I
so
know.
clear.
People are confused with how this works. It's so
When I saw
simple.
the jar of Snokes, I was like, "Oh, of course."
That's the thing. No one
Snoke
even after Snoke died, no one even really mentioned him again.
like a mob
Dang forgot about him. Yeah, like
But there's-
Dang
yeah,
forgot about
there's,
the
like,
Iron Fleet.
floating Snoke torsos hanging around on Exegol.
Palpatine kind of forgot about Snoke.
Yeah, just kind of forgot. I think Palpatine is working with the same company that did Picard's clone or his synth body. 'Cause they just made him old. Like, can you make me young? Nope. You have to be old.
Why do people keep making this mistake?
The, platinum package. He's just got the bronze package where you can only get like old bodies.
I mean, making infinite starships is probably pretty expensive.
Yeah, that's where most of his resources went, I suppose. He just had a little bit of budget left over for like corpse revival.
Every time, because he has like 3 Palpatine clones ready to go, and he's like, "Look, this one's pinky finger, this one's wedding finger, and this one's index finger are autism-y. If you take all the good fingers and put them on one hand, I'll take that clone."
Good fingers.
One came to Crate when Leia and the Resistance called for help, but Luke showed up and inspired Hope.
No, he didn't.
No,
He did not show up.
everyone was confused. They were like, "What's happening? Is he a spooky ghost?"
Not only
I was under the impression that Lando went and fucking rounded everyone up.
So
Or am I just
what's
fucking-
weird
I think
about
that was it. He was supposed to go off and round everybody
Skywalker
up.
is the Rise of Skywalker confirms that in the previous movie, Luke could have gone there in a very real corporeal form and done that, but he just didn't.
He couldn't
Yeah.
be
So that-
fucking bothered, so he went virtually.
So he went there, inspired Hope, and then fucked off again so he could kill himself by astral projecting to fight Kylo.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
but I
That makes
stand
sense.
by the-
I'm glad we cleared that
I
up.
kind of want a Star Wars spin-off where it's called Pimp My Clone, and you just you get a clone body and you just put it shows you putting cool things, tool attachments to your clone that you can so your spirit can inhabit a really awesome clone. But Palpatine didn't want that; he's too cheap.
Evan Monroe just said they said everyone was afraid in the Rise of Skywalker. This is after the presumed hope is born from Luke and TLJ, but also. I stand by this because I think I mentioned it in the critique, but it's just like, you know, the word of mouth sort of shit after A New Hope. You're like, yeah, this band of X-Wings just fucking rolled in, blew up that bitch. It's completely gone. The Empire They don't know what to do. And it's so crazy because all the groups got taken out. There was like these couple of fighters left, and this fucking smuggler dude, like, you know, the story, like, he came in from nowhere, and he's fucking, and he landed the compare that to, so Luke, like, arrives, and he gets shot by loads of lasers, but he doesn't die, and you're like, how? Like, all AT-ATs? It's like, well, because he wasn't there. You know, what do you mean he wasn't there? It's like, what? So, like...
Yeah, wouldn't you lose hope? You'd lose hope.
Well,
Oh,
how do you even
wasn't
explain
really
this
there.
story?
We're
Like,
fucked.
how do you explain the story? Like, imagine you're a first order trooper and just someone at a canteen is like, so what happened? You're like, I don't really know. Like, he was there, but then he just disappeared, and Kylo was confused. We were confused. We forgot that we could track the hyperspace tracker thing for the Falcon, so we lost him. Like, it was all just a mess. Like, we don't want to
It's an inside job. It was an inside job. It's a conspiracy.
Well, I mean, they could even spin it in an almost positive way, where it's like, yeah, this Luke Skywalker guy appeared for like a couple of minutes.
We
and then he
killed
just
him.
Kind of he faded away into nothing, and then we carried on with our offensive operations as normal, and pretty much killed
Completely
the
unhindered.
entire resistance.
Yeah, they're like, wait, you
I
let the
think maybe,
Falcon
like,
go?
4 or
It's like,
5 might have escaped, but
who the
that's
fuck cares about the Falcon? It's tiny.
I'm now completely instilled with hope because some guy basically did like a fucking hologram dial-in for
He did a
3
light
minutes.
show.
Yeah.
You're like,
Luke
let's
Skywalker couldn't be bothered to actually go over there. You just
less
couldn't
rebels
be bothered.
escape on the Millennium Falcon
what
than
he
not.
I'd love to hear them talking
Argentina.
about Finn as well. It's like, oh man, it was crazy. Like, one of these guys was kamikazeing right towards our Death Star cannon, but then you wouldn't believe it, some other asshole crashed right into him. And
Some
not like
chubby
one of our
Asian
guys.
boy just came in at the side. There he is. There's the one who fucked our plans. Let's throw our dinner at her.
And we felt so sorry for them. We didn't even shoot at them as he was dragging her back towards their lines.
I tried to put a mercy shot in her, but they wouldn't let me.
Just
I don't know why.
laughing and drinking over this
So
story.
we've officially banned her from going on missions now. She just has to stay at the base.
Wouldn't it be funny if they waited until he pulled her right to the entrance of the door and blew him up?
Thought you made it, huh?
Dude,
just kidding.
It's like this comically huge amount of flash pile fountain that just goes everywhere. And I'm like, oh my!
I was like, Finn,
Jesus.
Finn and
It's
Rose
okay.
more
At
rated.
least
Oh
we
my
have
God.
hope. We have hope.
Yeah, Luke is out there doing his thing, and Finn is like,
They kill Finn and Rose while aiming at Luke, but it was just like an accident.
it goes through him because
Oh,
he's
that-
not really there.
Yeah, 'cause he's not really there. That would be funny.
I'll hide behind Luke. He'll protect me.
Yeah, I am so fucking tired of being
Oh, no.
told.
I can't believe Luke actually came. That's so Luke-like of him and so brave.
I'm so tired of being told that it wasn't the destruction of Starkiller Base that inspired people. It was Luke standing around and then disappearing. Like, why would... Because, you know, they have those kids reenacting it at the end of TLJ, and it's like, what story are you telling? Like, what was it? What do you think happened?
One where the guy never appeared. He's like Godot, but like it never really arrived.
Hmm.
He's never really.
I know
gone.
that reference because of Buffy.
And everyone is running around for some hero to show up, and he kind of does, but he never really does. They just kind of imagine him that he does, but he doesn't. And so the story, I guess, is running in to be a hero and then just kind of running off and disappearing and letting the bad guys just carry on with what they were doing in the first place, unhindered.
I think
Gentlemen.
the message would be, it's okay to do magic tricks to distract your enemies. Like, if that's all it takes, all they had to do is go to the casino planet and find, like, the Vegas magician equivalent, get a couple of those guys, stick them in front of Crate, and just watch the tubers go, oh, they're going to put a magic show for us, and they fuck off out at the back.
You know, I was
It's like,
just
oh,
thinking,
where'd he pull that orange from? I didn't even. Oh my God.
from the
Oh, we can't shoot these guys. Look,
No,
he
these
sawed
rebels,
that
they're not
woman in
that
half. I
bad.
want to know how he did it. Come
guy's
on,
running a
Kylo,
trigger.
don't shoot.
from the perspective of the stormtroopers, by the way, you look at Kylo, and Luke had his back facing to them, and Kylo put his sword through. So you got all of us, like, say we're all the stormtroopers, we go, ooh, that would have hurt. Then he pulls it back, and then Luke disappears. You're like, oh, I guess he killed him.
Yeah.
Like,
He stabbed him and then he disappeared.
Yeah, like,
hey,
it's-
that's just like that thing Darth Vader did to Obi-Wan.
Exactly.
Wow.
Like, from our perspective, we would just be like, yeah, he killed him. He just sort of took it.
Yeah, kind of weird. I was expecting more.
I'll admit,
I got
though,
the popcorn and everything.
while the lightsaber was in him, he was just standing there like a legend. He just took it. He was like, yeah, fuck you. Fine. But it was weird, though, and he definitely lost.
Wow, I can't believe you're trying to kill me while I'm awake, Kylo. Oh my God.
Kylo, I'm sorry about that whole sleepy bad dream thing.
No, he doesn't apologize to Kylo at all.
Yeah, that was the thing. The fucking clip, if you guys have seen it up from Sam Witwer, where he's just like, "What the fuck was Luke doing on Crate?" He's like, "You came to save my soul." No.
Yeah.
And what is
you want
it you are
to
here to
follow
do?
that one up, Luke, with any kind of like insightful remark? No.
You want to say
Well,
some
the Jedi
wise
and,
Jedi saying, or
He's
you know,
he's being a
something?
wise
Jedi
ass. He's like, everything you just
dominate
said was
absolute-
wrong.
Commit genocide, Luke will forgive you. But if Luke has a bad dream about you, you better run away.
Oh god, yeah. That's when you know you're doomed. You go to sleep on like a little like armchair near Luke, and you're like, "Hey, don't do anything, okay?" He's like, "What?
Please.
Don't."
You just have to put like a little sticker on your T-shirt, like, please don't lightsaber me in my sleep.
In case of bad dream, please wake up. Do not stab.
In case of wet dream, don't even approach me.
Just like an old man Luke at a nursing home, just watching other people sleep, just nervously twitching, got his hand on his lightsaber, like.
Oh my god, so many of them are planning a genocide. It's like, Luke, chill the fuck out.
Like, Luke, they're 7. Cool it.
Just twitching in his chair. He's just so amped. He's so ready.
The desire to kill younglings does run in the family.
Came to Crate when Leia
just
and the
just before we
Resistance
go
called
on,
for help.
I was going to say, gentlemen, I'm going to drop off now.
Yes, sir.
But it's been an honor to be part of EFAP 100.
Yay.
Well done for making it this far. And I've lost track of the number of EFAPs I've been on, but they've all been great fun.
Oh, it'll all be on efap.me. They keep track of that shit.
Nice.
They'll never let you forget.
Yeah.
We will be going for a while. I don't know if we'll see you on the back end or not. But
Who knows? Maybe I'll cycle back around. No one's really gone.
No.
Indeed. We look forward to the CGI face of you plastered on someone else's body.
Yeah.
Hold a little bottle.
Footage used by your voice. What do you think, Critical Drinker? Scottish slags. Oh, okay.
My God, man! It's like I'm talking to myself.
You should go check out that meme though, the link I gave you, because there is a little moment with you in Scotland. This is pretty amusing. I think you'll find.
Yeah, I'll probably watch that when I sign off. But yeah, thanks for having me on, guys. It's been a pleasure.
Yeah, thanks for coming,
It's been
dude.
great having you on. You bet.
I'll see you at the next
Absolutely.
AA meeting.
Yeah, looking forward to it, sir. All right, see you later, guys.
Bye bye. See you later.
Well.
He's nice gentleman.
Oh,
Wonder if
yeah.
he's actually drunk.
We want him drunk, okay? That's how it works.
Help. But Luke showed up and inspired hope. Now in this movie, when Lando recruits people,
That's what they told us.
Shut up. That's how it works, okay?
Hope should be less confusing.
Hope is
I
like the
guess?
sun, okay? Hope isn't hope. Fuck. Shut up.
Hope is like a near perpetual nuclear explosion.
Hope is like the moon.
Oh, no.
Somehow.
Hope is. Imagine she just said "fuck off, Poe" when he asked her questions. I'm the admiral. I don't have to answer to you, you piece of shit.
I think I'm pretty sure The Rise of Skywalker is a genius movie because it adheres so tightly to the age-old writing advice of tell, not show.
Tell, not show.
Yes.
to join the strike on Exegol, people showed up. And I feel part of that was thanks to Luke's sacrifice. Luke Skywalker inspired hope. And that hope rose.
And the 4
when
survivors, yes.
Again, like, if you were in a canteen and someone told you the story, you'd just be like, what are you talking about? I don't know. And some of the guy's like, I'm so inspired. You're like, by what? What in this story even makes sense?
Yeah, the
where's Luke
center of
now?
the galaxy disappears. Like, you would lose hope, if anything. If anything,
Gone
what
now.
that showed was just pure demoralization. At the end, just
Interesting.
like, oh, Luke Skywalker, he disappeared. You know, the guy who could have probably stopped it all, yeah, he's gone. Who have we got? We've got this girl. Don't know who she is, but she's really powerful.
Yeah, she's great. She can move mountains. We got Jimmy in the back. Jimmy. Yeah. There's Jimmy. We got this furry thing. I don't know. He needs to know Han Solo. I don't know who Han Solo is.
We got 2 gay robots. They may come in handy. A half-dead Vietnamese girl. Poe, who's really good at yelling Ray. That could come in handy.
Yeah,
it
'cause
might
we
be a
do
bit
have a Ray.
confusing if
They
there's
pair
two
up
people
Ray,
called Ray. So yeah, there might be a problem there. But other than that, plenty of hope. We got stockfuls of hope.
We have an army. We have a Ray.
Also,
to be fair, Ray is all they fucking need, isn't it?
Yeah, she's like a living nuclear bomb.
With heels.
What?
She's a floating tank, cross-sabering healer.
There
She
used to be a
basically
time where we
fulfills-
could say, well, at least she can't fly.
Well, yeah, she can fly now. She flies now. She flies now.
She flies now.
She can email lightsabers to people with her mind.
I just realized this is the same universe that forgot about everything that happened, like 30 years prior, but like 4 people remember what Luke did right in this moment, and the whole universe is inspired by hope.
Yeah, well, so I mean, in that same cantina, that guy's like, that story doesn't make sense, and some other guy goes, let me tell you an inspiring story about a plucky group of rebels that took on a giant space testicle, and they're like, what are you talking about? You don't know shit. He's like, oh, okay.
It started way back when the space the Republic sent these 2 Jedi to oversee negotiations for a trade dispute on the planet.
Oh, dude, turns out it's this old Jar Jar, old man Jar Jar telling the story.
No, that's not the story. Let me tell you the
someone
story.
do an old Jar Jar.
Misa gonna tell you something.
The thing is this. Fuck it.
Shut up, crazy old man. He's like, you shut the fuck up.
Shut up. Misa telling story about Misa meeting Jedi.
What do you think the likelihood? What do you think the likelihood of an old Jar Jar cameo in a future Star Wars property is? Do you think it's on the cards?
I think they should
Might as
just
well.
go for it at this point, for the lels.
Might as well.
Yeah.
Jar Jar he's this homeless bum telling everyone how he once used to
A
be
well-respected
boss general.
senator.
I used to be a well-respected senator.
Everyone says, sure.
I was a general. I had a promising military and political career. I helped the Jedi find the city.
People
I
trusted
was
me.
best friends with Darth Vader when he was baby.
I stepped in the voodoo one time.
They're just like,
What
yeah,
kind
just
of
ignore him. That's
karate?
old man Jar Jar. He
Yeah,
tells so
what would that be?
crazy stories.
I knew Darth Vader as a child. Yeah, I know it's crazy.
Also, what happened to all of the plasma shit that was happening in like the fucking prequel trilogy? You don't see any of that anymore in the wars. All those fucking
Probably because now
It
they just
belonged
shoot
to
them with
Naboo.
guns.
It was
the
water
weird
juice
rolling
thing.
plasma balls that just kind of disable everything.
Those
Well,
were pretty neat.
Those seem to be, so here's one of the issues with
And
the
then also
Phantom Menace
the
is that
rolling droid crabs. Like, what happened to them?
droidekas. Oh, I'm sure they're still around somewhere.
They were like really effective. They're better than stormtroopers. Why aren't the Empire?
They were
the
pretty good.
First Order investing in those instead of Stormtrooper Mark II?
Stormtrooper Mark fucking Zero.
Mark
These are
II
shit.
So Stormtrooper Mark II implies some kind of an upgrade.
Yeah.
Fine.
These are
They're just got a different helmet.
alpha prototype of stormtroopers.
They're just the seasonal variant.
So it's that after the Clone Wars, they demilitarized robots. It's like, well, that's not true because in Mandalorian we see them with weapons guarding ships and stuff.
Yeah.
Also, we had them used as bounty hunters in the OT.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Massive armada of ships showed up. Rise of Hope.
Hello.
Also, hello
Hey.
CJ. How'd you do?
Hello, guys. How's everyone doing?
Hey.
Hey, it's the Great British Podcast.
Oh look, we got the band back together again.
That's an achievement unlocked, surely.
We finally got that crossover.
Yeah, EFAP and TGPBDE AIDS. We did it.
LGBT.
We are
Oh.
the come at night.
Oh boy, we're talking about the Star War.
Yes.
Well, no, we're talking about
The Rise of Skywalker.
Why are we talking? Oh, it's the worst.
Guy
worst Star
Huao
Wars.
Plague here.
The worst Star Wars.
The worst of the wars. If you want, have you got? Can you see the link to the thing? You can jump in and watch this video with
Watch
us.
it. I am in. I'm
my
raring to
God.
go. I
Oh well.
can't wait.
Let us continue. He's talking about how the rise of Skywalker is represented in the ships at the end coming to save the day. That is the rise of Skywalker.
And that hope rose when the massive armada of ships showed up. Rise of Hope equals Rise of Skywalker.
Wow.
Yeah, so if we just randomly change the words, yeah, one thing does become the other. That's right.
If you force it, it works.
Yeah, if you just change all the words, the Constitution does become Twilight. Yeah, sure. Why not?
That is cool. That is a cool trick.
It's just a theory.
Oh shit! Right.
Number completely changes its value numerically. It's like,
Here we
no.
go. Here we go. Here we go. I got to do the thing. So I'll ask in order they arrived. Vox's Productions. What is better, Halloween or Christmas?
In what sense? As a
No,
holiday?
you don't get to ask
Which
that.
do you prefer?
Objectively.
No, just
sorry.
Well, see, Halloween has a very dark aesthetic, which I like. But at the same time, there is the seedy element of it, where it is basically home delivery for pedophiles. So Halloween is a bit dour in that regards. Christmas used to be good, but it got very commercialized, and in some ways, you can't even call it Christmas anymore. You have to call it Winter Fest or some bollocks like that. And also, it promotes obesity. So
Why
I'm
do you
gonna
show up at these houses on Halloween?
Hmm?
Why do you show up at these houses on Halloween?
I don't.
He avoids them.
Oh, God.
He's the one that lures the kiddies with candy.
Yeah, and cigarettes.
I'm more like
Stick your hand in there and you get an extra bar.
Come here, children. I've got some Marlboros.
I think I left the whoppers in the back room. If you come this way, I'll get you some.
I think I'm more inclined to put
I've got
claymores on
some
my front lawn.
change in my pocket if you just reach on in there.
Oh my
hit a
God.
marshmallow in my thigh.
It's like an all-you-can-rape buffet.
Oh no.
That's Halloween. That's pretty much Halloween, isn't it? So I'm.
I want to
On
change
the
my
one hand,
answer.
everyone hates looking forward to Christmas because you think, oh shit, I've got to buy gifts for someone. but I'm gonna say I like Christmas because that lasts longer. Halloween's what? Just one night?
It's 4 hours, yeah, and everyone thinks
Fuck
that's like a
that.
big
It's the month, and you're all heathens.
So yeah, and also Halloween is one of those dirty pagan festivals. So fuck that. So I'm gonna have to put my lot in.
So you're
with,
choosing Christmas on the basis that the duration is longer.
Yeah, it's nice, and also it's more inclined to get your family together, and family is more important than sweets.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for saying that. I feel like I'm like an alien on a different planet.
You are an
'cause of-
alien. You require a
what it means is
particular
you're not
time of year to
selfish
get your
fuck.
family together, you weirdos.
Halloween is more efficient then. It only takes it does all the joy in just a short 4 hours, and it's so much better in this fast-paced world we live in today.
Ah, shut up! You all got daddy issues. That's why you
Says the one
And-
comparing
yeah,
Halloween
and-
to pedophilia, but all right.
Yeah, you enjoy your paedophile holiday. I'll be sipping some eggnog and watching some good TV.
This
All
is
right,
a
well-
cool Hollywood Halloween.
cuddling up to your.
I take it you didn't like it when Santa emptied his sacks into you then.
Oh no.
Oh no.
I was more impressed that he managed to fill my stocking.
Yeah, what is it? How can you say that about Halloween when an old man breaks into your house at Christmas? Who knows
Sneaking
what
into
he's
children's rooms and leaving behind presents. Hmm.
emptying
Better leave
his
out
sack
cookies or
into
you'll be hungry
children's
for something
room?
else.
So CJ, same question.
Well, it's in my name, so I hate them both. If you've ever had to work retail over the Christmas period,
It's a
you'll
nightmare.
know. Yeah, I used to work in Sainsbury's, and they used to play like the Christmas music
Oh my
every
god.
Christmas. But not only, but what's bad about it is it wasn't just the Christmas music; it was the same Christmas music over and over and over again.
Christmas'
Yeah.
fault.
And
That's your
worse,
manager's fault.
worse
Absolutely
than that,
Christmas'
I was
fault.
also next to the TV department, so they'd have the Christmas ads on over and over and over again. It's enough to make you want to stab everyone in the building.
Mm-hmm.
Which is
also,
why he no longer works at Sainsbury's.
Also, I don't get as many presents at Christmas anymore. So
I don't.
Halloween.
These are the shittiest reasons for Halloween.
Great,
ever.
excellent reasons. The commercialization of Halloween,
I would say-
Christmas is
I
the
would-
big downfall.
I would say I
A
love
reason for
Halloween.
it. He says it's because he doesn't get as much presents anymore.
Oh, we can
Yeah.
fix that.
There's no
CJ,
financial
if we
benefit
offer you
anymore.
presents for Christmas, will you join the Christmas crew?
Don't accept their bribe. Have a backbone.
They're
We're not
evil.
bribing
Don't trust
them.
them.
We're not.
Presents
No,
are.
no, no. Well, you automatically assume the worst from people from Christmas, and that,
That
just
was
shows your
literally a
bigotry.
bribe. What?
Mate.
Well, I haven't bribed him with anything. We're just saying come and be on the Christmas side.
And we will give you things for making that decision.
No, I never
All
said
the
I would
bribe.
give him
That's
anything.
the whole point of Christmas, giving people gifts.
Yes,
I-
it's about
I
yes, we're
sat-
giving him gifts.
I
Let
sat,
him be.
I sat on Santa's lap one too many times. I can't bear it again.
Should talk about the first thing that popped up.
Yes.
Well then, one vote for Halloween, one vote for Christmas.
You know,
Not-
you can stop
Halloween- the
Santa
Hall-
from raping
Halloween-
you.
the
Everyone's saying
Halloween
Santa
parties
comes
are
in and
better.
rapes you. You can just bar your windows.
I'm sorry, but the Halloween parties are better.
Oh yes.
Oh, that's true.
Oh
aren't
yeah,
they?
without a
Bullshit.
doubt. Because Halloween is better.
No, it isn't.
Halloween is
Both of those
legendary.
statements are incorrect. They're built on faulty premises. The foundation of your love for Halloween is a flawed one, and that's all I'll say.
Also, I like dressing
All of that was
up,
built on
and
a faulty
and
premise.
that's acceptable during Halloween. You can dress up as fun characters, whereas
Yes.
at Christmas,
Who says?
not so much. You can just
Who
put on
says?
like a silly hat.
You
Yeah,
can wear whatever
yeah.
the fuck you want these days.
Yeah, I know,
Absolutely,
you
it's
can
a
wear
free country.
Coronavirus, you're going to have to dress up in your costume and stay indoors anyway. Might as well do it any other day of the week. Everyone, the only costume you can wear now at fucking Halloween is a hazmat suit. Everyone's going to be going out in hazmat suits. What do you?
You can paint whatever picture you want on your hazmat suit.
Yeah. Oh, and
but then
also,
you
Oh, but is it a
at
sexy
Christmas you
hazmat
can
suit?
dress up. Our
What, with, like,
family
a dick
does
flap?
stuff like that. So yeah.
Dick flap hazmat.
So if you have to see the rest of your family on Halloween, it's only for 4 hours. Instead of Christmas, we have to deal with them like what, a week?
I mean, I say we have a bunch
Yes,
of
that's a
dysfunctional
family.
people who,
Who visits their
yeah,
family for Halloween? Who does that?
Hopefully nobody.
who what for Halloween?
Who visits their family for Halloween? Who does that?
I do.
Skeletons, zombies.
But they're not people, Snacks. They're not real.
Wait,
how
my
dare you
family
make
or the
people
skeletons?
a nurse?
Both,
One day
right?
my family will be skeletons.
Yeah, and then I hope they will visit me on Halloween.
God, I hope so.
And then we
It's
can
like
all go.
fucking Corpse Bride will.
I don't know, whatever
Okay,
skeletons
so
do. We can all go boning together.
Is a Nightmare,
Go
is a
boning.
Nightmare Before Christmas a Halloween movie or a Christmas movie?
Is what?
A Nightmare Before Christmas.
It's
It depends
a,
on the holiday.
It's both,
It's a
kind
Christmas
of.
movie.
I think it's a
You
Christmas
sure?
movie because it's about a character learning about the Christmas spirit, which is amazing and it fixes everything.
Oh, that's some naive
Yeah.
shit right there.
It
You're
is
just
about-
all liking holidays wrong.
Yeah.
You're liking
Yeah.
holidays.
You're like,
You're liking holidays.
so
Yeah,
anyway,
economic-
Rise of
giving me flashbacks.
Skywalker.
Also, I think Halloween movies are better than Christmas movies as
Oh, for
well.
sure.
Yeah,
Actually,
Halloween is
Christmas movies
better.
are such
Christmas only
trash.
has like Die Hard,
That's
and that's
because
it.
Christmas is trash.
Die Hard, the Christmas movie.
Yeah.
Wait, I think
Die Hard is
Guys.
a Christmas movie, and I'll fight anyone that says it's not.
I mean,
Hard is
you
a
can
Christmas
argue that it is set during Christmas, but it doesn't really embody the spirit of Christmas, and it's
It
not
really does,
wholesome.
though. Protecting
technically Eyes Wide Shut
Oh,
would be a
right.
Christmas movie. Then,
Iron
'cause that
Man
takes
3
place
is
during
a Christmas movie.
Do you not show your kids that every year?
What,
Eyes
Iron
Wide
Man?
Shut. Look, kids, this is what happened on Epstein's Island.
We show them every day, every year at Christmas. We're gonna watch Cuties. It'll be great.
Oh
Have you guys talked about that yet?
no. No, but
briefly
the
mentioned.
current
We don't
word.
want a
Let's
watch
not.
list. That's why.
I do want to, for the sake of
You end up on a list somewhere. Don't.
for the sake of whatever the hell is going on with it, right? From what the word on the internet is, that the film isn't some horrifying piece of shit that Netflix made it look like it is. That's what I've heard. Apparently, the film itself is supposed to be commentary on how bad it is that younger and younger girls are getting sexualized and stuff. And so Netflix, I don't know what the fuck they were thinking. Like
I think they did it deliberately to cause outrage to increase
surely
their.
it's not worth the risk, right?
Yeah, now
If
we're
that can get them in
talking about
loads
it.
of
So
trouble.
Certainly an interesting strategy.
Targeted toward a certain demographic of people that no one really wants to talk about.
All
or
you have to
deal
do
with.
is you have to just upset mums. If you upset mums, the internet will all look at what you're doing.
Well, the issue is that they upset people because they painted it as something that's legitimately like awful
Yeah.
in their description and
Well,
stuff.
like,
So
everybody's
they got
seeing
changed
it.
the description, didn't they?
Their
Because
marketing
originally
is
description,
awful.
it
Very
was-
creepy description. Very
Yeah.
creepy description.
Yeah.
Yeah.
because
then
it was
that
supposed to
could-
be like
yeah.
this weird. They painted it as this weird anti-conservative thing, and it was just so.
What do you mean,
fucking-
like, because it said it goes against the parents' wishes or some shit about?
Well,
parents-
So it's her breaking away from her traditional religious background by getting into
Okay.
twerking, and it's like
Oh Jesus Christ! What the fuck?
conservative.
It's made all the worse.
I
by-
like the
isn't
idea
it
that-
rated MA? Isn't it rated mature audiences?
it's rated mature. It's not a kids thing.
See, that's the part that really makes it horrible, because then you can have pretty much anything happen in that movie.
Documentary.
So anyway, Rise
Yeah.
of Skywalker.
Yeah, the Rise of
Yeah.
Skywalker.
Oh wait, we
Oh,
didn't
yeah.
have snacks. Did we? Oh, a snack's been. He's
I
only.
was Halloween.
Okay. Before we start, quick question though: what do people think about Valentine's? Because I find Valentine's the
Oh,
holiday
it's the
that
worst.
everyone gets depressed about.
Shit,
I
shit,
love
and
Valentine's
awful.
Day.
Yeah, I mean, I have no issue with Valentine's Day. Not very good movies.
You know, more couples break up on Valentine's Day than on any other day of the year.
I like when you walk down the high street and you look into restaurants and you see all the couples and some of them looking pissed off as fuck, like they're looking at their phones, like, I'm having a great Valentine's.
we have to go through the
That's when I
charade.
enjoy
It's that day of the year.
It's definitely a dog shit Hallmark holiday created just to steal money from people. It's not. Yeah, I don't buy into it at all.
I swear, like no one here is in a relationship. They have broken families. Everything's so cynical, and
My family is fine. They hang out all the time on Halloween.
It's also commercialized. It's made to break up, and they just want to sell you chocolate, and then it's like,
Well, besides, we don't need to date women. All I need is a sock and some warm mashed potato, and I'm good for the Bye, Valentine.
Hey, Rags, you like mashed potato, right? That was the
What,
whole
mashed potatoes?
Yeah, the whole drug stream. You were talking about mashed potatoes.
I like mashed potatoes. They're really good. I enjoy potatoes mashed and as fries, and
Yeah,
there's
but
a
you
lot
enjoy
of
them fucked.
I like my
You
potatoes.
like them fucked.
You want some sweet
By the way, we're gonna hit our cap by the time we get to we gotta carry on with this video, otherwise we might not be able to finish it. So we can do this. Okay.
Oh no.
What is the cap?
No, let's.
So we started at 2, we're at 12, 22, 10, 22, and we go to 11:55. So we've got about an hour and a half left. But I'd say probably an hour, because I don't want to risk cutting anything off. Put it too close. So we can do this. This video, we've only got 8 minutes left. I think, sort of.
Let's discuss my issues. The pacing, especially in the first few minutes, is pretty rushed.
First few minutes.
Whoa.
I mean, what
But
happens
yeah.
in the first few minutes? Isn't it just Kylo in the first few minutes?
It's the first.
It's him meeting Palpatine.
Yeah.
He
He's
said
fighting
the
on
pacing is rushed in the
Mustafar
first few
Island
minutes.
Forest, and then they don't meet the Spider Oracle,
No.
and instead he meets Palpatine.
I would have said the pacing's rushed in the first fucking half, or the whole thing, really.
Yeah.
Not the first few minutes. That's a weird one.
Full of exposition and throws so much at you that it doesn't give you enough room to breathe. I feel 20 more minutes
just
could have been.
didn't breathe.
He's
just
dying
passed
in
out
sleep.
and missed the rest
Though,
of the movie.
That's
I
just
will-
the whole movie for me.
Remember we were talking earlier about which ones were the longest? So The Rise of Skywalker is the longest Star
By
Wars movie. And this
36
guy's
minutes, wasn't it?
It's by 34 minutes. It's the longest Star Wars movie. And this guy's like, yes, add another 20 minutes. Fuck it.
I was gonna say as well, the whole, like, you can't process enough. I think I talked about it on our first stream about it, but I was trying to think about something stupid they said in the movie, and then as I was thinking about it, the line about how we can't do the Holder maneuver was being talked about. I was like, wait, like, I haven't even processed this fucking other thing. Like, now you're doing this. It's like, I need a second, and yeah, lots of shit gets thrown at you so quickly in this movie.
Added to make it neater. Also, Rose. Why did they sideline her so much?
'Cause she
Because
sucks.
she's a shit
Oh
character.
my
She
God.
sucked.
But they didn't even try to fix her or do anything with her. They were just like, yeah, no, get in the gutter.
I mean,
Good.
it's the
I
quick.
mean, they've got a whole
No
movie's
redemption.
worth of problems to repair. I think the quickest and best, most efficient way to deal with her is to just fuck her off completely, because we don't have time to waste. Well, evidently we do, because the whole movie was a fucking waste of time, but
Damage control.
an effort was made.
In this movie, after her big role in The Last Jedi. Oh,
Big.
come on! If anything, she should be part of the main crew. She doesn't
No.
have to. But look,
I mean,
Doing what?
look, you
Sabotaging the mission?
look. We, as
She
he
almost got
stated,
them all killed.
Sexually harassing her colleagues?
our main crew
Like,
hadn't
come
even.
on.
She almost
Casey,
got them all
right?
killed. How is she... No.
Our main crew hadn't even have a scene yet. Let them fucking talk to each other. We can't deal with this. I'm sorry. Like, Rose, you have to wait till next movie.
She've just been bumped down back to janitorial staff or something after what she did. Finn was about to save everybody's life, and then she just crashed into him.
She should be in jail.
To have as big of a role as
but
she
guys,
did
we
in
gotta
Last Jedi,
save
just
what
have
we
her.
love.
Well, this is the thing. I do, out of morbid curiosity, want to see Rian Johnson's episode 9, just to see what crazy shit he would have done next. Just like, do you think he would have made Rose and Finn a thing? Not hearing a no.
Well, it sounds dumb, so probably, yeah, probably.
Nah, I think he'd try and subvert expectations, make something
And make
different happen.
make both of them gay.
Tag along for the ride. Seeing the dynamic between all four of them, instead of seeing her being reduced to a spec analyst.
She's
At
not
the
a
very
main
least-
character.
Well,
Fuck
an
off.
Asian would make a really good spec analyst.
Yeah.
They didn't do enough
Stop.
with the other main characters. There's no room for her.
Stop shaming spec analysts, though. That's fucked
Yeah,
up.
that's true. Yeah, I mean, if they can't handle the characters they have, don't add to the pile. Maybe if we add more characters we can't handle, things people get so confused they'd stop caring.
Everyone's brains just shuts down. It's like, yeah, I guess.
And then they're like, what about the Holdo maneuver? And then Jar Jar's like, yeah, kinda we are used to that. We're like, what the fuck?
When was Jar Jar here? Don't think too hard about it. He's been here the whole time.
Look, Plot in the middle of the fight is like, there's too many of them, and he crashes. They're like, oh no, Plot. Like, what's happening?
And then Force Ghost of young Anakin appears. It's like, how the fuck does that make any sense? Like, don't think about it. It's fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
Is Rose a general in this movie?
A general annoyance.
Fucking hope not.
I know Bone generals somehow.
You could have had her in the Falcon with Poe and Finn in the beginning of the film. That way she can take a second gunner position.
There's no room.
Let's not. No, literally,
No.
no.
And we can get some cute banter between Finn and Rose.
No. I don't want
cute
Which
banter
reminds
between
me-
Finn and Rose.
Are Finn
You
and
mean
Rose a
quips?
thing at all?
No.
I fucking hope not. I don't know.
Does
Like,
his face look like they're a thing?
They're not a thing.
He was
I guess
shocked,
some are
disappointed, and confused. That's what happened there.
You said they had banter, cute banter?
What was the cute banter when she electrocuted him?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was. That's it's always funny, man.
What was the
Yeah,
cute
he's so
banter
cute.
when she didn't allow him to complete his redemption arc and sacrifice himself to save everyone?
I mean, it's. I would. He was willing to, which is good enough for me.
But is that cute banter though? That was the question.
Him dying?
Him. I don't know.
It was cute.
Oh, Finn, I love
Him dying is cute banter.
Death is the ultimate banter.
That's what I was thinking in that precise moment. Like, oh, this is pretty cute banter with him like plummeting towards the fucking ship.
It's funny to think about, like, she's like, I saved you, silly, or dingus, whatever she says. And then she establishes, you gotta save the things you love. And then you just hear the cocking of guns, and they're surrounded by stormtroopers. And then it pans away, and you just hear blasting.
You ran into him,
Oh my God.
and the crash between
you're
her ship and
supposed to
his
know
ship
what
killed
you hate.
him.
I don't know why she didn't like just push Palpatine out the way when he's getting electrocuted. If she's so good at sabotage, that would have been some really good subversion of expectations. No, you're not all the Jedi. See, I saved Palpatine. Now he's gonna win.
Quick question.
Yes.
You know that line where they're like, "Oh, we can't do the Holdo maneuver because it was a once in a million shot or
Million
whatever."
shot, yeah.
Do they ever then say why? Because I don't remember them ever
No,
following
they
up on
don't
it.
explain how you
No,
could possibly even begin to fuck up something so insanely
And
simple.
they fuck themselves. Right, so keep this in mind. It's absolutely ADR, because the person saying it is like off on their own. It's Mary. And then the response from Finn is not Finn. It's somewhat like we look at other people while Finn is saying it. It's like, And then you consider, at the end of the movie, the Holdo maneuver is being used, like, over Endor or something. And so, of course, the fucking geniuses at Lucasfilm were like, wait, why wouldn't they use that against the people on Exegol? And they're like, fuck! Throw something in there. Finn says it's 1 in a million. That'll do. Which, to be honest with you, I'm surprised they did that.
Yeah, it means that 1 million people tried it, and that was just happened. It happened to be the time where it worked.
And that's why they named it after her.
The whole don't maneuver.
Don't you see it at the end of the movie though? There's like a split ship. It's like somebody did it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, is
Yeah.
they
Oh, yeah,
I
yeah.
think the film as it originally stood, they did everything the way they did it, And then someone was like, lol, let's have a holdo maneuver at the end for the cool special effects. And then some guy was like, wait, why didn't they do that on Exegol? They're like, oh. They're like,
yeah, it's a complete
Mr.
backtrack. And
Abrams,
for some reason, I didn't catch that
Mr.
part.
Abrams,
Fuck.
why didn't we... All they had to do with this, the stupid way that they cover up plot holes, is just have him go, yeah, we can't do them on that planet, just can't, sorry. Like, okay, well, alright then.
It's impossible at that range. I don't know. Whatever.
It's a Siberia planet. It has
There,
Couldn't
the
it be like
face
a
is
line?
thick here.
Couldn't there be a line where they say, "Oh no, we can't do that because Holdo had like a prototype engine that could do that, and when that got destroyed, we couldn't make any more."
technology
or something
died
like
with
that.
her.
Yeah.
Or maybe because the ship that she used was quite big, and she used it against another ship that was also very big, so it's much easier to hit the opponent when you're doing it. But if you try and do it with, I don't know, a fucking X-wing,
Yeah.
you're more
I
likely
don't
to
know.
miss
I
or
feel
not
like
cause
an
enough
X-Wing
damage.
I feel
Yeah,
like
it's not
an
worth the
X-Wing
sacrifice.
an X-wing
Hmm.
hyperspace kamikazing into a Star Destroyer would destroy it.
Would it though, or would it smash on the outside?
It would if it's moving that
Or would it
fast.
just
I mean, you could
rip
calculate how
between-
fast a dragonfly has to smack into the windshield of an 18-wheeler to destroy it. So an X-wing would fuck up a Star Destroyer.
So this is the two forms of hyperdrive are the ports itself into another like a dimension of space, then ports itself back out, or goes super fast forward, which people prefer the former. But it looks to us that they're doing the latter in The Last Jedi, and so it's like, okay then, so it's about it being fast, in which case a coin can destroy a Death Star if it goes the right speed.
Can't wait for the next trilogy where they've all got coin launchers.
Well, this is why all the fucking problems came up. It was like, there's so many questions now, and they're like, no, it was just invented. Like, just invent... Humanity never weaponized things, don't you know?
Get a fleet of ships that can do that, and then fit them with droids that have precise calculations, and just launch thousands of ships at your enemy.
Early naval warfare was built around the idea of ramming into the other ships. Like, it's like the first thing you think about.
No, it's true. It's true.
Then you fire ships where, like, I think they're attacking and stuff.
I can just picture, like, there's this general, like, they establish hyperdrive as travel. And they're like, so cool, don't weaponize this. And the general's like, okay. I will not do that.
Should there have been some sort of like intergalactic war agreement that says you're not allowed to use that maneuver?
But you can destroy planets. That's okay.
It just
You can
rotate.
blow up 5 planets at once, but hey, you can't run into me.
That's a war crime.
You can destroy planets as long as you don't speed.
Yeah.
You can destroy planets.
Oh, could you
slowly.
imagine that? You hyperdrive off and there's a cop who goes...
You don't want to get a ticket.
and he starts slowly following the trail.
It's like a bagging limit for hunting animals, but it's for planets. Every war, you could only destroy like 5 planets.
Puts his head out the
Ren's glove
window.
compartment
Stop
opens
that!
And it's just full of speeding tickets for all the times he's tried to hyperlike.
Imagine being like the first dude, you're on car plot, and you're like, wait, what if we use it for like hurting people? And some other guy's like, what? It's like, yeah, I'm the first dude to think of this. Oh my god!
Wow, 1/4 portion for you. Jesus.
Good job.
Wow, fucking Jerry over
There
here.
are about a couple of moments in the film where Finn and Rose interact in a way that they're still dating, but are trying to keep it professional on military grounds.
No, absolutely not. Not even for a moment.
That's some headcanon shit.
That's some wonderful inference there, my dude.
Made non-canon, like they were just friends. They didn't end up.
I don't even think they were friends at this point.
They get a bare minimum of interaction.
They were amicable.
I just like the idea that he
Yeah.
says that to J.J. Abrams. He's like, I really like how you handled they're clearly invested in each other, like they're romantically involved, but they're trying to keep it professional. And J.J.'s like, huh?
No.
Yeah.
That would happen.
Woman, but yeah, and she wants to focus on her career with the Resistance. But Finn, I mean, he's just a lover, you know? He's just a lover. And, yeah, absolutely. I'm glad you picked up on that.
Ryan Johnson just put those two characters together and said, okay, now kiss. And they had no chemistry between each other.
Oh, what do you mean? I loved every scene where she's like berating him, and oh, it's so great.
Looking at him like it kind of like it has the same majesty and genius as Picard.
But by the end of the movie, you have an on-screen kiss with 2 random characters.
Yay!
Yeah,
And
Because
it
we
got
don't
cut
care.
in some Asian territories because they don't like the lesbians. So
Asian
Point.
territories don't like Star Wars full stop.
Yeah,
I really hate that they did this. 'Cause
Nobody liked this. Everyone was annoyed. It's like, what are you doing? Commit or fuck off.
The difference between this is in the whole Finn, what's her name, Rose thing, is that if you just randomly see two people you've never basically seen before kissing, you can be like, okay, well they're clearly in some kind of a relationship and they're kissing, and that's what people do to show, you know, affection and happiness and all that bullshit. But you have when you have Finn and Rose, like if they kissed, it'd be weird because we sort of know them and we sort of know about their relationship dynamic. So that would be really odd. It wouldn't be like two random people. Sometimes you could hurt yourself by giving information if you want that kind of a payoff.
Has anyone watched back through the trilogy to see if there's any kind of like, background storytelling going on between these two individuals?
I don't think anyone's cared
Dude, I
enough
love
to.
the idea that it's all told in the background. Like,
I swear the woman on the left has like one line.
oh yeah,
before
she's the one. She's the one who says they've heard us and they haven't responded or something like that.
Yeah, and she introduces Holdo as well.
Yeah.
I think she's like Leia's second in command, maybe. So she does
But
crop up a few times.
the
I've
other lady-
unfortunately had to watch all the old fucking films, but yeah, she's
It's just-
she is a character. The other one is a random.
You go all the way back to Phantom Menace and just scenes in the background. They catch each other while in university. In the next film, you see them sitting down to a meal. The next film, they're like watching a movie together. The next film, you're just like, oh my god, it's so beautiful.
They
The real
brutally,
story.
they brutally
art.
stab and kill Admiral Akbar, and then we go through the rest of the story.
That's
where we
their.
have to learn about why they did everything that they did.
I was gonna say, when you say like their plan was to kill Admiral Akbar and take his place to rise through the ranks.
To be fair, they might not even be a couple. They could just be really, really horny.
Yeah,
Oh,
just
that
caught
murder
up in
has
the
got me
moment.
so hot. Oh.
Nothing wrong with getting a kiss in there, you know, when the victory happens.
Yeah, before the PTSD sets in, they realize they've killed lots of people.
Though it should be mentioned, Peepo is clearly not happy. He's very sad right now. Look at him.
He's not.
There could even potentially be new Dreadeye who are just trying to transfer life into one another.
Yeah, I'm sure they
So-
use that line all the time. Yeah, I'm a Jedi. Come here, let me give you some powers.
So I have some amount of experience when it comes to transferring life into another person.
Yes.
Not generally how it's done. Unless that's how the lesboids do it. I don't know.
They have taught you well.
Life. We need no man.
I am no man.
That aren't important to the story. So why not give them an on-screen kiss?
Nobody wants to see that. Stop it.
Weird. We
Put it
had an
down.
on-screen.
They already had one and nobody liked it.
Yeah, nobody liked that.
There's like a poll.
Of all the things that would improve this movie, that is not one of them.
There's a poll to vote for yes or no for them to kiss, and yes has just faded out. And you're like, oh well.
Also, Finn looked genuinely confused after that kiss. That was not like a reciprocated like thing. He
Nah.
looked like you have a concussion, girl. Like
Yeah.
it was like, why did you do that?
Oh yeah, I needed the scene where he pats her on the head. He's like, good, okay, well.
And he
okay,
goes,
bye.
"Aw,
That's
I hope
adorable.
he passed out. Oh, thank God.
By the end of the film or something. If Kelly Marie Tran requested to have a smaller role in this film after all the unnecessary bullshit she got after the last one, I'd get it.
And
But
it
if
was-
it was JJ's idea or Disney's, I don't think reducing her to a background character was the way to go. Also, Finn doesn't really do much in the film.
Does
everyone a background character technically, except for Rey? Like Rey's the only real character. Everyone else is there to make sure that we know, as the audience, that Rey is just awesome.
Well, if you remember, their whole goal is to get the MacGuffin, sorry. And once they get, like, everything leads to that, they have it, Rey just fucks off. And so they go home. Like, you need to remember, from the POV of all of our heroes, they went home with nothing at that point. Halfway through the film, they got nothing. Lucky for them, they plug in Dio, and he has a bunch of useful information, which, again, really well written, I have to say. So yeah, they are useless. They're just along for the ride. Rey is the one that the story is like cares about. These guys can fuck off.
I mean, sure, by the end of the movie, he's proven to be a very determined leader, while also leading ex-stormtroopers into battle.
He clearly wasn't at the front of that.
Okay, yeah. So a determined leader. Okay, sure, you could be a really shitty and also a really excellent determined leader. There
Also,
were determined leaders on both sides.
I like the idea that it's like, what a great leader. If they had tilted their ship, you all would have died. Great job.
And also, he's leading ex-stormtroopers. It's like, I think they were pretty committed themselves. They didn't need much of a push. To be
Also, what if
fair.
there was just
They should have tried spinning. Okay, I hear this really good trick.
What if there was a stormtrooper with a minigun in front of him right now? Down they go.
There's no ranged weapons.
Or just a couple of banana peels. As soon as they slip on that, they're fucked. Just a bit of oil,
Dude,
grease,
banana
anything
grenade
like
from
that.
Worms. Banana grenade. It's great.
I want to see a legion of these stormtroopers with cattle prods just going in and fighting off the cavalry charge.
All you gotta do is spook the horses and they're fucked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just
Zap
yell
the
really
horses
loudly.
and
"Where?"
Just zap the horse a little bit and they'll run away. And they'll just probably run off the ship.
Zippity zappity. Horses are clippity clapping.
Which I thought was
Are you
cool,
having a
but
stroke?
Yes.
That's about
Yes.
the best thing they gave him to do. Also, apparently he's force sensitive. They could have done something with this. How cool would it have been to see Finn try to crush the command deck using the force?
No. Imagine that actually happened in the movie. Wouldn't you scream? What the fuck is going on?
Dude.
I would have stopped caring by that point.
Oh my god, the idea that he crushes the top of a Star Destroyer just offhand. He's like, let's do it. It's like, oh, what?
Might as
Plan
well.
didn't work. Let me use brain power.
Remember
He was
when I
using
was
half an ounce.
rage?
But that would be entertaining, though. Let's be honest.
I agree.
Sure.
I would have laughed really hard.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think
for the wrong reasons.
Yeah, but it would give EFAP an extra couple of hours to
True.
digest that.
Why couldn't Finn just, I don't know, snap his fingers and the whole thing just disintegrates? That'll work.
It's funny to me that, like, you know, like when you have a group of friends, you're all just back and forth about what could have happened in the movie, and he's like, yeah, wouldn't it be cool if like, Finn just crushed him? Everyone at the table's like, no! They slap their hands, like, what the fuck is wrong with you? And he's like, oh, okay, I don't know, I just thought it would be cool. Everyone's saying Goodell, but...
That line that he's just said, where they could have done something with this. I think that's kind of like the story of the entire sequel trilogy. They should have done something with this. It would have been really cool if they did that, but they didn't.
What if the communists just force crushed Hitler's spine?
Sorry.
I don't fucking know.
Even if you
Apollo
hate
13 crush the moon force.
I think even if you hate The Force Awakens or like that, at least it I'll say that at least it set some stuff up that could have, even if it was kind of shitty, like I don't know, they could have done something with these characters. It was pretty flawed, but like
it had
Yeah,
potential.
I will back that horse. I will say you could have done something. I know it was a shit. It's like your car is all making horrible noises, but you could still, it's something there. And then someone just poured lava all over it. And you're like, oh, well, I guess it's fucked now. When's the next Goodell? That's April. Moopa's working on it, okay?
He probably wouldn't have been successful, but at least he would have done something with it. Room Boy did something with it.
Room Boy did something.
Wouldn't have done something with it.
He just
That's what
tried.
success means.
You could have tried at least.
Yeah.
How would we know what he was trying to do if he didn't succeed in doing it?
Because
He would
you'd
have
see
just,
the
like,
windows crack.
clenched his hands and like stared at the Star Destroyer,
and the camera
then
would,
nothing happens.
The camera would aim right at the thing, and then someone in there would be like, "Sir, the windows," and they're like, and then Finn is like, "Oof, ooch, oochie." I like how people in chat are like, what the fuck, he lifted broom, it's like he did something.
Well, I mean, he did something.
I kind of wanted for them to like you get these C-3PO and like just unlock that little thing so you can access the Sith language, and then he turns evil and starts snapping everybody's necks. That would have been cool.
Yes,
it's so good.
Room Boy.
That we have to actually say now.
And, like C-3PO getting turned evil by all this fuckery, and when they put him onto the Empire ship and a door opens, the stormtrooper's like, "Who are you?" And he goes, "C-3PO," and then just kills them all.
And then it turns out
like
that
a Darth Vader scene from Rogue One, like a Darth Vader scene with C-3PO just murdering everybody.
And it turns out that Babu Frick was actually the Phantom Menace all along.
He's inside
And
C-3PO
he was just
operating him.
waiting for the opportunity to.
Babu Frick was the secret Sith all along.
Yes. We know how to make good Star Wars, okay? These guys? No. Us? Yes.
I would have thrown the baby out with the bathwater. You know the scene with the giant snake? Rey powers just fail her, and she just gets eaten by the snake. And the other two are like, "What the fuck do we do now?"
I thought
And
you
then
said
they've gotta
rape
try and-
powers fail her.
Oh,
rape powers.
Why does she have rape powers? What does that mean?
She's got so many fucking powers. It wouldn't surprise me. I mean, she can do the hand wavy, mind tricks. So she's
Powers are
God.
not things you would learn. Such powers are not things you would learn from a Jedi.
C-3PO being more involved in the story was a welcomed addition, but his subplot makes
Was it
no
really?
sense.
His subplot makes no sense?
It's like the
They
opposite
find
of
a
the
dag-
things we say. It's fascinating.
Oh, the sword dagger nonsense. Yeah, okay. Well, at least you picked up on something.
Oh, I thought it was
It's almost like he's exactly wrong.
Well, I mean, this shit doesn't make sense if he's referring to the fucking crazy ass
Oh, yeah,
knife
the
carving
dagger,
ruler.
no. But the fact that he would sacrifice himself essentially to do that, that was fine. I don't see how that was bad.
I'm okay with him doing it. The part that was weird was when he was like, I want to take one last look at my friends. Like, fuck off, C-3PO. What do you mean? None of these people like you. They're all horrible.
That'd be really, yeah. But like I said, it'd be really cool. Like, I'm going to take one last look at my friends before you do this, because then I'm going to go and kill you all. So I just want to remember everyone before I start snapping their necks and going evil. That'd be cool, because he knows what's going to happen, but he can't tell them. Remember, he can't tell them for some reason.
Clue to finding this Sith Wayfinder that leads to Exegol, but his programming forbids him from translating the Sith language.
Maybe she wrote it down.
Alright, real quick, first of all.
I agree, maybe if he fucking wrote it down.
Yeah, it's a bit awkward. Isn't it?
Wouldn't that count as translating, though?
What about? No. Well, so if the point on a map, then
That's also kind of technically translating.
no, that wouldn't count as
He's
translating.
taking the information and transferring it into another.
Well, think about it, right? You read directions in French, and someone says, "Can you read these directions in English?" And you're like, "No." Can you point to the map, which is a neutral element? It's not like you could have a map in French that you
Yeah,
could
but you're
still use.
translating that language into another language that the other person understands. Just
Well,
because
no, I
that-
still wouldn't
No.
be able to say the word.
Yeah, like so French language says go northeast, and then you point to northeast on the French map.
The French language would say "Go northeast."
Yeah, go northeast, and then on the map, and then we'd be like, "Oh, it's a French map, but we can totally tell where in the fucking star system that shit is." And he's actually been shown to point on maps previously in Star Wars movies, so they're fucked now. It's all over.
Canon. C-3PO can point.
The story has been. Your story is so terrible. It's been destroyed by the fact that a character has the ability to point at things.
Dude, you say that as if we were already at that point with the whole they don't know which way is up thing. We're already there. I'm just picturing C-3PO raising his finger upward. They're like, wait, is that? He's like, up.
A protocol droid to translate which way is up.
We only know which way is up in French.
It was built by Anakin as a kid, right? So how would he...
Well, of course, see, this is where I give some benefit of the doubt. Like, Anakin, I'm assuming, gave him, like, a standard UI or software thing that comes with its own restrictions or whatever, but it is a weird as hell... This isn't even the answer. The film gives us its own answer for this. The film says that, the new regulations by the Republic made it so we can't read Sith shit.
1 second.
I just like the idea that C-3PO can only point in French or something. He can't point in
Point
Sith.
in
Point in French.
Point in Sith.
Oh,
says
shit.
points in French.
How
Points
stupid
in
of me.
Japanese.
Why would we even mention pointing? Of course, chat is going nuts.
Yeah.
And a new meme is born.
No, that's an old meme. It's a meme that breathes new life every time pointing comes up. They usually have the nerd person with the pointing. Now they got a robot with pointing.
What language are they pointing in? Is it French? It better be French.
I can't tell. I'm not fluent in French pointing.
I think it might be
we're
English
we're not
pointing.
allowed to translate. We're not allowed to tell you what language we are pointing in.
It looks
can
like
read the- I can
interpreted
read the
dance.
fingers.
Omelette du fromage.
It's probably English
Yeah,
pointing.
That fucking
I mean, I guess in some languages they'd probably point with a different finger, maybe, because it's rude to point with your index finger, maybe, perhaps.
They just point with a fist.
point with a thumb, point with an entire fist at where Exegol is, please, C-3PO.
You can do the hot cold shit. It's like hot, colder, colder.
Fuck it, let's just move on. So they go to Kijimi to find a black market droid smith named Babu Frick.
Yes, Babu Frick.
Best,
The best character in all of Star Wars.
Oh, he's amazing.
Team Frick.
Most in-depth character.
To hack into his mind, and the downside to getting him to translate the language is to wipe his memory? How will they get the translation? One could argue that the memory wipe took place after the translation process, but it didn't. Because there's a brief scene where we see Babu hack into his mind, and as soon as he says, "Wait, I just remembered, there's something else we could try," his brain gets fried. And the fact that Rey walked off as if to say, "Yeah, I can't be here right now," indicates that the C-3PO they remember was in that instant gone. His memory was wiped at that exact moment, before the translation process. It doesn't make any sense as to how they were able to translate it from a memory that doesn't exist.
I mean, I don't know how it makes any sense, but
Well, I mean,
they
if they
seemed...
They transferred all of the data in his head into another system.
Well, no, but the impression I got was that there's like a baseline UI for protocol droids, and then the personality comes on top of it. They had to delete the personality, because if you remember, immediately after he sounds very robotic compared to normal.
Yeah.
Oh, wasn't there something said about how they constantly have to keep resetting them because they become like sentient or some shit?
That's
like,
I
to
don't
keep
think
them
that's
line?
in. I think that might be in Solo. It's either in Solo or something in the EU. But yeah, like the idea is that once droids live for too long, they start, being
Because
a
he
little
had his
human.
memory wiped at the end of Revenge of the Sith, didn't he?
Yeah.
So it's not his first radio.
But wasn't that
exist at that point? If his memory, if you're just gonna have R2 restore it later.
Why kill Chewbacca if you're just going to bring him straight back?
Yeah, the film
Why
is full of that
fucking-
shit.
Why fucking do anything if you're just going to immediately do a full U-turn on it?
Alright, let's discuss the Sith Lord in the room, shall we?
Said it.
After seeing the first trailer, I was honestly excited
What?
to see Palpatine again.
Why?
Of course you were.
Stop it! You're the problem.
Don't validate it, man.
But after seeing the movie, I really wished they hadn't made that move.
Well, what were you hoping for? What did you actually want
Yeah,
to happen?
what were you gunning for? Like, what would have happened that would have made you say, yes, we got it?
Like, it played out pretty much how it could, badly.
He
and
sat there being
people
evil,
died.
and he gave the same ultimatum: kill me, and I'll become yay. And then they kill him, and
blasted
then
his
they
own
win.
face off with lightning again. Like, he did all the
For the
typical
third
fucking
time.
Palpatine things.
It looked like he was enjoying himself, though. His performance, as always, was excellent, and he was mostly creepy in this. But they barely explained how he came back.
He was
And he was mostly creepy.
That's what I want.
It's a weird point of, praise.
He was all creepy, wasn't he?
Mostly
Yeah,
creepy.
did you
Did you
forget the
stop
bit?
to pet a puppy or anything?
Did you forget the bit where he was really nice?
Mostly creepy, a bit nice sometimes.
I don't know about Palpatine being in this. I just really want to know: is he creepy? If yes, I'll watch it.
I mean, he's
Yeah,
only
maybe-
mostly creepy.
And that's why he didn't like it. He should have been full creepy.
Yeah, like inappropriately hugging his granddaughter. Oh, my granddaughter.
Give me your power.
Yeah, you do it half-assed when it's creepy.
Now
You
suck
go
the power
I'm
out
going
of
to
you.
suck all of your power.
No, suck.
Fucking
No,
hell.
no.
Where's your boyfriend as well? I want to suck his power too.
I'm going to
Gift his
suck you
granddaughter.
both off.
This is what you're referring to, where
and
this was the not
tweet
creepy
with
part,
asterisks.
right? He was not creepy. He was menacing. There's a difference, of course.
Sure, we found out he made Snoke. But what about him? How did he come back to life after being thrown down an elevator shaft and blowing up? Hard to come back from that one. Let's discuss the
I
big
thought you were
reveal.
excited about the
Yeah,
prospect of him returning, and now
Why weren't you thinking that when you
I
first
guess-
heard it?
I think he was hoping for the scene where they flash back and they show him going down, and he hides in a little compartment, throws out a gas grenade, it blows up, and he's like, me, and he's like, oh my god, it all makes so much sense. That's so good.
It's science fiction, guys. It's a science fiction. It says you can do anything with science fiction. Also, canon is stupid.
Yes. Well, I mean,
excited
as
for
the
the thing
great
until I thought about
Quintinius once said, it's only a sequel if you interpret it that way.
If you only perceive it as a sequel, yeah.
I'm not too mad about Rey Palpatine, because Rey being the granddaughter of Palpatine and Kylo being the grandson of Vader makes the two a dyad in the Force.
Oh, you wouldn't have said
Somehow.
that. Make that bullshit up.
Yeah, I was gonna say they made that up. What do you mean?
They're
Like,
a dyad, guys.
he says that like
You
it's
know
2 + 2 is 4 sort of shit. He's like, of course it makes sense if you put that the chess pieces are all coming together, and you're like, no, that's just something they said happens. Since when was the Force dyad a thing?
Yeah, no
did they
characters have
plan it in
actually referred to
advance?
it.
Did Palpatine say, "Hey, I'm gonna have a grandkid, and you should have a grandkid, and they should hook up"? You know, no.
Because
That's
we've
weird,
been hooking up
Palpatine.
this whole time, so let's keep it going.
But
Keep
I
it in
do
the
wish
family.
that they kept her a nobody and not connect her to the original films. She was more interesting as a
I
nobody.
got so many mixed messages from you.
I
thought
don't
it was
understand what's happening anymore.
Palpatine.
I feel like he's written a bunch of Star Wars opinions in a hat and just picked them out and been like, yeah, this is what I think.
So you made this video the same way they made Rise of Skywalker. There's so much.
Yeah, this is actually like a method video.
We all know why they made her a Palpatine.
Raise Mary Sue! Fuck this feminist!
Oh my goodness.
She is Mary Sue, though.
Hey, look, guys, it's us.
In fact, Mary Sue's the epitome of Mary Sue is a Rey now. Okay, she's more Mary Sue than any Mary Sue I've ever seen.
Yeah, she's
Yeah,
I would say she's the template.
Make more of a Mary Sue.
Oh, did you not see that one scene near the start of the movie where she's training for like 30 seconds?
Oh, right.
Oh, she climbed a thing. Yeah, she climbed up a thing, and then she was in the desert.
trained for 30
She did a
seconds.
very basic obstacle course.
In the third movie, after she's already lifted half a mountain and beat up Luke Skywalker.
We gave her the ability to fly.
I just like the idea that you tell people she's finally defeated by Kylo in a fight. You're like, oh wow, this is after she's trained. Yes. Okay.
Trained and got worse. She got worse after she
I
trained.
like it's just the opposite of everything that's supposed to happen.
She redo everything. So when she absorbed the wisdom of another normal person, she got worse. She should have just stayed the way she was.
She should have just
She
kept
was already
downloading.
off.
Just keep downloading shit. That's how she
Like
did
when
it,
she
right?
just couldn't headbutt Leia and get all the knowledge from her brain.
Yeah.
Suck off
and
Leia.
then when Luke shows up as a ghost, she's like, "Let me grab your brain." And he's like, "No." And he's got all that too. Can you download it yourself from yourself? What if you like Ouroboros it? Just download and re-upload to yourself until it doubles up. Like Pokemon, like you duplicate shit. I think that would work.
Palpatine did it.
This propaganda shit! How's she doing that without training?
The only
Ow.
Yep.
Okay, yeah, don't do that
Please don't.
ever.
We've said this before. Random loudness in videos, not the greatest choice. Really fucking annoying. Okay.
Also,
Hello, Timothy.
I've got more hair than that as well. I don't think this is a nice depiction.
Yeah, it's not a pizza. It's not a dog. It's not Satan. It's not a gas mask. It's not a puppet. It's not a rat. So what is this? Like, what have you done?
Now, hell forbid that we expect a hero to have some sort of training in a hero's journey.
We need to stop making such outrageous.
No, because that's sexist.
I love the idea that they're at a round table. It's like, what if the training makes them worse? But why?
I'm throwing a fastball at you, JJ.
That would really subvert expectations.
If
How
we
about practicing makes you worse. Yeah, I get that. I can actually see that happening, really.
They'll never bitch to have characters get training. It's brilliant.
It's technically happening to JJ.
Training just makes you worse.
Naturally.
The only one who should have a connection is Ben Solo, the last Skywalker. Plus, Rey Palpatine doesn't sound right for some reason.
Yeah, because
It doesn't sound right. I don't like it.
What are these?
No part of it sounds right.
What are these reasons? Like, I don't like it because it doesn't roll off the tongue like, Derek Palpatine does. I feel like he's on the right track. He doesn't know what component pieces to go for. It's like just fucking the words themselves. You're like, dude, no one fucking cares about the words. Like, come on.
But it doesn't sound right.
What name do you think would sound right? Peter Palpatine?
Oh, it would have to be something made up, wouldn't
Well,
it?
Sheev doesn't work either. His
Ray-
actual name.
Raby one Kanabi.
Rumblo Palpatine.
Rumblo in the jump.
Ray
Pipeman.
Ray
Joel
Frick.
Palpatine.
What about Enitap Lap Palpatine? Enitap Lap? That sounds Star Warsy. Enitap Lap.
Palpatine.
Listerine Palpatine.
Rey Kenobi has a way better ring to it. Even Rey Solo.
Ew.
Rey Skywalker.
Why
maybe.
Kenobi?
I mean, they do make that a thing at the end of this film. I don't know. They
Yeah,
say
that's
Palpatine.
why you
is
brought it
the
up, I
plan, but-
assume.
You shouldn't have
So
given them
good.
suggestions. Stop it.
I was all for the whole Ray Kenobi thing before the third movie.
I think
Well, before the
just
second.
Ray Plutt, as a lot of people have suggested, is the way to go.
I just really liked the idea of a Kenobi raising a Skywalker and then a Skywalker raising a Kenobi. I thought that would have been really sweet. But no, she's a Palpatine.
I think that's bullshit. It may seem that way, since Rey's dark nature is alluded to in the previous films.
Not really. He's just like, hey, go look around. She does. And he's like, no, not the dark place. Oh, well, it looks kind of interesting. I'm just going to walk over there. And he goes, no!
No, why aren't you telling?
Didn't Luke do the same thing as well in The Empire Strikes Back?
Well, but the way it's framed in The Empire Strikes Back is that it's a test, and
Yeah.
it's something that Luke is dealing with in his own head, and he failed. Like, he chose to destroy, and he became that which he was trying. There's a lot of good shit going on in that one. With her, it's like you're playing with Lego, and your dad's like, don't touch the darker pieces, and you pick one up, like, why? And he goes, you fucking idiot, and slaps you, and you're like, what? I don't understand. Like, what? And you're just like, I've never seen such power.
But yeah, it's definitely different. Yeah.
What have I created?
I just imagine this man looming over his child, like just the fucking JoJo menacing like meme shit. Never seen such power.
Moves to step on the Legos.
She walks on the Lego and doesn't feel a thing. She is the chosen one.
But it could have been just foreshadowing for her turning to the dark side, instead of being related to Palpatine. Also, how the fuck did Leia know that Rey was a Palpatine? Just...
She read the script. What do you mean?
She sniffed her midichlorians. I don't know.
Yeah, no
I
one
mean,
cares.
she didn't. I mean, I think she was the only person that didn't read the script, to be honest, because she was actually dead. So.
Oh right. Well, a lot of people have said. Sorry, Luke said right that they both knew all along, which I imagine rewatching the sequel trilogy would be quite funny, knowing that.
But I mean, you know, tell her maybe, let her know, give her.
Well,
a
I don't
hint.
know what their plan was. If you remember when
She's
Leia's
like moping
hey,
around, crying, like, "Oh, my family, when will they return?" It's like, no, bitch, you're a Palpatine, by the way. Lol.
Leia's
Oh,
like, hey,
yeah.
go meet Luke at the end of Force Awakens. She sends
It's
Rey.
not like it never came up in conversation.
But also, wouldn't have Luke killed Rey on the spot? Because we know how Luke responded to Kylo having bad dreams, and Rey slept on that island as well. So
Yeah.
at no point in the Last Jedi does she get skewered by Luke. And if he's all-knowing, sensing, none of it makes any bloody sense. It's an arse pull.
Well, I just like
it's
the
like
idea that
evil
she.
Solo blood in his veins that made him evil. Because Palpatine blood, that's fine. Solo blood makes you evil.
Yeah.
Remember when Luke reconnects with the Force in TLJ and he seems to contact Leia? I picture they were having like a conversation and he's like, do you know you sent me a Palpatine? She's like, yeah. I don't know what to do with it.
Wasn't that funny? It was like a prank. I sent you a Palpatine, Luke.
Did you do-
Leia?
I threw the lightsaber away, and then I sucked on an alien's tits, and it grossed her out. You should have seen her face.
She's gonna go save Kylo or something. I think she's just fucking with me. She's clearly evil. I'm
I
just gonna
threw
let
away-
her go.
she had, so what happened? She handed me my lightsaber, and I threw it away. It was really funny because I had your lightsaber in my hut the whole time. Like I just pretend I didn't like lightsabers for some reason.
When I threw it, I had attached a string to it. She thinks it went over the edge, but I still have
I was
it.
just doing a bit.
Wait. What
It actually means a lot to me.
What do you mean she's going to be the one that saves the Resistance? What?
I thought it was a meme. Why would
Oh.
why would you do this?
How? Now, I'm also not too mad at the fact that Rey killed Palpatine, because one, she had help from all the Jedi.
I mean, why didn't
Like,
they do that
I just-
at any other point ever throughout the entire history when they've been struggling to
I
fight
thought he
against-
was. I thought he was going to talk about it from a story standpoint, not a mechanics one. Like, can it make sense for her to defeat? It's like she's already super fucking powerful. Who cares? Like the idea that she's gonna beat him. He's like, yeah, but she has all the Jedi. He's like, oh, for fuck's sake. The problem is that he's alive in the first place. It was joked that she would kill Palpatine when we found out he was in the movie, and it was like, oh, she vaporizes him. But that's happened to him twice before, so.
I think they kind of looked at jokes people were making and thought those were actual suggestions. What if we had Palpatine zap the entire fleet? Oh, that sounds good. Write that down. Write that down.
Yeah, they're all laughing and laughing, and then JJ's just like,
They just didn't pick up on the irony, and loads of people were liking it because it was such a bad idea.
Yeah, he tells his producers they were laughing so much. The ideas were that good. They were shocked at the greatness of the ideas.
Okay, what's that? My check's cleared. Great, cool. Wrap it up. I'm done. Fuck. What else can I ruin?
Oh yeah, well, what is he getting his fangs in next? Is it
Yeah.
Fuck, I forgot what wasn't it?
Lovecraft County. He's produced that. He hasn't.
In fairness, Lovecraft gets shat on like fucking all the time. Because it's just, but I was gonna say, wasn't it he made a deal with was it HBO?
Satan.
Well, he has a deal with me. Okay.
I was gonna say he would know. He's right here.
I renounce.
He's all over a bunch of Star Trek stuff.
I cast JJ out of my domain.
Oh yeah, DC. He was doing something with DC, right? That's horrifying.
He's doing a couple more Mission Impossibles.
Dun, 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 dun.
A Half-Life movie.
Someone give the franchise assassin a contract for DC, I guess.
And then the untitled Quentin Tarantino Star Trek project, which is just going to be an absolute fucking...
Oh, don't get me started.
I can't wait for all the pictures of alien feet.
And them just saying the N-word in space.
Yeah.
You know what they call
the alien equivalent?
What do they call a hamburger on Kronos? A bat lift with cheese.
Ah.
Yo, and two, he's also a Palpatine, and the way I see it, it takes one to kill one. So it can't.
What?
Wait a minute.
Literally not.
When was that widely accepted idea?
They made that up for this movie.
It takes one to kill one.
Writer-
No one's ever said that.
Rags just like this. Writer Chris Terrier says he's leaving it to the imagination of the viewer on how Luke Skywalker knew Rey's lineage. What?
Now that's some quality writing.
That's when you know you've given the fuck up. It was like, oh, you guys can figure it out. Didn't Ryan Johnson say that about the third? Both. Because there was a deleted scene for Lesson 2 from Luke for Rey, and he was like, so what's the third one? He was like, that's for the viewer. Like, what does that mean?
That's not very helpful.
It's for you guys to think about. What is her third lesson?
Imagine all of your teachers in school had that attitude. It's like, so what are we going to learn today in math class? It's like, it's up to your imagination.
Do you see that he's relying on the theme crowd? Because they're going to be like, oh, don't you get it? The third lesson was in the throne room. That was the third lesson. You're like, what the fuck are you talking about?
What, bad choreography?
The third lesson was when you stole a guy's name.
That's what I'm saying, is like, when you say shit like this, like, the viewer can figure it out. That's what they relied on, the interpretive crowd. The crowd would just go like, everything means everything, you don't understand.
I was right the whole time.
Lucky me.
But even if we change all of the information, I can somehow keep the theme intact, and I'm still right, no matter what.
People is upset, I just expanded him.
Just pretend it is what you want it is and see how you feel.
Oh, that was the best argument.
At the fact that Rey killed Palpatine, because one, she had help from all the Jedi, and two,
how?
She's also a Palpatine, and the way I see it, it
What
takes
else do
one
they
to kill
give?
one.
It takes a Palpatine to kill a Palpatine, also a bunch of Jedi.
They said some pretty enthusiastic, supportive words in her mind, and that.
Yeah,
gave her-
don't fuck up where I did.
That's what Anakin said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Avatar state. You don't understand. She got a power boost.
Dude, I love the idea she talks to Anakin like, how do I bring balance to the Force like you did? And he's like, well, I
was gonna recommend throwing him down this really big pit on a space station and watching him explode and then blowing that up a second time, but honestly, after that, I got nothing.
I thought that would work, but you know, apparently I was wrong.
I think it's reasonable for me to assume that.
Hopefully he forgot that that melted his face the first time, so maybe he forgot that.
Also, Palpatine isn't even gone now. Still, there's obviously more clones of him elsewhere, and he's just going to carry on doing
Exegol
this
Mark
shit.
II.
You know the old Sith saying, "Don't keep all your clones in one basket."
All your Snokes.
Also, I just like
Don't
when she's
keep all
bringing
the
that up.
Snokes in one space jar.
When she's bringing that up to Anakin as well, Obi-Wan is like, did he really bring balance, though? Did he? I don't know.
They still haven't really... You ask 10 people what that means, bringing balance to the Force, you might get 10 different answers.
Hey, Mace Windu, come over here. Do you think Anakin brought balance? And he's like, no, he fucked everything up. It's
No,
like, yeah, interesting.
Why are you
Ayla
talking
Sakura, what do you think, Anakin? Bring balance? She's like, no. Stop it, guys. If anything, you put everything out of balance. He's like, okay, you know what? I didn't have to do what I did.
Hey, fuck you guys.
So it kind of made sense why they went that route.
No.
But I feel it would have been more significant if Ben helped Rey kill Palpatine. Both of them using Leia and Luke's lightsabers to deflect the Force lightning back at him.
Oh, so lame.
Yeah, but Ben Solo's a man. Can't have that.
Imagine them pushing back and both chanting together, "We are all the Jedi."
Oh my god.
Imagine giving a win.
You'd
He's
cringe.
done it. He's actually come up with an idea that's worse than what
Yeah, you'd
happened.
cringe into a different dimension if that happened. You'd be like, yeah, right.
We are
Their
all the
strong
Jedi.
bond overpowers the might of the Sith Emperor, leaving them both near death, and Ben uses the last of his strength to restore Rey's energy. Or maybe the other way around. Also, the Rey...
That's when you know you're doing a great job with your story. It's like, this could happen, or the completely reverse. I don't know.
I got some people use this as evidence that Reylo is a thing. But in the book, which they like to usually go to the novelizations and stuff to prove that the movies were actually good for some reason. But the book, the novelization of Rise of Skywalker, says that it was not a love kiss. It was a kiss of gratitude. So there is no Reylo. Reylo is dead.
There is a kiss of gratitude. Oh yes, I've had many kisses of gratitude.
That's what they call them. Yeah.
I kiss my family gratitude on the mouth all the time.
Oh no.
For all you listening,
And
if a
then
woman
shortly
gives-
after
if you-
die.
if a woman gives you a quote unquote kiss of gratitude, right? That means it's ready to fucking step things up to the next level.
Yeah.
No, not according to the novel. It's just she kissed him out of gratitude, and it was platonic.
Yeah,
That's
what you do-
Especially when it's
Platonic
out of
being
mouth.
polite.
Like maybe if she
platonic
kissed him on the
kiss
cheek,
of
I'd be like,
gratitude.
yeah,
When
but
a-
no, this was the mouth to mouth.
When a lady does that,
forehead.
when a lady does that, what you're supposed to do is send a letter back, a formal letter saying, "I appreciate your kiss of gratitude," and that's there you go.
And I would like to send to you
respect
an
your
offer.
space.
I'm respecting your space by kissing your face.
Halo kiss was highly unwarranted. A loving embrace would have been just fine. And it's
No,
also
it would have been
awkward.
too much.
Let's
They
just
should
take the
not like
loving.
each other
If
in
they
any
just,
way.
if they
He's
just
a mass
stopped to
murdering
have a little
lunatic.
cuddle after. What?
No.
Oh, come here,
Aw,
Ray.
a little big sweet
Oh,
little
we
spoon.
did
You
it.
killed your granddad.
I mean, we've been trying to kill each other this whole time, and you actually murdered me earlier today. But let's just cuddle it out, I guess. Like what?
We did it, yeah.
It just gives like Ray one last like foot massage.
Yeah,
I'm very
of gratitude.
mutual.
And then she's still unconscious, and she wakes up. He's like, "Is this weird? I can stop. I don't know if this is weird.
Does it hurt anymore?
Does it hurt?"
That is still my favorite.
Because after they kiss, he just dies. I'm just glad the Super Reylo fans weren't in my
I know, right?
theater
I
when
kissed
they
him. I
kissed.
just died.
Was it a kiss, or did she just suck the life force right out of it?
Sucked it
Suck
right
the
out.
fucking soul out.
She needed more.
Women, am I right?
Yeah.
Come on. Lip connections.
Oh my god, why?
Oh.
Why would you even? How could you even listen to this? Like even to edit it into a video.
I don't mean to do a sexism, but it's clearly girls that are screaming at what just happened.
It just
These are the kinds of girls that you don't want to have you give. You
Kisses
don't
of
have these girls
gratitude.
give you the kiss of gratitude. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because then you'll immediately die.
Do not let them.
Why
suck
is
your
there
soul
no
out.
respect for my ears, though? Why must you hurt me? What did I do?
Yeah. When
I
he
should
listened
offend
through this, he should know how unpleasant it is to all
should-
living creatures.
And every time they do this, Peepo grows in size. Do they really want him to take over the whole screen? I don't know.
Was that actually women at the theater screaming, or was that him in the theater screaming at the kids?
He was screaming because he secretly likes Raylo.
This movie introduces force healing, but was actually introduced in Mandalorian first, which I didn't have.
No,
too
they
much...
made that shit up just to try and justify it. Enough with that
Dude,
horse shit.
It was so planned. The episode of Mandalorian Healing was like 2 days before Rise of Skywalker came out.
Yeah. And
See,
it didn't really.
It exists in the universe, see?
It wasn't essential to the plot of Mandalorian either. It was just like it could have just not happened and everything would be exactly.
Oh yeah. Whoa. Healing Grief Karga gets them unbetrayed, if you remember.
Oh well, he didn't have to have gotten that wound.
Yeah, they could have just not wounded him in the first place.
Well, but then he would have betrayed him.
Well, here's the thing. There's a lot of issues with this plot. But then that means his 2 henchmen would have survived when they should have, because they were just doing their jobs, and he would.
Well, if you remember, he talked to him. You know what that conversation was? I want to free these guys, and the bounty hunters were like, "Dude, the entire empire is gonna fuck us up if we do that." And he's like, "Oh yeah, okay," and then he just shoots them. Like, fuck you guys.
Much of an issue with, but in the grand scheme of things, it could have been useful in a lot of situations. But there's one aspect of the force healing in this movie that pisses me off. Poe gets shot in the arm, right? And Rey doesn't heal him. She heals a fucking snake.
Yeah, because she's an asshole.
Yeah, I know what's up with that. Yeah, she is an asshole. If I could heal people, I'd be healing people left and right.
Yeah, I'd just give up on my mission altogether and just stay back at base healing all of the fucking infantry.
I'd start a clinic, pay what you want. I'd be a rich man either way.
In fairness, it's not like he's important. It's not like he's the best pilot or anything.
It's kind of insinuated that her using force healing makes her pay some sort of price, but the thing is, you don't see her pay a price for it. It just doesn't say that she does.
Well, she scratches her hand. She's like, "Ooh, my hand, ooh."
It would have been one thing if she used force healing and she started to degrade or something,
or like get old, like really quickly age.
Yeah, or something. But
cool.
Nothing happens. They just say that something happens, but nothing actually. It's another instance of the genius of the tell don't show.
The tell don't show.
I think it'd be anticlimactic if she only has a couple of heals in, and halfway through the movie she heals someone and goes, oh, "Shit, no, I healed too much. I'm going away."
Turns into dust.
We're actually getting a little close to the cap now. It's a little bit spooky. We got this.
And Kylo Ren, Ben Solo, but not one of her best friends? What the
They're not friends. She hates him.
Not best friends. They've barely even spent time together.
They just don't like each other. Remember, they have an argument at the beginning because that's character.
Yeah.
Could your name just be Ben Ren? I like that better.
Ben Ren.
Fuck, Rey. He could have died at the Battle of Exegol. He needs that arm to fly. She was consumed with revenge against Palpatine for killing her parents. She still could have done it. Also, there are times where this movie shits on The Last Jedi as a response.
Yeah. Can you believe it? What? Just the gall.
We'd never do something like that, would we?
No.
The Exegol.
Snoke's dead. What now? Pulp's made Snoke and has been the puppeteer.
You said you were happy to have him back.
Palpatine's been back. I don't understand you.
So I think the question from earlier is now a yes. He did just make this video with a bunch of opinions strung together with string.
Not even string. They're not even together. They're just random opinions, one after another.
String in multiple places, and then burn some of the pieces, and then replace some of the pieces of string with like bricks and paper clips. And paper.
Like, sir, we need to make like a board of connections. You got string? I got bricks.
Just throwing bricks at the board.
This whole time, Luke couldn't fly off Octo because the X-Wing had been buried underwater for over a decade. Now, let's have Luke force lift it up and have Rey fly it to Exegol.
I mean, this guy, he's picked up some stuff. You know, good job.
I really wanted Luke to say, yes, I finally did it. I finally did it.
Luke didn't want to leave.
Yeah.
Well, no, he decided that he would eventually, right? He did it with his projectionisms.
Yeah. Like, he exiled himself deliberately. He didn't. So who gives a shit?
Well, no, he's saying that Luke could have gone to create himself, according to Rise of Skywalker. When there's actually some kind of the whatever they release with the movies, those books. They said something like the X-Wing wouldn't have doesn't work properly because like one of the S-foils is torn off to make a door and other shit. The implication is that it was waterlogged, it wasn't going to work, and so he had to project himself. But the Red Skywalker was like, Loldo.
Rey is a nobody. Sometimes you don't need lineage to be important to the story. She's a Alps.
You never needed lineage to be important to the story. That's retarded. I love the idea that people are referencing Solo as an important family bloodline. It's like, what was so important about Solo before we met Han Solo? Like, why are you treating it like he was just a random? Like, why? Ugh.
Name from some dude.
Yeah, you can't even argue that it's a good bloodline because he got it from a random guy saying, "Oh, Solo." But no, everybody has to be from an important
Actually, yeah,
lineage.
the solo bloodline begins with Han Solo because it's just a bullshit made up
Yeah,
name.
and it ends with Ben Solo.
One generation's worth of bloodline.
It already fucked up like so bad.
Oh, but it's so
On multiple
important to
planets.
the poetry of Star Wars.
I feel that if they built this movie off of what Last Jedi had, instead of constantly roasting or retconning it,
But that's what The
this
Last
would've-
Jedi was.
Come
It
on,
was
please.
roasting and retconning.
And please don't take away the last pieces of fun I had with The Rise of Skywalker. It was roasting TLJ. It was funny. Let me have it. When he says the Jedi wouldn't do such disrespect to a weapon, I was like,
Made me do the big smile.
been a
But
much better
it
finale.
honestly, I know
Ever
it's funny in a like kind of macro meta way, but it does make Luke appear to be completely fucking schizophrenic.
yes.
Like, it just doesn't make any sense at all.
She's like, what happened, Luke? And he's like, you never spoke to me. That was an android.
Android sent by Babu Frick.
Darth Frick.
Darth
Frick. Sith Lord.
Oh,
Ever since I
please.
saw The Last Jedi, I've always wondered to myself, now that Snoke is dead, how will they up the ante? Well, not like this.
Well, what do you think happened?
said you were okay with this. What
They bring back a mostly creepy emperor.
Mostly creepy.
Does he remember he said he was cool with this? He was just unhappy with their execution. Does he remember that?
Yeah, he said that Palpatine's great, and
It's
now
awesome when he
every
hates it.
terrible.
Palpatine's great and I love him and I hope they bring him back, but not like this and I hope they don't bring him back.
Yeah, because he had a section where he was like, how could they possibly bring him back? After saying, yay, they brought him back.
To be honest, his voice has a 420 vibe to it, so
Yeah.
I think that's probably why.
He sounds tired.
Yeah.
It's like the fact that they brought
Wait.
back a Palpatine whose face personifies what
Well,
the sequel trilogy is. It's a dead Star Wars.
Yeah. I was going to say he did start this video by coming, so he's probably quite sleepy.
Poor guy.
Seeing The Rise of Skywalker, do I still think The Force Awakens and The Last Jedi are good movies?
Excuse me.
Yes. But
Ugh.
what about the sequel trilogy as a whole?
No.
Well, I don't hate it, but I would have loved
What a rousing
don't hate
success.
I don't hate it. 7 out of 10.
did a lot more
out of 10.
if it had
This
a
review
better
brought to you by
ending.
IGN.
One that wasn't rushed or badly written. Honestly, they should have postponed working
Whoa,
on
that
Solo
would fix
to
a
make
lot of
sure The
things.
Rise of Skywalker was written well and ended the
That
saga
wouldn't
in an
have
epic
helped.
way. And do I think that they should have had
What an
a
excellent
roadmap for this
suggestion.
trilogy? Absolutely. And it's weird because
You want a well-written movie? Well, you're part of Toxic Brood now, aren't you?
Yeah, we haven't gotten any Toxic Brood references. This sucks. This was the guy who came up with the waitress story, where the creepy TLJ hater chases the waitress down the alley with the knives and forks. I want that back.
Really? Working on Solo to make sure The Rise of Skywalker was written well and ended the saga in an epic way. And do I think that they should have had a roadmap for this trilogy? Absolutely. And it's
Why would anyone answer that question with no?
Who's asking these questions?
I just like it when they do this stuff where they're like, do I think it should have been good? Yes.
Do I also think it should have not been bad? Well, yes.
Unpopular opinion here. These movies should have been good.
Unpopular opinion, yeah. Fuck no.
honestly, the first two films feel more organized and planned. And I felt they were headed in the right direction.
What about
Then we get to this
TLJ
film-
feels planned to you?
What does everyone say about TLJ in relation to TFA? It's like, oh, it just shat on TFA. It's as if there wasn't any plan. What do you mean? Nobody talks about TLJ as though it follows TFA. Like,
No, but it's deliberately contrarian. Like, yeah. I give up. I just
Pretty much, yeah.
Out of 10.
Pretty spot on there.
just feels off. Will I watch Disney's future Star Wars films?
Who's asking
Yeah.
this question?
And I'm hoping after The Rise of Skywalker.
Just a survey he had to take after he finished watching the movie. Will you watch the rest of Disney's Star Wars films? Yeah.
And for those who think Star Wars is dead after watching this film, it
Yes.
really isn't. We got the
It is.
Mandalorian.
Kind of is, though.
Define dead.
Oh, that's what
It's
you gotta
not
hold on
completely
to
dead.
with
Look,
Mando.
here's a spin-off.
Look,
you
here's
only got the
more
Mandalorian
product.
because of Disney Plus. It's got nothing to do with the fucking films. They needed a way for people to subscribe to the shitty streaming service. What brand is popular? Star Wars. Okay, make a Star Wars TV show. It's got fuck all to do with the Mandalorian.
And then unsubscribe when it finished.
Yeah.
Did you see that?
And therefore, Baby Yoda. Fallen Order was good. Battlefront has become an increasingly better game than it was before.
All these comments are met with.
Shut up. Shut your stupid
Wait for the
mouth.
reality.
And very soon, the final season of Clone Wars will
Oh,
be
wow.
released. So yeah, it ain't
That's
dead.
one thing people like.
Well,
I mean, oh yeah,
but the thing is,
Mandalorian.
so when someone, so could I have said Terminator's dead after 3, after 4, after 5, after 6? It's like, I mean, yeah, it depends on what you mean. It's a hyperbolic statement because how the fuck does a franchise? It was never alive,
Well,
like literally, but
it will
we're
only ever really die when they stop making it.
well, we're obviously referring to like damage, significant damage, and there's no way you could fucking argue stuff because they love to do this. 8080 chat always does it. It's like, oh, it's dead. Well, why is there a Mandalorian season 2? It's like, okay,
Like money. That's it. You fucking cretins.
But I think also the fact that but both TLJ and, well, not even Rise of Skywalker, mostly just TLJ, has separated the fandom of this particular franchise, like ripped it in half pretty much. That's an indicator that it's on the way out.
People who love the Last Jedi, they hate the Mandalorian. It seems like I see so many people who love the Last Jedi just go and say, "Well, the Mandalorian's bad because it appeals to fans or something."
oh well.
Oh, is it
Oh.
over? Oh.
Whoa, dude, look at that.
Gross.
What?
It sounds like a.
Ooh, I'd be
Space
interested
thing,
to read some of his letterboxd reviews. I bet they're really well written. Lol.
Also, Rags, did you know we're almost at 2 a.m. again. We've managed to go around the clock. We're like, we're close to
Rock
the actual
around
cap.
Clock the night. We're gonna rock.
And I have to say, since there are things to be put in order, we're gonna have to stop there, and then we're gonna have our 20-minute to half-hour break, and then we will be back with EFAP 100 Part 2. I'm afraid that we gotta get things running and in order. But what a great fucking 11 and a half hours already. Wow. Getting there.
It's only just begun.
But yeah, that's 3 videos we've covered. Good job. Ben Shapiro, AJ, and Jim Sterling. We did 7 last year. Maybe we could beat that. I don't think so though.
I've still got some Chuck Tingle as well.
I know. You know what? We'll have a chat in a sec about maybe how we're gonna schedule everything. But yeah, if everyone can just say goodbye to the nice chat.
Goodbye to the nice chat.
Goodbye,
Goodbye,
nice
chat.
Bye, nice chat.
Also,
Goodbye.
congratulations on the 100.
Oh, thank you.
Super epic,
And
very epic, very
of course,
cool.
thank you all for joining us as well. It's been very fun.
Thank you for having me.
Very silly, very good in that way too. But yeah, you'll find part 2, like I said, in like a half hour from now, and we will see you there with who knows what. Kisses and goodbye, everyone.
Kisses.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Right?
Bye.
Right.